Chapter 774, Will of Gold. Wu Wong. At the very top of the battlefield where countless divine spirits wage an all-out war. There, a pair of gigantic mountain divine spirits are in a brief lull. Between the two divine spirits, a small, manifested heavenly domain exists, and inside that heavenly domain, the wills of the two divinities are felt. And at a certain moment, cool, the massive bodies of the two mountain divine spirits that have fallen in a lull begin to move. It begins with the fist of the great mountain supreme deity, Pakwakwang. The fist of the great mountain supreme deity, imbued with dark red light, lands a direct hit on the faceless, hazy pale head of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Then, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord likewise swings a colorless, faint sword made with a golden hilt, aiming for the shoulder of the great mountain supreme deity. Ting. Quajajijik. With a clear sword cry, from the great mountain supreme deity's shoulder blade down to the groin is torn away as is. The blade is exceedingly sharp, but because the target is the great mountain supreme deity, it only tears away rather than cuts. And using that as the starting point, the two mountain divine spirits start trading blows again. Offense and defense go back and forth. The Sword Mountain Devil Lord grips the sword and unleashes several thrusts. Thrusts that transcend space-time, tear off the light of radiance overlaid upon the world, and shoot forth, overlapping within the same time point from the future to past. The great mountain supreme deity's fist likewise takes all those thrusts with their bare body, and their whole body formed of dark red light heats up even more, glowing a fierce red. In an instant, the fist they throw starts pushing back the surrounding phenomena. Rules are pushed back. The world is pushed back. Chaos is pushed back. They pack all of it into a single strike and rend it apart. Within the barrage of those countless wild strikes, the mere aftershock lacerates and rips apart the entire body of the silver, nameless heavenly king Oh Hyun-suk, who was aiming for yet another strike, and flings him away. By the vibrations alone when they collide, the Radiant's 7 Immortals and the Ender's party, who are fighting an all-out battle, enter a brief lull and look their way. Not only the Ender's party, but the Radiant's 7 Immortals as well, know that if they bring down their current opponents, they must join either the Sword Mountain Devil Lord or the Great Mountain Supreme Deity and kill the other. However, in that brief moment, all of them can only think of one thing. Even if they wedge themselves in among those wild strikes, no matter whose side they take, would it not be a dog's death? Anyone who sees that terrifying exchange, where with every clash a heavenly domain is born and destroyed in each other's hands, can only have such a thought. And, fascinated by the splendor of such exchanges, everyone except the underworld fails to notice something. Within the heavenly domains that are born and annihilated with each and every strike in the Great Mountain Supreme Deity and the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's exchange, a flash of radiance glitters. Is the best you came up with merely dragging my main consciousness down with you to mortality? Guak Am snorts. Then right away, he stretches his hand into the void and clenches his grip. At that moment, Pakwangwang, heaven and earth hum, and outside the sun and moon heavenly domain, the main body of the great mountain supreme deity smashes my main body. Not even close. In the end, it is impossible to sever the link between my main consciousness and my main body. Even if my consciousness is jammed in here, I only have to remotely control my main body. Kururu. From all over Guakam's body, an overbearing might that seems about to crush the entire sun and moon heavenly domain pours out. And in that fleeting instant, I stomp my foot as is. My new form, kicking off the nebula, shoots out and slams straight into Guakam's chest. The sword will in my hand pierces straight through his chest, flinging the bastard all the way back to where the blue giant star is and slamming him into the star's surface. Severing mountain swordsmanship, the 34th move. Kunlun. Hit by the strongest thrust, he coughs up blood in a gush, and for a moment the link of his consciousness wavers. I seize that gap and move my main body to tear off the bastard's main body shoulder blade. Try controlling it well. Recalling one of my masters as I fell down to mortality, I look at Guak Am, in whom a gap forms in controlling his main body. A master of mine is the Mad Lord. I may not like it, but my puppetry originates from the Mad Lord. A main body of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity that moves only by remote control. I can beat it as much as I like. You do have many masters, you loose bastard. I have only one master. If it is that one, it is enough. Huarong. With Guakam's shout, his kick pushes my chest away. and main body to main body, consciousness body to consciousness body, a great battle begins. Guawea, Guawea, Guac AM and I charge at each other and compete in strength, grabbing each other's hands. In the very middle of the sun and moon heavenly domain, we roar like beasts. In a contest of strength, his victory is only natural. Uduk adududuk. My hand starts to crumple, and once he seizes the upper hand, Guac AM starts absorbing the surrounding stars and nebulae as if to crush me outright. Hear me, stars of the nations. By the command of the mountain divine spirit, attend to me. That single utterance is the end. All the star veins and starlight of the sun and moon heavenly domain start pouring into Guac AM. His divine might overwhelms me and starts directly crushing my whole body. Tut tuck, tuck. I sheath the impermanence sword over my leg and kick at Guac AM's leg that is standing on the nebula, severing the spiritual vein within his body. His leg, whose spiritual vein is suddenly severed, wobbles, and using that break in balance, I grab Guac AM's body and flip him over. Tududuk. Right after, I tear off the arm caught by Guac AM and regenerate it, and activate the power of the impermanence sword. Impermanence sword. Authority. White orchid. Chihuahua. Upon Guac AM's body, which is drawing in the power of all the star veins, the power of blessing overlays, and I drive the surging blessing into an explosive rush. Unable to withstand the power amplified by blessings, Guac AM's upper body directly bursts apart. But instantly regenerating within the shock of his upper body exploding, Guam AM extends his hand toward me. Hear me, stars of the nations. Kagugugu. All sorts of stars are summoned around us. A neutron star spinning with mad speed appears behind me, to the point it seizes me with attraction force as if to tear me apart. In the name of the great mountain supreme deity, I declare. In that instant when I am caught by the neutron star, Guac AM carries on his decree. Oh, the stars answer. I shall drive nails into a fourth of the night sky. Wu. In Guac AM's left hand, the dark red light of annihilation advancement Wu becomes a spear that he holds. In Guac AM's right hand, the dark red light of annihilation advancement Wu congeals and emits an ominous vibration like an evil spirit. In that nailing, the stars shall collapse, and a tidal wave shall rise to the heavens. Impermanence sword. Authority. The fool shall have his chest caved in, and his mountain shall be broken in the same quarter. Wong. Guac AM throws the spear of annihilation advancement Mu toward the sky of the sun and moon heavenly domain. In soulflower, Yin Hunguat. Immediately after, his fist sends a fist strike toward that spear as if hammering a nail. Gogojing. He shall dare not oppose the true owner of the mountain. The sky of the sun and moon heavenly domain collapses. Countless stars and star veins collapse, and a quarter of the sun and moon heavenly domain is swept clean away. A corner of the heavenly domain blows open, and all the stars and attraction forces of the sun and moon heavenly domain begin to be sucked toward the ruptured part. And, at the cost of 1/4 of the sun and moon heavenly domain, the curse Guac AM laid upon me through impermanence sword slams down on me, and a hole pierces my chest open. With that, I of course realize that a quarter of my entering nirvana stage cultivation has evaporated. Worse, along the hole in my chest, my cultivation is being lost in real time. You want to move the battlefield, is it? I quickly clamp down on my entire body's spiritual veins to stop the loss of realm, drive out the curse of the impermanence sword, and grip my sword. Keying. Leaving the collapsing sun and moon heavenly domain behind, I charge straight at Guac AM. Guac AM wildly grabs and throws the debris of the sun and moon heavenly domain toward me, but I let them flow past very softly as I take a step forward. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Fourth move. Flowing ridge. A thrust like the winding ridgeline of a mountain reaches Guac AM's neck again in an instant. Kicking off space, I press the very tip of Guac AM's neck with the sword tip and shoot toward the far-off land I see in the distance. We fall like meteors onto a stretch of land. A sword mountain hell, where countless swords of glass stick up in jagged spikes. That place is where my main body is in the midst of battle with the main body of the great mountain supreme deity. Jiuing. My main body extends a single sword imbued with cosmic authority. The main body of the great mountain supreme deity extends a single palm imbued with the authority of annihilation advancement Mu and flicks the sword away. Between those shockwaves, yet another heavenly domain is born. And Guac AM, whose neck is briefly pressed by my sword tip while falling, lets out a lion's roar. Do not be mistaken. Zhong. At his lion's roar, the spiritual veins throughout my body rip apart, and I am flung straight off the forearm of my main body. Tuwum. Guak M's mortal body stomps off my forearm and shoots toward at me. I try to evade, but with the impermanence sword and retribution enforcement wrapped over his whole body, dodging is impossible. Tukwong. He thrusts his shoulder and body slams me, hurling my body into the newly formed heavenly domain far away. That heavenly domain, born from the collision of the main body of the great mountain supreme deity and my main body. The dimensional veil of that heavenly domain directly pierces open and easily accepts us. This place. I realize the newly created heavenly domain is familiar. Amazingly, the sun and moon heavenly domain collapsed by Guak M's hand. Yet the new heavenly domain is likewise identical to the sun and moon heavenly domain. Did Kong Minhe's fallen flower fix all the heavenly domains born and annihilated during our battle into the sun and moon heavenly domain? But without a moment to grasp the situation, Guak Am, who pushed me into the new sun and moon heavenly domain, moves his giant frame, spins once, and drives his elbow down onto my face. Huaching-chang. I bounce off to the red giant star behind my back, and even after I smash apart the red giant star, I keep shooting forward. Even if I fall into a mortal body. Impermanence sword. Heavenly shatter. The starlight of the sun and moon heavenly domain seems to settle into Guak Am's arm. Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, Sri Sanxia. Authority. Reprimand. Huh. The dark red blood robe covering Guak Am's body, sprouting with painful faces, vomits glaring red light, and defile the starlight the impermanence sword gathers. The enlightenment of a transcendent alone remains unchanged. Heaven and earth rumble. A trajectory of dark red light smashes space-time, chases me down, and directly strikes my abdomen. My whole body literally folds in half, undergoing the experience of my own lips pressing my thighs. And as I get hit by Guak M's single punch, I once more pierce through countless stars as I fly and spit blood. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Guak Am starts chanting the phenomena extinguishing mantra. I also spread both hands and begin to recite the same mantra. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Wawung. The attraction force of the sun and moon heavenly domain reaches its peak. Normally, mere bugs at the entering nirvana stage reciting a single mantra would not affect the universe, but when two mountain divine spirits, whose are only entering nirvana in weight class, yet each possesses governing immortal level enlightenment and understanding of the mantra, recite the mantra, the situation changes. The entire sun and moon heavenly domain resonates. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea. Build mountains through repentant enlightenment. Build mountains through repentant. The attraction force amplifies to its peak, and the sun and moon heavenly domain, which has been gradually expanding, begins to contract. Each to one another holding hands. With everyone at the sea, drink salt. Each to one another holding hands. With everyone at the sea, drink salt. As the universe contracts, the world gradually becomes hot. Heaven and earth begin to fill with light and heat. And with the wind, soar. And with the wind, soar. I recall the moment I realized this maxim of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. That was exactly when the Wuji religious order was massacred by Guak Am. Guak Am also seems to know it, as in his eyes lies an intent, as if to say, bow down in prostration. As if someone like me does not even deserve to recite the mantra. We begin to recite the mantra aloud, but our mantra, resonating with the entire universe, gradually takes on spirituality and becomes mental speech. Thanks to that, even as the universe is perishing, we can still hear each other's voices distinctly. For that is how one reaches the peak of the mountain. Like combining all intents turns them colorless. Guak Am chants the orthodox phenomena extinguishing mantra, and I chant my phenomena extinguishing mantra that I partially altered, and as our mantras diverge, we begin to recite slightly different maxims. However, even as we do so, the feeling of the universe being sucked into our hands does not diminish at all. The resonant phenomenon of our mantras ringing together does not end either. Like combining all intents turns them colorless. Embrace all connections and become impermanence. Keying. The sun and moon heavenly domain perishes, by no more than two whose weight class is only entering nirvana stage. Geogeogeogeogeok. The sun and moon heavenly domain that contract splits cleanly into two, and are sucked into my and Gwak Am's hands and contract to a single point. Embrace all connections and become impermanence. For that is how one reaches the stars. The sun and moon heavenly domain held in my hand becomes a star. The sun and moon heavenly domain held in Gwak Am's hand becomes a vortex of impermanence. Kururu. Through that vortex, Gwak Am draws a golden spiraling dragon and coils it around his right arm. I bring my sword down on the star in my hand and directly shatter it. The starlight made by compressing half of the universe scatters at a single sword strike and becomes a pale mist. Kururung. Gwak Am spreads 5 fingers. Seeing that, I recall a claw method. And the next moment, Gwak Am's bizarre claw method, wreathed with the golden spiraling dragon, shoots at me with its maw opened. Kururung. To me who reached the ultimate of martial arts, many openings are visible, but the power contained within is at a level I cannot take lightly. An overwhelming tyrannical force that does not even allow the thought of piercing into the grain of power. At his single strike that contains power that cannot even be offset by a matching thrust, I can only endure. The golden trajectory envelopes me as is. In the golden storm, I take all the storm's power with my body, and, with breathing, I let those spiritual energies flow into my spirit veins and compress them. Return it. But I realize where this golden dragon has led me and flinch in surprise. This place is, just as I rammed Gwak Am onto the arm of my main body. Gwak Am's strike drove me straight down onto the shoulder of the great mountain supreme deity's main body. Kugagugum. Instead of sending the power of the golden claw infused into my sword through echoing valley back at Gwak Am, I must use it on the corpses of the corpse mountain blood sea that sweep over me. Shukwang. The golden sword energy slices clean through the peaks of the corpse mountain blood sea. Gwawea. Yet I frown as I block the massive body of Gwak Am that plunges down at me in the fleeting gap. If even a single drop, a single fragment of the corpse mountain blood sea of the great mountain supreme deity's main body touches Gwak Am, great mountain pressing down will be immediately nullified. Cue up. I steady my breath. Before Gwak Am returns his consciousness to his main body, I, with all focus, stomp my foot. Quong. Impermanence sword. Mysterious bizarre. A new circuit, the combination of the impermanence sword circuit and the imperial throne circuit I received from Bong Myong, spreads out from my foot. The circuits erode a part of the corpse mountain blood sea in an instant. The greatest ability of this circuit that began from the Mad Lord is erosion. The pale white mist I created by shattering the star I compressed from the heavenly domain is absorbed by the eroding circuit. What are you doing? Gwak Am's consciousness body reconnects with the corpse mountain blood sea, but the portion of the corpse mountain blood sea that absorbed the mist does not take back Gwak Am's main consciousness. I do not bother to answer and calmly take a sword stance. Kugwagwang. After my main body blocks the attack of the great mountain supreme deity, it takes a sword stance together with me. My main body's sword resounds. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Chi mountain heart heaven. My main body's sword seems to become gigantic, and the area of the impermanence sword widens. At the same time, my main body's energy begins to blaze like an active volcano. Chi touches the mountain, the heart touches the heavens. Hu. Exhaling heaven and earth spiritual energy with a slight breath, I swing my sword at Gwak Am in the exact same posture as my main body. Chi mountain heart heaven is like the move of dragon vein, a method of swinging after making the sword a bit stronger. But when training the basics of Chi mountain heart heaven, it says to grip the sword with both hands and strike down in accordance with its essence. Because the act of striking down with both hands is the easiest movement to make all essence, Chi, and spirit explode at once. The essence, Chi, and spirit of my main body and my own essence, Chi, and spirit unite and explode in an instant. The great mountain supreme deity's main body and Gwak Am's consciousness body both have their left shoulders shaved away at the same time. Gwak Am's gaze twitches. That is not the end. My main body and I take our sword stances again. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 9 mountains, 8 seas. My main body spins on the spot, and, transferring the force of the rotation to the sword tip, unleashes wild bombardments across all of heaven and earth. While shouting the move of 9 mountains, 8 seas with my main body, I unfold a sword technique entirely different from my main body's. Mountain and valley transformation. Sword energy digs into the underside of the corpse mountain blood sea we stand upon and stirs it up. Guac Am momentarily loses his balance, and I rush at such a Guac Am and raise my sword to cut. At the instant the move of Ascending Vein is about to be unleashed at Guac Am, he targets my sword with that characteristic claw technique of his. But in that instant, I simply let go of the impermanent sword for a moment, assume a completely different martial technique, clench both fists, and thrust my fists toward Guac Am's side torso. Fighting Monster Traceless Fist. My original martial art that I once taught Oh Hyunsuk smashes Guac Am's flank and blows him away, separating him once more from his main body. Kugugugugu. In the distance, transparent slashes blanket every direction due to the wild strikes my main body unleashed with the move of 9 mountains 8 seas. Dodging all my main body slashes, I fly toward Guac Am. As my concentration reaches its peak, when I finally draw near Guac Am, I can finally see his gaze. The hatred in those eyes, within the pure clash of martial arts and combat, for a brief moment, has withdrawn into its shadow. Here and now, there is neither hatred nor killing intent nor resentment. Only collision exists. I, through a hand blade, cut Guac Am with the move of Cliff Edge, and Guac Am's fist strikes my face. My face directly caves in, my eyeballs pop out and drift through the space of chaos, and Guac Am's head splits in half as his brain matter spill out. At the single strike we launched with our arms crossed in a cross shape, we, who both lost our heads, begin to wildly exchange strikes like mad with only our consciousness bodies. That peculiar claw technique Guac Am uses hacks toward me, and my severing mountain swordsmanship grinds his entire body. Main body and main body wage battle, creating heavenly domains at the plane of true immortality. And our consciousness bodies, carrying each one's main consciousness in the domain of mortality, within the heavenly domains each other creates, and upon each other's main bodies, or crossing the internal worlds of the main bodies, continue the struggle of madness. That sight looks as if, between the great mountain supreme deity and the sword mountain devil lord who wage a fierce battle, lines of dark red light and white light streak past wildly. At the phenomena extinguishing mantra of Guac Am at the entering nirvana level, dozens of heavenly domains collapse in an instant, and the phenomena extinguishing mantra that first split a heavenly domain into two and let me take half the ownership, gradually and more often becomes something he fully takes ownership of. In any case, in the proficiency of the phenomena extinguishing mantra itself, it is difficult to match Guac Am, who shares cultivation with the countless peoples of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. It does not matter. In the distance, I see Guac Am, who wraps an arm with a heavenly domain compressed by the phenomena extinguishing mantra, using that claw method. That bizarre technique is for facing beasts rather than humans. Especially, it seems like a technique created to face tigers. The claw technique of tiger fighting, Dohu, created to fight tigers, shoots toward me. A gigantic dragon-shaped energy wave presses down at me, and only after it collapses one heavenly domain behind me does it scatter. Guac Am, who is only at the entering nirvana level but destroys a single heavenly domain without the power of origin essence or the 4 great dimensions, truly looks like a monster appearing in myths. Quagwagwang. The main body unfolds, severing mountain swordsmanship, one annihilation to the near shore. The impermanence sword explodes, and the sword strike that holds my very soul bores a hole in the stomach of the great mountain supreme deity's main body. From the aftermath of that clash, several heavenly domains come into being around us. I quickly take shelter in one of the heavenly domains. Can I do it? Seeing Guac Am's monstrous strength and the way he operates that power, I feel my fighting will waver for a very brief moment. But I cannot give up. No, I will do it. I must. What hangs on my shoulders? It is not simply the grudges of 1 or 2 people. Go. Tukwang. Guac Am chases into the heavenly domain I entered, and my eyes meet his. Immortal cultivation is. Guac Am, whose consciousness body was just barely dropped into the domain of mortality, but has begun to regain the rank of true immortality after devouring countless heavenly domains, starts to recite the phenomena extinguishing mantra once more. However, I begin to recite the phenomena extinguishing mantra with my mouth. Exhaling spiritual energy, I raise my sword. Contain everything into my sword. Attraction force amplifies to its peak. The universe contracts and begins once again to fill with light and heat. into Guac Am's two hands. The sun and moon heavenly domain start to flow in yet again. But in an instant, I feel Guac Am glare at me with eyes wide open. My slowly descending sword move. For, inside that move, the power of the sun and moon heavenly domain caused by the phenomena extinguishing mantra once again begins to be torn and to flow in. No, the move this time even more strongly claims ownership of the sun and moon heavenly domain than Guac Am's. Great Mountain pressing down. The final profundity of the severing mountain swordsmanship that knocked Guac Am down to a consciousness body now transforms into a form for physical destruction. All the power of attraction force and light and heat solely into my sword will. Kugugugugu. The entire sun and moon heavenly domain condenses into my sword. At that moment, tension enters Guac Am's eyes for the first time. He knows it instinctively. He would feel that this sword strike holds a power on a different level from his own claw technique, which roughly stuffs the power of a heavenly domain compressed by the phenomena extinguishing mantra. However, instead of sending this sword strike at Guac Am, I scatter it as is, turn it into a hazy mist, and as I had done before, send that power to the great mountain supreme deity, main body's corpse mountain blood sea, and have it be absorbed. I do not know what kind of foolish act that is. Even as he says that, perhaps knowing well that I would not do such a thing for no reason, Guac Am does not immediately launch an attack and begins to draw up his energy. Ku, his blood robe, embroidered all over with the faces of living beings screaming, flutters like mad. A vibration like a swarm of bees buzzing transcends space-time and reaches me. Chiak. Guac Am takes his stance. The golden spiraling dragon is dyed dark red. The technique created solely to capture a tiger. It seems to be a supreme fighting technique Guac Am learned in his mortal days. I unfold Mountain Lord transcending peak's flight, and with the move of Mount Tiger, I concentrate dozens of sword strikes toward Guac Am. The words of Kim Young-hoon, who passed down the severing mountain swordsmanship, come to mind. Severing mountain swordsmanship imitates the movements of a fierce tiger. You are like a volcano holding fire. Your growth is slow because it has not yet erupted, but the moment the foundation you refine touches its boundary, you will become a volcano that erupts more ferociously than anyone. I kick off the space with tiger-like momentum and rush at Guac Am. So, Unhyana. Until then, become a mountain lord. Until what you have accumulated bursts forth, become the owner of the mountain who guards the mountain that is you. A dark red dragon and the white mountain lord collide and entangle with the momentum of a dragon and tiger contention, Longku Shangbo. Thus, Guac Am and I, though it is only for a fleeting instant, unlike how we have fought until now, stop in one spot and pour attacks toward each other. And I seize that instant and shout, "Now, O Hyasio!" At the same time, O Hyasio, who has been hiding all this time in my shadow, rides Tainted Soul filling the heavens and appears, strongly connecting her mind with mine. Tainted Soul filling the heavens. Link technique. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 27th move. Guiding to the summit. The tainted soul filling the heavens of O Hyasio, who has secretly placed it upon Guac Am's corpse mountain blood sea until now. The move of guiding to the summit that burrows into the opponent's body and induces, at least in part, their actions. When O Hyasio's tainted soul filling the heavens combines with my two acts of pouring the mist made by splitting heavenly domains into the corpse mountain blood sea, the power I have been waiting for begins to appear. Wong. Splitting Emperor splitting heaven. Annihilation Advancement Wu. The Annihilation Advancement Wu of the great mountain supreme deity's main body imbues in his fist, and, piercing all space-time, starts to come crashing toward us by itself. Pakwaguaon. Guac Am, entangled with me, tries to evade, but I switch my grip on the impermanent sword hooked on his arm to a reverse grip and block his escape. Shielding O Hyasio with gracious soul filling the heavens, I take that Annihilation Advancement Wu head-on together with Guac Am. Quadadudaduk. The corpse mountain blood sea, eroded by guiding to the summit, does not allow Guac Am to return to his main body through it, and he can only, together with me, get struck by his own fist. On the fist of the great mountain supreme deity that contains the power of Annihilation Advancement Wu. With the move of foolish old man moves mountains, I shove all that power and its recoil into my sword, while Guac Am, taking his own fist entirely with his bare body, vomits blood from all over his body. The power of Annihilation Advancement Wu transcends spacetime. In an instant, we again arrive, with a weight class at the entering Nirvana stage, at the outskirts of the Akashic records. We fight near the head of Baby, and I see the blood vessels of other timelines that compose the Baby's body. Seeming to notice my intention, Gwak Am, while spewing blood, begins to come toward me even as his weight class at the entering Nirvana stage drops to the Sacred Vessel stage, and then to the Star-Shattering stage. Do you think I will allow it? If you don't, what will you do? On the Fist of Annihilation advancement Mu, we feel a massive pressure and gaze at each other. And in an instant, with all my strength I shove Ohiasio, whom I protect with gracious soul filling the heavens, toward another timeline. Gwak Am charges at me like mad and throws a straight punch. Cone. Even though I block with the impermanent sword, my arm begins to twist bit by bit and my body gets pushed back. Even if his realm dropped and he took impact due to his own Annihilation Advancement Mu. In the end, Annihilation Advancement Mu is Gwak Am's power. Gwak Am Divine descends a portion of the power of Annihilation Advancement Wu overflowing in his main body into his consciousness body and hurls it at me. What kind of star-shattering stage is this? Even though it is clear that, after being hit by his own Annihilation Advancement Mu, his realm fell all the way to the star-shattering stage, I can only be overwhelmed as I watch Gwak Am exude unmistakable might at the Vestige Liberation Immortal level. I am an innate demigod. Kugagagugagu. The bloody gleam dwelling in Gwak Am's eyes explodes, and the attraction force of the phenomena extinguishing mantra stretches out toward Ohiasio, whom I push away. Even against a similar innate demigod, the Obsidian Devil Heavenly King, I did not lose at arm wrestling when in the same realm. Quadadoodaduk. At this rate, he is going to blow apart the impermanent sword and the me beyond it, and then retrieve Ohiasio, whom I barely sent beyond the timeline. Please, please. I grip the golden handle formed from Gwak Am's mask and hold out against him with all my strength. This is the only way to defeat Gwak Am. Please, O gods of heaven and earth, I pray. It is an intense prayer that I have never once done until now. Just once, only once. Hoping for even a scrap of fortune thrown by the heavens, not something I accumulated myself. I begin to squeeze out all my strength. All the power I accumulated with foolish old man moves mountains. Even if it means dropping my weight class down to the star-shattering stage, I shatter my realm and true origin at the entering Nirvana weight class. The true origin of my consciousness body burns, and my realm falls. Star-shattering, integration, Earth axis. But Gwak Am still maintains his realm at the star-shattering stage and begins to pull Ohiasio, who is beyond me, with attraction force. Give up. Everything you hope for, everything you dream of, is nothing but utterly vain. Give up. The moment I hear those words, it feels as if all strength leaves my whole body. Everything is hazy. My senses go numb, and it feels as if all light disappears. However, it is only a temporary feeling. I will not give up. Immortal beast true blood erupts madly from the spirit veins of my whole body. I begin to squeeze my body. I draw up all the strength I can draw up, until there isn't any more strength to draw. Then, here is my limit. Reaching my limit means I can now surpass it. Even if I die here, I absolutely will not give up. I pour all my obsession and yearning into this sword. Why do you not give up? Though we cannot trade words in this urgent moment, Gwak Am's pupils are asking so. Why can I not give up? The reason is simple. If I can achieve the Tao in the morning, then I am content to die in the evening. Because morning has not yet even come. I am a fool. Therefore, I know that though I think I realized it, I have realized nothing. Yes, I still have not realized the Tao. Since I did not realize the Tao, morning also has not come. How can one who has not realized the Tao die before morning even arrives? If this body cannot achieve transcendence in this life. Quarararum. Behind me, someone with red hair appears. Suat. The black-blue shadow that melted into the corpse mountain blood sea sins there will hear, even while fused into the main body of the great mountain supreme deity. A silver, presence-less heavenly king appears behind me and sends a fist wind toward Ohiasio, who goes far ahead. Someone warm in light pink, though their main body cannot come, pushes me with a strand of warm will. And Ohiasio, who goes to that faraway timeline through gracious soul filling the heaven to finally link future and past, looks back at me. I look at the sky. All the immortal bodies of the Radiant's 7 immortals are shattered, and are being devoured by the origin essence of radiance, and they only look toward this place with eyes full of resentment. The moment I realized this, I realized that my sword begins to be dyed gold. On the golden handle, which has no edge, a blade of gold begins to form. When swinging the sword, align it with the midline of the arm. The teacher who first taught me proper ascending martial arts, TL/N, ascending martial arts, Sangsamgung, are basically martial arts where if you learn them, you can rise to a higher realm. Basically, good martial arts. There, in the distance, in front of the door of the audience chamber that Guac AM began to open with Panlai Island as the key. I see the light beyond that audience chamber and feel a golden wind starting to blow. The golden will faintly overlaid on the interdimensional void becomes a wind and begins to push my back. The golden martial arts system that has been stopped until now circulates and dwells in my body. I do not shed tears, because I believe. No, perhaps they are flowing, but are evaporating in the fierce battle. Either way, it does not matter. With all my strength, as I swing the golden sword that finally gained an edge, I set upright the will of gold. When shall I wait again to transcend this existence? Countless years. My friend and first teacher, who leapt over all that time and reached the future, shouts brightly. As if though he has just arrived and presumably knows nothing of the situation, it does not matter. As if seeing only with the gaze of a martial artist. Swing, my sword, shining completely in gold, scatters brilliant rays of creation that announces the morning. Through that single sword strike, my sword attack that has been continually pushed back by Guac AM directly splits Guac Am's fist and shoots toward him. Golden Speed Heavenly King Kim Young-hoon. Red Pearl Cycling Heavenly King John Myong-hoon. Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King Kong Min-hee. Silver Nameless Heavenly King Oh Hyun-suk. Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King Kim Yun. Oh Hyesyo joins them all and pushes my back. I, embracing everyone's strength in my body, shoot it straight, and through the severing mountain swordsmanship's accumulating dust forms a mountain. I begin to tear Guacam's body to shreds. The sword of my main body, which faces the main body of the great mountain supreme deity, also becomes dyed gold and slices his main body into pieces. Guacam's gaze, twisted like an evil spirit, glares at me, and cracks begin to spread across the golden mask covering his face. You. His eyes become bloodshot. You. And finally, he begins to consume the corpse mountain blood sea. This is not power meant to be used on the likes of you. My main body's sword, shining in gold, and the great mountain supreme deity, who begins to consume the corpse mountain blood sea, collide, each side's strength perfectly matching the other's. Jiwing, and the great mountain supreme deity, who has until now continually met my sword strikes from a position higher than me, for the first time burrows into my arms and enters a space even narrower than sword distance. Jiwing, the great mountain supreme deity's main body's grasp stretches toward me, and I envelop my whole body in the golden blade and clasp his hand. The contest of strength begins. However, even the great mountain supreme deity, who is consuming the corpse mountain blood sea, cannot overpower me in force, who is perfectly divine, descending the marital arts of the golden speed heavenly king. And, towards somewhere between our main bodies that are waging chaotic battle, the consciousness bodies of me and the great mountain supreme deity start to be sucked in. The place Guac AM first bore a hole that still remains a hole. That place is the head realm. Huarong. We enter inside the head realm through the hole pierced into it. The moment I think I see a familiar capital city in the distance. Guac AM pries me off him with a kick. Tukwagwang. I take his kick and bounce away for an instant, but I correct my posture again in the void and chase after Guac AM once more. Quagwagwang. Guac AM and I drop to about the same place. Yururuong. By the shockwave from our descent, the ground we step on collapses, and we fall down into the underground. The place we fall to is beneath Seojiang city of Yinghua. It is where the main house of the Mokli clan stands. The Mokli Huangqion of the Mokli clan in the head realm stares at us, dumbfounded. Get up. Before I even have time to shout, Mokli Huangqion is sucked straight into Guacam's hand. And starting with Mokli Huangqion, an immense attraction force arises upon Guacam's hand. That attraction force starts to reach the entire head realm, and not only the Mokli clan, but all of Seojiang city. All of Yinghua, Shengzi, Biokra, the sea, the great grasslands, the heaven-treading desert, Ascension path, even to the nations of the east, it stretches forth. Quadadudaduck. There is not even a moment to block it. In the blink of an eye, innumerable residents of the head realm become a handful of blood and are sucked into Gwak-Am's grasp. At Gwak-Am's act of devouring all life in the head realm except plants the moment he arrives, I do not even have time to feel rage. Quag-wag-wag-wang. Gwak-Am rushes me with a kick, and I succeed in severing his ankle in an instant. But in exchange, I fly all the way to the eastern edge of the head realm and crash into the world shield force at the eastern edge, coughing blood. Chua-ah. By the aftershock of my flight alone, the sea at the eastern end of the head realm is engulfed in heat and evaporates away. Kung, kung, kung. And into the center of that evaporated eastern sea of the head realm appears a hulking figure clad in a blood robe. Jiok, Jiok. It is Gwak-Am, whose golden mask has shattered and whose bare face is gradually being revealed. So damn persistent. For some reason, Gwak-Am does not immediately unleash an attack and speaks. I did not feel much potential at the entering Nirvana stage, but is this the power of your comrades? I look around me. That's right. The heaven and earth spiritual energy of the head realm is gradually drying up, as if the very mystic power itself, including Qi, is disappearing. The laws of the world are changing. The rules are rewritten, and a bridle is placed upon a world where Qi flows fine. Kong Minhe's mantra, Falling Flower, is continuously following us and changing the surrounding environment in my favor. A world with no energy. Until now, before we came under the influence of this rule, we went around constantly popping heavenly domains, so we did not feel the difference. But now that both our realms have lowered, the sensation is clear. Gwak-Am's realm, under my sword strike in which I divined Descent Kim Young-hoon's power, fell from the star-shattering stage to the heavenly being stage, and mine also dropped to the earth axis stage due to pushing Gwak-Am all the way into the head realm. Thanks to that, Kong Minhe's law that constricts us gradually grew stronger, and now we must recognize that, except for the energy within our own bodies, the heaven and earth spiritual energy is exhausted. The characteristic of the heavenly being stage and above is that with celestial energy guidance and attraction force, one can draw in the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy, making the spiritual power one can wield in a prolonged battle theoretically infinite. But due to the bridle Kong Minhe placed upon us, we are forced into a war of attrition. Perhaps Gwak-Am also felt that fact, which is why the moment he came to the head realm, he devoured all the living beings to replenish his energy. Such a useless act. At this rate, all of our energy will be completely consumed, and it will become a bare-handed fight. When I, a demigod by birth, and you, who have nothing but the body of a mere mortal, fight, is it not obvious you will lose? Who knows? I raise the golden sword as I look at Gwak-Am. When I, who reached the ultimate of martial arts, fight you, who is at best only an innate star-shattering stage, there is absolutely no way I think I will lose. Whether it is martial pinnacle or whatever, if this drags on, do you think you can win? You can't drag this on. Chua-ah. The sea water that has evaporated seems to bead in the sky again, then begins to pour down as rain. Gradually the sea fills again. I look at Gwak-Am in the rain and speak. Your claw technique is excellent. But for you, who honed a claw technique to that degree, to still not have become a heart tribe, it must be a problem of your heart, not your skill. My comrade will revive your heart demon that you captured, killed, and absorbed into the corpse mountain blood sea. When I first took Gwak-Am's Annihilation Advancement Mu and, transcending time and space, reached the boundary of the Akashic records and reached the place where the baby is visible, only then could I know the cause and effect of everything. I understood who took Azure Tiger Saint. Before Ohio brings Azure Tiger Saint and makes contact with the heart demon of mountain-destroying demon ape. Before then is the only time you can beat me. I force an extreme short battle upon Gwak-Am and raise my sword at him. I provoke him so that he rages and runs amok so that I can seize an opening to drive in a single strike. You can never beat me. While you accumulated a mountain of vain and worthless corpses, I rose this far together with my friends. Haha. You even make the taunt of, you have no friends. Sound refined. But Gwak-Am, unexpectedly, shows little emotion. The sea gradually fills, and we look at each other underwater. Tuck, to-duck, to-do-to-duck. The golden mask that adorns him begins to be stripped away, swept off by the current. The mask, which is already in pieces by me from the start, scatters into fragments, and at the same time Am's face beyond the mask is revealed. And the expression behind the mask is, unexpectedly, calm. He calmly looks up at the sky once. Chi. Even the heavenly punishment supreme deity feared to open their eyes in the head realm, yet he calmly looks at the sky, shedding bloody tears from his eyes as he sees something. Master, are you watching? At those words, I realize that the remains of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity's true body are left in the head realm. Am seems to move his lips as if to say something to the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, but then he closes his mouth. Perhaps because we are underwater, between the strands of his hair that spread in all directions, I can see strange scars. There are a total of 17 scars. And the moment I see the scars, Am turns his gaze back to me and opens his mouth. In my mortal days, I was a mixed blood child of a commoner fighting ghost race father with one horn and a human race mother. Well, strictly speaking, my fighting ghost race father violated my courtesan mother near a temple, and I was born. Suddenly, seeing Am reveal his background, I raise my guard even higher. Having seen only on an explosive side of Am, seeing his calm appearance makes him seem even more dangerous. However, despite being a human mixed blood, I was a mutant born with as many as 17 horns of the fighting ghost race. I am stunned at those words. In the fighting ghost race, status is determined by horns. 1 to 2 horns are fighting ghost race commoners. 3 to 6 are fighting ghost race nobles. 7 horns are called royalty, and that is the limit of how many horns the fighting ghost race as a species can have. After I became a true immortal, I also examined the genetic information of the fighting ghost race, and what I confirmed then was also that 7 is the limit. However, 17 horns. I intuitively realized that the legend of the noble blood, true sea radiance body, passed down among the fighting ghost race is not merely a divine power called noble blood, true sea radiance, but to some extent points to Am himself. My mother said a child like me was hideous and always hated me. Well, when I was born, my horns tore through my mother's privates and her lower body became crippled, so that is understandable. My mother always felt disgust and fear toward me, so at one time, to receive my mother's love, I pulled out all my horns with my own hands. But, without knowing that with each horn that disappears, my potential as one of the fighting ghost race decreases, yet my pure body strength increases several-fold, I tried to hug my mother and ended up bursting her apart and killing her. Whoa! Am swings his arm. An overwhelming shockwave erupts, and again the seawater surrounding us is pushed away by that blast. In that single swing, no chi is used. It is simply the innate body power Am was born with. Am calmly reveals his past. As my mother died like that, she gently called my name. There were only 2 times when my mother called me gently. When I tore her privates as I was born and first received the name, Ga, and the time she called my name when she was dying. Afterward, I met Master when I was in confusion, and Master taught me many things and raised me as the next field garden heavenly lord. Am, who continues his story calmly, looks full of openings, but I cannot charge at him. For it is too clear to my foresight, which has reached the ultimate of martial arts, that the current Am who is not explosive is, in fact, the most dangerous. I ask you this. If you answer this question, I will acknowledge you to some extent with seriousness. Answer. Why did my mother name me that? I can immediately tell the meaning of Am's name. It is because I obtained the Panga true blood of the naming supreme deity Hyan Rang. And I can also tell why Am received such a name. Not because of some transcendent foresight, but simply because among supreme deities, it is considered common knowledge. Ga is an ancient word meaning to sing, always truth, or an ancient word meaning heaven, Tanguo. The name Am, Ga, from the very beginning, possessed the requirements to become a supreme deity. Yes, even though Am shed off the immortal title of Rachion, he, absolutely, could not escape fate. The true intent of Am's question is this: not why his mother bestowed such a name, but why he still has not renamed himself from Am. He is asking me about himself. After letting out a silent sigh for a while, I lift the sword blazing with golden light and speak. I will tell you, senior brother. Who is your senior brother? Am's eyes flash with a bloody gleam. Well, fine. You are probably saying you will answer with the blade. Then come on, answer diligently. And so, I, left only with a weight class reaching the Earth axis stage, and Am, who is innately at the star-shattering stage, once again charge at each other in the head realm. Gwakam's head, whose golden mask is shattered, and my golden sword finally completed through the power of Kim Young-hoon, at the eastern end of the head realm. From the place where the morning sun rises, collide. Morning of the head realm. We face each other in that dawn light and clash. Chapter 775, Will of Silver. Wawung. The Radiant's 7 immortals are by now cut off from everyone's attention. No, those beings, who should be called the remnants of the Radiant's 7 immortals, are vainly dying away in the abyss within the inner sea of Mount Sumeru. Is it now the end? It would seem so. They tremble all over at an intense feeling they feel for the first time in life and accept death. Executor Rain Do. Execute us. If we die like this, our souls will be dragged into the arms of the underworld, not to the head realm, which is our sanctuary, and we will undergo reincarnation. From the very moment Radiant's 10 heavens heavenly lords were born, when their souls die, they would reincarnate into the head realm through the hands of the Rain Dew or Torch Candle Heavenly Lord. Strictly speaking, when the time for replacement comes, one should say that the traces of the previous generation would be completely devoured by the origin essence of light and flow into the head realm. In any case, for every generation of the Radiant's 10 heavens heavenly lords, the head realm was a kind of utopia. This is because cultivators above the heavenly being stage cannot exist there. Their ideal is realized, and they can repeat eternal, unchanging ages in the head realm and exist forever as the same being. In life, they discuss justice with the body of a god, and after death, they enter a world of eternal cycle and are guaranteed comfort. That is the dream of all the Radiant's 10 heavenly lords. Therefore, the Radiant's 7 immortals, as they die now, begin all at once to pour strength into the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord. Wawung. Become once more the sole survivor, preserve Radiance Hall, and return honor to our end. With the words of the great forest Heavenly Lord, all the strength of the 7 immortals flows into the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord. Of course, since everyone is in a horribly wrecked state, nothing like the newly recovering Rain Dew Heavenly Lord becoming stronger happens. At most, he only recovers power at the level of 1 immortal lord. Rain Dew Heavenly Lord weeps as he feels the last fragments of his comrades flowing into him. Comrades, I am sorry. It is all my mistake. I should have, without delay, carried out execution on Sword Spear Heavenly Lord at once. For having my mind sold to the curse of vast cold and failing to preempt them, it is my fault. Do not blame yourself. At the final moment of life, listening to the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord's words, all the Heavenly Lords, including Great Forest, only laugh about Sword Spear. Perhaps it may be a forced laugh, but as ones who wear masks, they do not mind a forced laugh. All for the sake of the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord who will remain. We are unburdened. The matter of the Sword Spear cannot be helped. Even if we had not met the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, Sword Spear might still have been lured by Great Mountain Supreme Deity in the end because of the name Ji Huang. Di Huang. Editor. As a reminder, Ji Huang, Diunk means yellow earth, contrasted with black/mysterious heaven, Shentan. All is predetermined fate. If this too is all decided from the beginning, there is not a single thing for us to blame ourselves for. Thus they try to console themselves until calm, from somewhere, far away outside Mount Sumeru, until an unpleasant resonance coming from within a vast light pink artificial Gandhara reaches them. Kakaon. That sound grows larger and larger. Kaon. And it becomes clearer and clearer. Everyone present can tell. That is the sound of the Tridacna vast cold heavenly king, Kim Yun, refining the soul of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. Kaon. However, what the dying 7 immortals feel is not simply shame that a comrade was captured by vicious ones and is being refined. It is betrayal. Ki-ying. In that sound of refinement that becomes clearer and clearer, a heart is carried. It is the heart of Sword Spear. Because they are ones who bloomed the heart, they can in fact know what that heart means. Sword Spear, the great forest Heavenly Lord cries out with a trembling voice. Do you truly mean to be newly born from inside there? Ki-ying. Within that clear sword ring, the sound of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord reviving is heard. It is not a mere revival. It is a rebirth as a completely new being, denying everything about their own birth. To the 7 immortals who just consoled themselves that all this is merely an arrangement of fate, The sight of the traitor denying fate and being newly reborn boils up an emotion they cannot possibly express. Affection toward an old comrade, shame, despair, sense of betrayal, jealousy. All emotions that cannot be described seethe up at the moment of death. And at last the great forest Heavenly Lord cuts off the life they are sending to the rain, do Heavenly Lord, and screams. Shoot, azure arrow. As always, as the partner of Great Forest, the flower plant Heavenly Lord follows Great Forest and uses their immortal art. Eat, Flower Garden. Great Sun and Torch Candle use immortal arts in succession. Burn, Great Sunday. Blaze, Heavenly Torch. And seeing this, Rain Dew realizes something. Do not shoot. Kuga Guga Gugu. From that Gandhara, the afterimage of a gigantic white will appears. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord recognizes it at once. The Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld is intervening. The power of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld at last begins to move in order to release the seal of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag that is set on the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord realizes that the reality they are in itself is a reality rewritten by the Underworld. In the reality rewritten by the will of the Underworld, the attacks of the Great Forest, Flower Plant, Great Sun, and Torch Candle Heavenly Lords shoot in order, not as an intentional sequence of attacks. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, their eyes rolled back and unconsciously swept up in emotion, blocks the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord. We will not suffer any further. The seal of that Devil Lord shall not be released. The wheel of the Underworld is terrifying, but the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, seeing the plan of the Underworld that is exposed to them, screams. I am a member of the last Radiance Supreme Deity. I alone, at least I alone, will not fall for your stratagem. It cannot be helped that even Torch Candle has attacked. Perhaps up to Torch Candle's attack, the Underworld can distort or rewrite it and drop it onto the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. But Sword Spear has died and is being reborn, and Pearl Jade, Great Sea, and Rain Dew themselves are well under his own control. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord shouts, thinking there is absolutely no way the seal on Sword Mountain Devil Lord will be undone. On this alone, I, Rain Dew, staking the honor of all the prior Radiant's 10 Heavenly Lords, shall block it. The sky distorts. Gwacam's fist and claw technique attack me in separate order. The sword of golden light that stuffs Kim Young-hoon wholly inside gradually loses its light. Geojiajong. Hit by Gwacam's attack, I am flung straight out from the eastern edge to the very center of the head realm. I am flung to the middle of the treading heaven desert, to the place where the Ascension path is located, and I crash into the very middle of the Ascension path. The great barrier of the Sky Island is pierced, and at the waist of the Sky Island floating in the void. Walgak. Damn it. The Sky Island is falling. The barrier gradually grows faint, and I feel the spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and the spiritual veins in Ascension path scattering. Heaven and earth spiritual energy is dropping. The battlefield Kong Min he made for me. If it is a world without the mystery called Qi, my win rate certainly rises. Without heaven and earth spiritual energy, if we exhaust all our energy, that is the end. We must fight with only the strength of the bodies we are born with. Kaduduk. I check my body. While evaporating the sea at the eastern end of the head realm with Gwak AM, the realm that was the Earth axis stage dropped down to the heavenly being stage. The structure of my body also changed to the level of a slightly trained ordinary human, not one who holds a world within. I am now a human with flesh and blood, but the opponent is an innate demigod. Gwak AM has nothing but the heavenly being stage, but as that stage combines with his innate divine strength, he wields power at the star-shattering level. I didn't manage to wear down his realm. Because the body he has is so overwhelmingly strong, his consumption efficiency is far better than mine. Moreover, from the moment he fell into the head realm, Gwak AM devoured all the living beings of the head realm. Because of that blood energy, his regeneration is at the level where even if I cut an arm, the cut part regenerates immediately like I am cutting a mere phantom. The biggest problem is the weapon. Wawoom. I look at the faded golden sword. The golden light is gradually weakening. Hyungnim. Naturally, Kim Young-hoon's power is not infinite. Kim Young-hoon is in a state of having torn through time and space from an unimaginably distant past to arrive in the future. In a very exhausted state, he is squeezing out all his strength and lending me power once again. I cannot waste it. I start to compress the golden sword imbued with Kim Young-hoon's authority. Everything is for optimal efficiency. Schwaz it. The sword of golden light compresses and starts to become a familiar form. Another name of the formless sword before the impermanent sword. The formless sword refined into the shape of a line. All heaven's sword. I can't just keep increasing sword energy as I please and fight. I will use it at the optimal moment and aim for the maximum effect. Watching Guac AM fly in from afar, I kick off from Ascension path. Tukwang. My sword and Guac Am's shoulder collide. With the subtlety of moving 1,000 Jin with Forliang, I let Guac Am's force flow past using only the minimum strength. Jiajong. The bizarre rocks and soil that cover Ascension path split and explode as they are. And what hides inside is revealed. It is a three-legged cauldron. Heavenly Void Furnace. Good. Jioang. Having revealed the form of the Heavenly Void Furnace, Guac AM directly grabs one of the 3 legs of the furnace, descends to the treading heaven desert, and swings the cauldron at me, who still floats in the air. Guaya. Wong. A mass the size of Ascension path flies at me. Jioing. Since there is no chi, the abilities of the Heavenly Void Furnace cannot be used. But with just that insane mass, I am hit straight away, flung into the sky of the head realm, and crash into the world shield force. Huckwhack. Kook. Spewing blood from my nose and mouth, I prepare for the next attack. Geo. Guac AM, who again jumps up holding the Heavenly Void Furnace, swings the Heavenly Void Furnace. While embedded in the ceiling of the head realm, I get struck by the Heavenly Void Furnace, and only by depleting my heavenly being cultivation down to the nascent soul stage do I barely preserve my life. At the same time, feeling the ceiling of the head realm collapsing, I enter a strange world. Whoosh. See? It is a sea. Not just any sea. Its salinity is so high that it is no different from a dead sea. At that moment, I realize where this is. Could this be? Without even a moment to be taken aback, Guac AM rushes at me and swings the Heavenly Void Furnace again. Underwater, I manipulate the current to evade. Then I rush at Guac AM and thrust the All-Heavens sword into his chest. Shuckwhack. In an instant, multiple thrusts punch holes through his chest. The very salty water of the salt sea flows into Guac Am's lungs. Not only that, when I wound Guac Am's body, the water of the salt sea seeps into his injuries. No matter how painful it is to sprinkle salt water on a wound, Guac AM trembles and flinches to a strange degree. His eyes become bloodshot as if they are about to burst. He is clearly in pain to an abnormal degree. Seeing this, I feel a bitter feeling. It is then, Guac AM even lets go of the Heavenly Void Furnace, rushes at me like lightning, clamps my neck, and swims off somewhere. Even as we swim beyond the sky of the head realm, deep into the far interior of the salt sea, we exchange attacks several times. My All-Heavens sword cuts off his elbow. His knee caves in my chest, and his grip rips out my neck multiple times. I repeatedly tear his body with the All-Heavens sword, and the more I do, the more his eyes fill with pain. And at some moment, we exit the region of the salt sea. Puwak. Kihiak. Guk. Guac AM coughs out breath, seawater flowing from his whole body. This place is. Escaping for a moment from Guac Am's grasp, I scan the surroundings. I can tell the identity of this salt sea. The salt sea supreme deity Ra. It must be the remains of their true body. And the reason he is in even more pain as the true body of Ryong seeps into his wounds is probably, you are being rejected. You know it yourself, don't you? I look at Guac AM. Yes, Guac Am's way. The karma he has accumulated. It has already accumulated so high that he is rejected by the salt seas remains itself. You know that you cannot inherit Master's robe and alms bowl, don't you? I understand why Guac AM, leaving aside even the splitting heaven mantra, gave up on seizing the chaos and made a surprise attack. It is not that he gave up on taking control of chaos. It is that he could not seize it. Guac AM received the method to take control of the salt sea, but he does not have the qualification. You know it yourself. You know you are wrong. Suddenly, I start to get angry. He knows it too. Whatever qualification requirements Salt Sea set, Guac AM neither has the qualification, nor has he stopped denying Master's method while believing only his own method is correct. He put power first, deceiving that he surpassed Master. He, too, knows that he is deceiving not only his Master but even himself. So why? Why do you not break that stubbornness? Why do you still cling to that disgusting method, and even now still refuse to change yourself? Why? Only now do I understand why that bastard burns with such rage and resentment just to kill me alone. You also know, don't you? Though you receive the method to take control, you have no qualification, but I have the qualification to seize the outer sea. Maybe I could have gotten along with him if he ran on his own 2 feet to properly carry out Master's command. And no matter if he spent several kalpas of time, search for a way to bring everyone to repentant enlightenment. If, instead of forcing people into repentant enlightenment, he truly searched for a proper answer, maybe he could have truly inherited the will of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, obtained the qualification to seize the outer sea, and become the true heir of Salt Mountain. If it was so, he and I might not have met as the enemy who massacred my family and the victim, but just as a normal senior brother and junior brother. I fly at Guac AM and grab him by the collar. Answer me, Guac AM. Do I have the qualification to seize the outer sea? Is that it? Is that why all this time, just to catch and kill me alone, you burned with such inferiority and brutally slaughtered my family? Even in the midst of battle, Guac AM, calm with his collar caught in my hand, simply shakes his head forward and headbutts me. Geom. To block that single headbutt, my stage drops from the nascent soul stage to the core formation stage. It does not matter. Right now, hearing this answer from him is more important. And with our foreheads slammed together, Guac AM speaks. That's right. Kuga Guga Gugu. Kicking off the bizarre chaotic space, Guac AM speaks. The place we arrive after passing Master's remains is where countless pieces of information mix and form chaos. It is probably a space influenced by the Akashic records. Agate, Wujin. Derived star extinguishing true chapter. Extinguishing realms record. Obsidian, Vinaya. 5,000 stems, 1 Dao. Lapis lazuli, Zhongshin. Black fall converging to 1. Returning to Dao. Heaven-breaking star extinguishing true chapter. Gold, Gugalana. Splitting heaven mantra. Tridacna, Shin. Blood insect, demon devil, great method. Red pearl, Yang Sujin. Red lightning, heavenly tribulation method. Within the Akashic records, the names of the former enders, the absolute they were granted, the innate true methods they learned, and such information all pass by around us in a jumbled mix. It seems the head realm contains not only the remains of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, but also, to some extent, the remains of former enders. Among them, I also see some of Yang Sujin's information. I don't have the qualification. Among those, I divine descent the familiar power of Yang Sujin, and I gouge my fingers into where Guacam's spine is. Directly into the spinal cord. Quajajijic. The red lightning of the red lightning heavenly tribulation method strikes Guacam's spinal cord directly. However, Guacam, without even twitching despite that pain, grabs me and goes endlessly upward to somewhere. The method to obtain the qualification is only one. And then, at some moment, Geo, we re-enter the sea. This place. I realize right away where this place is. The southern part of the treading heaven desert, the Great Sea. To eliminate every enemy in this world. Puak. Someday just as someone has done. Kill all who block the way and drive them out beyond Mount Sumeru, so that in this world only I exist alone. Heaven and earth. I alone am honored. That is qualification. Since the space of the Akashic records that connects beyond the sky of the head realm is not a proper space-time, miracles like going up and then being able to come back in from below seem possible. Do you understand what it means? Geom. Guacam extends his fist. By that fist pressure, the surrounding seawater is pushed away and surges outward. In an instant, the sea dries up. And I answer. The phrase, heaven and earth, I alone am honored, does not mean that. Tukwang. Guacam kicks me. The energy I have left is at the core formation stage. In contrast, because Guacam broke through that bizarre space of the Akashic records, his realm dropped down to the nascent soul stage. Why is it that even though both of us broke through the space of the Akashic records, my realm is relatively intact? Wung Wung. Yang Sujin lent it to me. I did not just divine descent Yang Sujin's power. A fragment of Yang Sujin's remains resonated with me and actively lent power to a later generation student. All existences in this world are as noble as myself. Because they are noble, there is no need to distinguish the boundary between self and non-self. Therefore, it has a meaning not different from the notion that only I exist alone in this world. Flying south over the Great Sea, I look calmly at Guacam. You know it too. That talk of heaven and earth, I alone am honored. Or killing everything in Mount Sumeru, it's all an excuse. The qualification to seize the outer sea is Chwak. And at some moment, I set my stance, grabbed the all-heaven sword with both hands, and blocked Gwak Am rushing in. Kwang. Gwak Am's single fist extends as if to collapse heaven and earth, but I let all that power flow to my back. The seawater behind me evaporates all at once, and the sea floor at the southern end of the head realm reveals itself. The familiar sea dragon palace reveals its shape from beneath the sea. Kwang. I kick into one of the sea dragon palace's halls directly, collapsing it, and reach my hand toward the things inside. The countless Dharma treasures that one of the sea dragon palace's owners sealed inside. Though they lost spiritual energy and spiritual nature, they are objects sufficient to use as good weapons. Ho-ho, fellow Taoist. An unpleasant voice rises up. Gratitude and forgiveness. To forgive my enemy and to be grateful to all my connections. The way to eliminate every enemy is to make every enemy a friend. The weapons stored in the Sea Dragon Palace come into my hands. I overlay the power of the All-Heaven Sword, which I have kept using only thinly until now, onto those armaments to minimize the consumption of power even further. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. Mountain Echoes Valley Response. Echoing Valley. Landscape Painting. Flowing Ridge. As the sword cry rings, a sword wave at the speed of sound cuts Gwak Am's upper body. I parry Gwak Am's fist with the technique of Echoing Valley, then break his balance with Landscape Painting, then thrust with the move of Flowing Ridge. Concentrate the power. I focus the subtlety of the bow body movement technique onto the sword tip. Flick it away. Palm. All the martial arts techniques I learned in my martial world days blossom from my sword and my whole body. Gwak Am is flung far away and disappears beyond the horizon. Bakakang, a weapon of the Sea Dragon Palace, turns to powder. I quickly ransack the treasury of the Sea Dragon Palace. Short swords and daggers, scabbards, bags, poisonous herbs, and throwing knives. Swords and sabers, halberds, spears, shields, bows and arrows. With all sorts of weapons strapped to my body, I check my energy that is now about to drop to the chi building stage. Kugugugugu. From beyond the horizon where he was flung, Gwak Am comes back carrying something. Perhaps he too must need a weapon to use instead of the heavenly void furnace, as he comes back with gigantic weapons in both hands. It is a mountain peak, directly uprooting the shattered heaven peak of the golden divine heavenly thunder sect. Gwak Am rushes at me like mad. You think that kind of thing is possible? Kwang. The peak of shattered heaven peak crashes down at me. Its mass looks enormous, but it does not have absolute hardness like the heavenly void furnace. Tomb. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. Kunlun. The strongest thrust unfolds together with a spear from the Sea Dragon Palace. With that one thrust, the spear I obtained from the Sea Dragon Palace crushes to pieces, but one of the peaks of shattered heaven peak that Gwak Am brought is pierced straight through and shatters. Gwak Am spins the one remaining peak in midair and drives it down at me. A halberd and a crescent moon blade are in my hands. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. Landscape Painting. Chwerarak. Slashes spray in all directions. With each strike, weapons at the level of Dharma treasures shatter to bits and scatter, but without using any energy at all I manage to smash one peak. Geo. From within the dust cloud of the smashed mountain peak, Gwak Am extends a straight punch. After the straight fist, it is a claw technique. Shwikak. I evade the straight fist, then smash Gwak Am's elbow with a golden staff I obtained from the Sea Dragon Palace, twisting the trajectory of the claw technique. If you forgive, what about the other? Do you think the others can forgive you? Geom. Gwak Am's knee rushes into my chest. I put forward a shield obtained from the Sea Dragon Palace. It should be able to block that single strike. But, contrary to expectation, Gwak Am's knee directly tears the shield apart and pierces a hole in my chest. Wakak. I scatter throwing knives into Gwak Am's eyeballs and, through hidden weapons, cut the various blood veins throughout his body. However, Gwak Am does not care that his blood vessels are cut and his muscles are severed, and he still manages to grab my hair in the end. Connections of people? Forgiveness? Gratitude? Don't spout nonsense. Bung bung kwang. Gwak Am wildly shakes me in midair, then throws me straight toward the north. I pierce through the atmosphere and fly like a meteor, and in an instant I crash into a volcano where the Jin clan of Yinghua's main house is located. Warurik. On the volcano where the Jin clan resides, hot dragon veins rampage like mad. It is because the entire world is shaking due to my battle with Gwak Am. Lava. Warwick. Because I just regenerated my body and, falling onto the volcano, protected my body, my realm dropped to the early chi building stage. I used the basic chi refining method, 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. Among them, with fire surpassing path, I manipulate the surrounding fire energy and draw the madly writhing lava within the Jin clan's dragon veins up to the surface. Quararur. From afar, Guac AM is flying in after uprooting a few more mountains, and seeing such a Guac AM, I shoot a lava waterfall at him. Jiom. But the mountain that Guac AM throws blocks the lava waterfall completely, and Guac AM directly crushes me beneath an entire mountain. I consume the weapons obtained from the Sea Dragon Palace and split Guac AM's mountain apart, and Guac AM brings his hand blade down on me. Kururum. An earthquake occurs, and even more lava bursts out across the area. Heaven and earth in all directions are covered with lava. Even for you alone, how many people do you think there are who hate you? Even for you alone, how many people do you think there are who would not forgive you? Including Wu Ryong. Even to the Radiant's 7 Immortals, you are someone who cannot be forgiven. Wong. I grit my teeth as I look at the impermanence sword overlaid on Guacam's hand. Jiom. He wildly brings down the handblade. Gradually the ground where I stand caves in, and I am driven down underground. Even you yourself cannot receive forgiveness. Does this impermanence sword not exactly prove that? So why? Why do you have the qualification and I do not? Answer me, Seo Unhyun. Geo. Kugugugugu. The dust cloud clears. Due to Guac Am's fist pressure, all the lava in the area has cooled and become stone. What is different between you and me? Guac Am's realm is now down to the chi building stage. Of course, apart from that, his physical body's capability is at the earth axis stage. I look at the one before my eyes, and I answer with my sword. Calm. The all-heavens sword, which is as thin as a line, fails to even pierce his skin and breaks. The will of Kim Young-hoon, who has been helping me until now, has worn out. Is this your answer? In Guac Am's eyes, a disappointed light circles. If this is everything, die. Kugugugu. Guac Am raises his fist. If that fist hits directly, I will probably die. But I close my eyes and wait. This is not everything. Prove it. Guac Am's fist falls. Great forest. Flower plant. Great sun. Torch candle. Jong. The attacks of the 4 heavenly lords fall upon the main body of the Sword Mountain Devil, Lord Seo Unhyun. The attacks of the Radiant's 7 Immortals, rewritten by the wheel of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, fall in sequence. And at some moment, Wawong, something silver sears the sky and falls upon the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. And, seeing that, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, who is having their power absorbed by the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, glares. Sword spear. Pearl Jade. Wait. Geoeoeo. The silver sword pierces the immortal body of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, and the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord's attack follows along with the silver sword to strike the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's flesh. And Kim Yun inside the artificial Gandhara, who sent the silver sword at the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, smiles. Come back after winning. At that moment, Cholkyong. At last, one of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord releases. Geoeoeoeoong. Between me and Guac Am, a silver sword falls. The sword that pierced my main body and flew to me holds a silver-white light. This is... Guac Am's eyes widen, and I can finally smile. Great forest. Flower plant. Great sun. Torch candle. Castle wall. Field garden. Sword spear. Pearl Jade. Aligning the order was hard. The condition the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords painstakingly set, taking the attacks of the 8 Owners of Light in sequence. Yes, not the Radiant's 8 Immortals. It is the 8 Owners of Light. Guac Am wearing the mask of Castle Wall, and I, opening my torn, bleeding hand that has been gripping the golden sword's hilt until now, throw away the golden sword and grasp the silver sword extreme heavenly sword. Jinji Tinjin. Chua. As the 6th Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag unseals, an enormous power begins to well up not only in the main body, but also in me. The realm that has fallen down to chi building begins to surge. It is not much, but it is enough to face Guac Am. Wong. I swing the silver-white sword. My sword, which kept being pushed back by Guac Am, for the first time pushes Guac Am back with force. Guac AM directly flies across Yanghua and crashes down into a certain familiar city. Tutut. Crossing the country in an instant and arriving at that city, I let out a hollow laugh. The name of that city is Yinghua's Lianshan City, Lanshancheng, Refining Mountain City. I approach Guac AM, who has exhausted his strength as much as he can expend. Now this is everything. The Battle of the Mountain Divine Spirits. The place to decorate its finale is where I began my first life in Mount Sumeru. Chapter 776, Severing Mountain. Kugugugu. While I look at the gate of Lianshan City and fall briefly into a sentimental mood. Kugugugugu. Something moves in the far distance. It is a manor. It seems to be the manor of the Choi family, the richest in Lianshan City. Dududu. Guac AM lifts the entire manor out with one hand. The energy remaining to Guac AM is at the Qi refining level. Matching that Qi refining level strength, I also limit my power. With the Northern Dipper sealing Immortal flag undone, my powers fuse even more and become one, and energy rises. My energy is currently at the integration stage. However, I cram all that integration stage strength elsewhere and aim my sword at Guac AM with strength at the Qi refining level equal to his. Are you taking pity? I need to pay attention to the situation outside, you see. Words are unnecessary. Kugugugugu. With the energy I barely recovered, I wrap my whole body and create a heavenly pillar, Kinju, that heads for the sky of the head realm. The recovered spiritual energy becomes a pillar that connects heaven and earth. Wawum. The huge heavenly pillar that pierces through the firmament of the head realm goes straight outside the head realm. It takes root in the battlefield of my and Guac Am's main bodies. Immediately after, I bloom a sensory domain over that battlefield and synchronize a part of my mind with my main body. Kugugugugu. In a contest of strength, my main body loses. The power of Kim Young-hoon that dwells in my main body has waned. Even if some energy arose as the Northern Dipper sealing Immortal flag was released. The opponent is the Great Mountain Supreme Deity Guac AM. He shouts as if it is a waste to consume the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. But in truth his Corpse Mountain Blood Sea is a limitless storehouse, so my main body is gradually being pressed down and crushed. Even without Guac Am's main personality, the personalities of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, which can be called sub-fu personalities, move Guac Am's body, and consuming themselves, press my whole body with a great mountain. In the fight between us who split personalities and made them into consciousness bodies, the fight is in my favor, but in the fight between our main bodies, I am being pushed back. Do-do-do-do-do. Even though my Ender comrades help, the sheer weight class of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea lets it ignore all the authorities of the Enders, and the main body of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity crushes my main body. And Guac AM laughs, perhaps reading something from my bearing. My main body seems to be winning, right? That's right. You are winning. I wonder who is being forced more into a short match. Haha. Now, Kugugugugu. Smiling faintly while holding the manor, the Great Mountain Supreme Deity throws the manor at me. Geum. As with the situation between the main bodies, I am pinned under the manor like a giant mountain. I will crush you to death. And I look at the sword held in my hand. Lend me your strength. Everyone. With the silver white sword in hand, I swing the sword as is. Ho. I exhale. Breathe. Why do all cultivation methods, including every internal energy method, begin by learning? Breath. Why does the mysterious power called Qi follow one's breath and dwell in us? Qi is intent. Intent is fate. When Qi, soul, and fate are one. To imbue Qi is the same as to infuse soul and fate. How can a person, with just the breath by which we breathe and live, even imbue fate? I exhale and breathe the answer I think of into the sword. Because breath is what a living being can exchange the most with another existence. Food is eaten periodically. Water is drunk more frequently, but still is taken periodically. However, if one does not always breathe, one dies. Always. The most basic movement that a human can control while being able to exchange with the world at all times. That is precisely breath. In other words, be it Qi, Cheap, or fate, Ming. All of it dwells in the exchanging and communicating between the world and me. If I control breath, I can connect with the world. I can know the world. I can know others. I hear it. In the present world where I shut off void perception, spirit perception, nether perception, star vein eye, and fetal movement altogether, I begin to hear the breathing of other existences. Even the manner that Guac Am throws down to crush me has breath. The place where the connection of breath is weak. I sever it as is. A meager strength no more than the chi refining stage. Breathing that power into the sword, I extend a single stroke. Chua. The manner gets cleaved clean through. Originally, the sword should not be able to endure the impact and should shatter, but the sword of sword spear endures for me. This is a sword forged from a heavenly lord. And this is a sword in which my friend dwells. No matter what I do, it will not break. Beyond the manner, Guac Am thrusts a fist. But I very naturally bring the sword tip to Guac Am's fist. Then, using redirection, I let his very body flow and twist the trajectory. I hear it. By now the body structure of the fighting ghost race is becoming familiar in my head. Because it differs from the body structure of a human, and because my superhuman consciousness domain and thought acceleration ability are gone, the analysis took some time. However, I start to face Guac Am having perfectly seen through his body structure. 11 combat spines. Even Jean Woolryong of royalty did not have so many of the fighting ghost race's unique physiological feature called the combat spine. In addition to the basic spine, there are 2 spines in each arm, 2 in each leg, 1 spine that crosses not the back, but between the internal organs, and 1 on each side that, from the medulla, crosses the ribs vertically on both sides and additionally reinforces the ribs. Kang. My sword sinks into Guac Am's forearm. But besides the arm bones, the combat spines that protect the arm 2 each deflect my sword. Yet I do not panic, and I quickly circle behind and rip out Guac Am's basic spine. As 1 spinal cord gets torn free, Guac Am exhales a groan. Guaya. But even with the spinal cord cut, he moves his body using the combat spines and grabs hold of the city wall of Lianshan City. Geok. The city wall gets torn out. Guac Am lifts the wall and swings it toward me. The greatest characteristic of the fighting ghost race. Even if you cut the spinal cord, as long as the combat spines remain, the body moves. Therefore, to neutralize movement against the fighting ghost race, you have no choice but to grasp all the positions of the combat spines and sever them. Kagugugu. Sensing the breath of the city wall flying toward me, I directly cut through the gap between the breaths, fly to Guac Am, and feel his attack. I feel it. At this moment when he has fallen into a mortal body, he has no possibility of defeating me. What is called martial arts, is the will of mortality, be mate. Because it is certain to perish, it is instead the strongest. Gijigik. Listening to the grinding sound from Guac Am's muscles, I calculate all of his attack routes. Not only humans, but all living beings make sounds from their muscles as well. That sound is too faint, so ordinary people simply cannot hear it. Therefore, if you just listen to that sound and recognize what each sound means, then you can complete a flawless response technique like heavenly clothes without seams, Ti Wuzhong. While I fought Guac Am, I grasped his entire body structure. And in this moment when I discerned all the sounds coming from his muscles, he lost the possibility of defeating me. To-do-do-do-do-do-do. A vicious claw technique rips through the 4 directions. The city wall gets torn into the shape of the claw technique, and the houses inside Lianshan City collapse. But I burrow through the gaps between the shockwaves of that brute strength and, through optimal responses, find his openings. And at last, Chiak, one of the artifacts I obtained in the Sea Dragon Palace. Gripping a stake made from a Sea Dragon King's tooth. The Sea Dragon spike, Hung Ding. In my hand, I seize the optimal chance and, through the handle, drive it into Guac Am's forearm. Geum. As the Sea Dragon stake lodges in his forearm, it smashes 2 combat spines at once. Humph, this kind of thing. Guac Am snorts, but his gaze sours. If he pulls it out immediately, regeneration is possible together with the combat spines. But if it keeps staying lodged, there is no way for them to regenerate. And there is no way I would just sit by and let him pull it out. I keep pressing the offensive against him. To-do-do-do-do-do-do. We trade offense and defense while smashing the interior of Lianshan City. Lightly, I use Mountain Lord Transcending Peaks Flight. At this very moment, I am the Mountain Lord. Nimbly, Guac Am's claw technique targets me. If by even a single chi I misstep, if by even a single span I move my head a little more, by the aftershock of that dragon-shaped claw technique, my whole body will be torn apart. Guac Am, by the mere after-effects of his movements alone, turns Lianshan City to powder. Faster, I make my body endlessly light and trade dances with him. Kang. Then, I begin to drive all 22, made as pairs, of the sea dragon stakes into his whole body. A sea dragon stake lodges in Guac Am's left shoulder and breaks one combat spine. Right knee, a sea dragon stake smashes a combat spine. Left ribs. I try to drive in 3 sea dragon stakes, but 2 shatter, and barely 1 sea dragon stake slips in, barely lodging in a combat spine. Gradually, stakes begin to lodge in Guac Am's body. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Landscape painting, deep mountain, and secluded valley. 7 lights, sunrise peak. Flowing ridge. With landscape painting, I break the balance, and with the moves of deep mountain and secluded valley, I slip into his chest and drive in a sea dragon spike. With 7 lights, sunrise peak, I block his view. With the move of flowing ridge, I cut off his little toe and then drive a sea dragon spike into the right rib. Center of the back. Right thigh. Right scapula. Gradually, the number of spikes sticking into his body increases. At the same time, as his bodily control drops, his movements grow even larger. Guac Am, to cover the openings from his enlarging movements, starts to exert more strength into his hands and feet. Kugagagon. By his claw technique, a mountain near Lianshan City gets shaved away. By the aftershock alone, the city wall shatters. By the wind pressure made by his movements, a waterspout rises and covers the whole area. But as the energies he has stored gradually drain away, his realm drops to Chi refining 3rd star in an instant. However, even when his whole body is almost devoid of energy, each and every one of his punches still smashes mountains and triggers earthquakes. Ho up. As Guac Am inhales air, all the air of the area entirely enters Guac Am's lungs, and the surroundings become a vacuum. By the pressure difference, my whole body is about to swell up, but I quickly make a hole in Guac Am's lungs, and, between the organs, locate the position of the combat spine that runs across the exact center of the body. Now, if I just drive this in, all of Guac Am's combat spines will be neutralized. If that happens, Guac Am is finished. I relentlessly shave down Guac Am's strength and keep aiming for his last remaining combat spine. 1 sea dragon spike, struck by the aftershock of Guac Am's claw technique, breaks. It must be Co Huiol's tooth when he reached the heavenly being stage, but seeing it break just from the aftershock is enough to make me aghast. 2 sea dragon spikes remain. The spikes I embedded into Guac Am total 16. If I expend the remaining 2, I will completely run out of usable weapons. I want to make use of things like nails or stakes from the homes of commoners, but the reality is, unless they are at the level of Co Huiol's tooth, they cannot even pierce the skin of Guac Am, who has fallen down to mortality at the Chi refining level. Guawea. Guac Am's roar pushes everything in the vicinity away. By the roar alone, the earth splits, earthquakes occur, and nearby mountains collapse. I cut apart the shockwave of the roar and approach. With 2 spikes in my left hand, I slowly wait for an opportunity. Just as I grasp all of Guac Am's bodily structure and the sound of his muscles, Guac Am has also grown familiar with me. He is getting a sense of how to deal with me, including the nature of my martial arts. The difference in weight class is too great. Now his energy is not even at the level of a cultivator, only a second-rate martial artist. Yet with a single kick he makes a tsunami, with a roar he makes a shockwave of this degree. Even after exhausting all his energy, that mutant monster shows heavenly being level brute strength with a bare body. The frightening part is, this body is one made by hastily projecting our consciousness bodies, and thus it is a body made from our deepest consciousness. My deepest consciousness is tied to martial arts, so even when manifested as a consciousness body, it is the body of a mortal somewhat trained by martial arts in the first cycle of regression. But Guac Am's deepest consciousness is simply at the level of an adolescent in his mortal being days. Perhaps because his mother died in his arms around that age, his self from that time is embedded in his deepest consciousness. And Guac Am, who has the body of an adolescent, is a body with no training at all. With a body without any training, he shows the calamity of the heavenly being stage. If it was the body from a time he was properly trained, he might have shown a myth of collapsing heaven and earth with pure bodily strength without using any energy at all. But you are nothing more than a natural disaster. Whether it is a storm, a tornado, a tsunami, or a meteor strike, Guac Am now is only about that much. He is a disaster that is fully resistible with the body of a mortal. Enduring Guac Am's shockwave with the move of endless mountains beyond mountains, I slowly approach him and at last bring Guac AM within my sword range where I can cut him. Guac AM seems to notice that too, as he starts to pour all his strength into his hand. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. First move. Mountain Lord Transcending Peaks Flight is a movement method optimized for severing mountain swordsmanship, made so it can return infinitely to the first move. I prepare the stance to unfold the basics of the severing mountain swordsmanship with the momentum of a tiger. Guac AM is still larger than me. No, in fact, if we look at the battle between our main bodies taking place outside the head realm, I cannot defeat Guac AM. The one actually losing now is rather my side. Guac AM, who consumes the corpse mountain blood sea, is not someone I can dare defeat. However, it does not matter. At least in this very moment, I will surpass that great mountain. Transcending Peaks. A habit from being of the orthodox martial world. The shouting of technique names, after crossing long and longer years, bursts out at the finale of the battle. A single restrained horizontal cut. In response, Guac AM swings his left arm. Guac Am's left arm and the tip of the sea dragon spike lodged in his left arm meet my sword that unfolds the move of Transcending Peaks. His plan is to use my hand to get rid of the sea dragon spike and regenerate one battle spine in the left arm. But my sword force bends very gently and slices off only Guac Am's left hand. But you failed to cut the body. Guac Am sneers and clenches his right hand. A gigantic straight fist readies. An attack aimed at the moment right after I use the move of Transcending Peaks. If that attack extends, the aftershock alone will crush my body like tofu. But I smile back. Answering through martial arts is enough. Fighting Monster Hidden Weapon Technique. Twin Snake. The two sea dragon spikes held in my left hand, through the move of the Fighting Monster Hidden Weapon Technique that unfolds before Guac AM for the first time, shoot toward him. Originally my specialty is the peerless duplet of sword and hidden weapon. On top of that, because I even use poison, there was a time when I was given the epithet of Triple Supreme. Hoke. Guac Am's response is simple. In an instant, he blows a short breath from his mouth. A simple breath. And, with just the breath, the sea dragon spike that is going a little ahead shatters, and a hole opens in my body beyond it. If Guac Am turns his head and brings the breath's direction to the second sea dragon spike, it will be the end. But in that moment, the sea dragon spike's trajectory twists. In midair, the sea dragon spike twists its trajectory like the head of a living snake, avoiding Guac Am's breath, and flies to the inside of the holes pierced all over his body. From inside there, toward the last remaining combat spine faintly seen, it shoots. A throwing technique that twists the trajectory by turning the wrist to give a spin when shooting a hidden weapon. But with just that, it won't embed. For that mutant half-human half-ghost monster, the power of a mere throw is insufficient. It probably won't even pierce his rock-like organs. Therefore, I take a step. I push my body inside Guac Am's attack range. And I raise my sword and block Guac Am's claw technique that attacks me reflexively with beast-like senses. Quack. The sea dragon spike gets wedged in the muscle between the organs inside Guac Am's body and does not reach the combat spine. With the sword, I am blocking his claw technique. Therefore, only the left fist remains. This fist, the most primal martial art technique I first learned in this world. Ho up. Violence. That intense fist that once sunk into John Myung-hoon's face. That primal fist that the Tuho group's leader planted in my face while burning my house. It crashes down strongly toward Guac Am's belly. My fist strikes the sea dragon spike, and I feel the fingers of my left hand directly shatter. But with the left hand as a sacrifice, at last the final sea dragon spike rams into the bastard's final combat spine. Quia. For the first time, from Guac Am's mouth comes not a roar, but a scream. But the scream is only for a moment. The bastard starts to laugh. Don't be ridiculous. Kururuang. The instant I approach right before him, he shoves me hard. Even though I smashed 11 spines in total, the bastard is still moving. Jioyong. It is not even a swing, just a shove. Yet I am flung away, punched through the outer wall of Lianshan City, and get slammed into a low hill. Hook. Hook. I gasp for breath and regulate the pain with breathing so that my body does not go into shock from the pain. After that, I use all remaining energy for healing. If I use the celestial pillar that connects outside the head realm for healing, everything can regenerate, but I keep the heavenly pillar maintained and heal myself to the state where moving is possible. This place is... I gasp for breath and look around nearby. A familiar low hill. Yeah, this place is... It is the stronghold of the Tuho group that plundered everything from my first life. I stagger and enter the cave where the Tuho group stayed. Because Guac AM devoured all life in the head realm into a handful of blood, there is no sign of people, but the traces of their living remain vivid. I scoop a handful of the drug the Tuho group's leader usually held in his mouth and bring it to my lips. The pain subsides, and soon, from far away, a familiar being starts to walk over. Kung, Kung, Kung. It is Guac AM. He comes all the way to the Tuho group's den and blasts away everything from the cave ceiling to the top of the hill. He, without even thinking to pull out the sea dragon spikes embedded all over his body, looks at where I am. I stand beside the Tuho group leader's clothes, and Guac AM, who looks at the traces of life of this place, mutters curtly, I see. So this is where the previous generation lived. Previous generation? Well, something like that. The original owner of this fighting tiger claw, like the dog bastard he is, even while being sealed into the head realm, he seems to live sucking on drugs. He looks at the drugs rolling around in the Tuho group's den and sneers as if in contempt, as if chewing and spitting. I let out a hollow laugh at the unexpected identity of the Tuho gang's leader. Perhaps, in my first life, I was plundered by a bigger figure than I thought. I definitely cut all the spines. How are you moving? I look at Guac AM with a dumbfounded face. Without pulling out a single sea dragon spike, he moves with a far too healthy appearance. And I soon can know the answer. I see. Because of the battle between Guac AM and me, our garments are almost all torn and worn out. However, that dark red blood robe, painted with tormented faces and draped over Guac AM's body, is not completely torn and covers parts of his body. So it is not clothing. Hardly necessary to say. That's right. His blood robe is not a simple blood robe. It is itself the corpse mountain blood sea. In other words, a life form wrapped around him in the form of clothing. It is only because the head realm that Kong Min He changed the rules of causing it to be unable to provide full support, but it seems at least possible for it to transmit wool throughout the body in place of the severed spines. You cannot defeat me. Guac AM speaks. Your main body is also losing. And though you severed my spines, you did not tear off all the corpse mountain blood sea wrapped around my body, and you have already exhausted all strength and stamina. Well, the fact that our chi is exhausted is the same for both, isn't it? Anyway, both of us have exhausted our energy. Now both I and Guac AM are nothing but mortals, not cultivators. Since there is no way to replenish energy because of Kong Min He, we are equal. Even in this state, I am of the heavenly being level. Guac AM swings his fist. Without energy, regeneration is no longer feasible, so he does not bother to pull out the sea dragon spikes. Yet even with an arm embedded thick with sea dragon spikes, he displays an appalling monstrous strength where the shockwave alone blows away a nearby mountain. What remains with you? One worn-out iron sword made by catching a single broken sword spear, Heavenly Lord. Setting aside that weapon, what remains? He looks at me and speaks calmly. You cannot defeat me. In the fight, I win. And I, seeing that, smile. You are Ashura. Only now do I understand why, when combining the human race and the fighting ghost race, they are not called evil ghost or Ashura, Rakshasa, but are called specifically Shura. It seems this too is something that originates from Guac AM, human race and fighting ghost race. Why the combination of the two evils, is the Shura race. That's right. The existence born from combining the human race and fighting ghost race walks the Shura path as Ashura. Thus we are called the Shura race. The wickedness of the human race. The fighting spirit of the fighting ghost race. A monster with the two mixed. However, despite clearly being Ashura, to his mother, he was a child who seemed to sing of heaven. What do you mean? What remains? Shura? It's fun, isn't it? I smiled toward a child who just wanted to be loved by his parents. While contesting martial arts, there is no enmity, no anger, no resentment. I certainly saw, in the eyes of Guac AM, who was utterly immersed in the peak of battle with me, that resentment and hatred were not cast down. A primal joy. In the moment when the struggle toward life collided, it was the result of our union that mixed together. To fight is an extension of pain. But if one enters a certain degree of contemplation through pain, it takes on a completely new value. Are you trying to refute my thoughts? Life is nothing but pain. It is the answer you wanted. What? It is the answer to why your mother gave you that name. I give the answer to what Guac AM asked me. The name your mother gave you, it must be pain to you as well. Why did your mother call you warmly? You who gave her pain. Why do you, even while knowing that the name is something designated by the heavens, still not throw it away until now? Even though she gave birth to you through pain, even though she knew what she gave birth to was Ashura, the reason that she smiled after giving birth to you is probably because it was the first fruit obtained by going beyond pain. And the reason that she smiled before dying is probably because she knew that even if she died, you will keep living. What? Are you saying she was happy because she knew that through me, her heart would not disappear? That's not it. To give birth to a child is. I smile bitterly. It is not the actualization of the self. It is a wonder toward new life. Even if the heart does not disappear, what more does it amount to than the self being maintained? Parents, even if it is not the preservation of the self, are gladdened by the very existence of their children. Even if the self ends, how joyous it is for my child to be able to breathe. How grateful it is to have a family with whom one can exchange breaths with. Wonder toward life. Gratitude toward fate. There, only a part of the heart is mixed in. Life is like martial arts. When you first train, there is nothing as arduous and painful as that. But if you reach a certain degree of contemplation and can immerse yourself, you can gain a sensation like mixing with the opponent. Therefore, your mother was a martial artist. No, perhaps every mother is a martial artist. Because she gave birth to you, felt your breath, mixed with you, and came to know the existence that is you. Is a connection anything special? If you meet another and exchange breaths, mix and come to know the other, is that not connection? Why is the meeting of people precious? It is probably because, as people meet, they can embrace each other's empty places. If cultivation to fill one's own empty place is repentant enlightenment, then meeting with people is the highest repentant enlightenment. You also know that yourself. Nevertheless, you bury yourself only in the topic of pain and turn your eyes from the truth. But even if you turn your eyes, the truth does not disappear. That is why you cannot dare throw away the name Guac Am. Is that not so? Wa-woong, wa-woong, woo-woong. Thump, thump, thump. My heart beats. My senses link with the main body, and the heartbeat beating in the main body's chest conveys a certain will. It is high in rank's memory. An immortal title like Chion Ra, Tuo, suits you. What? You say you will flip it and call it Ra Chion, Lotan. Do as you please. But remember, the reason I grant you an immortal title symbolizing heavenly net earthly mesh, Tuo, is because you absolutely cannot escape under the heavens. My friend, even if you forget your true name, that name will never fall away from you. For it is not a name affixed by the heavens, but a name you yourself cling on to, because you yourself are the truth you are turning your eyes from. Until you face your name and the truth contained in it, you absolutely cannot escape from under the heavens. You cannot perform true, repentant enlightenment, and you cannot inherit master's robe and alms bowl. Receiving high in rank's memory, I harden my conviction, walk up to Guac Am, and reprimand him. How? When you cannot even look into your own disgrace, do you force others to repentant enlightenment? Shut up. Guac Am shouts. I have sufficiently performed repentant enlightenment on my own shame. You cut off the heart demon that embodies your own disgrace, made it into the corpse mountain blood sea, and absorbed it only as authority, did you not? Not knowing even your own shame. How do you dare cry out as if you know pain? What help does shame give in taking revenge on an enemy? And you, are you not ashamed for having mocked and toyed with a mortal's life to take revenge on me? I am not ashamed, and yet you dare, to me. I intend to die. I look at the great mountain supreme deity's corpse mountain blood sea. Inside it, I look at Wu Ryong, who closes her eyes and performs repentant enlightenment. That child is, to me, the greatest shame. Therefore, if the grace and resentment that stands before me in priority ends, the only thing I can give to that child is but my life. Since I have toyed with one person's life, I intend to give my entire life in return. Only babbling with your mouth. If you are that ashamed, then right now, hand me your neck. I cannot hand it to you. Then, to you as you are now, absolutely not. And, perhaps realizing something from my words, Guac Am glares and looks up at the sky. For a brief moment, a very brief moment, we both set aside our fighting spirit and look up at the sky. Celestial energy twists out of order, and a hole bores open in the principle of the world. It is time for what we have been waiting for to come. Kuga Guga Gugu, riding gracious soul filling the heavens and arriving at a far-off, distant timeline. Ohiasio can see someone. It is someone who stands firm and reveals himself within the heavenly tribulation. He has shoulders and a chest stronger than anyone's, and he faces the heavenly tribulation with his chest out, as if there is nothing to be ashamed of under the heavens. She thinks that the figure resembles Oh Hyunsuk. That frankness, that free-spiritedness, and courage. Chwala'at. Crossing the timeline, Oh Hyasio realizes at last that she has reached the condition. Quajajijic. Grabbing the arm of a man who exists in the far past and dragging him into gracious soul filling the heavens. Oh Hyasio feels gracious soul filling the heavens and her own power resonate. I see. She feels an Oh Hyasio of another timeline pouring tainted soul filling the heavens into gracious soul filling the heavens to complete it. From the very beginning, to share power with tainted soul filling the heavens. That is Seo Unhyun's gracious soul filling the heavens. She feels herself from countless timelines overlapping upon herself, and she understands every principle and structure with which the gracious soul filling the heavens is completed, and she understands all of its background. And also, whose will it is that is melded within gracious soul filling the heavens. Seo Huil. Drip, drip, drip. As Oh Hyasio grabs the existence called Azure Tiger Saint, she comes to look back upon herself. For the first time in her life, she comes to do something called repentant enlightenment. Repentant enlightenment is not merely looking back on evil deeds, but looking back on everything. The heart she harbors towards Seo Huil. All the emotions Seo Huil held toward her brush past her. Recalling the faraway time when Seo Huil gave her only hatred and pain and died, Oh Hyasio cries. And she laughs. She cries because she remembers the pain of that time, and she laughs at the fact that she was so very ignorant. Seo Huil and Oh Hyasio, to themselves, and to each other, have never been able to be frank and honest. If they simply spoke the truth, if they just said they liked each other, it would have been enough. Child, do you want to become honest? Oh Hyasio sees something inside Azure Tiger Saint. It looks like a gigantic monkey, and it also seems like a mountain divine spirit that holds up heaven and earth. Do you want salvation? I want salvation. Oh Hyasio, to lay down the pain, hatred, and resentment that torments her heart for a long time, begs that existence. Swalwat, gracious soul filling the heavens, which succeeded in crossing a timeline once, starts to lose power. It is only natural. What crossed the timeline is the power of Annihilation Advancement Mo. And to cross once more, someone must use something on par with Annihilation Advancement Mo. At this rate, she cannot return. If she stays like this, she will only become a lost child of space-time and disappear. But the moment Oh Hyasio faces the will of mountain-destroying demon ape inside Azure Tiger Saint, she understands. Rather than dying as a lost child of space-time, the most fearful thing is failing to receive salvation because she cannot be honest with her own heart. Please, let me meet Seo Huil again someday. And, when we meet again, help me so I am not ashamed. Then, is there not something you must do first? Swalwat. As memories from innumerable timelines flow in, they illuminate Oh Hyasio's own evil deeds. Seeing those, she understands. Yes, having not even stood in front of her own grace and resentment, how can she decide to stand in front of the one she loves? It will surely not be conveyed, but she does so in order not to be ashamed before her own heart. Sorry. I am sorry, Seo Unhyun. Towards Seo Unhyun and everyone she wronged and sinned against, she shouts, I'm sorry. It is the moment that apology resounds. Swalwat. Oh Hyasio feels. Someone, behind the weakening gracious soul filling the heavens, push her back. That someone is a being filled with starlight. And in that instant, she at last succeeds in crossing the timeline again with Azure Tiger Saint. Suiat. Far away, as she advances toward her original time point, she shoves Azure Tiger Saint into the timeline, into the very center of the greatest battlefield. Di Ying. Facing her own shame, Oh Hyasio attains a complete rank, and at last obtains the rank of Heavenly King. Oh Hyasio's Dharma form that is nothing more than Ashura changes. Though its outer appearance may be Ashura, it is no longer a form full of resentment as before. Di Ying. With the sound of the Brahma bell, her Heavenly King name begins to be engraved upon one of the heavenly thrones of the Mount Sumeru 3 Heavens Great Thousand World. Agate Auspicious Heavenly King, Magnaurui, Tanwang. With auspiciousness in those eyes, the Shura who rises to the rank of a Buddha, together with a peaceful smile, stretches out upon their hand the last fragment of the shame of the great mountain supreme deity. Sueya, Azure Tiger's saint, who is abruptly dragged from another timeline and made to intrude into a great cosmic war, wears a briefly dazed expression. However, he soon bursts into a hearty laugh. It is because his disciple Oh Hyunsuk is taking a familiar stance beside him. Let's go, master. Sueya, protected by Oh Hyunsuk and the ranks of countless divine spirits, Azure Tiger Saint throws his fist without doubt. Good. Let's go. Swawad. The wings of 10 wings and the wings of 0 wings spread from their backs. Streaks of silver and purple light stretch out. The ultimate technique that shakes heaven and earth. The final profundity of the Azure Heaven Creation sect bursts from their fists and crashes toward the chest of the great mountain supreme deity's main body. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. A flash explodes, and the greatest heart demon that sleeps within the corpse mountain blood sea. Chongmin opens his eyes. At last, the sense of shame of the great mountain supreme deity returns. I feel it. Of course. As if he also receives the influence of his greatest heart demon as a split consciousness body, Gwakam's face grows even redder. How is it? Can you finally face it now? Even so, nothing changes. Gwakam glares at me. Those eyes are full of shame he faces for the first time in a long while. But the resolve to bring me down does not die. This is the corpse mountain blood sea I have built up. This is the authority I have accumulated. It will not lose to the likes of you. Kuga gugugu. On Gwakam's arm, the ferocious momentum of a dragon settles. And seeing that, I raise my sword. Look carefully. Wawoom. It is merely an iron sword. Though I melted the entirety of sword spear into it, it is an iron sword with few functions. However, something else is imbued in that iron sword. It is something transparent. What? And my main body, which has been overpowered by the great mountain supreme deity's main body, for the first time begins to push him back. Slowly, but surely, the power of the impermanence sword that coiled around his body begins to flow out of the great mountain supreme deity and begins to settle in me. The impermanence sword is a double-edged blade even to its master. And because it always transparently reflects the opposing existence, those who suffer against the impermanence sword feel their own sins and die to that retribution. That's right. The side upon which the impermanence sword acts even more sharply is the side with strong shame. It is the side that is even more ashamed. The reason you could handle the impermanence sword all this time is simply because you did not know shame. Having regained shame, the great mountain supreme deity, a lump of karmic retribution, cannot possibly dare to use the impermanence sword. Now here I go. Swawa'at. Ohiesio's origin essence. The seed of severing evil spews light and begins to judge the corpse mountain blood sea. At the same time, having regained the impermanent sword, I begin to unfold with all my strength the profundity of the severing mountain swordsmanship. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Profundity. My main body and I, in the same posture, grasp the true impermanence sword in our hands and shout vigorously. Severing mountain. Severing mountain. Kuga guga gugu. The sword of severing mountain that splits the great mountain begins to unfold from human hands. All the clothing, blood vessels, and tendons clinging to Gwakam's body begin to be cut away. The entirety of the corpse mountain blood sea clinging to the great mountain supreme deity main body begins to turn into light and fall away within the storm of severing mountain. TL, severing mountain and severing evil have the same Hangul, so the chapter's title could be interpreted as both severing mountain and severing evil. Chapter 777, Light. With one sword, one face disappears. Gwakam's blood robe. The great mountain supreme deity's corpse mountain blood sea collapses with each and every sword. Even as his whole body is being shredded by the sword, he extends his offensive toward me. Even as his skin is sliced, tendons cut, and bones are breaking. My attack is quiet, unlike what one expects of something that cuts down an existence that reached the apex of all mountain gods. All flows of power are perfectly controlled, not letting a single drop of power spill. So my sword is utterly tranquil. My sword that contains the change of impermanence is a silent storm. Gwakam's offensive collapses heaven and earth with its aftershock alone, but my sword becomes a silent storm that lacerates him. And within that silent storm, his roar resounds. You think you will defeat me? You. Kugugugugu. With his roar alone, the ground twists and sinks. Do you think you cut the corpse mountain blood sea? No. Never. Never will that happen. Look, your sword is not causing any pain at all, is it? Because it is being cut away so cleanly by a perfect sword strike. Guac Am laughs, saying he does not feel pain. A fight is. Quong. He steps forward and hurls his upper body at me. Pain. With the tendons of both arms severed, he attempts a headbutt. The wind pressure from his head thrown back alone feels like it will flame my skin. And I confront that headbutt head-on. My body too is a sword. As I straighten my will, my intent naturally transforms like a sword, and the impermanence sword wraps my whole body. Quong. With the body of a mortal, I cannot face this mythic flesh. But people have weapons. Therefore, if there is a sword, I can sufficiently face him. My body clad in the power of the impermanence sword and Guac Am's head collide. The shockwave shakes the entire head realm. Lianshan City shatters with its foundation like porcelain. The sight of the foundation of the outer city, the city wall, and the inner city breaking into pieces, scattering into the sky, and then falling back down everywhere does not feel like reality. Without pain, hatred, or resentment, do you truly think you can defeat me? Truly, there is no reason why I can't. I look straight at Guac Am with clear eyes. Even though I definitely protected myself with the impermanence sword, blood flows from my head and my head hurts. It feels like there's a crack running through my entire skull. For a moment, physical force surpassed the impermanence sword. But I will not take revenge on you with pain, resentment, and hatred. What? I dislike you. I dislike you so much that I do not want to become the same kind of existence as you. I dislike those who give me pain. I dislike the world that gives pain. I dislike the heavens that give pain. But, just because I receive pain, do I have to return it with pain? Do I have to return as much as I receive? Everyone will shout to do so. Even the retribution of the impermanence sword is an authority for doing so. But I quietly reflect myself on the sword. I do not want to do that. I ask myself, from the beginning, when I made the impermanence sword into a sword of retribution, was it truly for the sake of revenge? Was it truly to return as much as I received? Facing myself, I know it is not so. No, that's not it. Rather than returning as much as I received, I wanted to reflect the opponent in this sword. Not to give and receive pain, I wanted the opponent to look back on themselves. That wish merely manifested as retribution. What I truly thought as I held the sword was to reflect myself in the sword, and to reflect the opponent as well. Retribution is the affair of the underworld. It is not the affair of the living. In this world, besides retribution, there are already so many things to do. I will not take revenge on you. I will not, filled with hatred, fall into the abyss. I will not become covered in resentment and have myself twisted. Seot. In my eyes, a scene from a far past passes by. It is a scene where I, filled with resentment, desire for revenge, and hatred, fell into the abyss and received salvation by one person's kiss. At that moment when the curse whitened and turned into blessing. If at that moment there was no being who granted me salvation, I too would have thought exactly like Guac Am. Yes, From the moment I received salvation from her, perhaps I became unable to truly hate someone. Even the Mad Lord, even Seo Huiol. Even though I hated them, the reason I acknowledged them in the end must have been because of that. The moment when the Wuji religious order was annihilated is unspeakably painful, but at Penglai Island when we met as senior brother and junior brother, I knew I could not completely hate Guac Am. That beauty like hers, perhaps I wished to contain it in the sword. It is not the beauty of appearance. It is the beauty of the heart. Say what? The impermanence sword digs through Guac Am's skin and tears the blood robe. You say you dislike me, so you will not change to be like me. Guac Am laughs. Do you still not understand? He laughs and shouts. Look around. Around us, the ground is shattered into pieces by the aftershock of his resistance. And at the same time everywhere is stained bright red with Guac Am's blood. You are already an excellent avenger. For revenge you toyed with a person's life, and for revenge you scattered blood. You are the same as me. That is correct. I readily acknowledge it. With blood on my blade, how can I say I do not want revenge? With blood on my blade, how can I speak of good intent? Therefore, what is stained onto this sword must not be only blood. Therefore, from now on it will change. My main body and my movements synchronize. Unfolding the move of Severing Mountain, I take one more step forward. Please help me. Oh hi SEO. Kong Mini. O High Seo, who sees the seat of severing evil, links with the great mountain supreme deities, Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Kong Min Hee, within the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea of sorrow and grief, makes contact with someone. The essence of origin essence is soul. Therefore, the greatest force of that authority originally acts upon the soul. One step, I will go one step farther than you. Swawat, my sword, which possesses a transparent and formless blade, begins to take on color. Just as the formless sword compresses and becomes the all-heavens sword, the storm of the impermanence sword gradually begins to gain rays of light. It doesn't hurt, right, senior brother? Guakam widens his eyes. It's only natural. Because my sword decided not to give pain. I harden the resolve in my eyes and speak toward him. For pain is indeed a fine teacher, but it is not the best teacher. He recognizes the identity of the light dwelling in my sword. And he realizes what I am doing. You, Guakam loses his smile. You, transcending peaks, entering mountain, ascending vein, flowing ridge, joy of mountains and peaks, Chi mountain heart heaven, layered mountains, mountain tiger, sea of righteousness and mountain of grace, one annihilation to the near shore, guiding to the summit, 12,000 peaks, Mount Sumeru, Mount Kunlun, Mount Cedarwood, great mountain, pressing down, Co Unhyun Yu, with all of it in succession, severing mountain, Chua. The sword strike creates a storm of countless cut marks. That storm accumulates in layers and gradually begins to form, quite literally, an impact that even cuts a great mountain. However, those slashes do not give pain to the opponent. They simply draw something out from Guakam's body. They add something and grow gradually brighter. If one can reflect the heart in this sword, then can I not also contain the heart into it? The Corpse Mountain Blood Sea of the great mountain supreme deity, Guak-Am, the innumerable spirits that constitute that Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, gradually begin to be contained in this sword. Guak-Am, for the first time with a panicked gaze, shouts toward me. For the first time, panic settles into his voice. What I accumulated. Swaa. The main body's visage becomes visible. Even if I overexerted, the reason I created a heavenly pillar connected to the main body is precisely this. I tear open the blood robe, and the main body tears open the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. The souls of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea struck by the impermanence sword gradually become contained in my sword and begin to become a bright light. That is not all. Chwak. From a certain moment as the starting point, the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea gradually begins to whiten centered on the parts that my impermanence sword touches. Just as my curse became a blessing by Buk Hyangwa's comfort. By using the heart essence of the comfort and salvation I received from her, and with that as the foundation, infusing the sword with the heart essence of all the gratitude I accumulated toward this world, I erode the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. With the martial arts Kim Young-hoon gave as the foundation, with the heart essence Hyangwa gave as the cornerstone, through the sword Kim Yun made, controlling the main body like the Mad Lord, infecting the opponent like Seo Huiol, aiming for the gap that John Myung-hoon and Oh Hyun-suk make, with Oh Hye-seo and Kong Min-hee each agitating the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea with the powers of severing evil and sorrow. And, through the severing heaven sword form, escaping heaven, I connect to the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea one by one, and I inject into them the greatest enlightenment that I attained. Life. Suat. The chains wrapped around the main body's right arm resonate. Led by Hong Fan, the 5 desires chains all cry out together. Show us, Lord. Life is. The souls of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea regain their freedom. Kong Min-hee, from the inside of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, stirs up their grief, and Oh Hye-seo, with the authority of severing evil, severs their ill connection. And the souls, who begin to ascend by gaining enlightenment through my impermanence sword, transform into colors of every kind. There are those who, even after escaping the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, still cannot cast off dark red hatred, those discolored black and filled with desire, those shining with joy, those heated with anger, those wailing with sorrow, those dancing with pleasure, those swelling with love. All those colors gather and form all of heaven's natural colors. All of heaven's natural colors become one and illuminates the universe with a pure white light. And, led by the sword will contained in the sword, they add their strength to mine. Was what I just gave you also a curse? Even if a person's life is suffering and hatred, if the hearts of people could connect and communicate, Would that not be, perhaps, an endless miracle? The hearts of the sentient beings of the corpse mountain blood sea, who find freedom through the sword will, connect and communicate with me. Life is a miracle. Someone once said that it is not strange, but wonderfully mysterious. The people who live in this wonderfully mysterious and beautiful world, and the traces they leave as they live life. Those marvelous footprints. As long as the footprints we have left behind remain. It is a technique called heart field. You saw it too, didn't you? The starting point of the next realm that I discovered. If it's you, you will surely be able to reach it. Surely, there is salvation in a person's life. Long ago, the light one of my teachers showed dwells in my sword. Promise me one thing. One day, when your strength has grown strong enough, please, create a world where the strong cannot so easily oppress the weak. A single strike that holds artificial souls in the chest, making them a power source containing infinite authority. While placing the true souls who have become free from the corpse mountain blood sea into the sword, demonstrate that person's technique. Teacher Jangik, I could not make a world where the strong cannot oppress the weak. But I have made it at least possible to draw a little closer to it. However, I have given those who are oppressed by the strong a chance to become strong. I teach true repentant enlightenment to those who were trapped in the corpse mountain blood sea and forced into repentant enlightenment, so that in their next lives they may someday attain enlightenment. And as I engrave enlightenment deep within their souls, I cover the corpse mountain blood sea with the mountain of grace and sea of righteousness. Fully embodying what Jangik showed and making it my own, I take the severing heaven sword form one step further. Severing heaven sword form. Fifth form. All heaven's righteous understanding, Zhongtan Yujie. All the innumerable souls bound to the great mountain supreme deity, Guak Am, cling to my impermanence sword all at once, obtaining enlightenment and salvation, and all of them grant me infinite power. That is no different from a seat. The severing mountain swordsmanship that begins at transcending peak, once again reaches great mountain pressing down, and the light of severing mountain pierces Guak Am. Guak Am's body splits in half, and so does the great mountain supreme deity's main body. Thus, the final move of great mountain pressing down that cleaves Guak Am in half directly penetrates heaven and earth, creating a scar in the sky of the head realm. The single sword of the main body that splits the great mountain supreme deity leaps past Mount Sumeru, then splits the chaos of the outer sea in one stroke. Beyond the outer sea, upon the boundary of Kakravada, it leaves a much larger and longer sword scar than what Silver Basket and Great Mountain left behind. It is the sword of mortality that no prophecy or history revision can stop. Chi, Guak Am, in a state of being split in half, looks at me, as if using an immortal art that postpones death. The scent of plum spreads. Twitch. Even though the lungs are torn, perhaps because it is an immortal art, Guak Am, surpassing Kong Minhe's law, slowly opens his mouth and lets words out. Kagugugu. The fragments of Lianshan's city that had scattered into the sky fall. Quong. Beside us, the Zhu family's house and rice fields fall. It is a potato field full of potato blossoms. As the potato field falls, the potato flower petals scatter, and because of that impact, I do not quite hear his words properly. If so, Sio Unhyun. However, even though it does not reach my ears, I can understand. Prove it. Guak Am closes his eyes. That life is a miracle. Kugugugugu. That you can sever the cycle of retribution. As Kong Minhe's law weakens, Chi gradually returns to the head realm, and my connection with the main body becomes active again. Until then, I will not acknowledge you. That is the end. With that, all of Guak Am's breath and will scatter. All the spines in his body are snapped. All the tendons are cut. Even though he died with even the corpse mountain blood sea gone, somehow his corpse still stands. Kugugugugu. The fragments that had scattered fall. I look at Guak Am, and I close my eyes. At last, it's over. The cycle of retribution cannot be cut by the perpetrator. If one suffers pain at the hands of some existence, only when the victim forgives the perpetrator can the cycle be severed. Chua. Among the spirits that flow and scatter beyond the starry sky, the friends of the Wuji religious order. I feel their souls and close my eyes. It is over, everyone. So, then how should the victim forgive the perpetrator? What can be called true forgiveness at last? Only when one finally becomes equal. Whether that is by external force or by one's own power. Only when one finally becomes equal can the victim become able to forgive the perpetrator. Now, everyone has become equal. They lost their lives. My senior brother also lost his life. Because they have become equal in the state of having lost, all those who belong to the corpse mountain blood sea, including them, begin to feel the heart that forgives the great mountain supreme deity, Gwak Am. Please sleep in peace. Kuga Gugugu. I reconnect my main personality and the main body, which had had the connection cut by great mountain pressing down. TSTSTSTSTSS. The remaining flesh in the head realm undergoes chi transformation and ascends. I remain in the head realm and look down at the body of Gwak Am's consciousness body that, by countless fragments, is getting buried under the ground of Lianshan City. Farewell. I, faintly but clearly, offer respect toward the enemy who led me all the way here. Senior brother. The great mountain battle thus comes to an end. Kuga Guga Gugu. As my consciousness sublimates to the main body, I see the collapsing main body of the great mountain supreme deity. The main body of the great mountain supreme deity within the corpse mountain blood sea is a beautiful white like salt. Truly, as if it is not wrong to say he is a disciple of Salt Mountain. With every mountain of the 5 impurities fallen away, he looks like a small salt mountain gathered of pure white starlight. I ask toward that salt mountain that is collapsing. If it is you as you are now, you can resurrect. I speak toward the mountain-destroying demon ape Chong Min, who has revived within the corpse mountain blood sea. He is collapsing together with the main body of the great mountain supreme deity. Chong Min's laughter is heard. He and I were one from the beginning. If he goes, I shall also go. TSTSTSTSS. The salt mountain seems to warp, then begins to clump into a round shape. I too want to see Master. Hearing those words, I for some reason feel my nose sting. The sword form of all heaven's righteous understanding pushed Gwak Am into the domain of purity. For Gwak Am, there is no reincarnation. So what remains for him is eternal annihilation. For mountain-destroying demon ape Chong Min to follow him means he also intends to face eternal annihilation. There is only one reason. The Salt Sea Supreme Deity met a similar end as well. In the last moment, it is the pure wish to become like his master. Farewell, senior brother. He too is my senior brother. As Chong Min's will closes its eyes, he speaks. Do not fall into sentiment. For 2 enemies still remain. Catching his meaning, I flinch in surprise. Kuga Guga Gugu. The round something that the corpse of the great mountain supreme deity turned into begins to vomit an enormous roar. I realize that even as Chong Min is vanishing, he is barely holding it down in place. And as even Chong Min vanishes and its restriction is completely released, it starts to exude an immense power. The end of the great mountain battle. There are 2 tasks left to me. First, the Malice Gwak Am left for me to the very end. The explosion of the residual power of the splitting heaven mantra remaining in the seat of the mountain. Kuga Guga Gugu. With no energy left in my whole body from facing Gwak Am, I must block the last remaining self-destruction of the main body of the great mountain supreme deity. Kugugugu. I am going. If it is you, you can do it, right? As Chong Min's will crumbles, he asks me. I smile. Of course. Good. I truly hope you accomplish it. With that, even Chong Min completely disappears. I raise the impermanence sword and fly toward the power of explosion that Gwak Am left in the origin essence of the mountain. Jiwa. The sword extreme heavenly sword settles into my hand. The functions of the sword extreme heavenly sword are only 3. First, its size adjusts to fit me. Second, it absolutely does not break. Third, it can be held only by those I permit. In that sword, which melted down the everything of a heavenly lord, only those 3 simple functions are embedded, maintaining absolute authority. It absolutely does not break. All my comrades are worn out from facing the great mountain supreme deity and the Radiance Hall. Even the underworld, with Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, all having become free souls, is so busy gathering those souls that they cannot help me. Therefore, I have to block that power of explosion with only my exhausted strength. Therefore, I grip the absolutely unbreakable sword extreme heavenly sword and steel my courage. Lend me strength. Wu-wong. As the sword cry hums, a familiar voice comes itself my mind. Swing. It is similar to Kim Young-hoon's line, but a little different. I will be together with you. Jiwa's voice flows into my chest. Suat. Once more, I unfold the move of Great Mountain pressing down. Kuga Guga Gugu. The sword style that maximizes the heart and compresses the universe unfolds from my hand, and suppresses the explosion before my eyes. However, perhaps because I am worn out, the final malice the great mountain supreme deity left behind does not subside easily. Block it. I begin to burn my whole body. Block it. Kadoodaduck. Clearly, this is not the body of a mortal, but the body of the immortal beast king. Yet the grip of that solid flesh splits, and immortal beast true blood overflows from where I hold the sword's hilt. Please. I realize the identity of this explosion. And I also realize why that guy had to be satisfied with Annihilation Advancement Mu rather than Splitting Heaven Mantra. This explosion is the true Splitting Heaven Mantra. It is Splitting Heaven itself. The true original that surpasses Annihilation Advancement Mu. So from the beginning, Splitting Heaven is a decisive move impossible to use unless one is resolved to die. He would not resolve himself to die for the likes of me. He would only resolve himself to die before his master's enemy, the owner of fate. Because he held such a heart, he could not use Splitting Heaven while alive against me. But precisely for that reason, only after death can he reach Splitting Heaven at the price of his life. Kuga Gugugu. Absolute. Mantra that tears apart even the absolute. Another transcendent authority, equal to the Wheel, Radiance Mantra, Immortal Beast King's authority, and the ultimate of martial arts, surges to tear everything in the area apart. If I can't block it, not only me, even my comrades will die. From that, Splitting Heaven, I feel, absolute power. Even the Radiance Mantra is useless. If that hits, surely, even regression will be transcended and torn apart. I must stake my life and block it. Kim Young-hoon has come again anyway. Even if my one life disappears, it does not matter at all. Wawaea. Squeezing out all my power, I add strength to Great Mountain pressing down. The power of the Radiance Mantra, the power of the Immortal Beast King, even the ultimate of martial arts. The power of the three great ultimates spins and wrings out strength where there is none. All the authorities that have become exhausted from facing the Great Mountain Supreme Deity barely squeeze out their power and block the Splitting Heaven Mantra. Even the Wheel. Because Great Mountain Supreme Deity launched a sudden attack, my wheel that I used without even repairing its cracks and fractures becomes overloaded and gains even more fissures. All that power, I will combine it. Kuga Gugugu. Parang. With that thought, the final Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag is pulled out from my body. The condition of toppling three supreme deities during the Great Net Immortal stage. Heavenly Punishment Supreme Deity. Naming Supreme Deity. And the last, after taking down the Great Mountain Supreme Deity Guak Am, the final condition has been fulfilled. The refreshing sensation lasts but a moment. 7 lights rush toward me from outside Mount Sumeru. They are the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords. Our Lord, please find freedom. We lowly ministers commit disloyalty of going ahead of our Lord. Please forgive us. Greedy Wolf Heavenly Lord, Giant Gate Heavenly Lord, Preserving Wealth Heavenly Lord, Literary Melody Heavenly Lord, Integrity Chastity Heavenly Lord, Martial Melody Heavenly Lord, Breaking Army Heavenly Lord. The Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords each dwell in and fuse with the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flags that are all pulled out. Yes, for the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flags to be pulled out means that a vast cold-level existence has pulled out all seals and become even stronger. From that point, there is no possibility for the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords to win against the opponent. So the moment when all the Sealing Immortal Flags are pulled out, they have the condition of being absorbed into the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag and vanishing. A prophecy and mantra of Heavenly Lords staking their lives. That is the reason they could dare to bestow the condition of absolute upon me. Kugagugagu. I control the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flags into which the souls and existences of 7 Heavenly Lords have melted into. Clank, 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 clank. Seal it. 7 stars harnessing God Banner. After converting the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag into the harnessing God Banner, I begin to shave down the explosive force of the Splitting Heaven Mantra. With even the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag added, the explosion of Splitting Heaven has its force considerably blunted. The momentum begins to shift to my side. It's possible. At this rate, I can fully block the explosion of Splitting Heaven. Kugagugagugu. Gradually, the power of Splitting Heaven begins to subside under my authorities. At this rate, I will block it, burning my whole body, I thus unify all authorities into one and press down the authority of splitting heaven. At this rate, surely, it is our victory. Just as I think so. Hack on. Huh. The wheel breaks. The wheel of starlight that takes charge as the important axis of my authority shatters to pieces. The reason is simple. Because it has been overworked far too much all this time. In the end, it exceeded a critical point. If Great Mountain Supreme Deity had not launched a sudden attack, I planned to repair it together with Bong Myong in the underworld after subduing Radiance Hall, but his sudden attack was my biggest blunder. Gugu. The momentum gets pushed back. The splitting heaven mantra, which I thought I was suppressing, swells again and spews ferocious authority. Is it how it ends? Although it is much weaker than when it first activated, the absolute power dwelling in splitting heaven still exists. I close my eyes. Still, I narrowed the scope. If it was the first splitting heaven, not only my comrades, but all the true immortals would be annihilated. But if it is the current splitting heaven, I alone will undergo annihilation, and that's all. Even regression is impossible. For splitting heaven is equal to the radiance mantra. I am going to be torn to death. However, a broad smile rests on my face. It is sad that life is going to end, but the joy is also great. Still, I am so exhausted that I cannot use divine speech and have to speak out loud, but I speak as I look at the light of annihilation approaching me. It was a good life. Clank. And then, the chains bound in my right arm come undone. The first chain assumes a human form and extends a hand. Hamjin, my disciple. It is Hamjin. Teacher, please. He smiles and begins to throw himself. Live on. Kuga. Hamjin melts into the splitting heaven. Next is Yeoi. Yeoi is shedding tears while looking at Hamjin. You son of a bitch. You said you would marry me. If you go like this, what do I become? What do I become? Yeoi sheds tears and jumps in, following Hamjin. Yeoi melts into the splitting heaven. Next is Ui. Oh Savior. He, my first contractor, smiles and looks at me. Thanks to you, I resolved all the grace and resentment in my life. So, he jumps into the splitting heaven. Please live on. Next is the swallowing heaven supreme deity. It is Supreme Tiger. They turn to look at me. Then, I realize there is a certain resonance in my chest. O King of Deer, live on as the King of the Mountain. You, with those words, they also melt into the splitting heaven. The last is Hong Fan. Wait, Hong Fan. Frightened, I shout to him. He looks back at me. Master, Hong Fan. Only while watching your final moment do I realize what kind of being you are. Only now do I understand it all. Wait, Hong Fan, don't go. Even with life at its end, you smile. That is who you are. Hong Fan. No, if you go in there. Yes, I know. Perhaps, even with regression, we will never meet again. Hong Fan smiles faintly. It is all right. Having seen you come this far, I have no regrets. Throughout that time, to have been able to serve you, it was an honor. Chua it. Something flows out from Hong Fan's body. I realize what it means. You, I will return it to you. Authority. Ego preservation. The authority that is originally mine is engraved back into me. To have been able to spend time with someone like you, it was truly fortunate. Without hesitation, Hong Fan melts into the splitting heaven. I cry out to Hong Fan. But at that moment, as the authorities of the 5 desires chain combine, the last remaining authority of the splitting heaven mantra dies down. Just as the likes of the Northern Dipper's 7 heavenly lords, by offering their souls, could constrain an existence like vast cold who reached the absolute. The 5 desires chains that reach the level of supreme deity offer their souls and suppress the power of the splitting heaven mantra that reaches the absolute. Chua F. Hong Fan. Heaven and earth hum, and the entirety of Mount Sumer shakes. And, Kugugugugu. The splitting heaven mantra dies down. What remains in that place are only the remnants of chains torn mercilessly apart. Among them, the remnant of Hong Fan is the closest to me. I approach the chain turning into Hong Fan's corpse and cry, "You betrayed me." What greater disloyalty is there than failing to fulfill one's loyalty to their lord and going first? You betrayed me. Only then do I fully understand Bong Myong's foresight, and sorrowfully, I mourn the death of my friend. Sua, albeit faintly, I do feel the souls of the 5 desires chains. But due to the shock of splitting heaven, their memories and history are completely torn apart, and they are changed into something closer to origin essence than to souls. I let their souls flow into the underworld, and I reach out my hand toward Hong Fan's soul. Retribution enforcement. by the impermanence sword. The price for him, having returned ego preservation to me, flows into him. The radiance mantra flows wholly into him. The one to give this to is only you after all. From far away, the underworld nods. Hong Fan's soul, holding the radiance mantra in its embrace, is sucked into the wheel of the underworld. The power of the cycle of reincarnation collides with the power of regression. And then, Porurung, with the sound of thunder clapping in a clear sky, the sound of something shattering resounds through Mount Sumeru. The radiance mantra, as discussed with the underworld, is extinguished. Today, I lost a friend. And today, at last, I severed regression. Chapter 778. End of Immortal Cultivation. Chua. I feel the power of the radiance mantra that has been confining me all this time scattering away. The underworld's authority of cycle of reincarnation crushes and extinguishes the authority of regression. At the same time, the space-time suppression that the radiance mantra presides over. That is, I feel the law that restricts space-time movement of all existences except light. In this world breaking apart. Now, if anyone only has the capability, they can leap across space-time and go to the past. Of course, it is hard for an ordinary existence, and one must be at least at the level of a supreme deity of the Earth tribe pathway. As long as there is no restriction from the radiance mantra, someone like me who is Immortal Beast King, or the underworld, or the heavenly venerable of time can regress by their own will. But, if I do not regress by my own will, I will never come back to life. Co Unhyun. Since the radiance mantra is broken, let us begin the cleanup. The underworld speaks to me. I squeeze out my last remaining strength. I, by the authority of the Immortal Beast King, declare. My singe utterance resounds through the Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand world. And the heavenly venerable of the underworld, who carries countless spirits, begins to move their Gandhara. I, in the name of the oldest earth immortal. Kuga Gugugu. At the underworld's single utterance, the Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand world begins to quake and tremble. Immediately after, Yang Sung, who has been on standby, appears. Yang Sung borrows the power of the source river that has been subsumed by the artificial Gandhara, and, temporarily borrowing the power of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag from me, creates a gigantic structure centered around himself. A celestial sphere of starlight in which countless needles and mechanical devices interweave. From Yang Sung's body, the will of the heavenly venerable of time settles, and declares an utterance. I, the god calendrical methods, by the authority of the owner of passing time, declare. The Immortal Beast King, the highest earth immortal, the god of time. As the powers and agreements of the three existences overlap, a point in the past falls into our grasp. As the authorities of three governing immortals at the heavenly venerable level overlap, the world is rewritten. By the authorities of the three imperial venerables, history begins to rewind. Now that the radiance mantra has vanished, the time of the Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand world is regressed by the three imperial venerables. To commemorate the existences that, influenced by my fight with the great mountain supreme deity, met a regrettable annihilation. It is a regression carried out to give back the lives and homelands of mortal beings. Although existences above quasi-immortal are not affected by the regression, and those at the sacred vessel stage and the star-shattering stage would feel a sense of dissonance. Mortal beings below that will receive, without any side effect, as compensation for being unfairly swept up and killed by the battle of transcendence, the gift of a new life. Kuga Gugugu. Watching history rewind. Wawum. I, holding the corpses of Hong Fan and the 5 desires chain in my arms, begin to walk toward the seat of the mountain visible before my eyes. If we recklessly turned back time without countermeasures, in the worst-case scenario, something like the great mountain supreme deity could be born, so I must seize the seat. Although he is annihilated, precisely because he is annihilated, what resurrects could be not the great mountain supreme deity himself, but a blood-ean-like monster similar to the great mountain supreme deity. Such a birth would be an insult even to the great mountain supreme deity. So I, as the courtesy of a junior brother, must seize this seat. Countless true immortals feel time turning back and are taken aback, but even amid that, mountain divine spirits across the world who have been suppressed by the great mountain supreme deity begin to aim for what I have set before my eyes. Kuga Gugugu. Earth immortals who follow the immortal Tao of the mountain yet failed to make a name, hiding in fear of the great mountain supreme deity. Heaven immortals that are mountain divine spirits of Radiance Hall, like Ho Woon, who were prepared as candidates to usurp the seat of the great mountain supreme deity in emergencies. Among them, the mountain divine spirits at the realm of great net immortal all at once attempt advancement to usurp the emptied mountain seat. I look at the sight before my eyes. The process of seizing the seat, though it may look ridiculous, looks quite similar to the process of a sperm meeting an egg and fertilizing. Only the first great net immortal to seat itself on a single seat becomes the immortal lord. Kugugugugu. Only, unlike the fertilization of life, even if one becomes an immortal lord and grows stronger than others, one continues to be threatened by others. In my eyes, within the reverse side of the regressing three heavens great thousand world, the world inside the origin essence of the mountain, formed by the authority of the mountain immortal Tao, that immortal domain is reflected. The heaven and earth great immortals who enter the immortal domain, including me, number 17 in total. Most of them, watching my reaction, set their eyes on the center of the origin source of the mountain. They covet the origin of the immortal Tao. As if communications pass quickly among them, they all at once join hands and begin to oppose me. From their standpoint, I, who defeated the main body of the great mountain supreme deity, am the greatest obstacle, so they want to get rid of me, an out-of-standard powerhouse, as quickly as possible, and then fight among themselves who look more or less manageable. I suppose they think it's worth a try. Inside the world of the origin essence, inside the immortal domain, the laws of the outside hardly apply. The power of fate and history operates only faintly, and the authorities of other origin essences are also halved. The strongest power within an origin essence is only the authority of the immortal Tao derived from that origin essence. In other words, to seize the seat, one must fight and win within the interior of this origin essence of the mountain using only the power of the mountain immortal Tao and one's understanding of it. Thus they believe that my power, armed with all sorts of strange mantras, the authority of the immortal beast king, and the power of martial pinnacle, does not apply strongly. On top of that, they seem to think I must be tired from facing the great mountain supreme deity, blocking splitting heaven, and even turning back time. Well, there is one more. And at the center of the origin essence of the mountain, as I sense the presence felt from the seat, I understand why those existences try to face me through such a reckless act. It is the will of Guak Am. Guak Am, the great mountain supreme deity, left his will in the origin essence of the mountain. I do not acknowledge you. To the end, that tenacious and stubborn will that, even as he died, never acknowledged me. That arrogant consciousness that only he is the sole heir to the robe and alms bowl of Salt Mountain. That is what repels me, who defeated the great mountain supreme deity, the most strongly, the one closest to the origin essence of the mountain, yet the most rejected. Because that is me. Unlike other mountain divine spirits, even the power of the mountain immortal Tao inside the immortal domain within the origin essence is partially reduced for me. However, not the slightest bit of a thought of defeat arises within me. The understanding of the mountain immortal Tao that I learned from Ho Woon, the understanding of repentant enlightenment that I learned from Salt Sea, the authority of the mountain that I realized while fighting against Guak Am. Holding all that understanding in these hands, I begin to shake the entirety of the mountain immortal domain by my will. At my will, they all let out silent exclamations. Do you seek to strike me down and sit in that place, O great immortals? Are you not afraid of me? Though this immortal is tired, though the origin essence of the mountain rejects this immortal, though your numbers are many, do you think you can dare face this immortal? I speak while looking around at the 16 great net immortals who approach me and begin to form a formation. O second disciple of the great Salt Mountain. And the 16 disciples answer me with a very courteous attitude. All here acknowledge your great achievements. Normally, we are existences who cannot even stand before you. Though we are great net immortals, before you we are existences who cannot dare put forth our names. But precisely so, unless it is here, we cannot stand against an existence like you. They surround me with a serious attitude and speak. We too are those who accepted death and ascended to true immortality. Death is not frightening. Only, what is frightening is to miss, without even attempting, the chance of advancement to governing immortal that may not come once in a lifetime even for a true immortal. Only, what is frightening is to squander, against an existence like you, the chance to seize the seat by burning all our souls. Only, what is frightening is to waste the chance to climb the immortal Tao and see its end. I look at them. Only, what is frightening is, having been unable to unfold our will under the great mountain supreme deity, to do nothing and let the chance to reach the end of immortal cultivation that has finally come slip by. If we die, it is merely that our immortal affinity is lacking. Even if we die, there is no shame in dying to an opponent like you. So we do not resent you. O honorable mountain divine spirit, sword mountain devil lord, we humbly ask for your teaching. They are not those who come seeking the greed of advancement to immortal lord. Rather, as ones who stepped onto the immortal Tao, they are beings who have come seeking a chance to reach its end. I apologize. I did not try to know your true intent, and I harbored a heart that discounts and disdains you. This is an insult to you. I deliver an apology to the mountain divine spirits and begin in earnest to exert the authority of the mountain immortal Tao. If they are true immortals, except for a few, not a single one of them is ordinary. To accept death, by whatever path, is something one can do only because one possesses an extraordinary will. Moreover, these are great net immortals. They are not existences I dare to look down upon. I pay respect to you, and I too shall go with sincerity. I wring dry my now empty immortal body and true soul. Chua. The will I have carried through until now materializes as the authority of the mountain immortal Tao. Chwajik, chwajajajajajak. Around me, colorless glass swords begin to sprout. Starting from that, the swords of glass gradually begin to cover the universe of the origin essence of the mountain, the entire immortal domain. The 16 great immortals also cause mountains of their own to bloom around them. There are those who bloom volcanoes, those who bloom Mount Wudangs, and those who bloom Mount Amice. There are those who bloom the 100,000 great mountains, and there are those who bloom snow mountains. Among them, I look at the one who blooms snow mountains. That being is a faceless divine spirit of blue light. It is clearly certain that they are of the earth tribe origin, yet that great net immortal is of the heaven immortal lineage. For some reason, they are so familiar. I see. It is Ho Woon. From killing the naming supreme deity with Radiance Hall, waging war against Radiance Hall, and even battling against the great mountain supreme deity, a long time has passed. Enough time for the heaven immortal Ho Woon to resurrect, resume cultivation again, become a great net immortal, and challenge the origin essence. Though it is not a very long time, but in this life so fierce and full of countless grand events, there must have been many enlightenments and authorities to be gained from them. Huarurek, the flames of the volcano mountain divine spirit melt the glass sword mountain. The snow mountain divine spirit Ho Woon scatters snow and covers the glass sword mountain. There is also a sand mountain divine spirit, and they cover the glass sword mountain with a desert. Thus, answering the glass sword mountain with each of their own mountains, they one by one walk toward the origin of the seat. Watching them, I too walk toward the origin of the seat. A repelling force pushes me away, but I do not care. I go against the will of Guac Am head-on and approach the seat, and gradually, I fill the entire immortal domain with glass sword mountains. Across the entire expanse of the immortal domain, glass sword mountains sprout. The sharp energy laid upon those sword mountains cuts their immortal bodies and transfers to them flames mixed with pain. The great immortals, simultaneously while in agony, each summon their mountains and hurl them at me, and they make mountain ranges bloom in the space to bind my body. Gradually, the immortal domain, once the form of a universe, fills with all sorts of miscellaneous mountains and the four directions of heaven and earth. A spectacle unfolds where the bearings of the six harmonies are entirely filled with wondrous and bizarre mountains. We, eroding the immortal domain with our respective mountains, advance forward. Watching, the authorities of some mountain divine spirits fail to bind me and crack apart. I, whose body itself is the glass sword mountain, push straight onward and head for the origin, trampling the mountains of other mountain divine spirits. The other mountain divine spirits, pained by the glass sword mountains I create, have their entire bodies lacerated and stop in place. Ho Woon's snowfall meets me. The cold blizzard of the snow mountain blocks me. I, paying no mind to that chill, shove aside the snow mountain with my body and move forward. Ho Woon, their whole body skewered by my glass sword mountain size. Is this the mountain of the one who defeated the great mountain supreme deity? It hurts, and it is clean. Kung. The closer I get to the origin of the mountain, the stronger the repelling force becomes, so at some point my steps toward the mountain slow. Seeing me thus, Ho-Wun speaks. O mountain divine spirit closest to governing Immortal. O honorable sword mountain devil lord. Is the reason your mountain is strong, because you yourself also become wounded? He walks upon the sword mountain, looks at my own limbs being lacerated by my own swords, and sighs. It is not a blade that applies only to us, but a painful blade to you yourself as well, O God of Sword Mountain. Thus you are strong. But if even you yourself suffer so, can you truly reach the summit of the mountain? Before I know it, the mountains of the other mountain divine spirits all fall, and the mountain spirits, skewered upon my sword mountain, come to a halt. There is no great battle, only a contest of the mountain immortal Tao. Yet with that contest alone, I skewered all the mountain divine spirits in place, and, within the universe of the origin essence of the mountain, I filled the immortal domain entirely with the glass sword mountain. That is right. All space is the glass sword mountain, even the path to sit upon that seat. How does a being with a personality choose such pain? Why choose such pain? Huckwack. I, trampling the sword mountain that pierces my own foot, answer calmly. To become equal with everyone. Even if I sit upon that seat, in order to not forget the heart of a mortal through this pain, I lash myself and move my steps. Seeing me thus, Ho-Wun speaks. I truly hope that you no longer need to suffer. If you prove equality through pain, is such equality truly different from the Tao of the great mountain supreme deity? I contemplate over the topic Ho-Wun throws and offer them brief thanks. Thank you for the good contemplation. Kung. I gradually climb to the summit of the immortal domain covered with glass sword mountains. The repelling force grows stronger, and the will of Gwak Am contained within that repelling force also becomes distinct. Prove it. The last words Gwak Am left. That you can sever the cycle. Kung. Until then, I do not acknowledge you. Kung. Soon, at the center of the origin essence of the mountain, the source of all power comes into view. The grand, pure white mountain of salt that was previously surrounded by the corpse mountain blood sea. The great palace on that mountain's summit. I see. I understand what the salt mountain on Panglai Island and the great palace at the summit of the salt mountain symbolize. Kugugugu. Now, through my main body, which has become far larger than that salt mountain, I reach out my hand toward that salt mountain. I feel an immense repelling force, but as I am now, I can fully overcome the dead Gwakam's will. Kuwung. At last, my hand touches the salt mountain. Diet. TSDS. The salts of the salt mountain begin to turn into glass. The glass becomes swords and pierces me. I begin to completely seize the seat. Now, even if regression is completed, the birth of any of Gwak Am's leftovers is blocked at the source. Only, the problem is me. After killing the great mountain supreme deity, I blocked the splitting heaven mantra while in an exhausted state, began turning back time together with the heavenly venerables, and fought 16 mountain divine spirits in one. Accepting life and death is what a true immortal does. Yet even so, it feels like I am about to die. As I feel all power draining away, I can instinctively tell that if I do not seize the seat here, I will be devoured by the seat. Do I live, become an immortal lord, and challenge the heavenly king advancement? Or do I get eaten by the seat and die? Only two choices remain. As much as I erode the seat also erodes me. The lingering thought of the great mountain supreme deity remaining in the seat torments me like a heart demon. Do you truly think you are right? Do you truly think you can prove it? Do you truly think you are better than me? Though Gwak Am is dead, he still seems alive before my eyes. Even though you and I both toyed with a person's life, can you say you are different from me? I look at Gwak Am's lingering thought with clear eyes. And I look at the product of obsession that Gwak Am, to the very end, left behind with extreme tenacity. Gwak Am's seat. The great palace atop Salt Mountain opens. And what comes out from inside is someone all too familiar to me. Hello? Seo Jiang. Wu Rang. She is my victim whom I toyed with, and my reverse scale, with the fault in the grace and grievance lying plainly with me. You look powerless. She, from above the palace, looks at me and speaks. Do you want to seize the seat? The two enemies Chong Min spoke of. Precisely speaking, the second of the assignments I must solve. That is Wu Rang. Defeating the great mountain supreme deity, blocking the splitting heaven mantra, losing my friend, turning back time, driving off the mountain divine spirits, driving off Guac M's lingering thoughts. Now, in a state where both body and heart have become battered to pieces, staking my life and barely seizing the seat. At last, I can tell that I have become equal to her. No. TSTS. Before Wu Ryong, I draw forth non-existent power, manifest the body of a mortal being, draw a glass sword that sprouts nearby, and speak while holding it. Apologizing to you comes first. Is it your way to apologize while holding a sword? The way to receive forgiveness is only possible when both are in a state of equality. I toss the glass sword I hold to her. Wu Ryong snatches that sword without hesitation, and I likewise draw and pick up another sword nearby again. The strength I have left is but a single mortal body. Only, since this place is the very center of the mountain immortal domain that I have almost seized. Even with a mortal body, my power is between the heavenly being stage and the earth axis stage. She is a powerhouse of true immortality. Moreover, I don't know what enlightenment she gained while being subjected to repentant enlightenment by the great mountain supreme deity. Right now, you and I are equal. Whatever Guac Am did, she limited to, when dealing with me, is able to display her true skill even within the mountain immortal domain. The life remaining to me is now only one. Having even offered up regression, this death is my end. Therefore, taking into account that this may truly be my last, I focus my entire mind on her. So, unravel the knot with all your strength. Wu Ryong. If I die here, I will also accept it. I at last fully understand and smile at the heart of true mortality that I did not truly understand because I was a regressor. Yurung. The mountain immortal domain ripples, and I feel the heavenly venerable of the underworld attempt to intervene. The underworld 10 great kings that I stored inside my body rampage. But I, even taking into account that I will be disadvantaged against Wu Ryong, forcibly suppress them and block the will of the underworld. Retribution is the affair of the underworld. Did you not think that even apart from retribution, the living already have so much to do? Perhaps having diligently watched my battle with Great Mountain through Indra's net, the underworld relays their will to me, letting me hear the thought I previously had. Did you not also erase the Radiance mantra? If you die now, you will truly end here. This obsidian of this era will not be born. The voice of the underworld, for the first time, trembles ever so faintly. If you seize the origin essence of the mountain safely, you will become the only existence who can compare to the vast cold at their prime. This is the first era in which all enders have reached governing immortal, the very first. No heavenly king across all history, neither silver basket, nor obsidian, nor vast cold. No single one has ever achieved the feat of leading all the other enders up to heavenly king. This is a feat possible only because you were there. The voice bears dignity, yet somehow sounds pleading. Your possibility of reaching heavenly king is also surging. If even you ascend to heavenly king, all enders will have arrived at the conclusion. Now is the best set of conditions in all of history to challenge the future king. If you seize the origin essence and reach heavenly king, your one strength will equal that of all the other 6 heavenly kings combined. Do you truly mean to stake your life here? Indeed. No matter that I reach the ultimate of martial arts, right now I am near a state of emptiness. I may say I have about the power of the heavenly being stage or whatnot, but in truth I am already exhausted to the state of being in tatters, so I tire, deplete quickly, and soon will become no different from a mortal. By the judgment of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, who reached the realm called true martial arts, I would presently lose to Wu Ryong, and befitting an existence that governs death. As Wu Ryong truly tries to kill me, the heavenly venerable of the underworld perceives all too well that my death draws near. That is to say, I will die. That is so. But this is not something prophesied. There is no absolute power. If only you receive the help of your comrades, or of this venerable, sufficient possibility also lies with you. The underworld continues. I am not saying do not dissolve resentment. This is a fight disadvantageous to you. Did you not say that forgiveness can only be obtained when there is equality? When I toyed with that child's life, we were not in an equal state. Do you say you will not face the owner of fate, the enemy of your master? My master said this about the imperial venerable, that you are an old hag who does not properly explain important things. I am not joking. I am not joking either. I speak toward the underworld. The only one who can break the chain of hatred is the victim. The reason I could forgive Guak Am is because I, as the victim, surpassed him. Saying that forgiveness is established only when equal is merely the minimum condition. This is also to answer Guak Am's last will. Can I avoid the ring of resentment at my convenience? I do not know whether the owner of fate is my master's enemy. But what is certain is, facing Wu Ryong, I shout to the underworld. If it is that person, they would not want a disciple who cannot even resolve his own enmity to come to resolve enmity for them. Do. Perhaps deciding words do not work. The underworld begins trying with full force to enter the world of the origin essence of the mountain. No matter how within the immortal domain of an origin essence the power of other Daos is halved, that is only up to a certain extent. An existence on the level of the underworld can surely exercise terrifying authority within the origin essence's immortal domain as if it were their own home. But then it happens. Cholkyong. From outside, I feel a familiar presence. Mantra falling flowers. A familiar law seems to be felt outside the immortal domain, and it begins to block the underworld's entry. It is Kong Minhee, Surik, and above the palace of Salt Mountain, familiar divine figures begin to reveal themselves. Beginning with Kong Minhee, there is Kim Young-hoon, John Myung-hoon, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, and Oh Hyeseo. My comrades descend here with merely the incarnations at the level of mortal beings. Kong Minhee says she had a talk. John Myung-hoon speaks curtly. Kong Minhee flowed into the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea and had a conversation with Wu Ryan. And she seems to have shared the conversation from that time with the comrades as well. We will block for you. John Myung-hoon, closing his eyes, speaks with a bitter expression. They also are in a state exhausted to the utmost. Yet I see that outside they begin to mobilize their main bodies to block the underworld. Even though they sense my death, they all surround us and create the arena where I and Wu Ryan will duel. Kim Yun sheds tears. She seems to want to help me at once, but, perhaps due to something Kong Minhee said to her, she does not step forward. Kong Minhee sheds tears as well. However, she only asks Wu Ryan for something through voice transmission and does not block her. Do. Outside the immortal domain, the reaction of the heavenly venerable of the underworld is such that they seem to be doing something violently, as the vibration is felt even here. It seems the underworld is directly leading their Gandhara and doing something. They seem to be shouting something, to be fiercely scolding my comrades, including Kong Minhee. However, my comrades only squeeze their eyes tightly shut and shed tears, saying nothing. Calmly blocking the underworld's procession, they simply observe the duel between me and Wu Ryan. Thank you. I express my gratitude toward my friends who respect my will. Well then, let's now begin. I do not know what conversation Kong Minhee had with Wu Ryan. I also do not know what was passed along to my comrades. But what is certain is but one. What I can give her is my life. So this is how it feels. Long ago, I remember the words of a sword cultivator who, before me, resolved to die and shouted, "Our lives are an instant. The essence of lightning is also an instant. If our lives bloom and wither in an instant, then is not even this short, fleeting instant before imminent destruction also my life?" As a practitioner who has studied the lightning path method for hundreds of years, as a sword cultivator, even if it's just the form of death, I want to entrust it to you, not the heavens. If it is a life that will perish anyway, if it is a fate fixed anyway, I will entrust at least its form to the hands of the one I love. Only today, with my regression cut off and facing true death, can I truly feel that heart with my chest. Since the only thing I can give you is my life, I will entrust the form of my death to you. That is, as one who toyed with a person's life, as one who played with a person's heart, and as one who was truly loved by the person named Wu Ryan, the greatest decision I can make. If what I must repay anyway is grace and resentment, then at least entrusting its form to the hands of the one who loves me is the natural order. With those words, Wu Ryan swings the colorless glass sword toward me, the last of all enmity. It is a battle where I must truly stake my entire life, and the greatest obstacle I must face at the end of the path of immortal cultivation. Chapter 779. Thank you for everything until now. A deep, dark valley of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. There, Wu Ryan was half forced to undergo repentant enlightenment and saw and gained countless things. And she pondered, if the divine providence of the world is pain, is the only way to escape pain death? In the end, whatever emotions one has, if all returning to pain as returning to one, Is the divine providence of the world, then are all the emotions one has in this world meaningless? And to such a Wu Ryong, someone came. It was a being that presides over what is called sorrow. The divinity called the lapis lazuli flower heavenly king, who governs sorrow, exchanged meaning with her. And, as a result, the lapis lazuli flower heavenly king and Wu Ryong came to a certain conclusion. Chwazit, a sword cleaves across the mountain. Quadek. Along the sword's trajectory, a terrifying attraction force arises, and space wildly distorts. Gijigik. The battlefield of Wu Ryong and Seo Eunhyun repeatedly widens and narrows, and between those shifts, their fight unfolds. Kwang. Seo Eunhyun is flung away. From the beginning, he only has power at the heavenly being stage, but because he is already mobilizing everything to suppress the underworld 10 great kings within his main body, the full strength he can produce is at best the chi refining stage. Compared to Wu Ryong, who has reached true immortality, his level is in effect no different from Immortal's. However, why is it? Even with such a difference in weight class, even though Wu Ryong is practically no different from a small world unto herself, Seo Eunhyun stands against Wu Ryong without being pushed back at all. A white strike of radiance that splits heaven and earth thrusts down from the sky. The light of filling the heavens, sword rain falls down, aimed at only one being. Xiong. Each of the colossal great swords that would, in a single strike, rip a sun apart falls from the firmament. But Seo Eunhyun skillfully unfolds void stepping, evades the great swords, and then, in a very gentle posture, lifts his sword and swings upward. Seo Eunhyun's small sword and Wu Ryong's great swords collide, and a grand Brahma bell sound rings out. Jijioong. What collapses is Wu Ryong's sword. Regulating his breath, Seo Eunhyun dug into the grain of breath within a true immortal strike and broke through the single strike of true immortality. That is only the beginning. Seo Eunhyun steps on the void and charges toward Wu Ryong through the spaces between the great swords. The swords begin to collapse. Kugagum. The fragments of filling the heavens sword rain that Wu Ryong unleashes shatter and scatter. And through the downpour of those sword fragments, Seo Eunhyun and Wu Ryong crash into each other. Wu Ryong exhales and lets out a ki. At the same time, thousands of glass mountains behind Seo Eunhyun are smashed to pieces and vanish. He completely let Wu Ryong's power flow through and transferred it to the glass mountains behind. Seeing that divine skill by which he can face a true immortal with a mortal's body, Wu Ryong takes one step back and begins to perform a sword dance. Wu Ryong's sword energy dies white and bends flexibly. That sight looks as if dozens of white snakes are aiming at Seo Eunhyun's neck. Shiririk. But something astonishing happens. Seo Eunhyun also begins to perform a sword dance. And what appears is a sword dance perfectly identical to Wu Ryong's. In an instant, he reads Wu Ryong's movement, acquires the martial art, and reaches exactly the same level as Wu Ryong. The two face each other like a mirror and unfold exactly the same sword. And that's a moment. Flash. At the end of the white sword dance, Wu Ryong and Seo Eunhyun face each other, meeting each other's swords from opposite directions in exactly the same way. Wu Ryong thinks. So he can see through all lower-grade martial arts and learn them in an instant. The opponent is a being who reached the apex of the domain called martial combat in the Sumeru 3000 Great Thousand World. She is at true immortality, yet he lets all of her attacks flow past and perfectly copies and follows that offensive. And Seo Eunhyun's foot movement. Wu Ryong instinctively senses that movement of the foot and raises her sword, but the footwork and the sword's direction come in from completely different places. A sword art that deceives the opponent with footwork. With that offbeat attack, Wu Ryong's left arm is cut off. Jong. A flash of light flickers. Even if Wu Ryong took on a human-shaped transformation form, her essence is a world itself. And he, with that mortal's body, cut that body of hers. I see. He is cutting away only the necessary parts. She can tell instinctively. He compresses to the utmost the puny power that is only at the chi refining stage, and through instantaneous acceleration reaching the domain of Indra's net, he strikes the principle itself. If he can thereby affect the principles, then even with the body of a mortal being, he can harm the body of an immortal. She looks at the opponent before her and understands. The one before her is the pinnacle of martial arts. The immortal beast king of this era. the myth who toppled the great mountain supreme deity, Guac Am head-on. Our weight class is meaningless. Wawung. With that feeble power at merely the Qi refining stage, he forms Gang Qi and compresses that Gang Qi again and again to reach a domain like a string smaller than every particle in this world. Against sword strikes where each and every strike cuts the principle, it means nothing at all that the authority, the life, and the weight class are greater. But precisely because of that, Wu Ryong pours her full strength and even more. All of her weight class, accumulated to true immortality, burns. The enlightenments she gained within the corpse mountain blood sea burst forth from her hands. With a half-baked martial art, I cannot seize the initiative. What she must do is only maximize her own advantageous points. Space-time bends under attraction force, and Wu Ryong's time accelerates even more. Stronger, faster, sharper. Suat. Burning her realm of true immortality, Wu Ryong strengthens her own physical capabilities. It is a combat method like Guac Am's, yet she is different. Suat. She strengthens the body with the authority and weight class of a true immortal. Beyond that strengthening, she strengthens the instinct embedded deep within the body. Beyond that instinct, she strengthens the talent that leads her from further within. Something catches in Wu Ryong's senses. It is something that seems close to emptiness, Kong. At the same time, it is a consciousness that sees the myriad flows. It is what some call void perception. Having obtained void perception, Wu Ryong, through talent, unfolds her sword to reach Xiao Unhyun. White sword strikes scatter madly over the top of Salt Mountain. Wu Ryong becomes a disaster. She becomes the fire demon that burns the forest, the tidal wave that covers the earth, and the earthquake that makes heaven and earth roar. At the same time, she is the storm that rips everything up and flings it away, and the waterspout that hurls what is on the ground up into the firmament. However, Xiao Unhyun meets and breaks through all those attacks in a form identical to hers, like a mirror. Wu Ryong can tell. This is still not enough. Seot. Squeezing out all her authority, Wu Ryong begins to strengthen void perception once again. More. Wu Ryong's sword strikes collapse the peak of Salt Mountain and bring down the glass mountains beyond. But Xiao Unhyun completely lets that power flow through and takes no damage at all. More. Feigning a kick to pry Xiao Unhyun off, Wu Ryong plays with her footwork, then with her right foot, steps on Xiao Unhyun's left foot to pin him and send a sword strike. Xiao Unhyun dodges Wu Ryong's sword strike by the difference of a few strands of hair, and then, with utter naturalness, slips free by taking off his shoes and socks on the spot. More. Wu Ryong's sword curves like a snake and targets Xiao Unhyun's left ribs. Xiao Unhyun's sword seems to draw a circle, then in an instant, spins like a wheel once and flicks that sword away. Please land. Wu Ryong pours everything of herself in and does her utmost to hit Xiao Unhyun. And at some moment, Wu Ryong, through void perception, touches what lies beyond. The source of Wu Ryong's talent. Her fate. The mandate of the being called Wu Ryong, appointed as the next sword spear heavenly lord, wholly infuses into her sword. If it's this, she is a being fated as a victor and a god of war. Wu Ryong must be the victor. The fate of victory dwells in her sword. As what is called fate dwells in the sword, only then does Wu Ryong just barely manage to enter Xiao Unhyun's domain. Kang. She twists her waist from lower left to upper right and cuts the opponent diagonally. Xiao Unhyun also tries to let her sword slide off in the exact same posture, but Wu Ryong's sword accelerates for a moment and, offbeat, enters Xiao Unhyun's distance. Xiao Unhyun regulates his breathing and takes the defensive, and Wu Ryong presses the offensive even harder. Kang. With one attack, one handspan of distance. Wu Ryong's sword is gradually drawing that one handspan closer to Xiao Unhyun. Kong. Once again the gazes of Wu Ryong and Xiao Unhyun collide in midair. They look into each other's eyes, but cannot read what the other is thinking. Wu Ryong simply lacks the realm, and Xiao Unhyun intentionally does not read her thoughts for the sake of her dignity. However, if it is a duel between martial artists, in the end, even without reading thoughts through laws, one has no choice but to infer the other's thinking through the breath, the movement of the muscles, and the tremor of the sword tip. Though they cannot read each other's thoughts, they can read the faint meanings each holds. And, upon reading those meanings, the exchange between Wu Ryong and Xiao Jiang becomes even more intense. You know, Wu Ryong looks at Xiao Unhyun. "I'll like you." Xiao Unhyun looks at Wu Ryong. Those eyes are full of a wavering that does not know what to do. But the tip of his sword does not waver. Sword Heaven Annihilation Advancement. Chwerarak. From around Wu Ryong, white sword energy seems to surge then. Having drawn a circle to gain rotational force, it explodes in all directions. But within that explosion, Xiao Unhyun's shadow is visible. Wu Ryong rushes toward that shadow like a bolt and thrusts her sword. "Is this feeling real? Did you not intervene in my fate and simply infect me?" Wu Ryong's sword changes. It is the sword she had back then, before she earned the name Wu Ryong, when she was Wu-Ah. The sword holds her moment as a child, when she was innocent. That sword is clean. Again, the sword changes. The sword grows. A sword that contains herself from when she entered the Radiant Spirit sect. That sword contains countless possibilities. The sword changes. A sword that contains the time when she met Xiao Jiang. The sword is engulfed in passion. The sword changes again. A sword that contains the time when she went with Xiao Jiang to another heavenly domain. The sword becomes chaotically distorted. The sword changes again. If this heart is nothing but fake, then in this world, would the only thing that has meaning not be fate? The sword that contains the time when she came to love Xiao Jiang. That confused sword is restrained based on that heart and returns to a gentle trajectory. And the last of all those trajectories. Again, the sword changes. If in this world there is nothing that has meaning besides fate, this is the sword from when, knowing all truth, she was dragged to the great mountain supreme deity. Suat. Wu Ryong's white sword light becomes dyed black. The black sword strike that contains pain itself swallows Xiao Unhyun. Isn't something like the cycle of pain impossible to sever? To her, fate is a circle. Since she was young, she dreamed. She dreamed of a black snake biting its tail, drawing a circle and covering her life. And as she entered the path of immortal cultivation and accumulated cultivation, she could understand. The snake that appeared in her dreams is her fate. No, not only her fate, but all fates in this world are set to draw a circle. The closer she got to fate, the more she felt it keenly. And at last, when she was eaten by Corpse Mountain Blood Sea and came to know the truth of the world, when she came to know that this world is filled with pain, Wu Ryong understood. Fate is pain. Therefore, if life is only fate, pain cannot be severed. The ring of hatred, resentment, and pain cannot be severed either. Because that life is only fate means that pain, hatred, resentment, and even oneself all belong to fate. Unless one cuts oneself, the ring of fate cannot be severed. Yes, everything in this world is fake. To become real, there is nothing but for fate to end. Therefore, Wu Ryong raises her sword and unleashes an extreme speed thrust towards Xiao Unhyun. Flash. A flash flickers, and Wu Ryong's right leg is cut off. Because principle is cut, even she who has an immortal body cannot regenerate. But even one-legged, she directly thrusts her sword towards Xiao Unhyun. If I want to know whether the heart between you and me was real. Watching. Xiao Unhyun lifts his sword from below and smashes it against the flat of Wu Ryong's, blade face meeting blade face. From that single strike, both Xiao Unhyun's and Wu Ryong's swords shatter at the same time. But she, paying no heed, approaches Xiao Unhyun and strikes his face with her right arm. Xiao Unhyun lets all that force flow away. Then he too clenches his fist and drives a punch into Wu Ryong's face. Thwack! Her skull caves in, and an eyeball pops out. Because he strikes the principal, an enormous pain surges in. Yet Wu Ryong recalls the pain suffered in the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, endures the pain, and lashes a kick at Xiao Unhyun. Quong! Xiao Unhyun lets the kick flow past, and the mountains behind collapse. However, this time he appears not to have diverted it completely, as his ribs seem to crack. You're tired. Wu Ryong judges Xiao Unhyun's condition and rushes at him. A barehanded fight begins. Quong, quong, quong. At Wu Ryong's fists, heaven and earth hum. Xiao Unhyun's fists are quiet, yet every time they dig into her body, Wu Ryong's body breaks without fail. To Wu Ryong, Xiao Unhyun feels as if he is not a human, but like a single sword. Chwak! Wu Ryong's ribs are cut away by Xiao Unhyun's knife hand. Holes open all over her body. Since becoming a true immortal, Her authority that seemed infinite starts to dry up. Seo Eun-hyun is immortal, and Wool Ryong becomes a mortal being. Yet even though their ranks have dropped that far, their exchange of blows does not stop. However, the match at last reaches its end. Jeo Yeong. Wool Ryong flips Seo Eun-hyun over, grabs his neck, and slams him toward the palace gate behind. Kwang. Completely restrained, Seo Eun-hyun can no longer let anything flow past, and coughs blood. Kagugagu. Now it is the end. Wool Ryong, at last seeing Seo Eun-hyun within her grasp, smiles. Suot. Wool Ryong's face recovers. She does not recover her legs or arms, but she squeezes out her energy and recovers only her caved-in head. The reason she bothers to restore her face is extremely simple. The last departing appearance. At the very least, she does not want to go hideously before him. Kill me. Wool Ryong presses down on Seo Eun-hyun's body. At the same time, her will turns into a sword and begins to pierce into Seo Eun-hyun's chest. If it goes on like this, Seo Eun-hyun will die. Therefore, having become like this, even Seo Eun-hyun has no choice but to use it. You have never once used a killing move, have you? When fighting Wool Ryong. No, even when fighting the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, Wool Ryong knows that Seo Eun-hyun was hiding his strength. She knows that, in the end, the Great Mountain Supreme Deity was truly beaten, because Seo Eun-hyun truly did not use that technique to the very end. That strongest killing art that you used through your hair clone. Devil Sword. 0. A power created to kill the opponent. Seo Eun-hyun, to the very end, did not use that power, even though he has the skill to copy any martial technique, just as he copied Wool Ryong's martial arts. Therefore, she smiles brightly. Kill me, Seo Eun-hyun. Seo Eun-hyun only looks at her and gives a bitter smile. Otherwise, you will die. The future king's technique has been, by my hand, restored to about the third form. Even if I face the future king, the minimum preparation to block about 3 moves is complete. And, as Wool Ryong says, these 3 forms, in terms of offensive power, are the strongest killing methods that surpasses mine and Kim Young-hoon's. If I had used the killing method when fighting Gwak Am, I could have handled him a bit more easily. Uduk Dududuk. Wool Ryong's grip tightens more strongly around my neck. Her will becomes a sword and approaches my heart. Pong. I strike Wool Ryong's elbow and release the grip, choking my neck. However, she merely grasps the sword of will that stabs my heart with her own hand and thrusts it in even harder. Cook. I feel it. The tip of her sword stands before the surface of my heart. If the sword pushes in like this, I will die as I am. My main body as well will be pushed out of balance with the origin essence, be devoured by it, and die. Yes, right now, the power over my life and death belongs to her. If I do not kill Wool Ryong, I will die to Wool Ryong. Kill me, Seo Eun-hyun. Wool Ryong calls my true name precisely and speaks again. I look at her and smile. Ryong ah. I cannot even twitch a single finger. You win. I cannot kill her. Wool Ryong's pupils tremble. In that trembling, a heart toward me dwells. Are you deceiving me? Wool Ryong asks with a sad smile. That smile looks as if at any moment it can turn into a scream filled with pain. You can kill me, Seo Jeong. Her voice starts to shake, and the form of address changes. How far are you trying to deceive me? Why? As if it isn't enough that you deceived my whole life? Wool Ryong begins to sob. Why are you treating me like you are sparing me? The killing art. If you use the killing art, you can beat me. From the start. What even are you? What on earth are you to throw me a chance to forgive and to care about trash like me in that way? Just, as you used to, like Gwak Am, you could just use me and throw me away. Like Gwak Am, you should have remained the bad guy to the end and waited arrogantly for me to take revenge. Wool Ryong wails. If you had remained the bad guy to the end, and if you had received my sword, my heart would not have been this tormented. It would not have been this confused. Why? Why on earth do you give me the chance for revenge? And why do you not face me sincerely? I'm nothing but a bug. I slowly caress her cheek. There had been a time like that. Descend all heavens. There was a time when I killed, with my own hands, the person who loved me and died together. How can I think of the person who loves me as a bug? Ryong, if I kill and toy with the one who hates me, that is only the principle of the world. A simple principle of cause and effect retribution. However, if I toy with the life of the one who loves me, what retribution is that? Even if it is a speck of dust, it becomes the foundation stone that forms a mountain. If it is a being who throws body and heart to love me, I cannot dare to look down on them as a bug or a speck of dust. However I may have intervened in that life, it is right to devote body and heart to apologize. I am going to kill you, Seo Jiang. Really, I am going to stab you. If that lets me be forgiven. You toyed with my life, but you did not make me unhappy. Wu Ryong's tears fall on my cheek. I know. That master is alive. So that is enough? I was originally more attached to her than you anyway. I made her undergo the experience of losing Jiwa, the sword spear heavenly lord of this era, before her eyes. No matter how necessary that was for her. And I now know my original fate. You made me, who would have been unhappy, happier, right? Even if that was something that gave her happiness. So, I also want to make you happy. Wu Ryong cries. I want you to just kill me as I am. And after you forget me, seize the origin essence of the mountain and seek an answer better than the great mountain supreme deity. Gik, Gijigik, Kugaguk. Her sword will digs into my heart. And only then do I come to understand something. This is... I see Guakem's shadow behind Wu Ryong. How can Wu Ryong use the power of a true immortal inside the origin essence of the mountain? The answer lies in something simpler than I thought. Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Guakem's Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, though scattered, was not actually annihilated. Severing Heaven Sword form, the fifth. Though they gained freedom by all heavens, they still cling to Guakem's final will. Prove it. That's right. Wu Ryong, too, is still inside the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. My body and heart are so exhausted, I failed to recognize it. I waged war against the great mountain supreme deity, and I lost Hong Fan, including my subordinates and friends. Because I became wrecked on every side, I lost my ability to judge. She is not stabbing me purely by her own will. Guakem's lingering thoughts, and the spirits of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, through her, are thrusting the sword at me. This is also a question. If pain is not the greatest teacher, then what is the greatest teacher? If beyond pain exists the greatest truth, can the ring of hatred and pain truly be severed? To-do. The sword pierces the heart. Wu Ryong sheds even more tears, and she begins to endure. Even though she carries the will of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea on her back, the reason she can endure without killing me outright. It is not only the lingering thought of the great mountain supreme deity Guak Am and the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. There is also something that I left behind. The beginning, development, twist, conclusion I imposed upon Wu Ryong. For the Enders, the beginning, development, twist, conclusion is that we reach the audience chamber. But Wu Ryong's beginning, development, twist, conclusion is different. The conclusion I lay upon her. The end where that fate heads is becoming the Ender's friend and protecting them. In other words, the lingering thought of Great Mountain and the will of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea clash with the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion I imposed, preventing her from killing me. But, at the same time, it makes her even more confused and pained. She must protect me, but at the same time she must kill me and pursue the answer of Guak Am and the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Kill me. Wu Ryong shouts. Have you forgotten the sacrifices of your subordinates? That voice even sounds as if she is scolding me. Do you not know what your friends have been enduring for? My heart is gradually crushed. Do you not know what kind of time the god of death, who fights your friends outside while crying out for you, has been enduring? I know, yet I speak calmly. That's why all the more, I must stake my life right here and prove it. Guakam asked me, can I sever the chain of hatred? I answered, there is something greater than hatred and pain. Either way, if I cannot prove it here, there is nothing beyond this. I would have no face to see Guak Am and my master. There would be no possibility at all of winning against the being called the future king. I will not kill you, but Duduk. And then, my heart is completely pierced through. I rise and begin to approach Wu Ryong. Even if I die, I will no longer kill those who gave me their hearts. Even if my entire story ends here, it does not matter. Even if everything of the existence called Seo Unhyun ends, it does not matter. Then, with tears falling, Wu Ryong looks up at me. Do you mean that I, who killed you, should live the rest of my life in hell? She opens her mouth. I will forgive you, but instead live. Kill me, and carry all your grace and resentments on your back, and live. What comes out of her mouth is a scream. I want you to be happy, even if the world is hell, because you can surely escape this hell. I am just a meager true immortal who is nothing compared to you, but you are different. So, in a world that is pain, I want you to live and become happy. The way to do so I'm just a fool, so I don't know. But if it's you, you will surely find it. So please, live. Jiang. In that wail where a genius calls herself a fool and sobs, I feel my breath grow thin. I close my eyes. I feel death. An extreme ultimatum. If I live, Wu Ryong dies, and I, who once more killed the person I love, will live in hell. If Wu Ryong lives, I die, and Wu Ryong will live in the hell where she killed the being she loves. One of us must die. Whoever dies, the one left behind must live in hell. Guac am. This is what you wanted to say, isn't it? That no matter what I choose, it is pain. This ring cannot be severed. Not only the ring, but all those who try to cut the ring are nothing but birds trapped in the cage called pain. My consciousness scatters. At the same time, I feel my main body being absorbed into the origin essence of the mountain. Only then do my comrades begin to show some different reactions. Their intent and expressions change. They heard something from Wu Ryong, but it seems different from what they see. It is probably different. Because right now, I truly think it is fine to die. If someone must die, it must be me. I separate from Wu Ryong and gradually collapse. Because only I see Wu Ryong sink into hell. Only I. With that sight as the last, I finally close my eyes. It was a long life. In this life, I have not a single regret. You heartless one. The heavenly venerable of the underworld, the netherworld Queen Mother Bong Hua sighs. Only when she sees the moment Seo Eunhyun reaches death, does she notice his intentions and stops knocking on the door to enter the mountain immortal domain. Rather, the ones whose bearing changes are Seo Eunhyun's comrades. They look at Kong Min-hee and, as if flustered, they shout. Kong Min-hee only endures, and, to the very end, as Wu Ryong asked, blocks the main bodies of the Enders from approaching Seo Eunhyun. At least Kim Yun, who learned the immortal art of primordial origin, seems to notice something, and, shedding tears, stops in place. The underworld looks at them and smiles bitterly. Even if that is a method of certain victory, is it not too great a shock to the hearts of those who love you? She, bitterly, and with eyes as if looking at a beloved child, gazes at the dead Seo Eunhyun. I will remember you. Eunhyun, hey Seo Eunhyun. Seo Eunhyun. Eunhyun, Eunhyun. OPPA. Seo Eunhyun. Kim Young-hoon, John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, and Oh Hyes-yo call out to Seo Eunhyun. But Seo Eunhyun does not revive. He only lies there as a lone corpse, placed in front of Wu Ryong, whose left arm and right leg are cut off. Wu Ryong closes her eyes. Yeah, I respect your choice, but I do not forgive you. She asked him to live even if he must kill her. Yet to the end, to the very end, he toyed with her and died. So, she too decides not to forgive Seo Eunhyun. Surung, drawing a nearby glass sword and bringing it to her own neck and chest, Wu Ryong closes her eyes. It was good to be with you. Thank you, Seo Eunhyun. Then, let us meet again. She loved him her entire life. Though her whole life was toyed with. Within the great mountain supreme deity, she learned the truth. That the world is made of pain, and that Seo Eunhyun tried to lead her, even a little, to the right place within pain. Therefore, when she heard him say he will give his life, and when she saw his resolve to actually give his life, forgiveness ended. She truly had no thought of taking his life. Though she was toyed with again by the mountain divine spirit called the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and was forced to choose one of two, she liked him enough to think that even if she dies, she wants Seo Eunhyun to live. However, he gave her his life, and in the end toyed with her life, and died embracing the entangled grace and resentment. A god sacrificed their life for a bug, and the bug who lost the god has no confidence to live in the world that has become hell. Wu Ryong looks at Seo Eunhyun's corpse and smiles one last time. Farewell, my god. Pyuk. With that, it is the end. No, she thought it was the end. Kwang, you are. Until a silver sword falls between Wu Ryong and Seo Eunhyun's corpse. Master, Wu Ryong recognizes that very sword at once. There is no way she does not know it. For the wave of soul she feels from that sword is perfectly the same as a being she knows. Woom. Her master appears to her in the form of a sword and is ringing out a sword cry. And she suddenly notices that this sword's wave is creating something. This is severing mountain swordsmanship. Mountain echoes, valley responds. Sanmingying. A move that treats the wave of the sword cry like a voice transmission and sends sword energy in the form of a wave, as if sending a voice transmission to the opponent. and Seo Eunhyun placed his own voice transmission into Mountain Echo's Valley response. In preparation for when he dies, the Sword Extreme Heavenly Sword begins to spit out Seo Eunhyun's last will. No, she thinks it is his last will. Wong Wu Wong. The waves grow larger and larger, and by those waves, something enters Wu Ryong's eyes. It is mist, a pale mist. It is the canvas of myriad forms and connections within gracious soul filling the heavens. Wying. Within the canvas of myriad forms and connections, the entire life of the being named Seo Eunhyun flashes past. And within that life, Wu Ryong can hear someone's voice. Will not. Wong. The world within the origin essence of the mountain. The mountain immortal domain is condensing, as if struck by the phenomena extinguishing mantra, centered on Seo Eunhyun's mist at the summit of Salt Mountain. And, feeling the world fill with light and heat amid that strange compression of the universe, Wu Ryong can hear that voice clearly. I will not put you into hell. I will not fall into hell either. Saya. It is Seo Eunhyun, coming out of the mist. Seeing that which somehow appears translucent, Wu Ryong can tell what it is. Seo Eunhyun approaches. Heaven and earth gradually condense. The immortal domain narrows and brightens. From the center of that light, Seo Eunhyun, who comes to Wu Ryong, tightly holds Wu Ryong's two hands. Before she knows it, the limbs of hers that he has cut off are back. Because I am greedy, I will not let go of either. Kugugugu. Clench. Strength enters Seo Eunhyun's hands that hold her. For some reason, Wu Ryong feels as if she sees someone next to Seo Eunhyun. That one wears white garments similar to Wu Ryong. She gives off a feeling that evokes a white magnolia flower. If Wu Ryong is a sword, she looks like a swordsmith. Ryong. Seo Eunhyun's will comes close to Wu Ryong. If the world is hell, he kisses her forehead. Then is what I just gave you also of hell? An enlightenment that Seo Eunhyun received from someone in the past. Returning that enlightenment to the one who loved him. Seo Eunhyun smiles warmly. I will not die. Flutter. Suddenly, Wu Ryong sees a slip of paper fly to her side. It is a part of a book. She cannot see the title, but certainly, it is a story about a mountain spirit who resisted fate and went forward. Flutter, flutter, flutter. And led by that, countless sheets of paper begin to fly around her. Those sheets depict different scenes, but all of them draw the story of a single being. The celestial lord incense burning that Seo Eunhyun left behind before going to the outer sea. The story received from Sword Spear and spread by Kong Min, he begins to fill all of heaven and earth. Only the form that I exist in changes, I will not truly die. Only the flesh has withered, I absolutely will not die. Seaot. Seo Eunhyun's body becomes even whiter. Gradually he transforms into white and scatters outward. The mountain immortal domain completely compresses and becomes a single point, and outside that point, Seo Eunhyun's voice begins to spread even wider. This form is truly the form to uphold Master's robe and alms bowl. By whatever means, make everyone in this world come to repentant enlightenment. Only that is truly the way to guarantee victory. That is precisely the last will of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity that Great Mountain heard. Hearing that last will, the Great Mountain Supreme Deity Guak Am decided to force everyone to come to repentant enlightenment. And Seo Eunhyun decided that even if it requires endless culpas, he will melt himself down and become the path of repentant enlightenment that is passed down forever to later generations. He is to become the classics, Jingzhan, core canonical texts. Thus, continuing on forever to later generations, someday enlightening all beings of all phenomena to repentant enlightenment. He is to become the Book of Documents, Seo Jiang, that embraces the Great Plan 9 categories, Hongfen TL/N. The Great Plan 9 categories, or particularly the Hongfan/Great Plan and Guju/9 categories, is a chapter of the Book of Documents. The name Seo Jiang uses the same Hangul as the Book of Documents and can mean Book of Documents. A teacher greater than pain is always. Tuck. The scattering forehead of Seo Eunhyun and Wu Ryong's forehead touch. Feeling that warmth, Wu Ryong at last stops her tears. The warmth that a person conveys to a person. That story. The warmth contained within it. A person can change with only that. Pain is a good teacher, but the best teacher is always a story. A country that used to eat salted human flesh, on hearing the story of a person who transmitted benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, stopped eating people and attempted rule by virtue. A land where beings once practiced human sacrifice. On hearing the story that transmitted the word of the sole God who saved a people, saw human sacrifice cease. A great land that was nothing but a place of mere barbarism. On hearing the story that transmitted the saying to benefit mankind widely, became a place where a nation was founded. The warmth that a person conveys to a person. The story that contains it. The history of people always took that as its teacher. No, it is the same even for what is not a person. Flap, 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 flap. Wool Ryong looks at the last page of the endlessly whirling sheets of paper. There, the end of a mountain divine spirit is written. That mountain divine spirit throws off the body of a divine spirit and thinks thus. Thank you for everything until now. For letting me live a person's life. For gifting me this precious life. For being with me. Thank you. Seeing that, Wool Ryong feels the origin essence of the mountain that has come to her, compressed to a single point, bestowing limitless strength upon her. It is Seo Eunhyun's authority. All the authority, enlightenment, memories, divine powers, and martial arts he has accumulated until now. He intends to transmit all of it to all comrades with her as the medium. With this, it is sufficient to attack the audience chamber even without the existence called Seo Eunhyun. Yes, Seo Eunhyun thus, across a long and longer life, doing his utmost in all he can do, presented the best answer and closed his eyes. Wool Ryong looks at the seed of the mountain held in her hand. From there, a faint phenomena extinguishing mantra resounds. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Wool Ryong smiles at the sight, as if all her lingering regrets are resolved. And, inside her, within all the corpse mountain blood seas that exist who have found freedom led by her, a certain voice flows out. Yes, you are better than me. In Wool Ryong's eyes, in that distant white space, a faint vision is reflected of someone in a blood robe turning back to glance behind. Their gaze is directed at the origin essence of the mountain in her hand. You win. They look forward again and disappear somewhere, leaving a single remark. Junior brother. Wawoom. With those words as the end, the origin essence of the mountain held in Wool Ryong's hand gradually begins to rise upward. Clang. At last, by Seo Eunhyun in the underworld, and by time, the regression of Mount Sumeru is completed, and at the center of the Heavenly King heavenly domain of the regressed Mount Sumeru. There, the rain-dew Heavenly Lord, left alone, raises a god-killing spear in their hand and aims it at Wool Ryong. However, Wool Ryong's body begins to shine, and starting with it, some shining things begin to draw a spiral and soar from the sun and moon heavenly domain to the Heavenly King heavenly domain, beginning to surround something that begins to rise, like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea. Those shining existences, who refuse even the control of the underworld, shine in all of heaven's natural colors and are chanting something. Build mountains through repentant enlightenment. It is the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Building a mountain of salt is perhaps the fastest way to reach the heavens. They are the very beings of the corpse mountain blood sea who, until just a moment ago, had shed bloody tears and sung of pain, each to one another holding hands. But now, no one among them, not a single existence, sheds tears of blood or suffers. With everyone at the sea, drinks salt, and with the wind, soar. The origin essence of the mountain leaves Wool Ryong's hand and gradually begins to fly higher. And, centered on it, white spirits whose number is almost immeasurable draw a spiral as they ascend, singing without end. Like combining all intents turns them colorless. A certain someone's hand overlaps beneath Wool Ryong's hand, and together they raise their arms toward the sky. She wears a silver dragon robe, and, somehow, scatters a sword aura similar to Wool Ryong's. Looking down at that woman, the rain-dew heavenly lord lets out a soundless roar. Beginning with that woman, a blond man braces his hand beneath that hand again. Embrace all connections and become impermanence. A red-haired man also extends his hand. A blue-haired woman, a silver-haired man, and a woman with light pink hair as well. Even a woman with her original hair that carries a faintly tinged red. All of them brace their hands beneath Wool Ryong. By their hands, the seat that is rising upward toward the Heavenly King heaven finally leaves the sun and moon heavenly domain and begins to float ever higher and ever farther. Thank you. You were right. Kim Yun sends a warm gaze to Wool Ryong, that if he could find the answer, he could obtain another chance through Guac AM. Wool Ryong shakes her head. It is not through Guac Am. The souls who were the corpse mountain blood see speak the final verse of the mantra. For that, you always get back what you give. Saat. With those words as the end, Wu Ryong, together with the other spirits, becomes a pure white light and joins the spiral that covers the origin essence of the mountain. She stands at the top of the spiral, at the very forefront, becoming the brightest soul. Flash. Someone is born. By their birth alone, an enormous explosion occurs, and the Sumeru Three Heavens Great Thousand World begins to shake. By the interpretation of the newly born owner of the seat, the essence of what had been the seat of the mountain reverses. Is how one reaches the stars. What is made by accumulating specks of dust is a great mountain, and what is made by gathering the dust of the universe is the star. The Sumeru Three Heavens Great Thousand World. The symbol of all mountains begins to transform into the symbol of stars. The Gon of the 8 trigrams changes in an instant, its character turning into star, Shang. TL/N. The character for Gon of the 8 trigrams means mountain. With a change so vivid that all cultivators who are practicing immortal cultivation notice, countless Milky Ways begin to pour out from the origin essence of the star. Seeing that sight, Oh Hyunsuk's arm begins to move on its own. The existence that dwells as a lingering thought in Oh Hyunsuk's body fully expends that lingering thought, and, through the portion of Seo Eunhyun's soul they previously received as a gift from Seo Eunhyun, begins to draw forth a new name. Their essence whispers to put heaven, can, into that name. But the moment they see the dance of the Milky Ways unfurling in that sky, through self-repentant enlightenment, with the pure desire of a namer, with the pure heart that wants to give a name, they manage to reject that essence. The name of the existence newly rising in that sky is Star Genesis Supreme Deity, Chongxing Shangbi. They are the owner of the story that has at last become a star. The Star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. The stars of every heavenly domain, which gain personhood by the advent of their master, welcome their Lord and unanimously pray for his descent. The Star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. The Star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. The Star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. Kuga Guga Gugu. Within innumerable seas of stars, as a vast heavenly domain is newly born, an existence wearing a dragon robe made of Milky Ways begins to open their eyes. Seated upon the jade throne of the galaxy, they awaken again and, with a warm smile, sweep their gaze over all of all phenomena. The last master of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, touched by that existence's gaze, opens their mouth in panic. Let the Radiance 8 Immortals hear. However, the Radiance 8 Immortals, already all gone, cannot answer. And the newly born god of starlight opens their mouth. Let the myriad stars hear. The stars of the nations, to receive their master's decree, answer in a resounding voice. By your command. Chapter 780, Owner of Myriad Stars. Even if this is the last time, it is fine. Even if it ends, it is fine. Even if it is not me. For Master's method cannot fail. Throwing my whole body, I melt down my existence into the countless stories I scatter with celestial Lord incense burning. And at the same time, the remaining regret from one corner of my heart. To ease the regret that comes when I think of how those who remain will be sad, I speak to them. I will not die. Only the form of existence changes. All of them, whose form of existence kept changing, starting from the star-shattering stage, sacred vessel stage, entering nirvana stage, and up to reaching true immortality, will fully understand. Thank you for everything until now. Expressing gratitude to everyone here, I throw my consciousness toward my last that I have so greatly longed for. I feel the spirit, along with the memory and self-scatter. Smiling broadly, I move my steps toward the conclusion I most long for. This is true death. I will not return again, nor will I become meaningless. True death. With my consciousness gone, what calls out to one lingering strand of my consciousness is the voices of some people. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. It even sounds like singing. It is the singing that countless gathered crowds are letting out. However, for some reason, there is something more concerning than that singing. It is the back view of someone. Far over there, a thatched house is visible. It is that very thatched house where, once, Master hanged me upside down and beat me soundly, made me sweep under the Bodhi tree, and made me polish the mirror. At the entrance of that thatched house, someone stands with their back turned. They are a hulking being wearing a blood robe. As that being turns to me and mutters in a low voice that one line. For some reason, it seems to lodge in my spirit more distinctly than any singing. Yes, you are better than me. You are? I become curious who they are. For some reason, I am in a daze. This whole world is white, and the only things I see are the thatched house where I lived with my master and that one being. And, as if to resolve my question, they answer. You win, junior brother. This being lets out a few more words. With splitting heaven, the snake is killed. At the very least, you won't be hit in the back of the head right as you go in. Now the only one who inherits that person's robe and alms bowl is you. Go, win, and TSTSTSTSTSTSS. They become more distant. They go into the thatched house, and as the house seems to blur, soon the whole world turns pure white. Cherish your life. With those words, I come to know this being is. His name is the Great Mountain Supreme Deity Gwak Am. My senior brother. Suat. As I regain consciousness, I hear the sound of the phenomena extinguishing mantra ringing through all heaven and earth. Woo-wum. At the same time, within the origin essence of the mountain, I feel Gwak Am's will. I acknowledge you. The origin essence of the mountain that is devouring me, following the will of its former owner, acknowledges me and begins to submit. Ah, I can do it. I realize, from the situation where the origin essence of the mountain is devouring me, I can in turn devour it. I had thought the only choice left to me is death, but it is not so. As if, just as I created a choice in Wu Ryang's either-or where no one falls into hell, it feels like my senior brother has also given me another option as well. I can live. As soon as I see the possibility, I begin to try with all my strength to recover my ego. Suat. At the same time, I see a white spiral around me. I see that spiral gives me strength. The scattered spirit. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea. Build mountains through repentant enlightenment. Building a mountain of salt is perhaps the fastest way to reach the heavens. The phenomena extinguishing mantra that the spiral chants amplifies my scattered heart. The power of my spirit that has scattered into heaven and earth and has been annihilated amplifies to its peak and begins to recondense like a heavenly domain. The annihilated self begins to gather back by the phenomena extinguishing mantra, each to one another holding hands. With everyone at the sea, drink salt, and with the wind, soar. This is, my self grows clearer and clearer, and as I find strength within that self, the possibility of seizing the origin essence of the mountain begins to appear even more clearly. At the same time, the light of that spiral and my soul begin to resonate. Feeling that, I twist the formula of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Not the original formula, but a formula I created. I shall twist the mountain Immortal Tao with my interpretation. Like mixing all intents turn them colorless. Embrace all connections and become impermanence. It is no longer a mountain. For even if a mountain is accumulated, it is under the heavens. Master and senior brother, inheriting your wills, I will leap beyond the sky, loftily afloat in the sky, illuminating the heavens. For that, I will become the light of all, the will of righteousness that Azure Tiger Saint taught. With that will foremost, Kim Young-hoon, Chongmun Ryong, the Mad Lord, Seo Huiol, Yun Wei, the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, Black Ghost Valley, and Buk Hyangwa, and the others. Carrying on the wills of all my teachers, I seek to illuminate the heavens with that enlightenment. Is how one reaches the stars. I seek to become a star. Kuga gugugu. My consciousness rises further and further, and by the phenomena extinguishing mantra the spirit fully recovers. At the same time, I understand the identity of those who chant the phenomena extinguishing mantra. They are the beings of Corpse Mountain Blood Sea left by the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. The melody those beings weave is the mantra that restores me. Within the song of those of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, I realize one strand of truth. I see. From the beginning, everything was a trial. He also knew that he was in the wrong. However, even he knew this was the best he could do. So he fervently hoped the greatest successor who surpasses the best would appear and surpass him. Therefore, he, seeking to realize that wish through me, bestowed upon me a trial of pain from the beginning. Wu Ryong was the last trial the Great Mountain Supreme Deity left to test me. And, at the end of every trial, there is bound to be a reward. Oseo Unhyun's reverse scale. You, as the representative, shall bestow upon him the final trial. The mission she received from the Great Mountain Supreme Deity when she was confined within the corpse mountain blood sea. If he fails to receive forgiveness from you, then even if he erodes the origin essence of the mountain, let him be affected by my lingering will, let his personality be distorted, and let him go mad. If he fails to expound what teacher is more excellent than pain, as he boasts, and fails to persuade you and the beings of the corpse mountain blood sea, then one day he shall go mad from the malice I leave within the origin essence of the mountain. However, if he receives forgiveness from you, and truly, by giving his life, succeeds in producing an answer, my will shall acknowledge him and recognize him as the next owner of the mountain and will enthrone him to the imperial throne. My will acknowledges him and recognizes him as the next owner of Great Mountain, raising him to the imperial throne. Yuzuo. In enthronement. Dongji. The beings of the corpse mountain blood sea that I leave behind, moved by him, will assist him with the light of heart Tao blooming he leaves and the power of the phenomena extinguishing mantra so that he cannot easily die. His soul, so long as his conviction does not fade and his enlightenment does not wane, shall forever, by them, occupy one heavenly seat. What saved me are the spirits of the beings I freed by giving them freedom. Thank you. I smile brightly at the thought that what I have done is not meaningless. At the same time, I am able to realize something else. The question of contemplation Ho Woon gave me. If I prove a quality through pain, how that is different from Guakam's Tao. Now I can finally answer. Now, let's no longer prove the Tao through pain. For even if the method of proving the Tao is not pain, simply being connected is enough. Just being passed on to each other is enough. Go. Ahead, I see a boundary. It is the boundary that leads to the pinnacle of true immortality. At the same time, it is the boundary by which I reach a state that transcends all limits and bounds of a true immortal. I can reach it. I too shall become a heavenly king and reach the end of every grace and resentment of enders. Then, I suddenly notice that something is binding me. It is a black something. It seems like a snake, like a chain, or like black silk. I see. Is this the tribulation of advancement? I begin to rip apart the black something that binds me. Duck. What are you doing? From the shadow of the black thing, a figure that looks exactly like me but wears black clothes appears. Get lost, heart demon. A look of absurdity rises in its eyes, but by nature there is no need to exchange opinions with a heart demon. I have gained the highest enlightenment. At my shout, the black thing that seems to be the heart demon turns faint and begins to collapse. I am not shaken by any cunning words. With a great shout, I completely tear off and rip apart the black thing that binds me, and I move toward that boundary. Only after tearing it do I realize that it is not a mere heart demon, but some kind of fate. Yet judging that a fate that collapses this easily is not important, I move forward. And, at last, I reach the high peak. A sea of stars burst forth. As if I am newly born from an egg, I wear a dragon robe made of the Milky Ways and sit upon a jade throne made of countless galactic clusters, gazing upon all things of all phenomena. The consciousness domain maximizes, and the power of consciousness becomes embodied. The power of will, which until now was nothing but clear consciousness, truly begins to have power and affect reality. Consciousness transforms into the heavenly domain. At the same time, a resounding will reverberates inside and outside the heavenly domain. The star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. By me, innumerable stars have their personhood awakened, born as innate demigods, and begin to praise me. One Chi of the primordial chaos, aligned above the emptiness, honored Tao Lord, primordial origin great balance creating and decreeing star venerable supreme deity. Yi Chi Song, En Chang Ling, Xingjin Shangdi. A long true title engraves itself upon me, and without even a moment to understand why I have become a supreme deity, the abbreviated name Star Genesis Supreme Deity echoes across the entire heavenly domain. The Star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. The Star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. The Star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. Kuga Gugugu. At the same time, only now do I realize the meaning of the Tinghua my master painted. Did you predict this far, master? Kurung, Kururung. The Tinghua the lingering thought of my master showed during my cultivation of the radiance 10 heavens. The outermost, black snake biting its tail. The middle, wheel of starlight. The innermost, white 3 great ultimates. I felt that what was important was not those 3 circles themselves, but that something traces a curvature at their center. My master praised my discernment. Only now can I know. What is the most important among those three circles? Kururum. The three great ultimates rotate, and the boundary of the three great ultimates begins to blur. Inside that rotation, a strange curvature arises, and the fragments of the shattered will are incorporated into that rotation. The wheel made to suit the heavenly venerable of the underworld now begins to evolve completely to suit me. And centered on that wheel and the three great ultimates, all my mantras and immortal arts begin to unify. Urururung. A new mantra does not arise the way the phenomena extinguishing mantra and the flawless mantra combine to give birth to the wheel. However, as all those mantras combine, the newly evolved will sublimates so that I can wield all the power I have as one. I give a new name to the newly evolved wheel. Turning wheel mantra, Dunlanjunyan. It is not an immortal art of the reincarnation of souls, but an immortal art of the turning wheel that makes the era roll forth. Flash. That mantra is no longer in the form of the wheel. I feel that the power of the three great ultimates I possess has its boundaries completely vanish and reaches the true state of the first, and I feel the authority granting me power from behind like a halo. The wheel and the three great ultimates that revolve behind me now begin to take the form of a galaxy rotating behind me. According to the mantra that takes the form of the galaxy, the symbol of the star Genesis Supreme Deity is newly engraved upon one of the heavenly seats. Galaxy with three tails. That is my final symbol, reached at the summit of immortal cultivation. And at last, as all my pain washes away and a face is finally restored to the immortal body, I gaze upon the heavens with a benevolent smile. There, the last remaining remnant of radiance. The rain-dew heavenly Lord grips the God-killing spear and glares at me. To resolve the final grace and resentment, I begin to issue a decree toward the entire heavenly domain. Let the myriad stars hear. At my single utterance, the stars of the Sumeru three heavens great thousand-world answer. By your command, I, in the name of the owner of myriad stars, issue a decree. Beneath my hand, enforce the debt of all who until now have received the grace of stars. The underworld. There, the heavenly venerable of the underworld shows, for the first time, a startled expression and looks toward Mount Sumeru. What is this? How did an ender? How did he smash his own fate and ascend as a supreme deity? The interdimensional void. There, hope and despair are engraved in the eyes of High and Mu. So such a thing was possible? Are you saying you are different from all the others before now? Was it truly possible for a tool to slip free from its owner's hand? But, at the same time, this entire batch may be scrapped. Ha 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 ha. I thought at least half could be completed, yet we may have to start over from the very beginning. Ah ha ha. Chapter 781, 2013 Cycles, First Day. After time is turned back by Seo Un-hyun, the heavenly venerable of time, and the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Inside a gray space, a silver sphere starts to tremble faintly. I can no longer read his future. Until now, the list of such beings included only the underworld, Salt Sea, and the Fate's supreme deity. For some reason, the silver sphere shows a confused hue. The being once called Silver Basket speaks with a trembling voice. Even the four-pun possibility of victory I read now no longer stays fixed. Has the victory probability indeed gone up? Or, for some reason in an uneasy voice, Silver Basket speaks in self-mockery. Even this. From deep within the gray space, Silver Basket's worries resound bitterly. Kadoo-doo-doo-doo. By my decree, the myriad stars calculate the debts of all the world and offer them to me. Teeing. As I look down upon the world from above Indra's net, the countless principles entangled with the world are coiled in my hands. If I only pull these strings of principle, I can exact recompense from all beings who have been indebted to the stars until now. Quorum. And as if noticing this, from the heavenly king heavenly domain, the rain-dew heavenly lord throws the god-killing spear. Kagugugu. Watching the god-killing spear fall from the heavenly king heavenly domain, I very naturally stretch out my hand. Wong. A gentle energy seems to bloom from my hand, and the power of the heavenly domain that belongs to me gently diverts the god-killing spear. Tuwum. The god-killing spear flies straight out beyond Mount Sumeru, and I shake the 7 stars harnessing god banner. Kiririk. Spacetime melts. At the same time, My heavenly domain that is adjacent with the heavenly king heavenly domain seems to fuse together by the 7 stars harnessing God banner that manipulates spacetime. You, as if angered, the rain-dew heavenly lord begins to draw power from the origin essence of radiance. However, they were beings who were originally 10. At least 8 immortal lords are needed to properly draw out the origin essence of light. And with the mere power of a single heavenly lord, it is obviously impossible to draw out all that power. Because they are stronger than ordinary immortal lords, and was originally in the upper ranks among the Radiance 8 immortals, the authority they wield as a heavenly lord is still comparable to a supreme deity. But it is only that much. At best, merely the level of an ordinary supreme deity. Yurung. I quietly begin to raise my authority. My heavenly domain, fused with the heavenly king heavenly domain, moves actively and begins to encroach upon the heavenly king heavenly domain. The stars and the Milky Ways that belong to the heavenly king heavenly domain begin to revolve according to my will. I ask my myriad stars, "O stars, what realms of the immortal cultivation system receive your aid?" We report to the Lord. We are used by immortals as the stars of prophecy, and all this time have acted as the symbol of the heavens, bearing countless prophecies. Please harvest all the authorities of the heaven immortals that prophesied through the stars. We report to the Lord. Not only the realms of Yang Pitch and Een Pitch through prophecy, but even the cultivation of Great Net is all passed through us. Please harvest the realms of Upper Immortal and Great Net Immortal. Hearing those words, they are indeed correct. I, in the name of the star Genesis, Supreme Deity, speak thus. The realms of the Great Immortal Cultivation System Great Net and Upper Immortal shall in my name be harvested, and in my name be proven. Yurung. By my proclamation, I come to preside over the Great Net Immortal and Upper Immortal realms of the Immortal Cultivation System. We trouble the Lord once again to report. As we quietly observe, it is clear that the realm of vestige liberation is proven by our friends, the fixed stars. Therefore, O Lord, please also harvest the realm of vestige liberation immortal. Indeed, those words are also right. This emperor is truly like the guide of the myriad stars. Thus, cultivation that receives the aid of the fixed stars is rightly proven by this emperor. I, in the name of the star Genesis, Supreme Deity, speak thus. The realm of the Great Immortal Cultivation System Vestige Liberation shall in my name be harvested, and in my name be proven. We once more trouble the Lord to report. Clearly, as we feel, the quasi-mortals, who are members of the immortal family, always weave formations and display divine power using the light of the stars and the dragon vein of stars that are the star veins, and through them they cultivate. Clearly this also is within the Lord's domain, therefore it should be rightfully harvested. Such words, indeed, I shall also heed your opinion. However, as this is not a full privilege of the realm, I shall harvest only their divine powers, not the entirety of the realm. I, in the name of the star Genesis, Supreme Deity, speak thus. The formation of the star veins, the privilege of the quasi-mortals of entering nirvana, from this day forth shall in my name be harvested, and in my name be proven. The star vein formation, the divine power of the entering nirvana stage. The divine power of the quasi-immortal realm from now on comes to be presided over by me. O Lord, we beg forgiveness. We still have many matters we must report, so be not angered, and please listen. I differ from my senior brother. I do not destroy the world merely out of anger. Speak at ease. We offer praise to the great mercy and great compassion. We report to the Lord. In our eyes, the realm of the sacred vessel stage clearly becomes a being like the fixed stars and begins cultivation by wielding the power of the myriad stars. Surely this too is within the Lord's domain. Therefore it should be rightfully taken. Indeed, all your words are right. Lord, this is not the end. The star-shattering stage clearly receives the authority of the star tribulation connected to us and is reborn. At the same time, those who reach the star-shattering stage are all connected with us, begin to borrow strength from us, and it is the first step in beginning to become like us, so they too have the qualification to receive Lord's grace. That too is right. The realms of sacred vessel and star-shattering shall be harvested by me. I, in the name of the star Genesis, Supreme Deity, speak thus. Those two realms shall also belong to me. The entirety of the sacred vessel stage, the advancement process of the star-shattering stage, and the entirety of the star-shattering stage begin to be presided over by me. Lord, now again we report. The memorials of the myriad stars continue to pour down like rain. The Earth axis stage that grows to resemble the stars. The core formation stage that engraves the heavenly sphere diagram upon the golden core. The chi building stage that creates a star of spirit energy within the body. All come to belong to me. Yurum. My presence is engraved upon the numerous realms of the immortal cultivation system. And at last, I truly reach the end of a very long journey. I arrive at the realm I began to gaze upon the stars. Chi refining 7th star. 7 stars ritual. Wu. The 7 stars harnessing God banner begins to circle around me. I, in the name of the Lord of myriad stars, speak thus. Kugugugugu. The former appearance of the 7 stars harnessing God banner. The domain upon which the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords laid their hands to some extent is transferred to my ownership. From this very moment, all the stars of the 7 stars ritual. Yuduk, Yudududuk. By my authority, the fundamental principles of the world begin to be torn up and rearranged. This is also a kind of arrangement for later generations. Shall forbid the phenomenon called heavenly rejection. From henceforth, heavenly rejected shall not exist under my name. Goeoeong. As the principles are torn away, from now on there will no longer be any chance for the phenomenon of heavenly rejection to fall upon an ender. Later students shall no longer need to cry heavens above, while blocked at the 7th star of chi refining. 7th star of chi refining comes to belong to me. Quachijijijik. Moreover, the chi refining stage 2nd star, chi refining 1st star. The formulas of the 36 heavenly spirits and the 72 earthly fiends likewise come to belong to me. I now can currently hold more realms than any supreme deity in history, and I look to the guardian of the immortal cultivation system, the Radiance 8 Immortals. No, I now look up to Rain Dew, who has become the Radiant's single heavenly lord. Kung, 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 Kung. As I tread across galaxy clusters and approach them, I see despair take root in Rain Dew's heart. How? No matter if you are an ender, how can you have so many realms? By crawling up, I have come to know those realms better than even the heavens. I speak calmly. Unlike you, who received and passed on what is granted from birth by the heavens, I am one who reached all those realms by thrashing about to climb with no talent. A thing impossible for a genius. Only because I am a dullard, and as a dullard I pierce the meaning and significance of every realm through the way of understanding before breakthrough, and climbed up to here, am I able to push forward various interpretations, and come to preside over many realms. If I merely have the name value of owner of myriad stars, I absolutely could not push forward interpretations upon this many realms. Kugugugugu. The closer I draw to the Rain Dew heavenly lord, the more I see them tremble. Do not come. 1. God-killing spears are summoned above the Rain Dew heavenly lord's hands. It is an authority hard for the Rain Dew heavenly lord to produce alone, but it seems the emergency stockpiled God-killing spears still remain. Do not come, O monster. The Rain Dew heavenly lord flings the God-killing spears at me as if in a seizure, but I open one hand. That is the end. Tukwang. A hole opens in my hand, and the God-killing spears lodge in my hand. Yes, that is the end of it. Blocking the God-killing spears with the left palm, I open my right hand and extend toward the Rain Dew heavenly lord. The Rain Dew heavenly lord spasms and cries out, O origin essence of radiance, in the name of the radiance supreme deity, the debt shall. Kugugugu. All the grace I receive from light becomes their authority and gets sucked into them, but that is all. They cannot stop me. The Rain Dew heavenly lord goes into convulsions and summons the true immortals of Radiance Hall. TH33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals, come forth. Shinkuin twin immortals, come forth. Envoys of the final age of Dharma, come forth. However, no one comes. The reason is simple. Because the envoys of the final age of Dharma have all fled outside the heavenly king heavenly domain and are shouting like mad. The far edge of Mount Sumeru. The boundary of the outer sea and Mount Sumeru. There, countless envoys of the final age of Dharma seize the true immortals of Radiance Hall and shout like mad. Let all true immortals hear. This immortal is a survivor of the vast cold great war. We envoys of the final age of Dharma all have experienced the Tridakna vast cold heavenly king. We dare testify upon the seat of our origin essence. Currently, that one. The one called the Star Genesis Supreme Deity, who fell the Great Mountain Supreme Deity at the Great Net Immortal Realm, is equal to the Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King in their prime. It is the return of Vast Cold. It is to say, it is the same as the underworld descending, dragging their Gandhara. As an elder of Radiance Hall, I speak. Immortals of Radiance Hall, do not go there. Do not answer the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord's words. It will lead to nothing but a dog's death. Numerous immortal lords, great net immortals, or all who have experienced the vast cold Heavenly Lord speak with one voice, that the terrifying Supreme Deity who is devouring the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain right now is equal to the Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King in their prime. Recalling the terrifying authority of the vast cold Heavenly Lord, all the great immortals go into fits and frantically hold back the young true immortals, as if they absolutely do not want to hand them a dog's death. And, sensing their reaction, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord looks in despair at the gigantic Supreme Deity before their eyes. They do not know either why an Ender has become a Supreme Deity. However, with not even a moment to think of such things, seeing the hand of the Star Genesis Supreme Deity's main body, incomparably vast beyond the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord's own main body, they can only resist with all their might. They draw forth the god-killing spears. They extract the authorities of Enders across the ages. They extract the power of the Radiance Hall Heavenly Lords they had killed and executed. They extract the power of the Supreme Deities the Radiance 8 Immortals had annihilated, and with all of it, Rain-Dew resists. However, the hand of Star Genesis Supreme Deity flicks away all those authorities, and responds by merely snatching the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord like a housefly and clenching them tight. Woo-wong. Only after seizing the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord does the Star Genesis Supreme Deity compress the size of their main body. Yet even after shrinking for quite a while, they still maintain a size that allows them to hold the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord in one hand like a skewer, and the Star Genesis Supreme Deity lowers their head toward the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord. As if a giant looks down at a tiny bug, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord trembles all over. The skin of Star Genesis Supreme Deity is so pale it is nearly transparent, and beyond that pale skin, faint sea of stars and galaxy clusters flow. Not only their dragon robe, but their whole body is like a strange cosmic life form made of sea of stars. Truly overwhelmed by that cosmic terror, unable to come to their senses from the presence alone, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord only lets out a sigh. Is this the end of the Radiance Hall? It is when they think so. I, in the name of Star Genesis Supreme Deity, speak thus. The mouth of Star Genesis Supreme Deity Seo Unhyun opens. His breath is beyond interstellar wind, a cosmic force that pushes aside an entire galaxy cluster. O Radiance Hall, including you, Rain-Dew, shall cherish and love your friends and enter the true path for your belief of freedom. This is a decree I make in my name. It will be the only method by which you pay the price for the grace you have received from the myriad stars until now. What? The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord looks up at the Star Genesis Supreme Deity, who wields authority similar to Vast Cold in their prime, and asks back. And a miracle happens. Flash. The god-killing spears that Rain-Dew threw burst out from the Star Genesis Supreme Deity's left hand, and those who supplied energy to those spears are projected in their past forms by the authority of the immortal Beast King. And at some moment, flash, the Akashic records embedded in the head realm tremble, and by the authority of the immortal Beast King, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord, Flower Plant Heavenly Lord, Great Sun Heavenly Lord, Torch Candle Heavenly Lord, Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, and Great Sea Heavenly Lord, who were absorbed by the origin essence of light and melted into the head realm, all revive at once. What on earth are you doing? The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord cannot understand. The existence before their eyes is far too abnormal. Therefore, they even feel horror. As a survivor of the vast cold Great War, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord knows the identity of that horror. It is not simply fear of strong authority. The underworld also possesses such authority. The identity of this horror is fear of the unknown. Why in the world do you save us? This is as if, recalling that past vast cold Great War in which vast cold embraced even the Radiance 8 Immortals with endless benevolence, they go into a fit. Are you forgiving us? Yes. At that single word that evokes vast cold, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord truly falls into a panic. They truly begin to fear the star Genesis, supreme deity. Do not forgive us. The rain-dew heavenly Lord begins to beg Seo Unhyun. O Ender, hate us, resist us. We have hunted you, we have cleansed you, and we have killed you and made weapons from the remnants of your soul. O Ender. Already, they have once received incomprehensible, unknown affection from vast cold. As a result, in the chests of the 8 immortals, including the rain-dew heavenly Lord, the heart vast cold left behind became a seed and made them all go mad. If they receive incomprehensible forgiveness here once more, there is no knowing how much more they will go mad as the price. Thus rain-dew, sobbing, begs, do not forgive us. Do not drive us mad. Hate us. I do not hate you. And that plea is ignored with ruthless coldness. Seo Unhyun, gripping the entirety of the Radiant's 7 immortals in both hands, now whispers toward the heavenly lords that look so very small. That whisper becomes a storm and embeds something into the chests of the Radiant's 7 immortals. You surely have watched us, have tried to exterminate us, and have tried to kill us. But precisely because of so, only we can forgive you. Only we, who across generations have been massacred by you. Kagugugu. Replacing the price of the debt relationship imposed upon the Radiant 7 immortals by instead solely breathing his convictions into them, Seo Unhyun releases the Radiant's 7 immortals from his hands. However, even though they are released from his hands, not a single one can even think to strike back at him. Can forgive you and sever the ring of grace and resentment. Pat, become our friends. Is this the prophecy you placed upon the next sword spear candidate? It will not work. It is not a prophecy. This is... Seo Unhyun's gaze touches the foremost among the spiral of spirits circling around him. It reaches the spirit of Woo Ryong, dressed in pure white and praying. Only a request. For, regardless, the prophecy has already twisted. I can guess to some extent the reason for ascending to supreme deity. An error must have occurred in the flow of beginning, development, twist, conclusion. The fate of an ender proceeds only if one loses the person one loves. But after I received Hyangwa's heart, not once did I think I lost her. We are always together. Therefore, at the last moment, I recalled her teaching and did the same for Woo Ryong. It is a fate I granted, but I twisted it and produced an error. I produced an error in the same manner as Hyangwa, so that I am engraved forever in her heart. Thus, the fate of the Radiant's 8 immortals becoming the friends of the Enders cannot be realized. Now it depends solely on their free will. Radiance Hall, I hope you find freedom. Not only freedom within fate, but freedom that can go beyond fate as well. I sincerely bless them with that heart, and as they receive my blessing, they act as if they cannot understand. They only look at me, fearful and more fearful, and run away. I do not bother to seize them, and at the lower area of Mount Sumeru, I look up at a single heavenly seat. There, my imperial throne and the name of Star Genesis, supreme deity, appear. I now obtain the formal authority to go outside Mount Sumeru, and I also feel I obtain the authority to climb Mount Sumeru and become a heavenly venerable. And I look again at, below, the summit of Mount Sumeru, the apex. There, I feel the gate. That Guakam began to open with Punlai Island. Wuwung. In the distance, I see my comrades faintly drawn to that gate. Yes, even if the Enders want to avoid it, we cannot avoid the decisive battle with the future king. The beginning, development, twist, conclusion is precisely attraction force. Therefore, that attraction force is bound to draw the Enders somehow. Then why am I not being drawn? Perhaps it is because I did not become a heavenly king. And what on earth is my fate? In the 2012 cycle, I defeated the great mountain supreme deity. And now, having regressed with only my power and the power of the imperial venerables, we are in the 2013 cycle. On the first day of the 2013 cycle, I finally reached the apex of immortal cultivation, seized the immortal cultivation system, and became a supreme deity. At the same time, I at last realized that the memories of the 16th cycle have been unlocked. No, rather than unlocked, it feels like I obtained viewing permission. And at that moment, shiver, goosebumps begin to rise all over my body. It is not only me. The heavenly venerable of the underworld begins to rend Mount Sumeru and descend, with their Gandhara itself. Beginning with them, Kim Young-hoon, John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, Oh Hyes-yo gather by my side and glare at one place. Whoa, the entire universe begins to wail. Everything in the Sumeru Three Heavens great thousand world begins to feel that presence. They are calling. With a dark face, the heavenly venerable of the underworld looks to the end of Mount Sumeru. They look toward the direction of the head realms. Gate. That one has felt the shattering of an ender's fate and has awakened. Speaking incomprehensible words, the underworld grows tense, and I also raise my tension for now. All prepare. At the following words of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, we all glare at one place. The future King Fate Supreme Deity is calling you. At last, our conclusion is approaching. Chapter 782. Let's go. Do-do-do-do. Goosebumps spread over my whole body, and my body keeps trembling. However, the ones I worry about most are not me. I look over the faces of my comrades. Kim Young-hoon, having not been able to rest even after the Great Mountain battle, is in tatters. Jean Myung-hoon is likewise exhausted from warring against the Radiant's 8 Immortals, and he still seems overstrained as he still keeps the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals who aim to strike at his back in check even now. Kong Min-hee is the very one who was directly sucked into the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, and even amidst it, helped in the Great Mountain battle through falling flowers, so her fatigue has not faded. Oh Hyun-suk looks the most energetic, but only relative to the others. His body was torn apart from the aftershocks of Great Mountain and my attacks, so there is no way his condition is normal. Kim Yun had her arm shattered while refining Jiwa, so her right arm is unusable, and she is also worn out since she was likewise blocking the Radiant's 8 Immortals. Oh Hyeseo did nothing in the battle, but she traversed the timeline itself and pierced through the veil of world lines to move, so her body is in tatters. Everyone except me, who was newly reborn as a supreme deity, is in the worst possible state. As if reading my thoughts, the underworld opens their mouth. Come, Yang-sung. Kagugugu. At that single utterance, Yang-sung, who is nearby, appears around us, transforms into a transformation form, and prostrates. Please give me thy command, owner of the underworld. I shall communicate with your master. Yes, if that is your wish. TSDS. Along with Yang-sung's words, his gaze changes and becomes the same gaze as the heavenly venerable of time. It seems a rest period is needed. Cheon-woon seems to grasp what I want at once and nods, and the underworld speaks to them. Not only the heavenly kings, but also grant a spell by which even the underworld 10 great kings inside his body can recover. Since I am borrowing your power anyway, it seems better to have even the underworld 10 great kings recover so that they allow me to properly descend as well. Good. I shall teach a secret art that can adjust time. A secret art of time that can give everyone time to recover. I can manipulate time myself as well. However, for those of our level, twisting space-time with attraction force or explosions is nothing. But the real problem is not manipulating space-time, but that for beings of our level, space-time manipulation has almost no effect. No matter how we manipulate time to give comrades a period of rest, they do not feel it. Now that my comrades have risen to the governing immortal rank called Heavenly King, even if time is manipulated for them, it barely applies, and time is likely to glance off. To begin with, the reason those of governing immortal rank are hardly affected by my regression is also because of that high rank. However, Cheon-woon shakes their head as if they understand my concern and speaks. I know what you worry about, but what I recommend is a different secret art. A different secret art? A secret art of time disjunction that is effective even on those of heavenly venerable rank, like heavenly kings. Effective even on those of heavenly venerable rank. Indeed. However, this secret art demands a sacrifice from the user. To grant time to existences of heavenly king rank, an existence of the same governing immortal rank must sacrifice a soul. I hear those words and nod. I will do it. Are you truly fine with it? They look at the underworld with worry, and the underworld nods. Look at his eyes, time. He will never refuse sacrifice. But, underworld, if it is his soul, although even a portion can create time to aid the recovery of his comrades, yet before an important battle, would it not reduce the strength of the most important fighting power? If that worries you, how about you be the one to sacrifice? You know it. I, who gave up the Gandhara, am now only nominally a heavenly venerable, far too lacking to be called a governing immortal. I am not saying to sacrifice for the enders. The underworld whispers something to time, and time nods with a slightly reluctant expression. Well, if it is only one immortal lord, very well. I shall help. Then I will speak of the location where that secret art is recorded. Wawung. The heavenly venerable of time extends their hand toward Radiance Hall, from which all true immortals have now departed. Kugagum. Then, from deep within the palace, the gentle starlight of the source river explodes, and something pours down. A woodblock. It is a gigantic woodblock. I do not know what material this woodblock is made from, but it reeks of the musty, filthy smell of death and a scent of hatred and resentment that seems to evoke the corpse mountain blood sea gushes forth. Long ago, I took the ancient agate as a disciple and taught them the secret arts of time. It was a favor I granted, thinking their authority could move the heavenly void furnace and become a key to seize the control rights of the head realm from the torch candle heavenly lord. But in the end, my good will became calamity, becoming the first step by which they were caught and killed by the Radiant's 10 heavens. The dark red steely-like woodblock exudes ominous energy, but at the same time, that energy is at best at the vestige liberation immortal level, so it does not look that threatening. It was my greed. In the end, the very first ender I took as a disciple was caught before even reaching upper immortal and was refined by the castle wall heavenly lord, in turn becoming a case where only the source river secret arts they learned from me were offered up as tribute to Radiance Hall. Perhaps from then on, the source river entered the grasp of Radiance Hall. This is my original sin, so I give it to you enders. I take hold of the woodblock. I guess they are handing it over indirectly because if they directly transmit the secret art, even a speck could become a calamity. Wawung. I look over the secret arts of the source river inscribed on the woodblock and nod. Back in my Sword Mountain Devil Lord days, a few of the sealing arts the Radiance 8 immortals used to seal me were in fact derived and slightly modified from these secret arts. Indeed, they are secret arts that can bring calamity upon us. It is powerful. Especially the secret art they propose to grant us rest time. This immortal art called Seed Plot, Maldot, of Disjunction, Gai, is so powerful that, had I received it directly from time, even I would receive a mild calamity to the level where the tip of my pinky finger would feel itchy from time to time. If I add a bit of flesh here and there, it rather comes close to a mantra. Even so, since it is an immortal art of rank lower than not only the impermanent sword, but also the extinguishing divine, tribulating heavens technique and my yuga, having become a supreme deity, I can grasp it right away without much difficulty. Having mastered the immortal art in an instant, I become familiar with it through 2 or 3 practices, then look at my comrades. Right. For now, let's rest and hear the situation. Kim Young-hoon, exhausted from flying from the past to the present, immediately nods, and the other comrades also all agree in unison. In that case, everyone, please come into my body for a moment. I exhale and transfer my comrades into my body for a while. Wawung. It would be nice if you put me in as well. I too need some time to talk. A faint silver divine spirit's phantom shimmers beside me, and the sword extreme heavenly sword rings. It is Jiwa. She meets eyes with Wu Ryong, who stands at the forefront of the spiraling halo of light circling around me, and speaks. I nod and also place Wu Ryong and Jiwa into my body. Then, I begin to activate the secret art in earnest. Womb. The 7 stars harnessing God banner circles around me. Immortal art. Seed plot of disjunction. Immediately after, the 7 stars harnessing God banner all at once burrow into my flesh. Quadragigic. A portion of my spirit. Rather than spirit, a portion of consciousness so faint that it should rather be called mental strength is torn away, and it activates seed plot of disjunction. Kagugugu. As the consciousness made into a heavenly domain is torn, a part of my heavenly domain collapses. The secret art of seed plot of disjunction is to inject a divine object imbued with a part of my spirit into whatever space I desire, and twist the time flow of that space through that divine object. Through it, I can make the space-time of that space flow thousands of times faster or thousands of times slower. Yudududuck. The time flow of the space within my body speeds up. Yudududuck. But at the same time, is it because those who feel that time flow are heavenly kings? The one strand of my spirit used in the immortal art quickly collapses. The seed plot of disjunction is a secret art that disjoints the time flow of the desired space, and, through that disjunction, seizes the space-time of that space. It is a pity that my spirit collapses quickly. But in any case, for the 6th form of the Severing Heaven Sword form, which aims at suppressing space-time and is in the process of completion, a similar secret art like this is needed, so it is not a waste. At the same time, I feel 1,000 years flow swiftly inside my body. My comrades recover from their critical wounds and enter a period of recuperation to some extent. Udiduk, twisting space-time inside my body, makes my stomach not feel good. If it were simply twisting the time of mortal being, there would be no problem, but the problem is the space-time of my comrades. Since they have become heavenly kings, their mass is huge, so the pain of my intestines truly twisting assaults me from time to time. Of course, at this level, it is just ticklish. I calmly savor the pain and take a step toward the head realm that pulls me. First step, Kun. Inside my body, another 1,000 years pass. My comrades complete their recuperation to a certain extent, and now they stabilize their body and mind. Wul Ryong and Sword Spear talk for a long time, and wander the mountains and rivers inside my body. At times they even hold in-depth debates about my shoulders, and they restore the relationship that in the past had not always been amicable. Second step, Kun. Inside me, the underworld 10 great kings who had exhausted their strength helping me in the great mountain battle fully recover their strength and come back out again. They helped the Gandhara of the underworld descend fully upon Mount Sumru, and while the underworld's main body challenges the audience chamber, they instantly create a domain that temporarily serves the role of the afterlife. In total, 3,000 years pass inside me. The bodies and minds of my comrades recover considerably, and now they begin to recover their energy. John Myung-hoon regains the martial might to kneel once more the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals, who have been constantly aiming for his back. Third step, Kuwang. Inside my body, for 1,000 years pass. My comrades restore all their energy, and within the time of these past years in which they have run without rest, they further repentantly enlighten themselves on their own authorities and take time to look back on their own lives. Fourth step, Kun. Within my body, 5,000 years pass. From this point, I also involve myself in my comrades' rest. No matter how disjointed the time is, if I accelerate my consciousness, it is at a level I can easily catch up to. So, for 1,000 years, I unwind with my comrades, share the affection I could not share in all kinds of places with Yun, and, from time to time, reminisce about the old days in the same house with Kong Minhee and share a deep and steady friendship. We also try rebuilding modern civilization under the lead of Kim Yun. Of course, we do not create living beings. We only try restoring cities across the earth. By Kim Young-hoon's memories, Shanghai in China. By John Myung-hoon's memories, Tokyo. By Kong Minhee, Washington in the United States. By Oh Hyun-suk, Berlin in Germany. By Kim Yun, the South Pole and the North Pole and Greenland. By Oh Hyeseo, the whole of Korea, the whole of India, the whole of Primorsky Krai, and the whole of the United Kingdom are restored. I manifest the magic artifacts and Dharma treasures used in modern civilization. I manifest the magic artifacts that run even without horses, the magic artifacts that fly in the sky, and the square voice transmission magic artifacts, and after a long time I enjoy fun amusements with my comrades. Although the names do not readily come to mind, my comrades who have lived in Mount Sumru for hundreds of thousands of years are in the same boat. So everyone turns off their concern about the names and decides to call them however is convenient. No. Are you saying none of you even remember Excel? You useless brats. Oh hi SEO, though she herself does not properly remember, pretends to remember and tries to deceive us, but I ignore it as I decided not to be fooled by her. With the six-sided club game I learned from my master, together with the comrades who hold grudges, we hung upside down and thoroughly beat the prankster Ohiasio, who made trouble for us all this time, and we resolved the small grudges that remained. I also hear a sincere apology from Ohiasio, and after extracting films, novels, plays, and the like from her memories, whose memory is on the good side, we even gather like a family and watch movies together as a group. It is a bit hard because words of earth we cannot understand come out from time to time, but with understanding that reaches governing Immortal, we all grasp the context without any problem, and while studying Earth words again as we appreciate them, it feels rather good. We travel all around the world, go to the moon, and even make a simulated stellar system of the star system where Earth used to be, and visit places like Jupiter and the Sun. We also go on trips to places we want to visit. Fifth step, Kun, 6,000-year mark. Led by Wul Ryong, the Wuji religious order is reconstituted. The corpse mountain blood sea that had swallowed the Wuji religious order, now under Wul Ryong's lead, becomes once again an order that serves me. Wu Ryong becomes my first believer and begins to pray for me. From that day, while I unwind with my companions, I also hear the prayers of those who pray to me. The majority are from the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, but there are also ordinary living beings in the Sumeru Three Heavens Great Thousand World who offer prayers to me, the newly born star Genesis Supreme Deity. O God of stars, I marvel at your enlightenment. O owner of stars, I, Yun of the entering Nirvana stage, who is learning the shamanistic methods, serve you. O owner of myriad stars, I am Banta. I have heard that a new great owner of divine providence has been born. Please listen to my PRA. O owner of myriad stars, this Baekwon prays to you. This time, my direct descendant challenges the star-shattering stage. They entered the black ghost valley that follows the will of the underworld and accumulated cultivation, and I made them accumulate good deeds so they resemble thee. I implore the great star divine spirit to protect them. Yuet. Ugh. Did you hear, Glass? They say a star divine spirit has been newly born. Now, all the stars are like their eyes. If we do it under the stars, it is no different from countless eyes watching us. Come, let us show them. Let us show ourselves clearly to those countless star eyes. Behold, star divine spirit, one living spirit of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, Yun of the entering Nirvana stage. Baekwon's voice that I heard after a long time. Azure Pong, who now rings Glass Peacock, putting a chain on their neck, and in the form of a sultry horsehead nebula, is intermingling with Peacock. Important prayers and useless prayers alike pour endlessly into me. And as I listen to the prayers of the countless living spirits of Mount Sumeru, I can come to understand how many, to heavens or to the stars, offer prayers. With my breath, I bless them. I scatter, together with starlight, the light of repentant enlightenment, so that they can know that the light of the heavens to which they pray, and the myriad stars to which their prayers reach, are not unreachable wishes but the very ground they tread. Kugagum, and the underworld's Gandhara main body, which the underworld 10 great kings diligently began summoning when I took 3 steps, at last begins to appear. O karmic mirror, reflect the sacred body of the imperial venerable. The underworld 10 great kings, lined up in proper ritual, all raise their hands before the enormous mirror summoned by Yen Luo. Beyond that mirror, cosmic darkness is reflected. Immediately after the mirror breaks away, and the being beyond the mirror begins to cross over to Mount Sumeru. To do. It does not force its way by tearing the boundary, but the underworld's Gandhara descends by formally following the procedure. Their presence spreads throughout the entire Sumeru Three Heavens Great Thousand World. Spirits move to the temporary underworld, and the underworld's wheel remains there and governs the reincarnation of the spirits. Do you intend to leave the wheel behind? If I am to borrow power from the circulation of spirits within Mount Sumeru, rather than taking it directly, it is instead better to transmit power from here. Do not worry, if it is my Gandhara, it does not fall behind vast cold. And the underworld looks at me and speaks. As you are now, though in pure weight class you may fall a little short of vast cold, in true full power you can seize the initiative against them. And she points out several forces I am hiding and speaks. Perhaps with your authority as Immortal Beast King, the power of Martial Pinnacle, and those sentient beings of that Corpse Mountain Blood Sea left by the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and the power of those whom you call Wuji, you can push everything into a rampant state, and even guarantee victory against vast cold who surpasses this girl as she is now. You are gilding my face. Excessive modesty is also arrogance. You objectively possess that force. And, if you add that as well, you can even contend with this girl's total power. I sigh as I gauge the underworld's insight and the power she hides. Even though powers of this degree are added, and there is even word from Silver Basket to join, I cannot even guess whether we can win against the being beyond the audience chamber. And at last, I take the 6th step. Kung. Inside my body, 7,000 years of time pass. Kung. My comrades, each prepared in perfect readiness, appear at my side all at once. I hold the sword Extreme Heavenly Sword, and the spirits of the Wuji religious order that used to be the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea follow behind me. At the same time, when the underworld snaps her fingers, I feel my soul that was spent on twisting my comrades' time quickly recover. This is... Sensing the coupling of Glass Peacock and Azure Pung that I heard during the prayers, I come to understand. The underworld asked the heavenly venerable of time to set up the seed plot of disjunction on the two who together are one immortal lord, making their time flow quickly, and she injected into me the power of life that gushed from that union. I give the underworld a brief nod, then I glance back for a moment. Ah, truly, it was a life with many things. The underworld, summoned in complete form, steps forward with a hardened expression. I also take the final step, and at the center of the brow of the head realm that begins to open, I reach out my hand toward the strange fissure that appears as the head realm splits in half. Let's go. Thus, within 7 steps, I shake off all lingering attachments and advance toward that gate. Toward the audience chamber. By us, the gate begins to swing open. Chapter 783, Ascension, Sung Kan. To-do. An indescribably chilling surge of energy faces us. The head realm splits. And what faces us is a strange attraction force that lies between the head realm. That attraction force connects to the vast cold realm, and it is something far too familiar to us. Ascension Gate. It is the Ascension Gate that Yang Sujin made. And the moment I see it, I understand what it means. Tiring. It is not simply a gate that leads to the vast cold realm. Gugagugugwak. As I am sucked into the fissure, I come to understand something. My comrades also seem to realize something, as they all at once stretch their hands toward the attraction force of that Ascension Gate. For mortals beings at or below the heavenly being stage, the Ascension Gate is a gigantic concept like a gate or a path. But for us who reach the rank of governing immortal, it feels like a faint thread. And the meaning of that thread is not simply to ascend to the vast cold realm. The thread of a labyrinth. Kong Minhee mutters as she winds that attraction force around her hand. It is Yang Sujin's consideration so that juniors who enter the audience chamber can flee back inside Mount Sumeru. If one fears defeating the future king, it is Yang Sujin's will to let one come back down to Mount Sumeru and live a little longer. We, excluding Underworld, all tie to our wrists the red thread, the attraction force of the Ascension Gate that Yang Sujin left behind. Rather than fleeing from the future king, it is more so we feel the heart of our predecessor. Suat. Thus, together with my comrades, I set foot toward the world that I expect to be the audience chamber. Western Heavenly Venerable, Netherworld Queen Mother Bonghua. Star Genesis Supreme Deity Seo Eunhyun. Golden Speed Heavenly King Kim Young-hoon. Red Pearl Cycling Heavenly King John Myong-hoon. Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King Kong Minhee. Silver Nameless Heavenly King Oh Hyun-suk. Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King Kim Yun. Agate Auspicious Heavenly King Oh Hyaseo. A grand host of governing immortals totaling 8. They enter the audience chamber, and the first to sense an anomaly is Bonghua. Whoa, I see. So it is you, gatekeeper. To-do. The gatekeeper of the audience chamber. The emptiness supreme deity Myong-woon stares at Bonghua with the eyes of sun and moon. Step aside. There are 8 governing immortals. I do not wish to bicker with the likes of you. The vessel of the origin essence of life that contains the Akashic records. She glares at the emptiness supreme deity and clenches one hand. But then, up, with a chilly gaze, Bonghua looks around. Before she knows it, she has entered a strange space. It is a strange world from which Mount Sumeru is overlooked at a glance. And toward the above of that peculiar world, she feels a sacred sanctuary where an overwhelming presence is felt. The gateway that leads to the audience chamber. A space of primordial origin from which all of heaven and earth is overlooked. If she just proceeds forward, she will reach the audience chamber. Yes, if she just walks, she will so very easily reach it. The other enders are not in sight. Perhaps, by the emptiness supreme deity, they are undergoing a trial of facing the gatekeeper. At this vaguely unpleasant, biased trial, Bonghua decides not to enter the audience chamber right away and instead to wait for the other enders to pass their trials. In any case, these enders are the golden generation. There is the unfathomable variable named Seo Eunhyun that cannot be guessed or understood, but even setting that aside, it is a never-before-seen, absurd lineup of power the likes of which has never existed. They cannot possibly fail a mere trial, so it is enough to wait a little. Just when she thinks so, flutter. Suddenly, Bonghua sees a strip of paper fly past her side. It is a part of a book. Though its title cannot be seen, clearly, it is a story about a protagonist who suffers from their connections and ascends. Flutter, flutter, flutter. And taking that as the lead, countless sheets of paper start to fly around her. Those sheets differ in depiction, but all depict a story about a single existence. That appearance is much like the celestial Lord incense burning that Seo Eun-hyun left behind before going to the outer sea, but it exudes a far more sacred feeling. From Mount Sumeru, innumerable sheets fly and begin to soar toward the audience chamber. Seeing this, the eyes of the heavenly venerable of the underworld Bonghwa widen. Gradually, the chilling energy that all beings of Mount Sumeru, including her, feel begins to subside, as if beings of lower rank do not even have the qualification to dare to perceive that existence. Seeing this, Bonghwa, leaving behind the enders undergoing the trial, grits her teeth and advances toward the audience chamber. As if the truth of the history in the audience chamber, torn away in the audience chamber, comes to mind. Woo-woo. A dark starry heaven. It looks like a night sky lit by starlight, yet the starlight is too weak and the darkness is too strong. That dark world is like a labyrinth. However, there is one existence who gropes through that labyrinth and tries to reach its edge. It is the blonde man, Kim Young-hoon. Chiak. At last, Kim Young-hoon reaches the edge of the labyrinth. All heaven and earth are darkness, and what is felt is something like a door seen before his eyes. That gigantic door, which looks much more like a human door than the head realm gate they pass through, gives a feeling of being powerfully in contact with Kim Young-hoon's essence. Whoa, the strange wailing felt from somewhere. I see, so you are the emptiness supreme deity. Kim Young-hoon, within that wail, receives the strange feeling he felt whenever he saw the head realm and recognizes its identity. Is this the trial you impose on us? Kim Young-hoon suddenly feels the urge to cut this gate down. Well then, I should at least give it a try. Wong. The moment Kim Young-hoon takes his stance, a golden flash of a fleeting instant bores into the door. Geo. A golden wave spreads through all heaven and earth, and the dark world brightens for a moment. At the same time, the form of the door within that darkness appears even more distinctly. That gate is as if the universe is compressed into the form of a gate. Innumerable starlights swirl within the door, and countless constellations within the door emit sacred light and form strange shapes. However, that is all. Kim Young-hoon's single strike only leaves a scratch on the door. He fails to cut the door down. Well, if I spend some time, I can probably cut it down. But the moment he cut, he understood. This is not made to be cut. It is a door meant to be reached, looking back upon oneself and testing one's own enlightenment. Kim Young-hoon stands before the door and speaks while putting forth his Tao. Enlightenment. I have obtained it. Woo. Kim Young-hoon's voice strikes the door and returns as an echo. And that echo reaches him as a completely different question. What is your enlightenment? My enlightenment is... Kim Young-hoon closes his eyes and slowly recalls his entire life. Meeting his wife and loving her. Seeing his children and devoting his whole life to them. Becoming a department director. Getting caught in a landslide while going on a company workshop. Falling to Ascension path. Remaining with Seo Eun-hyun and ranging across the martial world. And in that process, by Seo Eun-hyun's regression, repeating more than a few times, gradually improving, and all those things that lead him to this very place engrave themselves in his mind. Carrying his enlightenment, Kim Young-hoon slowly brings his hand to the door. I realize how much this life is filled with things one can rejoice in, how much I can trust people, and how far I can climb. His eyes blaze with gold. At the same time, his hand also burns with gold. A single life is a fleeting spring dream. However, precisely because of this, the life within the fleeting instant is joy beyond compare. TSDSDSDSDSDSDS. The gold spreading out from Kim Young-hoon's hand grows stronger and begins to push the door hard. Life is joy, voicing the enlightenment that pierces through his whole life. Kim Young-hoon begins to push the door wide open. A space of darkness. John Myung-hoon looks at the door before his eyes. It is a strange door, as if it models the universe. And seeing the countless constellations engraved on the door, he tilts his head. I feel like I've seen these constellations somewhere before. However, he cannot tell what they are. Well, it probably isn't that important. John Myung-hoon pulls for red lightning. Kurururum. Within the red lightning, he prepares a single strike filled with his sincerity. Entering heavens beyond the path. 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear. The strongest ultimate technique of a governing immortal unfolds from his hand as a spear of mortality. The red spear directly strikes the door as is, and the ultimate technique that contains all of John Myung-hoon shatters outright. He realizes. This door is not a door meant to receive attacks. Is it to test oneself? He quietly brings his hand to the door. Wawoom. The sounds born from John Myung-hoon's movements return as echoes, carrying the question of some existence. What enlightenment have you obtained? John Myung-hoon closes his eyes. He was born into an affluent family and lived his whole life without lack. There was a time when he entered his family's company, sat there idly, killed time, and tried to pick up women. He also met a guy he didn't like. It was a guy named Seo Eun-hyun. He tried to bully him and drive him out. He even made a plan to disgrace him at the workshop. Then he met a landslide and fell into a strange world. There, he stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation, came to love, and gradually grew as a human being. And he lost all of it, and ended up shouting only anger. But vengeance did not come to pass, and he only repeated dying miserably in the wilderness. However, by Seo Eun-hyun, he repeated and repeated, and gradually, by riding along with the regression, he came to receive salvation. He did not save everyone, but he saved some. He, who had only gone on dying without crossing a certain realm, did not die, advanced forward, reached great net immortal, and faced the heavenly punishment supreme deity. Thus, having completed all revenge and become a heavenly king, he has come to this place. I was angry, therefore I accepted others' anger. Thus, I accepted becoming the ring of anger itself. Anger is, after all, for circulation. As long as the world cycles, the existence that is him is needed as well. Life is a cycle. Therefore, the anger that becomes the driving force of that cycle is life itself. Life is anger, putting forward the enlightenment that pierces through his whole life. John Myung-hoon thrusts forward his reddened hand with force. Red light brightens the darkness and pushes the door open. In the darkness, Kong-min, he looks at the door before her eyes and comes to understand something. She has spent ages under the underworld, doing nothing but drawing tenghua. No one can recognize better than her diagrams that symbolize something. Immortal cultivation system, the strange constellations floating and shining within that door, as if someone crammed a heavenly domain within, are a schematization of the immortal cultivation system. She realizes that this great door is, more than she expected, a high-ranking existence. I see. And she realizes, without even bothering to attack, that she cannot break through and pass. For the immortal cultivation system is not something like a mere law. It is the path she has learned, and also another self of hers. Her own self. There is nothing in the world as strong as that. If she is to break this door, she must be prepared to break herself. Knock, knock. She knocks on the door. Its echo spreads and returns as a question. What is your enlightenment? Kong-min, he looks back on her life. Since childhood, a ghost clung to her. Because of the ghost, she could not become close with anyone, and only upon becoming an adult did she become close with Seo Eun-hyun. She liked Seo Eun-hyun. Although their relationship became uncomfortable, still, all his actions brought warmth to a corner of her heart. Originally, after coming back from the workshop, she planned to state her intent to resign for Seo Eun-hyun, so that he no longer feels uncomfortable with her. In any case, John Myung-hoon was hitting on her in a filthy way, so the reason for resignation was sufficient. But a landslide occurred, and she was dragged to Black Ghost Valley. Receiving the teachings of Hyo-gwak and the sages of Black Ghost Valley, she gained control of herself and gradually drew near to death. She awakened as the ghost guiding Holy Mother and was subjugated by Jang-ik. However, in the life that repeated because of Seo Eun-hyun, she at last received salvation. It was always the life of only being protected. She wanted to protect as well. But she could not protect, not only Seo Eun-hyun, but even his daughter. TSDS. From within Kong-min's heart, something begins to bloom. It is the aggregation of her hearts that has been suppressed under her absolute. That which does not let sorrow flow only as sorrow. It is the soul. As she looks back on her own life, her eyes blaze blue. Kong-min's blue hair becomes even clearer. One protects one another, and is also protected by each other, and at times fails to protect. Therefore, Suat, her hand bursts into blue flame. Life is sorrow. That hand shining blue begins to push the door. But at the same time, as long as what I must protect is by my side, it is not only sorrow. Jiwing. With Kong-min's shout, the door shines ever more vigorously and begins to show her the way. Trial space. Oh Hyunsuk throws a straight punch. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter, Nameless One Fist, Thrust. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter, Nameless One Fist, Thrust. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter, Nameless One Fist, Thrust. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. Quang, 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 quang. Hoke, hoke. He wipes his sweat and rubs his fist that feels numb. Strange. I reached the governing immortal rank. Yet how is it that only faint marks remain against me? Oh Hyunsuk is already, in himself, a law. Therefore, no matter what law is before his eyes, if it is struck by him, there must be at least some change. For it is a collision of laws. Just what in the world is this made of? Kawung. Oh Hyunsuk, a little vexed, places his fist against the door and glares at it. But suddenly, he realizes something. This is the door that is like a transparent universe. Inside that door, something reflects. It is Oh Hyunsuk himself. For some reason, he feels a bit embarrassed. Damn, was I hitting myself? Oh Hyunsuk knows what he should do. Wawoom. His own voice becomes an echo and returns as a question. What could be your enlightenment, that you knock upon the door? My enlightenment. Oh Hyunsuk recalls his daughter, who wanted to follow him. At the same time, he recalls his child on earth that was lost to a miscarriage. Countless memories flash through his mind. Not being ashamed before myself. That being the path to truly live with a smile. That is my enlightenment. Because this world is one where those who wish not to be ashamed keep on living, tussling with one another. He shouts boisterously. Life is pleasure. Suot. His fist blazes silver and begins to push the door. But at the same time, his soul resounds and blazes even more. However, at the same time it is much more than that. It cannot be expressed. For that is the teaching he gained upon meeting the being called Chongmin. If one is a man, it has always been that you prove yourself with nothing but your own two fists. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. Zero Wing. Nameless One Fist. Thrust. Recalling the words of Azure Tiger Saint, Oh Hyunsuk heartedly puts power into his fist and forcefully shoves the door open. Inside Mount Sumeru, in every heavenly domain there, all those of the Heart Tribe feel a strange sensation. What is this? And my senses are cut in half. No, I don't think that's it. But what on earth is this? The Heart Tribe fall into great confusion. The reason is simple. Clang. The interdimensional void closes. The plane of soul does not operate. Seo Eun-hyun's heart, Dao Blooming, and Kim Young-hoon's system support the Heart Tribe. But as they lose the functions they enjoyed through the plane of soul, they all at once speak of their discomfort. And the source of the interdimensional void's closing. In the good sight heavenly domain, interdimensional void. There, a human-shaped something with a ponytail wears a gloomy smile. Rather than smiling, it seems to be forcing a smile while crying. Oh fate, I hate you. Northern heavenly venerable, true martial great emperor Hien-mu. Heavenly venerable of void. That existence looks up at the sky with empty eyes and lets out an utterance. I want to die. At the same time, Hien-mu's body begins to scatter. Inside the interdimensional void, Hien-mu's Gandhara, three great ultimates formed of black snakes, disassembles and begins to fly off somewhere. A dark trial space. Kim Yun slowly raises her hand there. Woo-wong. A light pink flame rises on Kim Yun's hand and begins to push open the door. Life is love. She knows about this trial. The moment she tried to challenge the audience chamber, the lingering thought of vast cold whispered to her. Wong. Kim Yun's soul rings. However, at the same time, it is the countless possibilities that advance from inside that love. The door opens. Kim Yun, as vast cold's memories surge like a tide, senses that the soul of the previous Tridacna, the vast cold heavenly lord, is not far away. Come, child, make up for my mistake, and seize them by the ankle. Kim Yun's eyes blaze light pink, and, hearing that one line from the vast cold heavenly lord, steels her resolve and proceeds beyond the door. A dark space. There, Oh Hyesyo looks at the door before her eyes and strokes the surface of the door. Somehow it even feels a bit rough. From that feeling she senses the scales of her lover, Seo Huiol. Seo Huiol. What Seo Huiol taught her was her heart. Hatred. But at the same time, Seo Huiol did not teach only hatred. Seo Huiol undeniably taught love as well. Hatred is not merely anger scorched and left clinging. When love breaks, and what remains cling and fester darkness, that is precisely hatred. Hatred is an emotion directly connected to love. Life is hatred. TSTS. Ohio's hand stains dark red, like tainted soul filling the heavens, and gradually pushes the door away. However, at the same time, Ohio's soul rings. And at some moment, light pink energy also begins to flow out from that hand. Kigajigigik. Simultaneously, the door that begins to open screeches and stops. Love is not absent either. Is it only love? There are other things as well. She just cannot define them yet. They surely exist. Ohio does not bother to open the door all the way. She does not bother to prove herself further. She simply wedges herself through the slightly opened crack, turns into a black shadow, and squeezes through the gap. A temporary afterlife created by the underworld 10 great kings. There lies the mantra of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, which serenely rotates and governs the reincarnation of spirits. White Wheel. Among the underworld 10 great kings managing it, the chief judge, Yamatru, Lord Yen Luo, judges the spirits and senses something strange. At Yen Luo's reaction, the other underworld 10 great kings also begin to look back at the place where the wheel is located. A strange energy is being felt. What? Yen Luo reaches out a hand to normalize the flow of the wheel. But then it happens. Kick, kigajigajigik, kijigajig, kugum. As if something suddenly catches with a clunk, the wheel of reincarnation stops in place. What? Startled, Yama goes to the wheel, and the other 10 great kings also gather one after another around the wheel. Some spirit is reversing. This is the phenomenon that occasionally occurs when an existence of true immortality revives. But what kind of existence revives by reversing the wheel itself? Just what kind of existence is it that they reverse the wheel of the imperial venerable with nothing but their spirit? This is no time for that. Everyone, gather strength. Whatever the case, it is a profane existence. By the authority of us kings, we shall reincarnate it again. O dead one, abandon the thought of revival and follow the natural order. At that moment, a radiant light bursts out from the wheel. At the same time, the wheel begins to reverse madly. That appearance is as if time is rewinding. Before my eyes, a gigantic door is visible. That door is a beautiful door with constellations floating, as if symbolizing the immortal cultivation system. However, at the same time, so this is it. I recognize that this is the source of the disgust I felt whenever I looked at the head realm. Rather than simply the gaze of the future king, it is this door that is even more closely tied to the source of that disgust. Because something like this exists inside the head realm, I suppose that is why I felt so much disgust. I calmly try pushing the door. The door does not budge. Open. Even when I let out a single word laden with prophecy, the door only shudders and does not move. Rather, my voice becomes an echo and merely returns as a strange question. Have you attained enlightenment? Yes, I attained the highest enlightenment. What is that enlightenment? Having lived life, it turns out that countless beings have things they desire. I put strength into my hand. This world is filled with countless hopes. My soul begins to resound. Life is desire. I speak aloud the single phrase that I suppose is my fate, which I once glimpsed through Indra's net in the far past. Nothing happens. I glare at the door and shout. What? Was this the answer you wanted? Woo-woo. I lift my hand. Don't make me laugh. I am a sword. My hand is a blade. There is nothing anywhere in this heaven and earth that can block this body. Qualm. At my single strike, the door dents. If it is not the answer you want, you will not open the door, huh? Were you not asking me for an interpretation of life? Is it not that you have not truly realized it? At the question flowing from the door, I strike the door once again. Quagwagwang. The door dents even more. 2 strikes. With just that, the door greatly twists and crumples, and its form collapses. Then I ask you this. Rather than not having truly realized it, is it not that the correct answer is already fixed? Qualm. The 3rd strike. The door that takes the shape of the whole universe gradually crumples and begins to shatter. Is it not that someone blindly set a chosen correct answer and forced it upon us by their own standard alone? Have they not denied everything else as incorrect if it is not that answer? Qualm. Not only the door, but cracks begin to spread through the entire dark space in which the door is set. I look back on my life. There stands gracious soul filling the heavens, transformed from the canvas of myriad forms and connections. I grew up in an ordinary family, went to an ordinary school, entered an ordinary military unit, and became an ordinary adult. Then I entered an ordinary company somewhere between a small to medium-sized business, and I fell into an unordinary world. In that world, I met countless teachers. Then I ask you, what is life? Life is Desi. Wrong. Quong. Kriikik. The entire space begins to collapse, and now the door almost loses its shape, leaving only the sense that it used to be a door. Was what I gave you also a curse? Perhaps everything began from that. However, it is something I was already enjoying even before that. In this life, nothing at all is a given. Life is a miracle, because it never returns. Because a person's present is absolutely not a given. This life is more precious and thankful than anything. Therefore, surely this world is a miracle itself. Kwaon. My knife hand thus smashes even the last remaining form of the door and brings down the entire trial space. The entirety of the space called the trial space presses on me and begins to pin me so I can never go forward. O defective product, be nailed to this place. Even though life is a miracle, is it truly the will of the heavens to not acknowledge it? I shout toward the will I presume to be the master of this space. Then, O heavens, Yururum. If space presses me, I cut space itself. If time strangles me, I break time itself. Kariric. The technique I completed recently by seizing the time that belongs to me through the seed plot of disjunction. Wuwum. Gracious soul filling the heavens settles in my hand. Naturally fusing with the impermanent sword, gracious soul filling the heavens becomes a blade stronger than anything. With the light of flower soul filling the heavens, I cross generations. With the power of tainted soul filling the heavens, I fix the coordinates, and I then run beyond space-time. That is gracious soul filling the heavens. Thereupon, I add to it the enlightenment regarding time and regression by the understanding of the Radiance Mantra, and add even the understanding I gained by devouring the Northern Dipper's 7 heavenly lords. I even internalize the method of seizing the whole universe with great mountain pressing down, and with the profundity of the severing heaven sword form I completed with the 7 steps. Suat. The sword imbued with the deer of gracious soul filling the heavens becomes a mountain lord like the will of obsidian. Severing heaven sword form, Don Tan Janxing. Final form. Heavens, match yourself to me. Auspicious soul filling the heavens, Royawan Montan. My sword, which transcends time and space to arrive, smashes through all of space-time, shatters the darkness of the trail, and opens a path forward. Before my eyes, a baby appears. Chapter 784. Audience, Yijian. Kugagugagu. With the move of auspicious soul filling the heavens, I directly transcend space-time. I see countless timelines, and along those timelines that are like blood vessels, I see the figure of a baby who has not yet stirred in the womb. The starting point of creation, the outskirts of the Akashic records, which only Guak AM, using Annihilation Advancement Wu, or Kim Young-hoon, with the golden Great Thousand World barely managed to reach. Now, I can reach it by will alone. I see it. Countless cycles. Countless timelines faintly shimmer before my eyes. I can go back. I feel nostalgia for the distant cycles. And, over there in the distance, there is also something that looks like 16th cycle. I slowly begin to view what concerns the 16th cycle. At the same time, in one of those faraway worlds, I see someone familiar. It is O Hyesio. So that's how it is. It is O Hyesio of the past. It is that time when, struck by Guak Am's Annihilation Advancement Wu, she was flung all the way here and, transcending time and space, tried to bring Azure Tiger's Saint. She succeeded in safely connecting to the previous space-time. At that moment, I realized something. She can't get back, can she? Indeed. It was because Guak AM used Annihilation Advancement Wu that O Hyesio reached that place. Without something on the level of Annihilation Advancement Mu, she could not return. My plan back then was quite reckless and left to luck alone, huh? Then, how on earth did she come back? I suddenly see her converse with the will of Chong Min inside Azure Tiger's Saint. And that's a moment. Sorry. Sorry, Seo Unhyun. Seeing her shout with sincerity, my body moves before I know it. That is a prayer toward me. I'm sorry. I very gently breathe my auspicious soul filling the heavens into the gracious soul filling the heavens of the past. She does not recognize me, who has become Star Genesis Supreme Deity, but it does not matter. I look where she is headed. I feel my eyes meet the great mountain Supreme Deity Guak AM, who is fighting me in the past. So it is. He. From the very moment he saw the white deer, he knew he would be defeated. I see. From the start, saying he was the original owner of the deer was merely empty talk. No, more precisely, it was only a part of the method to desecrate fate. He saw a being who sees the origin essence of the mountain and sent a deer across space-time. But no matter how he looked, that being was not himself. Thus, to block the fate of his defeat, he thrashed about. The one who struggled until the very end within fate was him. With Ohaiso's heartfelt apology, even the small dregs of grudge that remained despite hanging her upside down and beating her severely completely melt away, and I hold in my chest the will of Guac Am, who did not give up to the end despite having confirmed fate. His character was vile, but in that will he is someone from whom I have something to learn. And at the same time, as I leap into the original space-time, I cannot help but feel a strange foreboding. If, up to here, is all fate, can we truly escape fate? Because this foreboding does not erase even when I try to shake it off, I simply accept it. However, even while feeling ominous, even while fearing fate, I step forward. I have already walked this far. Even if I am afraid and afraid again, there is a time when I must step forward. Burning the handful of courage that remains, I begin to advance toward that future. Suat. As the original timeline returns again, the audience chamber begins to appear in the far distance. TSTS. What appears along with the audience chamber are my comrades who arrived slightly faster than me in front of the audience chamber. And it is the underworld, who, having half-stepped into the audience chamber, is staring blankly at something. Kugagugagugu. I see. 3. Immense things like great rivers flowing into the audience chamber. Flutter, 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 flutter. The most eye-catching river is the sheets of paper spewing out across all of Mount Sumeru. Seeing that, I launch a preemptive strike toward the future king who is beyond the audience chamber. If I know the opponent is hard to defeat, seizing the initiative with the first move is the best plan. The move of Great Mountain pressing down bursts from my sword. And, having noticed my intention, Kong Min and Kim Yun each unfold the mantra and immortal art of Fallen Flowers and Liberation Peach Garden Village. 2 other worlds cover the entirety of the audience chamber, and by the laws we create, the being inside the audience chamber begins to shrink. Kadoodaduck. I enter the audience chamber together with the underworld. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What is visible inside the audience chamber is the sight of some being whose initiative was stolen, endlessly, growing smaller. Karurum. We too have some of our authorities restricted and our rank pressed down a bit, but the being before our eyes truly appears to grow smaller without end or limit. However, what is that? Though it is certain they have shrunk to an immense degree, they still appear as large as the underworld's Gandhara or my main body. This place is. I quickly look around. Grasping the surrounding environment is the cornerstone for victory, and I cannot help but freeze. To the point I even stop perusing the 16th cycle and must stare around this place for a moment. This place is. Now I remember. We, here, made a contract with that. Right after suffering the landslide, and just before falling into Ascension path. Our start was here. Did we come from the audience chamber? The surroundings are a vast starry sky. Innumerable clusters of light sparkle, and what is visible ahead are the symbol of a great black snake biting its tail, and next to that symbol, a small birdcage made of iron bars of all colors. And beneath that symbol and the birdcage, on both sides of the jade throne, 2 faint shapes of circles waver as if about to scatter. The moment I gaze straight at them, wisdom seeps in, and I can know what they are. The absolute of fate, totality, Chenbuk. The absolute of history, omniscience, Chenjur. And finally, the absolute of miracle, sincerity, Chenshin. I see. Understanding the true name of the third absolute that I have not known until now, I cannot help but fall into a certain reflection. At the same time, I realize that quite a lot of clues have been telling me the name of the third absolute. To utter shattering heaven is only possible if there is an absurd miracle. Such a thing is absurd, but if it is not a miracle, there is no escaping its gaze. Therefore this seat, relying only upon the possibility of a miracle, leaves here a warning for later generations. Yang Sujin's miracle did not simply speak of an absurd probability. Enders bring about miracles. It was a clue that was even more intuitive than expected. From the very beginning, we are beings that split off from the miracle. I see. My answer is not wrong. But with no time to fall into reflection, the black existence sitting upon the jade throne begins to move. Kugagugagugu. I feel nothing at all. As if the terrifying aura that blanketed the world a moment ago is a lie. It is a presence like emptiness. But that, instead, is even more frightening and horrifying. For the fact I do not feel any energy at all, as though a being with a low rank cannot even sense their presence. Upper Dantian, Middle Dantian, Lower Dantian. A being with holes pierced through the 3 Dantian begins to awaken, and their 3 Dantians begin to fill. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Seeing that, I start to recall the explanation of someone that I heard in the 16th cycle. Stories are originally cruel, but reality can be even more cruel. By any chance, have you ever looked up the original text, Yundang? You have not, you say? Ha ha. Then I shall tell you. The original text I know goes like this. Chapter 1. The story of a boy who brings a carp in winter for his mother. They say the boy did not save his mother. When he got the carp and returned home, his mother was already dead, whether frozen to death in the cold winter or starved to death, no one knows. Chapter 2. The story of a blind man who prays to the heavens again and again and regains his sight. The boy who lost his mother, even in that situation, was hungry and ate the carp. He then fell ill and his eyes rotted away. Though he prayed to the heavens did not answer. So he tried to live by joining forces with his leg-crippled friend, but the leg-crippled friend betrayed the eye-crippled boy, stole the mother's keepsakes, and, caught trying to sell them to a merchant, was killed by the eye-crippled boy. In the end, not receiving an answer from the heavens, the eye-crippled learned, by his own talent, the way to feel the flow of heaven and earth and to sense people's hostility, coming to know the world. Chapter 3. The story of a husband who, when his wife falls ill with a fatal disease, lights fire on the tip of his finger to cure her illness. The eye-crippled also became an adult. Wandering from village to village holding the blade with which he had killed his friend, he met a woman driven out for having leprosy, had his heart stolen, was loved, and married. Wanting to cure the leprosy, he roamed all the mountains and rivers, sought a way to cure leprosy, heard that if one lights fire beacons, Foabongwa, on 5 mountain peaks the disease would be cured, searched and searched for the mountain peaks, but could not find them, and returned home. But the moment he returned home, the house where the wife with leprosy lived was burned by thieves, and even as he burned his own hands, he failed to save his wife and went mad. Chapter 4. The story of a poor old man who gets a goblin cap and becomes rich. Thus he went mad, and at the same time gained the enlightenment of being forgotten by the world. In a state unseen by anyone, he went around killing people, monsters, spirits, and goblins. Whatever stood before him, all of them. Chapter 5. The story of a child who, driven from his hometown by schemes of a fox sister, met the Dragon King, heard the method to appease the fox sister, returned, and reconciled with the fox sister. The man who began to grow old met a fox. When the fox disguised herself as his wife and appeared before him, he thought, for the first time, that a miracle descended and rejoiced. Though he himself knew it was not real, even so he soothed his madness by believing it to be real, to the point that even if the fox set him up as her henchman and destroyed a nation, a continent, a star, he followed. There was no problem until the sacred Dragon King told him the truth. Even when the Dragon King told him the truth, if only the fox, suspicious of the eye-crippled, had not dug up the wife's grave and threatened him, it could have been a good ending. The eye-crippled split the fox apart into pieces and tore the body to shreds. Chapter 6. The story of an old man at the end of his lifespan who offers rituals to the heavens 1,000 times and extends his lifespan. Before long, the old man's lifespan also ran out, and he offered a ritual to the heavens. He linked countless stars to stars, and with it he drew a formation and performed a ritual. It was not a ritual to extend lifespan, just a ritual begging and begging for his next life to stop making him miserable. The ritual did not come true. Why would the lofty heavens have any interest in such a mere bug? The eye-crippled only wasted his time for nothing, and ended up croaking like such. This is the original text of the story. The stories of the fairy tale books I have seen on Mount Sumeru, which are everywhere in this world, flow to the lower Dantian of the future king. They flow into the place that symbolizes history and chi. Inside the fairy tale books, the protagonists of the illustrated sheets all come out with their eyes rolling and meet my gaze. Only now can I understand. From the moment I read about the protagonists of those stories in the archives of the Chongmun clan while following Master, I, from then on, could never avoid his gaze. Kuga gugugu. A black something surges skyward and forms a river. It is something that resembles a snake. Only after a while do I finally realize that it is the Gandhara of the heavenly venerable of void. A black three great ultimates formed of countless snakes. Those innumerable snakes that are the symbols of emptiness all at once get sucked into his chest. The northern heavenly venerable, true martial great emperor, Hien-Mu. The being that is emptiness itself begins to fill the future king's chest. It begins to fill the place where the heart, the soul should be. The last thing I see is radiance. Toward Mount Sumeru. From there, the authority of the radiance mantra, which I am sure I threw into the cycle of reincarnation and smashed to pieces, as if reversing time, turns the wheel backward, creates a great river of light, and flies here. The great river of radiance evokes a giant snake made of light. I quickly dig up the grave of Hong Fan that I have kept buried inside my body. In the tomb of Hong Fan, there is no corpse at all, as if it has never existed from the beginning. That river of light, even when we block it, passes through as if all our resistance is nothing, and towards the upper dantian of the future king. It settles in the place that symbolizes fate and begins to fill his face. Soon, the being whose three dantian are all filled raises his head. His history is the distorted original text of stories that exist everywhere. His heart is the emptiness that cannot be found in anything. His fate is the radiance of the black snake that always watches us. Shiver, shiver, shiver. I do not feel any energy or momentum at all. What dwells in those eyes is not any dignity or authority, but endless self-loathing and emptiness. Yet even so, from that gaze alone, I feel my knees go weak and I begin to want to give up everything. Woo-woo. Among the stars that fill the firmament of this strange space, a few fall and begin to whisper something. I realize that the identity of those stars is very familiar. They are the countless Hien Rangs across the generations. With only their heads floating, the Hien Rangs move only their mouths and begin to fill this entire space with wisdom. Most supreme who opens the world, wielder of talismans, ruler of calendrics, truth-embracing Tao embodying future radiance 9 firmaments time, governing myriad Taos non-action, all illuminating great hall, vast heaven golden gate fate, great heavenly venerable black, martial high supreme deity. Tai Shanking, here, Dan Achinti Dao, Wayla, Insure, all Sangdi. Past that long string of epithets comes the familiar names by which he is called in short. Future King, Fate Supreme Deity, Hong Fan Gu Ju, Hong Fan Jiu, Great Plan 9 categories. Whisper, 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 whisper. The wisdoms tell his true name. At the same time, his will arises from everywhere and begins to inject a certain enlightenment. In this world, only I am noble. The 3 realms are in suffering, so I shall rightly make them peaceful. That is precisely the wisdom that explains the significance of existence of the future king and the will he holds. And breaking the silence of that wisdom that feels like eternity, he opens his mouth. You have worked hard. Contrary to what befits a being called the future king, a mere ordinary physical voice. Here is your ending. Womb. Still the wisdoms resound, and the will of that being presses us down as if pronouncing a sentence upon us. The head of the world is me. The most outstanding being in the world is me. The most advanced being in the world is me. This place is the last. There is no more mercy. Here is your end. Do not fall into despair, though the world is surely suffering. Stretching out his palm, the splitting heaven mantra flies in all too naturally. There exists a value that surpasses suffering. Before the light of that mantra that collapses the absolute, I feel the faces of the 16th cycle flash past before my eyes. For life is hope. The endlessly empty God of light and hope, trampling our hope without mercy, covers all heaven and earth with light. Boom. Splitting emperor, splitting heaven. Annihilation advancement Mu. From my hand, the ultimate technique my senior brother used bursts forth. The original and the imitation collide and cancel out with a dazzling flash. I, at the very end of a truly long road, call out my long-standing nemesis and closest friend and step forward. Truly, truly. He, without a word and without even rising, lifts his hand. Urarung. A change arises within Mount Sumeru. The 4 Gandhara that cover Mount Sumeru. Among them, the entire interdimensional void suddenly gets plucked out of Mountain Sumeru, compresses, and is held in his hand, entering heavens beyond the path. Void Sword. I believe that it is what it was named. It is endless nothingness. At the same time, it is the extreme of the killing art that destroys everything and slaughters everything. Entering heavens. A good name, but I call it true martial arts. That jade voice crosses space-time in an instant. I finally understand the true meaning of true martial arts. True martial arts is the future king's martial arts system. More precisely, only the martial arts that reach the end of that system and receive recognition from the owner of fate are bestowed the name true martial arts. Only now can I know the causality of how we at some moment felt we reached the realm called true martial arts. It is not that we ascend to a realm called true martial arts. In this moment, we were recognized by the future king and heard his jade voice, and his jade voice went past and engraved recognition upon the martial arts of Kim, Young-hoon, and me. One being among the enders across generations used their authority and did a similar deed, but he executed that miracle with nothing but smoothly uttered spoken word. That is the true nature of the realm of true martial arts that we at some moment reached. As promised, since you remember the true name, I shall return the Void Sword. The name of the Void Sword returns to me, and his true martial arts emits true light and reveals its true name and form. True martial arts. Emptiness Sword. The interdimensional void, the plane of soul itself, becomes a monster that lives and moves in his hand and bares its teeth at me. Emptiness Sword. Seventh move. Final Profundity. It is said a beast exerts all its strength even to catch a small creature, unfolding a killing art with full force from the beginning and deploying a decisive move I cannot even guess. He begins to reach out his hand. Hope, Shiwon. I have wanted to meet. Sensing the death that engulfs me before I can even perceive anything, I smile brightly. My greatest enemy. Oh heavens, my greatest friend. Thus, from within death, I begin the recollection of the cycle I have forgotten. The recollection of the 16th cycle together with Hong Fan, the main personality of the future king. Chapter 785, 16 Cycles, First Day. Seo Eunhyun's 15th life. He collapses on the spot. Pachijijik. At Seo Eunhyun's side, Yua of the half-human, half-spider race breaks Seo Huiol's magic artifact that contains the soul of her disciple Baek Nyong, causing Baek Nyong to attain Buddhahood. Yua looks at Seo Eunhyun. Are you satisfied? A revenge play aimed at Seo Huiol. The curtain of that long revenge play, in which the sound, ho-ho, still seems to ring by the ears, finally comes to a close. I am satisfied. That is a relief. Yua looks at Seo Eunhyun and smiles bitterly. Though her eyes are closed, she looks at him with the heart eye. Not taking her eyes off him to hold in her heart Seo Eunhyun, who melts away under the curse laid by the true immortal of heavenly punishment. One thing, and, as he dies with a body where pale mist and lightning royal. Seo Eunhyun opens his mouth. He speaks to Yua as he scatters into lightning. The heaven collapsing esteemed one, breathed something into Gyu Baek. Gyu Baek passed her heart to me, and now it is inside me. I think I should pass it to you as well, so I will. Gyu Baek, the remnant of Gyu Ryan of the Yellow Dragon race, who was used by the Sea Dragon King Seo Huiol and died. Seo Eunhyun, holding in his heart the heart that Gyu Baek left behind and Jang Ik's teachings in her memories, begins to deliver them to Yua. For it is not merely an enlightenment left only to Gyu Baek, but also an enlightenment left to Seo Eunhyun and to Yua, a junior of the heart tribe. Some cultivators say the amount of air in the lungs is the heart, and since the lungs correspond to metal, the heart is metallic. But if we follow your cultivator's logic, since the metal of the 5 elements corresponds to the Qin of the 8 trigrams, isn't the heart from the heavens? Your heart lives touching the heavens, and just as you cannot deny the heavens, you cannot deny the heart. So even if someone denies your heart, it never truly disappears. Where does the heart come from? If heaven is fate and earth is life, then perhaps the heart comes between fate and life, accompanying fate. After conveying Jang Ik's enlightenment to Yua, Seo Eunhyun finally scatters into fragments of lightning and disappears into the void. This is Seo Eunhyun's 16th return. It seems like I see a snake. The moment I feel that, I open my eyes and look around. Seo Huiol stands before me with that familiar ho-ho, smiling face, and Jean Bayuk Ho, Azure Tiger Saint, White Bone Ghost Devil, and others look at me. What was that just now? It seems I saw something in the midst of regressing. I can't recall it well. Only, a vision like a snake hissing seemed to pass by briefly. Ah well. But I soon can tell the reason. Because just seeing Seo Huiol's face in front of me brings it to mind. Because the one I rolled around with in the 15th cycle was this snake bastard, I must have seen such a fleeting thing for a moment. I take one step back from Seo Huiol and ask, are you asking which faction I will choose? That is so. I certainly feel the energy of the nascent soul stage within your body. For a mere cultivator at the nascent soul stage to ascend following us, is that not truly something to be astonished by? At your level, you will be welcomed wherever you go. In the life before last, during the Azure Heaven Creation Sect cycle, I reached the nascent soul stage. And in the last life, I also reached the nascent soul stage by the cultivation method of the demon race, reaching the early heaven and earth dual cultivation nascent soul stage. Sly, old bastard. Though there is no actual nascent soul remaining, only a remnant, Seo Huiol nevertheless in an instant realizes it through the remnant of the demon race's cultivation method. Yes, that is right. Though this one was originally a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, while urgently ascending I received shock, and both my cultivation of the nascent soul and golden core scattered. HMHM, even so you are excellent. It is surprising that nascent soul followed after ascension, and yet you are alive after scattering your nascent soul. It is clear that heavenly fate follows you. I would like to bring you into the sea dragon race. Do you perhaps have thoughts on it? Seo Huiol gently reaches his hand out toward me, and Gu Ryan, who waits in the back, furrows her brows. HNG, just a single human race nascent soul. Why are you wasting time on such a thing? Haha, senior. Please wait just a little. Seo Huiol trades a few words with Gu Ryan, and I look at Gu Ryan. Senior Gu Ryan. In the last life, Gu Ryan, who was miserably murdered by Seo Huiol and Gu Ryan's spirit. Gu becks and comes to mind. Thinking of that makes my chest ache. I want to follow Seo Huiol into the True Dragon Alliance right this instant and free Gu Ryan from Seo Huiol's clutches. But I must not. That must not be. In any case, the Gu Ryan who formed a connection with me in the last life and this Gu Ryan are different people. Moreover, throb. As expected, the curse followed. Even beyond regression, I am being transformed into lightning. Whether Jean Byuk-ho senses something or not, his eyes gradually fill with shock. W8U. At this rate, it looks like I will be noticed by Jean Byuk-ho or the Mad Lord and be kidnapped any moment, so I decide in a hurry. I am sorry. A demon race force like the True Dragon Alliance is, after all, a burden to me as a member of the human race. I look at the other humans who ascended together with Jean Byuk-ho, Azure Tiger Saint, and Whitebone Ghost Devil. That does not mean I can choose Jean Byuk-ho. Right now, I am in a situation where I am melting under the owner of heavenly punishment. If I stick close to the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, I do not know what ill effect I might have on the Heavenly Lightning Banner. I am sorry. If it's possible, I will choose the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect in the next life. Right now, choosing the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect is a bad move. In this case, since not choosing will mean getting kidnapped by the Mad Lord. My choice is but one. I choose the Righteous and Devil Alliance. Among them, I walk toward the place where there is a woman whose features look familiar from somewhere. You may not know about me, but I have a history with the Mockley clan. Ho! Mockley Chionese, a cultivator at the half-step heavenly being stage from a collateral branch of the Mockley clan. When I destroyed and left the Mockley clan, she was someone I once saw in the archives while rummaging through the remnants of the Mockley clan. As a child, she suffered abuse from parents of a collateral branch of the Mockley clan, escaped, and as a person of the mountains and rivers, she wandered through the head realm, reached the half-step heavenly being stage, then entered the devilish Immortal Alliance, and took part in the Ascension Alliance. After reaching the nascent soul stage, she is said to have massacred her own parents and blood relatives with her own hands, so she is also someone who will not be greatly enraged even if it is exposed that I destroyed the Mockley clan. At the same time, since she has not abandoned the Mockley surname, she at least pays minimal attention, so I can try to sell the name of the Mockley clan to beg some recognition. I know you do not like the Mockley clan, but if you would take me in for the sake of old ties. Of course, if even this is not accepted, there is nothing I can do, but since I have revealed my will to make my base in the devilish Immortal Alliance, many devilish sects belonging to the devilish Immortal Alliance will reach out to me. Well, fine, I accept you. I make the offer expecting in large part to be refused, but being accepted as a disciple more easily than I expect, I look up at her feeling a bit dumbfounded. In the name of this Mockley Chionese of the devilish Immortal Alliance, here, what was your name? Seo Unhyun. I proclaim that Cultivator Seo is now a member of the devilish Immortal Alliance. At her words, the Mad Lord, Seo Huiol, Azure Tiger Saint, and the like turn their interest away from me. Whitebone Ghost Devil looks at me with eyes that see a young chicken he can eat any time, and Jean Bayako thumps his chest as if frustrated. After a while, the Mad Lord kidnaps a cultivator of the flying Immortal platform, and Seo Huiol and the other cultivators keep their heads down while blocking the fallout from the Mad Lord. I glance at Mokli Chionese, who has become my new master, and think, just what is she thinking? Whatever method Mokli Chionese has cultivated, I cannot see her intent. Only, though I cannot see her intent, I can see heart essence, which makes it all the more bizarre. Because her heart essence is a bizarre land of gray hills stretching on, I furrow my brow, finding it hard to guess her inner thoughts. Well, still, she is better than Seo Huiol. Why do I, despite my disgust toward Yuan Li, enter the devilish Immortal Sect Alliance? The reason is simple. The devilish path bastards, especially the human race devilish path bastards, are trash. Through Yuan Li, and through the devilish cultivators during the Devil Realm invasion, I came to know it very well. They are no different from vermin that all ought to be slaughtered. Since most of them are villains whose deaths do not matter, I joined with the thought that when I later transform into lightning and draw the gaze of the owner of heavenly punishment, it is fine if that damage falls on them. But this one, I do not know. She does not seem such a villain, yet she does not seem such a good person either. She is too kind to be a cultivator of the devilish Immortal Alliance, and she has a heart essence a little too wicked to be a normal cultivator. Well, it does not matter. If I am reluctant to kill, I can just leave her alone and wander anyway. The devilish Immortal Sect Alliance is far looser than the Head Realm 3 great immortal sects, or under Seo Huiol and the Mad Lord. Soon, we move to the human race territory. After receiving identity plaques at Temporal Fate Island, the devilish Immortal Sect Alliance is assigned a residence on a sky island called Red Moon Island. Thus, I head to Red Moon Island together with the Mokli Chionese, my new master. Now, this is what you are to do starting today. Pardon. A month after the devilish Immortal Sect Alliance settled on Red Moon Island, and Mokli Chionese settled in a place where a suitable spiritual vein flows. After she arranged her cave residence, she dragged me over and spoke. Her cave residence is filled with countless demon beasts and demon insects, and she hands me a storage scroll and speaks. From today you will feed my demon insects and demon beasts, and you will take care of them. Master, I apologize, but I am still before accumulating cultivation, so I possess a body at a level no different from a mortal. If I begin cultivation through the colorless glass sword, it is possible to reach the nascent soul stage within 2 months, but for now I simply look like a mortal on the outside. Taking care of powerful demon insects at my level could be dangerous. Of course, because my body is of treading heavens, it is not truly dangerous, but at least outwardly. Let us be honest with each other. Mokli Chionese snorts and speaks. Wawoom. Mokli Chionese's eyes turn dark blue, and the clear light of the character Run shines forth. I awakened a spirit I divine power postnatally. Long ago I water-tortured a descendant of an ethnic minority race with sea water, and perhaps because of that race's traits, I came to possess a powerful spirit eye. I do not understand at all how one claims to gain a spirit eye by water-torturing a person, but I let it pass. It seems she doesn't want to tell me how she obtained the spirit eye. It also seems she blocks my sight that sees intent with that spirit eye divine power. Through these eyes I name the great sea eyes, Diane. I can see many things. I know well that you conceal battle power of the nascent soul stage, that you have hidden your natal Dharma treasure, and that you condense within it a power hard even to imagine. As a member of the Heart Tribe, my battle power is such that no one notices until I directly reveal my strength. Seeing that spirit eye divine power pierce through treading heavens at a glance, I flinch and shiver. Just what kind of spirit I can see through the power of treading heavens? I am a devilish cultivator, but I have no interest in body seizing or in turning you into a pill or a puppet. In any case, another's talent is surely to be inferior to my own. So what is the point of stealing another's things? At a glance, your body's spiritual roots are also mixed, which does not look pleasing to me. Unexpectedly, she seems to be a massive lump of pride. Judging from how she saw through the 5 elements spiritual root, her perception also seems to be good. I am curious about that strange formless sword-like power that can display nascent soul stage strength even without a nascent soul, but I get the feeling it would be dangerous if I try to probe it by force. In any case, It is probably a secret art of yours, so there is no way you would tell me obediently. There is no need to call me master. Though I am at the half-step heavenly being stage, a person like you will catch up soon enough. So let us just call each other fellow cultivators as equals. Cultivator CEO. Understood, Cultivator Mockley. Good. Then let us make a deal from an equal position. You tried to enter under my tutelage because you have a reason to enter the Devil Immortal Sect Alliance, right? That is correct. I will continue to vouch for your identity. In exchange, you will stay in my cave residence until you recover your nascent soul and look after my demon beasts and demon insects. She points at her demon beasts and demon insects. I am born of the Mockley clan's blood, but there are things I dislike about the Mockley clan, and the Mockley clan's path methods do not fit my nature at all, so I mainly learn the methods of other sections. And unlike the main house of the Mockley clan, whose main income is pill making, I actually enjoy raising demon beasts and demon insects, so I have been raising these fellows. I look at the demonic creatures she raises and let out a silent exclamation. In her cave residence, there are not only many core formation stage demon insects, but even 1 or 2 demonic creatures at the transformation stage bound into human form. Are they nascent soul stage demon beasts? To have perfectly trained and restrained even demonic creatures of the same stage, she seems to be a fairly high-level beast-taming cultivator. Among the transformation stage demonic creatures, she approaches a woman who seems to be a cat family demonic creature and scratches her neck. The cat demon beast purrs and lifts her neck, and then at some moment suddenly her eyes roll white. She grabs Mockley Chionese's arm and bites until blood comes out. Though she is a transformation stage demon beast, she acts similar to an ordinary cat. I do not know much about beast taming, but the appearance of a demonic creature acting like an ordinary animal seems to show excellent taming skills. She looks down at her own hand from which blood flows in streams and speaks. To take care of these kids, a cultivator of the same realm is needed, but I cannot trust most of them, so I always had to take care of them myself. Half-baked core formation fellows get eaten by my demon beasts, and nascent soul stage cultivators dislike getting their time eaten up by work like this, and they are expensive to employ. Of course, there were sometimes suspicious heavenly being stage cultivators who said they would look after demon beasts for no compensation, but a vein bulges for a moment on Mockley Chionese's forehead. Judging by her quickening pulse, it feels like anger. Well, the endings were not very good. At least I learned that anyone at the heavenly being stage or above is a madman drunk on madness. In any case, I learned I must not ask a heavenly being stage cultivator to do this even if I have the chance. Thanks to this, I have to personally manage the binding seals for the demon beasts one by one. Even when I am near reaching the heavenly being stage, I cannot focus on advancing to it because I have to keep in mind the binding seals, so I had to be satisfied at the half-step heavenly being stage. She tosses something to me with a flick. It is a blue jade slip, bearing writing about the feed demonic creatures eat and the methods to control, tend, and grow them. And inside, a faint seed of spiritual energy is contained. It is a record that organizes beast taming and binding seals that can control demon beasts. While you look at it, just look after these fellows until you regain your true strength. In the meantime, I will challenge the heavenly being stage advancement. Is it all right to entrust a secret to me so carelessly? And what if I abuse the cultivator's binding seals and do harm? What secret manual? It is nothing more than a record that organizes what beast-taming cultivators like me all know. And I have prepared for whatever harm you might try, so there is no need to worry about that kind of thing. Is there no worry that I will use the binding seals to control the demon beasts, or turn them into pills and eat them, or the like? Do you worry about pills just because you are from the Mockley clan? If you want to make pills, try making them. With high probability, you will become their snack. She points at her demon beasts, and perhaps having received her signal, the demon beasts all at once start glaring at me. If I regain my realm, I am confident I can handle all of them except for Mockley Chionese, but since my cultivation realm is low right now, I can only give an awkward smile. And I also have no worry about the leakage of secret teachings. By any chance have you learned beast taming methods? Or do you even have a pet demon beast you are raising? To my eyes, you may have learned demon beast methods, but you would not have learned beast taming methods. I am about to answer that I do not even have a pet demon beast, when I suddenly remember and take out the little one I have kept in my body. It is the baby centipede that has followed me since Ascension path. I have recently begun to raise one centipede. Mockley Chionese looks once at the baby centipede and bursts into laughter. Ah, sorry. I did not mean to ridicule. In any case, if it is a pet that is not even at chi refining, there is no worry about leakage even if I teach you beast-taming secrets. Whether this or that, I am relieved. I will guarantee your identity, and you, in my stead for a short while, will take care of my demon insects. How about it, Cultivator CO? After thinking for a moment upon hearing Maclicionese's words, I nod. Very well. A deal like this is actually better with a devilish cultivator. Thus, from that day, I live in Maclicionese's cave residence and begin the work of tending her demon beasts and demon insects. And I decide to give to the baby centipede that follows me the name I gave in the previous cycle. This guy's talent is heaven bestowed. The first month of the 16th cycle. In Maclicionese's cave residence, hoping the baby centipede grows quickly, I give him a name. Hong Fan. Let's get along. His name is one that was designated by the heavens. And I gained enlightenment about the heavens in the previous cycle. How isn't the heart from the heavens? Your heart lives touching the heavens, and just as you cannot deny the heavens, you cannot deny the heart. So even if someone denies your heart, it never truly disappears. For at least Hong Fan, I decide to think of him as the connection and heart bestowed by the heavens, and because I decide to accept it gratefully in my arms, I attach again to the fellow that name bestowed from the heavens. If the heart is also eternal like the heavens, may the connection that is you, granted by the heavens, also be eternal. Present. I begin recollection and walk beyond the light of hope scattered by my connection. I cannot block it. I also cannot evade it. No countering ultimate technique is prepared. Then there is only one countermeasure I can take now. If I cannot evade it, I will make it avoidable. Careeric. I bring the sword down. Space-time twists. At the same time, the light halos of the emptiness sword final profundity that exist in countless trajectories and directions, and in all places of the past, present, and future, come into my sight. By normal means, one inevitably gets hit and can only die. So, I must twist causality. Space-time twists by me, and even causality begins to twist together. Severing heaven, sword form, final sword will. Auspicious soul filling the heavens applied ultimate technique. Careeric. The turning wheel mantra rotates, and that power dwells in the sword. The underworld also lends a hand, and the white wheel emerges and begins to twist causality together with me. The transcendent skill heavenly escape and the enlightenment of filling the heavens governing view imbues in auspicious soul filling the heavens, and I barely twist the causality of hope. Heaven of neither perception nor non-perception, Fei Shang Furi, Fei Shang Can. Impermanence touches the principle of non-perception and overturns causality. With auspicious soul filling the heavens, space-time turns over. With filling the heavens governing view, the light of hope loses its target for a fleeting instant, and the power of heavenly escape sends hope for a moment into the domain of purity to wander. Even then, because it is impossible to nullify hope completely, I attempt one more thing. Careeric. Even without a direct hit, just the aftershock of hope tears away the entire space-time where we stand. Radiance blankets heaven, earth, and the heavens above. And beyond that light, I open my eyes. What is? My comrades begin to panic. The future king Fate's supreme deity, Hong Fan Guju. His true martial arts, emptiness, sword final profundity, hope. Everyone except the underworld and me was torn apart entirely by only the aftershock of the light of hope. They were annihilated by only the aftershock of a single strike. My comrades definitely died. Yet why are they standing here? It is simple. The first day of the 2014th cycle. Kim Young-hoon, perhaps realizing what has happened, looks around with cold sweat. Severing heaven's sword form, final form. Auspicious soul filling the heavens. I already placed time within my sword circle and suppressed it. However many times we get hit, I will just turn it back to before the hit. Through auspicious soul filling the heavens, I made the space-time just before we were swept up and killed by the aftershock of hope flow and leap across. No matter how strong the ultimate technique, as long as we do not take the impact head-on, we can avoid instant death. It is an attack that transcends a thing like space-time. However you turn back time, you will not come out unscathed. The owner of the heavens looks at us for a moment with an expressionless face, and I smile bitterly inside. He is right. Even though I evaded by turning back time, I still could not fully evade and only managed to let it flow past. On top of that, I did not completely let it flow past. Even though I joined forces with Underworld to barely twist the causality of hope and change its direction, and cross time to avoid the aftershock. Hope still has not ended. It pursues. Even if not now, someday, it will come again. In the end, without even feeling the true power of hope, I only wasted sword strokes on merely deferring time. An interesting move indeed. Severing heaven's sword form. Having thought of something, he leans his back on the jade throne and speaks. His gaze somehow makes it feel like he recognized in an instant what I did with severing heaven's sword form, so my chest feels tight. Good. I grant you qualification. However it may be, whether I used a trick or something else. Perhaps he acknowledges me for being intact even after receiving the first move. He speaks toward me. Speak. You may resent me. You may persuade me. You may bow and beg. Or you may simply confess everything with an open heart. Or you may ask questions about what you are curious about. I will listen to anything. That is leisure. Leisure as an absolute strong one, and mercy. Since this is your end, as your parent I will hear everything and remember you. At those words, Oh Hyunsuk steps forward. No, there is no need for that. Clenching his fist with a hardened face, he speaks. We have come to collide with you. All 7 of us. Each becoming a governing immortal. Kugugugugu. Preparing Azure Wing heavenly shatter, Oh Hyunsuk shouts. Who? On whose authority judges our end? O owner of fate, including Seo Eunhyun, 6 heavenly kings, and the imperial venerable have descended. We will not lose to Y. Fate. Truth manipulation. Splat. Kim Young-hoon, John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Kim Yun. And the eyes of me and the heavenly venerable of the underworld all turn to an egg that suddenly falls and shatters beside us. An egg? As if not understanding, John Myung-hoon stares at the suddenly fallen egg. And Kim Young-hoon, as if he senses something amiss, looks at me and asks. Seo Eunhyun. Wait, originally were we 6? I smile bitterly and look at the red lump of flesh held in the fate's supreme deity's grasp. It is Oh Hyeseo. What you feel is right. We were originally 7. Oh Hyunsuk, struck by Oh Hyeseo's authority truth manipulation, became an egg. And in that desolate truth, only the low voice of Hong Fan Gu-ju quietly echoes. You call one who proclaimed their fate a governing immortal? From the moment it was spoken aloud, it was nothing but an immortal treasure. The lump of flesh gripped in his hand writhes pitifully, toying with the very existence of the being called Oh Hyunsuk. Do you still not realize why I call myself your parent? Oh sons and daughters. Recall the contract from when you first met me. Oh Hyeseo's truth manipulation always carries a trace of hatred and resentment, or a hint of mischief. But in those eyes that look down on everything beneath the heavens, twisting Oh Hyeseo at will and manipulating all of phenomena at whim, there is no emotion, no warmth contained. My net seems large and loose, yet it lets nothing slip through. Timwang Wei Su or Busud. What I grant you is but a story. Everything else lies in my hand. I have no interest in anything. TSDSDSDSDSDSDS. Together with the 16th cycle, memories return. After we died from being struck by the landslide, but before falling into Ascension path. The things that happened in between. The first day we met Hong Fan in the audience chamber. Speak. If there is anything you are curious about here, ask without reserve, find the answer, and attain enlightenment. For this is your end. Chwerarak. Oh Hyunsuk, who became an egg, fell, and shattered, returns, and only then do my comrades other than me and the underworld realize what has happened to them, and the light in their eyes begins to fade. He casually tosses Oh Hyeseo, whom he has yanked over in an instant, gripped in his hand, and made into a lump of flesh. Oh Hyeseo comes to her senses and begins to restore her body, and the light in her eyes has also vanished. Oh Hyunsuk lets out a hollow laugh and groans. How do we win, Silver Basket? Is there even the possibility of 4-pun? Are you saying that? That can be defined in a unit called 4-pun? In his wail, we all fall silent. Did you not say, we can bring about a miracle? Oh Silver Basket, that if we recite, if we desire, there clearly is a possibility it will be fulfilled. Just. Baduduk. Collapsed. Oh Hyunsuk pounds the space below with his fist and wails. Against that, just what hope are we supposed to have? Chapter 786. Protagonist, Durangong. 1. Do not be mistaken. Breaking the silence within the scream, the owner of the heavens opens his mouth. You were only supporting roles in the story from the very beginning. Even that was something I arranged with my own hands. merely chess pieces and ornaments that make the story richer. He gently strokes the rainbow-hued birdcage beside him and looks into the inside of the cage. It looks like there is nothing inside, but it also feels like the emotionless him treasures it most. You do not need hope. Who would expect possibility from mere supporting characters? Jijung. At that shocking line, John Myung-hoon collapses to the ground. At the same time, it feels like the absolute dwelling within John Myung-hoon is being suppressed, and something is being born. It is a soul. John Myung-hoon, by paying audience to the future king, has all the hope he harbored crushed by that presence and authority, and his spirit birthed. And, without even giving such John Myung-hoon a glance, Hong Fan begins to curl his finger. Wu Wong. He raises his hand. At the same time, our authorities, no, what we have, believed to be authorities, begins to squeeze our necks in their true forms. Truth attainment, causality induction, bridal creation, primal chaos world, paradise guidance, truth manipulation. The Dharma forms that rise from behind my comrades slip out of their control and begin to choke their necks from behind. No one dies from the choking, but everyone's abilities are greatly constrained, and, pressed under the Dharma forms that appear behind them, they kneel on the spot. So it is. I see now the heavenly path. It was there from the beginning in the Ender's Tale. From the beginning, it was not our authority. The reason the underworld showed me that story is, though she herself forgot history, so could not know, she knew instinctively. She tried, by any means, to process the truth of the future king and the Enders into the form of a fairy tale or a tingwa to show us the truth. The fate we have mistaken for authority is the heavenly path you have laid out for us. Hong Fan merely looks down at me indifferently and remains silent. It is a silence of affirmation, and I begin to move towards such Hong Fan. He mutters, "Tell the story. Martial arts is originally a story. Kirik." The turning wheel mantra rewrites history and, for a brief moment, lulls the Dharma forms that are choking the necks of my comrades to sleep. Of course, even this does not solve the problem, but merely postpones it. Like postponing hope. Having thrown the final decisive move as a greeting, you suggest we just sit and chit-chat. What a boring thing that would be, oh heavens. I take a step toward those indifferent eyes. Once again, truth is manipulated. Oh hi SEO, who uttered her fate, her abilities, authority, and even her very existence, already belong to the future king. Therefore, her authority tightens around me. It tries to revise my very essence. But I endure through the turning wheel mantra, advance toward him, and level the impermanence sword at his throat. The sword of impermanence filled with starlight touches Hong Fan's chest. Now let us talk. The talk of martial artists is always not the tongue, but something else. Hong Fan raises his hand. Something black rises in his hand. Ego preservation. The shard of the absolute that clung to me and my authority. No, the fate I mistook for authority. So that is how it is. Only now I understand why I felt such disgust when I looked at the head realm and the future king. From the very beginning, the one who granted the power was you. In accordance with the fragment of the absolute, the world bestows authority upon us. That world is precisely the being before my eyes. He, with silence, expresses affirmation to my question. When I think about it, Kim Young-hoon always reached the same eye level as me. John Myung-hoon always guided those with ties of grace and resentment through the heavenly lightning banner. Kong Min, he always put a bridle on herself. Oh Hyun-suk was always faint. Kim Yun always led others toward an ideal. Oh Hai Seo manipulated everyone, and even manipulated herself. I was very stubborn. When I think about it, all of this was fate. It was not simply something like desire. No, perhaps at first it was indeed desire. Once I obtain the clues to infer the truth, I deduce in an instant with the insight of a supreme deity how the fate's supreme deity creates the enders, and how our fates and authorities come to be. The owner of fate splits the absolute of miracle within his own hands, then processes it and refines it into the form of fate. Then he lodges it within 7 living beings of another dimension, has them live their lives and accumulate causality, and makes each living being look upon fate by their own standards. Thus, when the causality in the other dimension ends, he brings them to Mount Sumeru and proceeds with the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion of each fragment of the absolute. Through the beginning, development, twist, conclusion, the fragment of the absolute matures, and gradually, from a simple fragment of the absolute, the power of joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, hate, and desire. It converts into the proper form of fate that the owner of fate has set. Of course, in my case, because the power of the absolute fragment was maximized as I underwent death, the absolute fragment evolved to some extent close to fate from the very beginning and seized the radiance mantra, putting the absolute fragment into the flesh of a mortal. And as that life proceeds, sublimating the absolute of miracle into a power the owner of fate can control. This is the reality of what we call our fate, which I perceive as I face the future King Fate's supreme deity, Hong Fanguju, and watch him wield truth manipulation. That is why, when everyone sees the future king who allocates fate, they naturally feel longing and peace. Because, as the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion proceeds, each absolute fragment sublimates into the form of fate. And so it is practically no different from being in a state of unity with the owner of fate. And because only I did not accept my fate. Because, as I proceeded through the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion, I became broken. Because I did not rashly accept the very origin of desire, I rather remain apart from the subject of fate. Therefore, I instead see fate most objectively, and I intuitively loathe the filthy essence called desire. Am I right? When I ask Hong Fan, who in any case already reads all my thoughts, he opens his mouth. Right? Only you. For the first time, he trails off, stubbornly refused to accept me. And for the first time, he goes beyond reacting to our opinions and begins to speak his own. It is a dilemma. You are supporting roles and chess pieces. At the same time, you are crucial devices to complete the story. Originally, only when the 7 heavenly kings are born can one obtain the miracle. Everything is complete, yet one has gone beyond mere defectiveness and completely went against his fate. At his emotionless gaze, I feel my chest tighten. Whether I should discard all of you here, or, even if I have to forcibly fit the defective piece, take it anyway. Even as I feel my chest tightening with pressure at those words, I smile slightly. Is it not already decided, my friend? At my next words, Hong Fan's expressionless eyes twitch for the first time. Try to make it fit. Just as you kept trying, and for the first time, managed to get this far. Even though you kept trying to guide me, and it did not work, maybe you might actually succeed this time. Surururu. The fate floats above Hong Fan's hand. The fragments of the absolute that the future King Fate Supreme Deity released in a Mount Sumeru to process into the shape of fate begins to dye his hand black. Just as I fought with an obsidian chain wrapped around my right hand, he uses the absolute fragment almost like an immortal treasure and raises his hand toward the sword I extend. If you so wish. True martial arts. Emptiness sword. Third form. I shall face you. The emptiness sword circles. A black wave draws a blackened 3 great ultimates around him. As the devil heavenly king, the blackened emptiness sword transforms into radiance itself and flies in. At the same time, inside that strike of radiance, I feel the absolute fragment of obsidian flicking its tongue as if trying to make a flower bloom with me as its seedbed. The purpose of the attack is utterly transparent. He intends to complete his plan even if he has to forcibly ram into me the fragment of the absolute that fell away from me and failed to settle. At the same time, I raise the impermanence sword and fly toward the emptiness sword. The impermanence sword circles in the exact reverse direction to the emptiness sword and begins to emit light. Void sword. Third form light. His third form, restored by reinterpreting the radiance mantra, confronting radiance hall, and accelerating time. 2 identical techniques collide and cancel each other out. Light explodes, and from the impact, a small heavenly domain forms and collapses between he and I. I shout toward him as he sits. Let us dance, stand up. In his hollow gaze, I am reflected. He speaks, if you so wish. And at last, he begins to stand. Kugagugagu. By the mere act of standing, space-time distorts and the surroundings warp. He begins to lift the emptiness sword. Come, let us talk. Hong Fan. I shout, calling my friend's name. At that shout, other friends also begin to rush all at once toward Hong Fan. From the underworld, Kim Young-hoon, John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, and Oh Hyeseo, laying out their everything. They begin to rush to dance with our friend, Hong Fan. The time we can dance with him is until the power of hope that I let flow and send away to another space-time catches up to us again. Exactly 360 days by a mortal's time. For us, it is a time limit no different from an instant. Our dance with him begins. Emptiness Sword. Fourth form. Heaven, Tan. A simple upward slash. An attack that performs the second form, King, Wang, in the exact reverse. Yet that upward slash that comes not by attraction force, but repulsive force, holds in that single strike the power to burn heaven and earth. Thrusting the impermanence sword toward that blade, I begin to face Hong Fan even more directly. With me at the head, my comrades form a formation, gather everyone's strength, and barely deflect heaven, nullifying it. He rushes toward us who have formed a formation. Mount Sumeru, 33rd Heaven, Audience Chamber. Before the jade throne of the king, wearing a black Mianguan. Before that great and sacred imperial presence. The memories of the 16th cycle vividly sprout up anew between the attacks of us and the devil heavenly king. 16th cycle. Several years have passed since we settled on Red Moon Island. In that time, the devilish Immortal sect alliance, including Mockley Chion SA, completely took root on Red Moon Island and succeeded in absorbing almost all of the existing clans of Red Moon Island. Since Mockley Chion SA is also counted as a promising candidate to reach the heavenly being stage, all the various clans threw every kind of passes at her, and there are not a few who volunteered as disciples or henchmen and flocked under her cave residence. So eventually, cultivators who claimed to be Mockley Chion SA's disciples and henchmen flocked together and even formed a group, and the devilish Immortal sect alliance now even sends a message saying that she should not simply be the alliance's nominal leader, but should accept them, formally open a sect, and sit as one of the alliance's seats. Of course, none of the handling of these events even reaches her, who stands on the verge of advancing to the heavenly being stage. I have to take on all of it. She received reports of such letters and situations the first 1 or 2 times, but from then on she threatened that if I bother her again, she would kill me, and told me to handle it as I see fit, so I had to handle everything on my own. Am I a cultivator or a grad student? I am old enough to have lived enough as I want, but because faint nightmares from Earth days start to surface for no reason, I shiver. Mockley Chion SA's way of thinking is similar to professors who order around graduate students to the point that it reminds me of my Earth days. Damn it. No wonder she accepted a suspicious guy so easily. Maybe I should have noticed and ran away when she started with having me take care of demon insects and demon beasts in the beginning, and then even this kind of grunt work. She didn't care whether I was suspicious or gave a bad feeling. She simply needed a fresh, capable slave in the same realm. Hey you, did you deliver the gift to great person Mockley well? What did she say? Hey CO brat, did great person Mockley not say she would send a reply today? Hey CO punk, are you really sure you reported it properly to great person Mockley? Starting with cultivators from the Grand Perfection Core formation stage to the half-step nascent soul stage who come to find me. Great person CO, hee, what do you think about the marriage matter I mentioned? If you enter our clan, we promise every support we can give to great person CO. CO Hyung, when a sect opens with great person Mockley at the head, surely CO Hyung will take a high post in the new sect. Since you are trusted by great person Mockley to this extent, it is only natural. When that time comes, my sincerity, please remember as I am on the verge of collapse from accepting and sorting out all sorts of solicitations from cultivators reaching even the chi building level. And above all, what drives me mad is Kraak, CO Hyung. Great person Mockley's demon beasts are on a rampage. My younger brother was already eaten. This fucking Mockley Chion SA's pet demon beasts. It is the incidents between these insane troublemakers and the cultivators who gather following her. Kaio, a 3-headed python, Santamon, demon beast at the Grand Perfection Core formation stage runs wild with bloodshot eyes. When I check, 1 or 2 who look like cultivators at the chi building stage are inside its belly. I activate a beast binding, subdue the 3-headed snake demon beast first, and scatter the formless sword. Chwak. The treading heavens formless sword spreads out like thorn bushes, pierces the entire body of the 3-headed python demon beast, and takes position so it can take its life at any time. Sensing both the restriction and the crisis to its life at the same time, the beast stops and begins to listen to my words. Gulp gulp. After a while, it retches and spits out the chi-building cultivators it has gobbled up. What happened? Hihiak. Great person CO, thank you. The demon beast suddenly went berserk. That is a lie. The chi-building cultivator who escaped death speaks to me with a pale gaze, and from far away, a spirit wave in the demon race tongue resonates to me. Those human race bastards tried to steal and eat the python's eggs. So the python got very angry. A demon race of the transformation stage, a cat demon beast. The demon beast of the five-colored shadow cat race that Myriad cherishes. It is the woman with the common name. Oh, seek. 5 colors. I let out a deep sigh and ignite in soul ghost curse incantation. Saw. Black curses overflow around and begin to flow into the chi-building thugs. Guayaf. Guayaf. I already know what you stole. What you stole is not simply an animal's eggs, but my master's precious property. As you are thieves who tried to steal my master's property, I shall cast you into curses as you are and make you rot to death. Great person. Please spare us. Please spare us, great person. If you want to live, confess your crime yourselves. Proclaim your sins to all and suffer exemplary punishment under my hand. You tried to steal and eat the eggs of the demon beast raised by Elder Myriad, and so, another dizzying day passes again. Night has fallen. A whole day has passed just by mediating between the dog-like Red Moon Island trash and Myriad's ferocious beasts. At least from night onward, an island-wide prohibition on Red Moon Island activates, so the use of all spells and divine power becomes extremely restricted, making it comparatively quiet. From what I heard, in the distant past, Red Moon Island was the true homeland of the devilish path where war and slaughter never ceased. Not a day passed without blood drying, and every night, the moonlight looked like a moon soaked in blood, a red moon, and thus the name Red Moon Island was given. How severe must the slaughter have been? In the end, a monk from Red Moon Island wielded a powerful divine power handed down in the Buddhist family, stripped the Red Moon Island people of the power of night, and sealed it under the grounds of a temple beneath Sky Island. Since then, prohibition was born whereby at night the power of all divine power and spells becomes extremely weakened regardless of race. Perhaps only the immortal arts of legends or a cultivator at the star-shattering stage has power to that degree. I feed the demon beasts, and I look after their sleeping places. At the edge of the demon beast cave, I come to my cave residence, and, looking at the centipede being raised inside, I mutter, Hong Fan is growing quite well. Recently, he readily takes the elixirs I give, and with my help, he has been growing quickly through the demonic power training method written in Myriad's Beast Taming Secret Manual. Myriad laughed at Hong Fan, but Hong Fan, who has been growing to the point that such mockery is meaningless, has already reached the 4th star of chi refining before I knew it. As long as he reaches the chi building level, his spiritual nature will open up considerably, so communication should become possible. When that time comes, he should show the same genius as in the previous life. Once he reaches that level, I plan to leave Red Moon Island with Hong Fan. The curse of lightning transformation. This accursed curse left by the immortal of heavenly punishment gnaws at my body. Even though I recovered my realm up to the core formation stage before I knew it, in reality thunder and lightning has replaced parts of my organs, and I am dying. Grow up fast and strong, Hong Fan. I feed Hong Fan a realm-advancing pill and steady my heart that wants to resolve this curse as soon as possible. GRRRK. And Hong Fan lets out a burp-like sound. To-do-do-do-duck. At the same time, Hong Fan suddenly molts, and his body that was only the size of a palm becomes more than twice as large. At that bizarre phenomenon, I only stare wide-eyed at the guy. Hong Fan, in an instant, has reached the 7th star of chi refining. And then, are you my master? He starts to talk. My spiritual nature was lacking, so speaking was a bit difficult, but now communication should be a bit smoother. Not only can I not understand how a demon beast at the chi refining 4th star jumped its realm just by eating a few pills, I also cannot understand how a demon beast of the insect lineage without any special bloodline has its intellect awakened and speaks just at the chi refining 7th star. Not knowing what on earth this situation is, I can only blink. Was it like this in my previous life too? It does not seem so. It is when I blink my eyes. Do not be surprised, Master. The essence of chi is explosion, and explosion is a phenomenon that occurs as something called fate descends from a higher dimensional layer to a lower dimensional layer. That is, if one understands one's fate, it is easy to draw the power of fate down to a lower dimensional layer and amplify the power of explosion. All the more so if one is a demon race that mainly cultivates the power of explosion. Therefore, with the minimum spiritual energy to trigger fate, which is about the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the third star of Qi refining. You can draw power from fate in the higher dimensional layer as much as you like, amplify your energy, and you can easily pull up and raise lower cultivation realms. However, due to lacking spiritual nature and intelligence, and to tolerate several errors, I made the attempt at around the Qi refining 4th star level. Hong Fan starts to make sounds from start to finish that I cannot understand at all. Anyway, from breaking away from the vestige and layering the mantra 6 times, I have bathed in light sufficiently. I have also recovered my memory and intellect to some extent, so from now on, I will protect Master. He did get bigger than before, but still, this tiny centipede flailing his antennae and saying he will protect me is a fluttering feeling I will never forget. Present, with me at the head, the formation my comrades arranged begins to be completed. It is the 6 harmonies formation that suppresses heaven and earth and 4 directions. Clang. Kong Min he sits at the earth bearing and, using shadow as ink, begins to paint something. With the motion of her hands, the rank of existence we possess becomes further sealed. Our forms, which are metaphysical in existence, become more distinct and are fixed into even more physical shapes. Our appearances become defined according to the Tengwa she paints. However, even though the rank continues to be sealed, Hong Fan's expression is indifferent. Rather, he overwhelms all of us single-handedly and shows us despair with only the pure power of martial arts. Suat, surpassing radiant Genesis form. 6th form, golden speed heavenly king. Kim Young-hoon's head shines gold, and he becomes a pung bird. He becomes the very heart itself, transcending all divine providence and causality, space and time. And the next moment, surpassing radiant Genesis form. Final form, TSDSDSDSDS. From that state, Kim Young-hoon begins to accelerate even more. Golden Great Thousand World. In an instant he marks Hong Fan's rear and he explodes. A true speed of undying that surpasses Hien Mu. The true light of surpassing radiance that nothing can catch up to intends to arrive to this place. Or so we thought. Is that all? Apex of movement techniques. True martial arts, Black Heaven, Jungxin Tan. Perception cuts off. In an instant, Kim Young-hoon's rear is again marked by Hong Fan. Void speed. It is Hien Mu's method for reaching undying, a reverse law whereby the more one empties power, the faster one becomes. If power is infinite, speed decelerates to the speed of light, and if power approaches 0, speed accelerates to infinity and reaches undying. The opponent before my eyes is the Zero King in whose heart nothing exists. The god of emptiness. I realize in an instant. The future king Fate's supreme deity, Hong Fan Guju. He is the original owner of all the martial arts Hien Mu has. He is the original protagonist of the achievement Hien Mu used for heavenly venerable advancement. Restrictions like the 4 steps that apply to a fabricated heavenly venerable like Hien Mu do not exist. For he is a being of emptiness that is always emptied to the value of 0. That is to say, the undying that Kim Young-hoon reaches by using Golden Great Thousand World is, for him, merely basic speed. Tukwagwang. Apex of killing techniques. Hyuksa, Black Snake. I can tell. That technique, for Hong Fan, is not even worthy to be called true martial arts. If I must categorize it, it is a martial technique with the kind of weight that the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts has for me and Kim Young-hoon. Countless snakes hiss and sweep over Kim Young-hoon like a waterfall. Hien Mu's true martial arts, the martial techniques of the dance of emptiness, explode in a single instant. Through that single martial technique, Kim Young-hoon's whole body cannot even react and is torn away, scattered like trash. Guawea. Oh Hyun-suk, with a pale face, completes the charging of Azure Wing heavenly shatter through the gap Kim Young-hoon creates and unleashes power. Jeon Myung-hoon lifts his spear, barely overcomes fear, and prepares a full-power thrust. Red Lightning Heavenly Tribulation Ultimate Will. Entering heavens beyond the path. 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. Zero Wing. Nameless One Fist. And then, Hong Fan begins to inhale. Apex of internal energy methods. Darkness World. It is the end. Likewise, it is something not even worth to be called true martial arts. If I compare it to myself, it is not even the impermanent sword, but a method at the level of crystal glass to treading sea. At that single method, Jeon Myung-hoon and Oh Hyun-suk, as if bewitched, gaze at the tip of their spear and the end of their fist. The energy, the will, the strength that gathers in their hands. And the very history of those techniques itself wither away powerlessly. Jean Myung-hoon and Oh Hyun-suk instantly forget what they are about to do and, like fools, just stand there stupidly staring at the opponent before their eyes. Causality. No, the colossal law called the law of causality itself, with a single breath of Hong Fan, is sucked toward him. The heaven, earth, and heavens above transform into a heaven and earth of avidya, and I can feel the restraints imposed upon by Kong Min-hee and my great mountain pressing down unravel layer by layer. Kong Min-hee, struck by backlash from the Tinghua painting method, spits blood, rolls up her eyes, and heads toward death. His existence that was pinned down to the realm of the physical begins to loosen again into the metaphysical. An internal energy method that sucks in the law of causality without limit and devours it. It is the most terrifying internal energy method, one I have never even conceived of, and one I must not even imagine. The enemies who face him forget why they must fight him. They even forget the techniques they accumulated to fight him. Since causality itself is being sucked away, there is nothing to be done. Emptiness Sword Third Form, Applied Technique. Kiririk. Converting the devoured law of causality into power, the emptiness sword begins to circle, centered on Hong Fan. Black. It is black. Everything is black. And the moment that pitch-black darkness ends, I gaze at the true bodies of Jeon Myung-hoon and Oh Hyun-suk flung away with their limbs wildly twisted and snapped. An instant after arranging the 6 harmonies formation to pressure Hong Fan, Kim Young-hoon, Jeon Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, and Oh Hyun-suk are annihilated in an instant before I have any chance to do anything. The ones left are Kim Yun and Oh Hyeseo. Kim Yun joins both hands and forms a unique hand seal that draws a small circle, doing something, and before long Hong Fan reaches the front of her and, with an emotionless face, extends the Emptiness Sword. Emptiness Sword First Form. 0. Before I have any chance to step in and block, countless black claws and fangs appear from within the Emptiness Sword. However, unlike when I used it, those countless irregular-looking claws, fangs, and murderous auras are perfectly disciplined under Hong Fan's will. That decisive technique, which in my hands only ever ripped and tore the opponent to shreds, cleanly severs Kim Yun's neck and decapitates her. Not even a single drop of blood flows from her neck. Her head tumbles far away like garbage. Oh Hyeseo tries to do something, but Hong Fan acts as though he does not even care about her. In an instant he appears while stomping her head, and he slams Oh Hyeseo into the floor of the audience chamber and crushes her in. Not even a proper technique is used on her. Having subdued everyone, Hong Fan looks at me. You stayed still until everyone was slaughtered. Do you trust Huya? Realizing my intention in an instant, Hong Fan looks at me with emotionless eyes. I make a bitter smile and perceive the underworld preparing something behind me. The moment the future king rose, the underworld prepared only one thing. I will advance. Guard me. There is only one existence a heavenly venerable can advance to. The position of true emperor, like the future king fate's supreme deity, Hong Fan Guju. The Western heavenly venerable, netherworld Queen Mother Bong Hua thought that only that would create a possibility and has been aiming for it. Step. Hong Fan takes one step closer to me. Just that one action. With that, what I hid and was guarding with heavenly escape is revealed. Kugagagugagu. Centered on Bong Hua, down below the audience chamber. Thousands and hundreds of millions of history pour out from the emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon and whirl in a frenzy. The fact that the tiny life form that said it will protect me at the Chi refining 7th star and the extremity of slaughter right before my eyes are the same existence. I still cannot believe it. Staring at that face, it feels like even now everything is a prank, only a test, and he is going to crack a silly joke about going to boil some potatoes. But, sure enough, that won't happen, will it? In those eyes, the Hong Fan I know is not there. No, even if he is, it is only a speck. I know nothing about the true Hong Fan. So, from now on, let's find out. I make up my mind to have a sincere conversation with Hong Fan. Come, Hong Fan. My friends were massacred, but without being swept up by that hatred, resentment, and madness, I look only at Hong Fan and focus all will at the tip of my sword. The one behind me is the god of life and death, of history. If the underworld becomes the owner of life, death has no meaning. No, even if the underworld fails, there still remains a possibility to save my comrades. And, looking into my resolute eyes, Hong Fan raises his left hand. In his left hand, he holds the birdcage he has stroked. In the next moment, clang, the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Bonghua is confined inside the birdcage. The power of the Akashic records she was drawing up. The origin essence of life, omniscience. The emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon, in whom it is embedded, gives up keeping the Akashic records and becomes shackles that tighten around Bonghua's neck, suppressing her power. Kugugugugu. Bonghua musters all her strength to escape those shackles, but her power is perfectly offset by the shackles made of the emptiness supreme deity, and she cannot even pierce the birdcage. The birdcage and the power of the emptiness supreme deity amplify from within and completely press down the heavenly venerable of the underworld. The future King Fate supreme deity, with eyes whose meaning I can by no means read, looks down and mutters at the shrunken form of the sealed Bonghua. Good. Resist. Struggle. Wu Wong. He gradually floats the birdcage into the void. For only resisting fate is your reason for existence, Huia. The absolute of history. The Akashic records depart from the embrace of the emptiness supreme deity and also slip out of the advancement ritual of the heavenly venerable of the underworld. The authority of omniscience, inside that Mount Sumeru, shines purely in golden radiance, under no one's control. I speak again, and before my eyes, the heavenly God who sees the absolute of heaven opens his mouth again. You do not need something like hope. Kugugugugu. The God of light and hope wearing that black Myingwan coldly takes hope from me and prophesizes. I see all your moves. Do you intend to turn back time with auspicious soul filling the heavens and save your friends? I prophesize. You will not complete 3,000 regressions, and I will seize the entire severing heaven sword form whole from you, and you will be killed by your own martial arts. Grasping every last possibility I have hidden, he calmly prophesied. His prophecy is neither grave nor numinous like other true immortals. It is merely one of those words tossed out, as if speaking ordinarily. From the start, there is no need to be sacred, for the very standard of all sacredness is the heavens itself. I speak again, do not be mistaken. No matter what you all do, you are only supporting roles. Woo-woo. Freed completely from Kong Minhe's constraint and my great mountain pressing down, he slowly expands once more. A divinity so transcendent that I feel nothing at all. That is precisely the heavens. The true protagonist of the story is not you, an existence who attained the highest Tao. Author's note. Protagonist, Du Ringong. A Buddhist term for a person who has attained the Tao, the fundamental and absolute subjecthood of all sentient beings. Chapter 787. Protagonist, Du Ringong. 2. I look up at that transcendent, immeasurably distant God of light and hope, and open my mouth. Then, oh heavens, I ask you. He does not answer my question. He only looks down at me in silence. If there is no such thing as hope for us, then why, when you greet us, do you tell us not to lose hope? No answer comes, but I also know this time. This silence, too, is an affirmation. Perhaps that is how it was. You, while acting as my friend through dreaming, separated your main body, chi, soul, and fate, and stuck to us. Why are the fairy tales twisted into happy endings unlike the originals? From the insight of a supreme deity, it is because the chi, soul, and fate that separated from the future king's main body all manifested while the future king dreamed, from within his unconscious, as what he hoped for the most. Unhappy tales became happy tales. The invincible divinity who has no rival became a heavenly venerable called Hien Mu, who has much to surpass and much to overcome. The monster who loathes himself became the light that loathes fate. Each aspect he hoped for became the form he desired. The pieces that fell away in his dream were precisely the future king's 3 faces we have been seeing. Therefore, the instant you awoke from the dream, half asleep and dazed, your true heart slipped out. Was that not so? Silence. O God of hope. You pretend to strip away hope, yet instead you bolster our hope. You pretend to plunge us into despair, yet you show only adversity we can bear, so we do not give up entirely. You clearly want us to have hope. You are guiding us so. I do not know the reason. But there is one thing I do know. Kugugugugu. As I see that vast darkness swell enormously before my eyes and looking down on me like a bug, I raise my sword. If I do not hold hope, something becomes troublesome for you, doesn't it? I will not have hope. Kiriririk. Time turns back. Auspicious soul filling the heavens subdues space-time, and we cross over to the 2015 cycle. Within the reversal of time, the comrades who died live again, and we arrive at that moment when we reach the audience chamber. We return to that time when we succeeded in pressing down the future king's main body with Great Mountain pressing down. And, within the regression I achieved by my own power, I deny head-on the fate of the Fate's supreme deity and declare, in the name of the myriad stars, I prophesize. I shall awaken in the 3001st cycle and prove that you are wrong. Hongfan's prophecy says I will die without completing 3,000 regressions. I, in reverse, prophesize that I will achieve regressions surpassing 3,000, and I directly deny the prophecy of the future king. Kuwang, seated again upon the jade throne, he mutters with expressionless eyes, to face fate without hope. A good hopeful wish. Sururu. He raises his hand. At the same time, I realize something. Though time turned back, there are three things that did not. First is the emptiness sword's final profundity, hope. It still chases me from the far side of time. At the same time, the time it takes to reach me has not changed. It has shortened slightly from 360 days. Second is the black absolute fragment covering the right hand of the Fate's supreme deity, Hong Fan Guju. The power that fixes him in the character not of the owner of fate, but of the devil heavenly king, remains unchanged from before the regression. And third, Clang Clang, still within the Fate's supreme deity's birdcage, with eyes closed, gathering power and resisting, is the heavenly venerable of the underworld, the netherworld Queen Mother Bonghua. A hopeful wish is fine, but I am already beginning to adapt to your auspicious soul filling the heavens. Wu Wong. Through the Radiance mantra, I feel him gradually recovering his grip on space-time. As he learns the nature of my regression, I see the wicked scheme to steadily increase the things that do not apply to the regression of auspicious soul filling the heavens. It seems you hope that only when hope arrives will you be annihilated, but you will die by my hand before hope arrives. What is long and short is always. Emptiness sword. Sixth form. Before I even finish speaking, I die. All links with the myriad stars are cut. I am miserably murdered, and I feel my main body and the heavenly domain that belongs to me tear apart and get slammed into the domain of purity. Future, Waylot. From the first form to the fourth form of the emptiness sword, at least their shapes are recognizable. But the sixth form, future, like hope, has its principle, its form, and even the moment it was used all beyond my ability to perceive. About 10 seconds after crossing into the 2015 cycle, just before I am torn by future and completely annihilated, I turn time again, cross over to the 2016 cycle to preserve my life, and I grip my sword even tighter. Because what that guy in the 16th cycle told me. If it is now, I think I can use it. 16th cycle. Inside the Demon Beast Cave, I stare blankly at Hong Fan, who grew to the Chi building level in a month by sucking down pills and spiritual elixirs. Thanks to the colorless glass sword and the canvas of myriad forms and connections, I too at some point recovered to the early nascent soul stage. But Hong Fan is not on the same level. His is a rise in realm far more overwhelming than mine. This does not feel like a genius. Before I know it, I look at the centipede that has grown taller than me and is approaching the peak of the Chi refining stage, and I ask, Hong Fan, I have something I am curious about. Yes, please speak. No matter how I look at it, it feels like you are not raising your realm, but recovering your original realm. Hong Fan, please tell me, are you by any chance a true immortal who lowered his realm on purpose and appeared before me? In truth, master. I was about to tell you about that anyway. With solemn eyes, Hong Fan speaks to me. In my previous life, it seems I was some quite powerful being. Previous life? Yes. Something black covers it, so I do not remember clearly, but perhaps I might have been the true immortal master speaks of. At those words, I flinch and look at Hong Fan. Pajijic. I vividly feel the curse of lightning that changes me from within. True immortal. If he is a being of that degree, he is a high and terrifying existence to the point of affecting my regression. Hearing that Hong Fan is such a being, I naturally cannot help but fear him. If so, Hong Fan, I ask him, perhaps, a true immortal, claiming I disturbed his amusement, might kill me in a single blow and place on a curse at a level similar to the lightning curse. But, even so, I must ask, for a being like you, what is the reason you serve me as your master? Of course, you still do not know your previous life's memories. But you clearly explained to me, through that chi is explosion or whatever that. You know your own fate. Tell me, what is your fate? Hong Fan scratches his head with an antenna, and after a short while, he answers, my fate is to assist you. To assist me? Yes. So that you, Master, walk the right path, walk the right fate. So that under the heavens you can be upright and not ashamed. Following you is my fate. I look at Hong Fan's intent and heart essence. His heart essence is truly bright. It is a bright world filled entirely with light. Seeing that clear, pure, and beautiful heart essence, I cannot dare think he speaks lies. A light so bright and pure that my eyes hurt, and it is hard to look directly. If it is a heart essence like this, can I not trust him? Of course, even this could be a trap. At the time when Zhongli and the true immortal of heavenly punishment, suspected to be the owner of Zhongli, descended, I could not read anything from them. It can simply be that even the heart essence is recreated and everything is fabricated. Gulp. Should I trust this being who has such a clear heart essence? Or should I doubt him to the end? Hong Fan. Yes? I look at Hong Fan and speak. I am suspicious. Right in the previous life, I got burned by a true immortal, and it even affected my regression. If Hong Fan truly is the incarnation of a suspicious true immortal, I may once again be toyed with and suffer immense harm. However, at the same time, in the previous life I got burned by Xiao Huiol. Emotion is merely the amount of air coming from the lungs. Since the lungs correspond to metal and the 5 elements, perhaps emotion is of the metal attribute. Ho-ho. The sophistry that emotions are nothing but of the metal attribute. An illusion that can be forged at will and fabricated. That was his logic. I cannot trust Hong Fan, but I cannot accept Xiao Huiol's words. A person's heart cannot be forged. It cannot be replaced with breath. I recall Zhang Yix's words that if a person's heart is metal, metal corresponds to Qian in the 8 trigrams. Thus it is the same as the heavens. Yes, the heart is like what the heavens grant. If not the heavens, then at least the heart cannot be forged. I will trust you. It is partly to deny Xiao Huiol and partly to accept Zhang Yix's words. But the biggest reason is because Hong Fan is my connection. In every previous life, it was Hong Fan who helped me. Even if they are not the same existence, since I cannot repay the grace I received from them, it is only humaneness to repay it at least to this Hong Fan. From deep in my chest. Even if in this life Hong Fan truly is a true immortal, I decide never to betray his trust and to believe in him. Even if you are a true immortal, it does not matter. I will believe your words and your heart. I look at Hong Fan with straight eyes. Seeing his heart essence like light, I declare that I will trust him. And, receiving my gaze, Hong Fan lowers his head. Then, for this life, I ask for your care. Master. Right. Let us do well from here on. Thus, in that way, we succeed in cementing a bond of trust that is a bit comical and also a bit serious. Star extinguishing true chapter? Yes, Master. It is the method that first came to mind when I thought to protect you. It will suit you very well. Is that the method you say you obtained in your previous life? Yes. I do not know for certain, but for now, as a method to break through the situation Master currently faces, namely the curse of lightning transformation, it is the most suitable. I ponder whether I can block the curse of lightning transformation through the method that Hong Fan says he obtained in his previous life. For now, can I see the formula first before making a judgment? Yes. First, the early section of the Star Extinguishing True chapter is off. What's wrong? As it is a slightly powerful knowledge, trying to hold it in a body at the chi refining stage seems to put a strain. For now, the early section. Among that, I will tell you only about the first star. It is fine, it is fine. As much as you can. Hong Fan writes down, upon the shed shell he molted, the formula and cultivation method of the method called Star Extinguishing True chapter that he says came up in his head. The first layer of the Star Extinguishing True chapter is a cultivation method by which one can obtain power at the chi refining level. However, the important thing is not the level of authority gained through the Star Extinguishing True chapter. The cultivation method. The method itself is what is important. The cultivation method of the first layer of the Star Extinguishing True chapter is called by one term. Cutting people, Juntu. A cultivation that cuts connections? That is correct. For the Master to be under the curse of a true immortal means, at present, there is a connection between the Master and that true immortal. In that case, yes, if Master wishes to escape the curse, You must sever the connection with the true immortal of heavenly punishment. With Hong Fan's help, I am able to find in an instant a way to escape the curse laid by the true immortal of heavenly punishment. However, the problem is the method. Hong Fan, it is written like this in the star-extinguishing true chapter, but am I understanding it correctly? Cutting people. There are 3 ways in total to cut connections, which are as follows. Cutting other, Janta. Kill the other with whom the connection is tied. Cutting self, Janwa. Kill the self and become emptiness. Cutting principle, Janli. Strike and cut the very principle of causality that is the connection between me and the other, thereby severing the connection. That is right. The methods are: I kill the true immortal of heavenly punishment. I commit suicide. Or I strike what is called the principle. Of course, you recommend the last method, right? But what is that? Principle. And how am I supposed to strike and cut it? Pardon? No, I recommend the first method. Can Master not do God-slaying? For a moment I am dumbfounded by the difference in perception between Hong Fan and me, but I soon understand. Right? You said memories arose that you were true immortal in a previous life, right? So you must be briefly confused. I apologize that your master's realm is still shallow. But generally, it is normal that a mortal being cannot kill a transcendent, such as a true immortal. It seems Hong Fan, as a true immortal, has killed fellow true immortals a few times. At my words, Hong Fan scratches his head with an antenna with slightly dazed eyes. I see. I was not particularly criticizing Master's low realm. It is just, since my memories have not fully returned, there seems to have been a difference in perception. Haha. Very well, I understand. In any case, I should be grateful that an existence like you is sincerely helping me. Master flatters me. Master is a person with far greater potential and talent than I. Soon you will soar at a speed that someone like me cannot follow. I almost grow ashamed at Hong Fan's excessive expectations, but I clear my throat and ask back. So, in any case, I cannot use the method of cutting other. So I seem to have to use the method of cutting principle. But how does one carry out this cutting principle? I understand that Master possesses a sword. Is that not so? That is correct. What does Master think is the use of a sword? The use of a sword. A sword cuts. At the same time, it is a weapon that can harm others. To cut, slice, and divide something with it. That is the purpose and meaning for the existence of what is called a sword. Yes, you just cut it with that. The principle. Yes. In any case, feel a need to help a bit more with finding Hong Fan's memories first. Recovering them only roughly and not completely instead seems to poison our communication. Kururung. 2 more months pass. I undergo heavenly tribulation and rise to the nascent soul stage. And, within that short time, Hong Fan also rises to the core formation stage. Even that speed is because Hong Fan prioritized recovering memories over raising his realm. If he had focused on raising his realm, I judge he would have reached the nascent soul stage at the same time as me. At this rate, I am not going to be raised by Hong Fan like livestock, am I? If Hong Fan overtakes me and directly reaches the heavenly being stage, I worry the master-servant relationship will reverse at that time. Let's trust Hong Fan. One way or another, he said he will assist me. Having forged mutual trust with him, I decide to believe that even if he surpasses my realm, he will respect me. Master, congratulations. To think you have already become a nascent soul stage cultivator. That's excessive praise. Your cultivation speed is faster, isn't it? I cannot be compared to Master. Thank you. So, upon reaching core formation, have you recovered your memories a little more? There are still vague parts, but I found parts that are likely to help Master. I like that the early realms can be raised quickly because I am of the demon race, but I think recovering memories would be faster with Heaven Tribe cultivation. I see, that is unfortunate. In my heart, I want to find even a ritual method for Hong Fan, but such a thing is not an easy matter. Yet even though I cannot give the fellow anything, he laughs and hands me his shed shell on which he wrote a certain formula. His shed shell, now has grown as big as a house, flies to me, and I can read the densely written cutting principle, cultivation formula on that shell. It is a formula by which a mortal being can reach cutting principle. This seems like, I look at what is called cutting principle, the cultivation that comes close to a method of striking the principle itself, a combination of the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon, the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and the formless sword. The cutting principle cultivation method is simple. First, it is to practice the method of severing connections. The first stage of the cultivation of cutting principle is to cut the weakest connections. Kurururum. The clouds of the heavenly tribulation that struck down on me scatter, and seeing that, the followers of Makli Chionese swarm this way like a cloud. At the birth of a new nascent soul stage cultivator, they rush to forge a connection by any means. Chuck. Following the formula Hong Fan taught me, I gather energy and bring my hands together in prayer. After taking a pure praying posture, I focus consciousness, intent, and energy between my joined hands. As consciousness gathers between my palms, I feel it condense like a thin thread line. And in an instant, Chicago, I fire that thread line at the grand perfection core formation stage cultivator at the very front, who rushes to me to make a connection. The line becomes a slashing strike that cuts through everything and shoots at the cultivator. And the moment it touches them, pot. The slashing strike that flows straight into the cultivator's body cuts the cultivator's intent, flows inside of their heart essence, and cuts the very heart that says they want to meet me. Wooduk, they, in the middle of coming to meet me, stops and stands there, looking around with a puzzled face, as if they find it puzzling why they are here. I did not cut their memories, nor did I twist their personality. I merely made the very heart that wants to meet me a little faint. With just that, they no longer bother me and simply leave. I cut the heart. A severing strike that does not kill a person, but scatters a person's heart. Because it requires an enormous, extreme degree of concentration, the moment I succeed at it for the first time, I feel my energy drain right out. Let us end today's cultivation here. Yes, let us do that. Feeling an overwhelming tiredness, I roar toward the lower realm cultivators who rush at me to form ties. All of you go back. If you trouble me, I will not forgive you. At my threat, the chi-building cultivators hesitate, then soon flee. The core formation cultivators try to hold out a bit, but when I put formless swords momentum into the threat, unable to overcome the fear, they too run away. I enter the cave residence and catch my breath. The record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts that attacks intent, wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon that erodes consciousness, and the formless sword that is made of will. It feels as if I unfold all of them at once, yet at the same time it feels like a far higher supreme art. Perhaps it is because I already learned the 3 techniques that I can at least grasp the cultivation method of cutting principle. To directly strike the opponent's heart itself. In a sense, it is a true heart sword. It is a terrifying divine power. At the same time, I consider whether, with this, it might even prove effective on someone with a monster's heart, like Xiao Huiol. This is not the time to be pondering about that. At the same time, I realize the cultivation of this cutting principle is nothing more than the basics. To proceed to cutting people, and I sigh. I have not even properly initiated into the first layer of the star-extinguishing true chapter. Hong Fan, for now, I do understand well the power of this thing called cutting principle. It is powerful as expected, is it not? However, if I truly continue this cultivation that severs the opponent's heart in this manner, can I truly sever what is called principle? Honestly, I feel a bit uncomfortable with this cultivation method itself. In a way, it is a cultivation that directly denies the enlightenment of my canvas of myriad forms and connections. Therefore, if I cannot truly sever the curse of the true immortal with this cultivation, I am directly denying my enlightenment and have no choice but to be captured by a powerful heart demon. What relation does the heart and principle have, that by repeating the severing of the heart, one can come to sever the principle? At my words, Hong Fan nods and explains. Heavenly mandate is what the heavens set. Life is what the earth bestows. That is right. Then, Master, is connection something bestowed by the heavens or bestowed by the earth? I ponder that topic, then I answer, aligning it to the enlightenment Zhang it gave me. The heavens and the earth, I think it is bestowed by both. Correct. What everyone holds is connection. But if so, at the same time, does it not mean that connection is also nowhere in particular? In the end, what makes connections form is neither the heavens nor the earth, but merely the recognition and hearts of those who will form them. It is the hearts of people who live between the heavens and earth who decide connections. Hong Fan, draw something on the ground. It is a net. Thus, the connections that begin from the heart of people soon come to hold even the heavens and earth within its embrace, making everything connect. The cognition and recognition of people, their wishes, become the net of connections and becomes the law of causality that entangles all phenomena. Some call this Indra's net. Indra's net. I have seen it once in a scripture of the Chongmon clan long ago. They say there is a god called Indra. It is said that the god's net has a jewel attached on every mesh, and because one jewel reflects all the other jewels, it is a net that shows everything in this world is related to each other. Everything in this world is connected. Chi, soul, and fate, in truth, are all one, are they not? In fact, everything is joined as one. So, by starting from cutting people's hearts, if you can come to see a more and more deepened world, perhaps someday you can sever the very thread of connection itself. To sever connections, I feel a strange sensation at those immense words, and I ask a question. Are you saying that simply by practicing the workings of the heart, one can sever the principle of the world that is called connection? At my doubt, Hong Fan's antennae twitch. Somehow, that sight looks like a faint smile. It is difficult to obtain a human's body, and it is difficult still to realize the Tao. From his mouth, an aphorism flows out. Why is it? Following the human heart, one seeks the root of the Tao. It feels like something I have heard before, and yet also something I have never heard. But at the same time, it is an aphorism that bears a distant, dizzying profundity. The root of every Tao lies in the person's heart. It means that if one gains a person's body, if one gropes forward along that heart, one can someday obtain the Tao. Let us polish the heart together as you go. If you do so, someday you will be able to reach even the realm that is called principle. Hearing those words, I feel as if some sediment that sits in a corner of my heart washes away. Right? The heart touches principle. It is a path by which one can grope along the root of the Tao. The powerful pressure Xiao Huiol gave me, and that sophistry that discussed the emptiness of the heart. Even if Zhang Yix's enlightenment washed away part of that sediment and frustration, it could not completely shake off the lingering discomfort. But upon hearing Hong Fan's aphorisms and his interpretation, I naturally come to shake off Xiao Huiol's logic that remains in my heart. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to blow away the heart demon that remained in a corner of my heart. I'm glad it could be of help. If someday Master succeeds in severing connections through the heart, Master will be able to sever the curse of the true immortal of heavenly punishment and become free. Freedom. Hearing the words of freedom and the words of severing connections, I ponder whether the freedom found by severing connections is truly right. Please do not think too complicatedly. Just think of it as another way of cultivating the heart. To sever connections, you say? When I look at him with a slightly worried gaze, Hong Fan once again expresses a smile with his antennae. This is the latter half of the aphorism I just recited to Master. I think it will be of help, so I will recite it. Then, he once again lets out that dizzying aphorism. If this body cannot achieve transcendence in this life, when shall I wait again to transcend this existence? I tremble as I hear that aphorism. When shall I wait again to transcend this existence? The final aphorism strikes me far more directly than the earlier ones. How many things have I lost by missing the time? Even when I rose to peak Master, I missed the enlightenment of that time and blew away an entire life. Even in the life with Yanghua, I blew away several years because I did not say a single word of love and let her be murdered. Right? I understand what you mean. I speak while I feel the curse of lightning transformation. As one lives life, there are surely things that must be cut off. If anything, there are things that become all the more grueling if one misses the time. By failing to decisively cut off what must be cut off, the curse could even pass on suffering to others. If this body cannot achieve transcendence in this life, when shall I wait again to transcend this existence? I will engrave it deep in my heart. Ha ha. It is an honor for Master to lend an ear to my counsel. But I suddenly tilt my head, feeling that the aphorism Hong Fan recited is uncomfortably familiar. No matter how I think about it, I feel like I have heard this aphorism somewhere. John Myung-hoon or Kim Young-hoon, I think I have once glimpsed it in media they occasionally saw on Earth. Hong Fan, do you by any chance know where you have heard this aphorism? At those words, Hong Fan laughs heartily. In my previous life, I seem to have wandered a bit through several worlds. I think I heard it in one of those places, because they are words that profoundly resonated with me. I remember them, but I do not quite remember where. I see. I tilt my head and nod. Indeed, there are various worlds including the middle realms. It wouldn't be strange even if there is an aphorism similar to Earth's in one of those worlds. It is merely a coincidence that came up by probability. Anyway, I understand. I appreciate the good counsel, and I will continue the cultivation of cutting principle as well. I press my palms together and begin to continue the cultivation of cutting principle. For now, it is only a cultivation that just makes the heart a little hazy. But someday, with this single cultivation method, I will be able to sever principle itself. By the way, Hong Fan, have you perhaps the present? I put my palms together and half open my eyes. Cutting. Keithying. The heavenly domain concentrates and compresses in my hand like a line. Soon, the compressed line shoots straight forward. Principle. In the 16th cycle, I asked him that question. By the way, Hong Fan, have you perhaps learned the star extinguishing true chapter? As I see it, this seems completely different from the heaven and earth immortal cultivation system. So if you also learn it, would it not help you find your memories? The star extinguishing true chapter is also a method I discovered somewhere during my previous life. It is an excellent method, but personally, I did not like its offensive power. Offensive power? Yes. Therefore, I did not bother to learn the star extinguishing true chapter. Instead, I modified the star extinguishing true chapter, and, in exchange for abandoning its stability and senses to the extreme, I created and used another method that maximizes killing power and offensive power. If you extremely abandon stability and senses, does it not rather become harmful? That is correct. But I think of it like this. No matter how unstable and indistinct in sense a method may be, if the wielder perfectly grasps the principle of that method and seizes all the structures that constitute its instability, then side effects such as being unstable or losing one's sense are in fact as good as not existing, are they not? Is that so? Well, fine. If you have the talent to handle it, it should be no problem. Then, what is the name of that method? I named it thus. Apex of Internal Energy Methods. Darkness World. Chicago. The technique of cutting principle seems to get sucked straight into the darkness, and as if nothing exists, it passes straight through Hong Fan at the center of the darkness and flies on. What do you intend to do by attacking me with what I taught you? I simply smile. The strike of cutting principle is used only to prove something. What do I prove? You may be endlessly close to omnipotence, but you are not omniscient, are you? Hong Fan looks at me expressionlessly. If I hide the true intent with heavenly escape and fire it, even you cannot know everything. The strike just now was one fired by mixing heavenly escape into the technique of cutting principle. Only then does Hong Fan, realizing something, look back. Bong Hua, imprisoned behind Hong Fan. On the surface of the cage that imprisons her, a faint slash mark is drawn. You sneered that not holding hope and opposing fate is merely my hopeful wish, did you not, Hong Fan? You taught me. If this body cannot achieve transcendence in this life, when shall I wait again to transcend this existence? Wu Wong. Strength enters the hand gripping the sword. The consciousness domain that has become heavenly domain stabilizes around me. Hope that may or may not come someday. I do not need it. Right now, at this moment, if I can achieve transcendence, that alone is enough. Through the teaching Hong Fan taught me, I shout as I directly deny Hong Fan's enlightenment. Did you tell me to have hope? I do not need it. For I, in this very moment, am saved, and am being saved. Nothing is taken for granted. Time that has passed does not return. Therefore, this very now, which is never taken for granted, is the greatest miracle to me. Twitch. At my declaration, for the first time a reaction finally appears on the face of expressionless Hong Fan. I cannot read all the workings of that heart, but with the insight and intuition of a supreme deity, I can discover something. The future King Fate's supreme deity Hong Fan Guju is, for the first time, displeased. Is the enlightenment of hope something that does not get through to you? Yeah, I am. Then that is enough. Let us stop playing. And Hong Fan raises his hand dyed black. Suat. The black-dyed hand returns to its original state. I will show a bit of sincerity. He throws off the rank of the devil heavenly king. Only then can I tell that it was, rather, nothing but a restriction upon him. Greeting us truly as the future king, he begins to exert his power. Descend upon my hand. Immortal treasure radiance, supreme deity. The emptiness sword elongates, and the entire emptiness sword begins to be covered in radiance. That is, great forest, flower plant, great sun, torch candle, pearl jade, great sea, rain dew. The spirits of the radiance 7 immortals, whom I revive, get sucked into his hand without even being able to resist and wail. Amidst the screams of the heavenly lords who once reigned as the guardians and rulers of Mount Sumeru, he takes his stance. A throwing stance. That is, in Silver Basket's memories, the strike with which the future king skewered and killed Silver Basket. True martial arts, emptiness sword. Fifth form. Pat. I have to DOD. Upper. Geoing. One strike. By that one strike, my body is pierced through and I die. Auspicious soul filling the heavens. Kiriririk. Right before I completely perish, I once again narrowly turn back time with auspicious soul filling the heavens. The 2017th cycle once again. Huckwhack. The moment I think so, I am pierced and killed again by the fifth form of the emptiness sword, upper. Kiririlik. Once more, I turn time back with auspicious soul filling the heavens. And then, huckwhack. Once again, I get skewered and killed by that spear of light. Only then do I realize. This attack. The fifth form of the emptiness sword. This technique is thrown beyond regression itself. Huckwagwagwhack. Thus, in an instant, the cycle count of regression through auspicious soul filling the heavens begins to shoot up like mad. Chapter 788, Protagonist, Jurengong. 3. 2050th cycle. I try to block the move of upper by attempting the auspicious soul filling the heavens applied ultimate technique, heaven of neither perception nor non-perception. But it is impossible. In that brief span, he evolved. When he first used hope, the future king and I were facing each other with our main bodies for the first time, and auspicious soul filling the heavens was also a technique that had only recently been completed. Therefore, through auspicious soul filling the heavens, I could defer hope for a moment. And because I could defer the final ultimate technique hope, I thought I could let flow or deter other decisive moves as much as I like. It was a delusion. As if it is no lie that he grasped auspicious soul filling the heavens to a certain extent in that short time. His emptiness sword evolves in an instant, digs into the gaps of auspicious soul filling the heavens, and hounds me tenaciously. If he uses hope once again, I have no doubt that I will be chased down in an instant and be killed. That's right. He is still only playing with us. Your ultimate technique was one that evolves to any extent in order to survive, was it not? Remembering the attribute of the void sword, I look at the evolution of the emptiness sword. With only that brief thought, I am already at the 2100th cycle. If I keep wasting time like this, Hongfan's prophecy will come true. With an opponent who evolves near infinitely in an instant as my enemy, how do I face him? It is simple. I too must evolve. However, I know myself well. With only my own strength, I am always nothing more than a miserable senile old man. What has always helped me grow is Seounhyun. Clench. The moment of death. At that time when I regress again and cross over time, there is a hand grabbing my shoulder. A god of golden light, with wings of light. It is Kim Young-hoon. In Kim Young-hoon's other hand, from John Myung-hoon to Oh Hyaseo. All my comrades are all linked together and are following my regression together. No complicated words are needed. Use it. That one phrase is enough. With that phrase, Kim Young-hoon turns golden and begins to be sucked into the impermanence sword. In that moment, I evolve by one step. Suat. The principle of sword god dance naturally draws in Kim Young-hoon and settles him in my blade. At the same time, I become a light faster than anything. Golden great thousand world. Pot. Only now, only by borrowing the martial pinnacle that Kim Young-hoon reached can I finally contain it within these eyes. I am given the bare minimum of time to react toward the decisive move of upper that chases auspicious soul filling the heavens. The impermanence sword crashes toward upper, lets the power of upper directly flow, reads the true intent contained in that technique, and shatters it. Not yet. A frontal breakthrough with my martial arts is still impossible. If so, I borrow. Humans are weak. Because they are weak, they make weapons, make civilizations, make societies, and at last make connections. The light of the impermanence sword, which has turned golden, changes once more and spews a golden radiance. Gold is added to gold. Splitting emperor, splitting heaven. Annihilation advancement mo. My sword becomes a golden spear and opposes the black emptiness sword. With speed by Kim Young-hoon's soul, with destructive power by Gwakam's last will, squeezing out all strength, I push back upper. At last, Geum. Light explodes, and the impermanence sword and the emptiness sword explode. Kikikikik. I get shoved far back by the rebound force. However, in the end the recoil loses its strength, and I come to a stop in place. I too will evolve. I will not be the only who stops in place. And, at my declaration, Hong Fan speaks a single phrase with emotionless eyes. If devouring the spirits of your companions to grow is evolution, then it is evolution. Do not be ashamed, for that is originally your talent. My talent. I let out a hollow laugh. What a joke. Isn't my talent the lack of talent? Whoa. With empty eyes, he speaks. At his following words, I cannot help but flinch. Rather, I want to ask. I clearly gifted you the heavenly devil body, Timoa Drikheat. When the absolute fragment you received descends to the plane of Qi, the body is not something as simple as the stubborn Seo Unhyun. At those words, I look at him and speak. If that is true, shouldn't I have been noticed right away by the devilish sect, the Black Ghost Valley? If you had learned devilish arts even once properly, if there had been even one time you sacrificed others with an unburdened heart to accumulate your realm, the talent of the devilish would have awakened, and you surely would have noticed. Your talent is one that can devour and rule over the myriad devils. Only, the one who did not learn devilish arts is you. At those words that are like thunder in a blue sky, I am dumbfounded. That kind of talent was in me. The answer comes right away. It was. I am the one who bestowed it. How could I forget? The very fact that you so joyfully learned the star-extinguishing true chapter, and the fact that you learned the phenomena-extinguishing mantra so quickly, is proof. For both are methods and mantras worthy to vie for the seat of the strongest, worst, and greatest devilish art. What are you? The phenomena-extinguishing mantra is. It is the highest devilish art. How the phenomena-extinguishing mantra can be used so viciously, did Guak Am not prove it? Did your senior brother not properly teach you its usage? ISHALLTEACHYOUP or OPERLY. That usage back then. At Hong Fan's continuing words, I cannot help but make a bitter smile. And the star-extinguishing true chapter likewise is a powerful devilish cultivation method not inferior to that. You must surely remember. That cultivation of severing connection. Did you not learn it most joyfully and happily? That is so. At that time, I surely practiced the cultivation of severing connection with great pleasure. 16th cycle. I keep practicing the cultivation of cutting principle. The practice targets are, of course, the devilish cultivators of Red Moon Island, who keep bothering me. Shwikak. Starting from those who keep making requests to me, to those who put in requests to Mokli Chionese. Every time numerous devilish cultivators come, I, through cutting principle, disarray their hearts regarding the relationship they tied to me. That CEO guy. For some reason, I don't want to bother him today. Fine. Farewell. I will go to another fellow. A cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, who came looking for me every day to put in a request to Mokli Chionese and to pester me, stopped bothering me the moment he was hit once by cutting principle. Others are the same. All those who formed a shallow connection with me, one by one, began to lose interest in me due to cutting principle. Of course, as a counter effect, their interest shifted to another. It is Hong Fan. You Hong rascal. Did I not tell you to deliver the letter to great person Mokli? You Hong punk. Did you deliver well the gift to great person Mokli? Hong brat. Why do you not come running promptly? Brother Hong. Though as human and demon our races are different, if it is Brother Hong who is close to the transformation stage and trusted by great person Mokli, I can even introduce my daughter to you. Merely a daughter? I can even offer our aunt. She has not married, but that is all because she focuses on cultivation. So now she is at the grand perfection core formation stage. Everyone get lost. Hong Orabioni is mine. Great person Hong. My friend was eaten by the demon beasts of great person Mokli. Please save him. At some point, Hong Fan took on the role of Mokli Chionese's close aide in my stead and almost replaced the place of Seo Unhyun in the eyes of others. What's more, because he even handles matters better than I do, all I have to do is organize the tasks Hong Fan handles and bring them before Mokli Chionese's cave residence. As I practice cutting principle, my presence gradually grows faint, and Hong Fan's presence soars. I am able to focus even more on cultivation and search for a way to undo the curse of lightning. Keying. I press my palms together and feel wool gathering between my hands. Gradually, I am getting a sense of how to cut down what is called the heart. If I look at it broadly, can't this also be seen as a heart sword? No, perhaps in truth the meaning of the term heart sword fits this side even better. To think the heart sword is merely the basics of cultivation, truly. I let out a hollow laugh as I feel the absurd difficulty of the star-extinguishing true chapter. I do not know who created the method called the star-extinguishing true chapter, but what is certain is, this was clearly not made for mortal beings to learn. A transcendent, is it a method at the level of true immortals? However, even to call it a method at the level of true immortals is strange, as it states that one star can produce only the power of the chi refining stage. Why would a true immortal ever need power at the level of chi refining? Well, it doesn't matter anyway. I continue practicing the star-extinguishing true chapter. Among its parts, as I continue the cultivation of cutting principle, there is something I can feel. It is precisely the fact that this method called the star-extinguishing true chapter suits me quite well. It's easy to learn. Each and every cultivation procedure of the method goes straight into my head, and the way of cultivation suits me far too well. The sublimation of the three combinations of the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon, the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and the formless sword is this very cultivation method of cutting principle. That is to say, for those who have not learned those three, this is difficult to learn, but for an existence who has learned the three beforehand, learning cutting principle is not particularly difficult. The more I perform the divine power of cutting principle, the more I can see my progress surging forward. So how could it not be fun? With a very delighted heart, I keep learning the method. Until now, including martial arts, I have never thought I have much talent in the entirety of immortal cultivation methods. But at least for this thing called the star-extinguishing true chapter, I feel I have talent. So I too have a field in which I have talent. To dig into a field one has talent truly seems to be a fun thing. And finally, when I cut down everyone on Red Moon Island who more or less knows me, and cut away everyone who formed shallow connections with me. Kururung. At last, the day approaches. Mokli Chion SA challenges the heavenly being stage advancement. Kururung. Clouds draw over the sky. The ominous clouds that will bring down heavenly tribulation are sending out the omen right before they cast down heavenly lightning. Ururung. I watch that heavenly tribulation and listen to Hongfan's counsel. It is today, right? All the shallow connections on Red Moon Island are severed. Now it is time to cut down a slightly stronger connection. If it is Mokli Chion SA, who possesses the great sea, divine power, performing cutting principle by ambush is impossible. I must aim for a proper opportunity and sever the connection clearly. And by severing the connection toward a cultivator at a high realm, I can explore the essence of an even deeper connection. As preparation to sever the connection with the true immortal of heavenly punishment, the optimal course is to perform the cultivation of severing connections during the period of heavenly tribulation. Hongfan, you are holding the bindings over the demon beasts, right? Yes. Proceed without worry. I move forward in silence. In the distance, I see Mokli Chion SA rising under the gloomy clouds. I see countless demon souls rising around her. They seem to be the spirits of the demon beasts she raised. Wuwung. The spirits of the demon beasts vary widely from chi refining to core formation, and those innumerable spirits, linked to each other, concentrate their power into a single existence at the center. Mokli Chion SA gathers the power of the demon souls that form a circular formation centered on her and supply her with strength, and, revealing an overwhelming might, she begins to shout toward the sky. Outwardly, she clearly bears the appearance of a human woman. Yet within her shout, it seems as if the roars of countless demon beasts burst out together. At the same time, heavenly tribulation begins to fall. Kururung. All right, Hongfan. Here I go. While she is too occupied facing the heavenly tribulation head-on. Aiming for that gap, I thrust in cutting principle. I am sorry. I feel a twinge of guilt toward Mokli Chion SA as I fly toward her. I know it myself. As long as the connection between the true immortal of heavenly punishment and me remains this strong, those related to me may suffer some vicious misfortune at the hands of the true immortal of heavenly punishment. Over the past few years, living alongside Mokli Chion SA, I came to know that although she is a figure of the devilish path, she is not of the same extreme evil as Yuan Li or the Mokli clan. Therefore, if I rather intend to protect Mokli Chion SA who has become my connection, it is more right to sever the connection between us now. Moreover, it is clearly a relationship only formed on the surface. She taught me almost nothing, and even the little she taught was to make use of me. There is barely any affection, and she is merely a transactional partner. But still, a teacher is a teacher. I will never forget you. One way or another, today, it will be the first time that I, before my master, sever the connection as a disciple. I deeply engrave her figure into the canvas of myriad forms and connections, swear to never forget, and prepare cutting principle. Is it betrayal? Is it because she reads the celestial energy that I intend to attack? With a cold voice, Mokli Chionese begins to form a hand seal within the heavenly tribulation. I am sorry. However, it will not interfere with your heavenly tribulation, so please forgive me. Humph. As long as you hold the status of my disciple, you and I are both devilish cultivators. What those of the devilish path speak, even the same devilish path does not believe. Wu. From her hand seal, a powerful spiritual wave spreads out and then changes into a familiar signal. She commands her own tamed demon beasts. Attack Seo Unhyun. Kugugugugu. Like a swarm of bees, demon beasts burst from Mokli Chionese's cave residence and begin to roar. Among them are O-Seek, the five-colored shadow cat demon beast at the early nascent soul, and Wu-Rang, a celestial dog race demon beast at the mid-nascent soul. It is practically a situation where I must endure the simultaneous assault of several cultivators of the same level. Moreover, even the binding for controlling demon beasts, which I link to myself to manage the demon beasts on behalf of Mokli Chionese, goes into a fit and comes in to reverse erode me. Kang. However, since I transferred most of the authority and function of the bindings to Hong Fan, I undo the seal without issue and block the reverse corrosion. In that state, I begin to use cutting principle. In any case, I wouldn't have been able to use cutting principle directly at Mokli Chionese from the beginning. The first targets are the demon beasts, the ones I tended with utmost care for several years. The fellows I accumulated far more affection within Mokli Chionese's followers on Red Moon Island. Shwikak. Cutting principle flies toward the three-headed python demon beast. The demon beast lets out a scream, but soon in its gaze toward me, emotions such as killing intent and old affection and the like vanish all at once. Now the reason it attacks me is simply because of Mokli Chionese's order. Wu-Wung. Heaven down nascent soul. The nascent soul built with the heaven down method resonates. Earth down nascent soul. The nascent soul built with demon beast methods merges completely with the heaven down nascent soul and amplifies strength. Formless sword. Upon the heaven and earth nascent soul, the energy of the formless sword overlays. I feel the three powers complement one another and the powers surge fiercely. It's become solid. The strength of my nascent soul becomes in effect equal to that of a grand perfection heavenly being stage cultivator's nascent soul, allowing me to draw out immense spiritual power at once. Kugugugu. I receive the assault of the demon beast horde. I evade with record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, deflect with formless sword, and, along with the Azure Spirit Starlight Quintessence Great Method, I actively apply the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon and demon beast methods to shake off the demon beast horde with my bare body. And I keep subduing their minds through cutting principle, severing their ties with me. The lower realm demon beasts have their ties with me snap away in an instant, and even the higher realm demon beasts have their ties cut one by one. What remains now are only Wu-Rang of the celestial dog race and O-Seek of the five-colored shadow cat race. Kururu. Wu-Rang casts off the transformation form, transforms into a sprawling white dog, and howls. Kur. The celestial dog that drinks in the moonlight charges, meeting eyes with that house-sized dog. I, in a single moment, simultaneously unfold the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon, record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and the formless sword. In an instant Wu-Rang's spirit is suppressed, and beyond the suppressed spirit, the divine power of cutting principle flies again. Chukwak. Wu-Rang faints on the spot, and the connection with me is cut, and I, left with the last one, meet eyes with O-Seek, who still maintains the transformation form. She of the spirit cat race, perhaps probing me, does not easily rush in. Instead, she only asks a question. Why did you betray Master? It is not betrayal. Among the demon beasts I touched, are there any who died? How would I know? Maybe with some bizarre divine power you planted goo poison in their bellies, or left a prohibition or brand on their minds to lay some curse. I know very well you are someone skilled in curses, so you think I'll believe your words? No need to know the before and after. Just looking at the current situation makes it all too clear, traitor. I have no excuse. I put on a bitter smile at this very situation where, One way or another, I must sever ties with my master. But in the end, it is unnecessary. I must sever the tie, at least in this lifetime, so that I no longer harm anyone precious. I must sever the tie to be able to move on to the next. I must save John Myung-hoon and the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect someday. If I am not to let John Myung-hoon go mad and become a slaughter devil, I must also resolve the Heavenly Lightning Banner. If I leave the Heavenly Lightning Banner alone, it will someday bring again that monstrous true immortal of heavenly punishment. I cannot let it be like that. I also need a way to cut connections. What must be cut, I must surely cut, so that Zhengli and the true immortal of heavenly punishment do not annihilate John Myung-hoon and the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. So that John Myung-hoon does not become a slaughter devil and, trying to save Yun Jin, who was my friend, wretchedly go mad. I have my circumstances. I cannot make you understand. If they are spoken aloud, they come. That is the trait of true immortals. Therefore, I will only remember you. What are you babbling, you cowardly traitor? Osik raises her claws and rushes in human form. Kariric. She is a powerful nascent soul-stage demon beast. But to I whose heaven, earth, and heart have all reached the nascent soul stage, or a realm equivalent to it, she cannot compare. Pot. Suppressing Osik in an instant, I place my hand over her heart and speak. I will not forget you. I am sorry. Flash. Her figure is recorded in the canvas of myriad forms and connections, and cutting principle cuts the connection between me and her. The hatred in her heart, which has been full toward me the betrayer, subsides in an instant. With her spirit subdued by me, she closes her eyes and mutters a single line. Damn servant. Since she is a cat demon beast, perhaps she perceived me as no more than a servant who brings food. Yet, however it may be, I feel that in her own way she treated me very closely. A bitterness I never felt for all the others with whom I weaved shallow ties, after cutting my connection with her, surges all too strongly. At the same time, within that bitterness, I can see something else. It is a net. Seoat. Star extinguishing true chapter, first layer. I thought it was a foolish method that at most granted power at the chi refining level. It wasn't. The more I carry out the cultivation of cutting people, the more I become alone. Standing purely and alone in this world, I gradually see the essence of the world itself. A net. I feel an unknown shiver as I think that the laws that make up the essence of this world faintly appear in the form of a net. I can tell instinctively. At the first layer of the star extinguishing true chapter, things like the chi refining cultivation are merely a bonus that follows. The true essence of the first layer of the star extinguishing true chapter is this. It does not appear clearly, and it appears endlessly hazy. Even that feels so distant it makes me think it is just a delusion, but, surely, the world overlaps with some kind of net. And where that net acts upon most directly is heavenly tribulation. It is the heavenly punishment itself that falls straight down from that sky upon Makli Chionese. They say that somewhere beyond that sky there is a god called Indra. That god's net is called Indra's net, and it is a symbol that shows everything in this world is connected, and it is said to be the very form of this world's law of causality. For a heaven-defying one such as a cultivator, passing sentence in the form of correct divine providence is precisely the law of causality, precisely heavenly tribulation. I know it instinctively. If the god called Indra truly exists, that being is a god as closely tied to that heavenly tribulation as the true immortal of heavenly punishment who cursed me. No, perhaps they might even be the same being. Let's not think. The more I think of true immortals, the more they are called. I cut the connection with Osik, and I begin to approach Makli Chionese, who is advancing to the heavenly being stage within the heavenly punishment, to cut the connection with a teacher for the first time. Makli Chionese's eyes are full of anger, but she cannot flee from me or change the location to a favorable terrain. Your fighting strength is quite good, but you are not considering me on the same level as my demon beasts, are you? I am sorry, master. It will end in a fleeting instant. Though normally we call each other fellow cultivators, at least for now I decide to call her master. TSTSTSTSTSTSTS. I raise the power of the formless sword and once more prepare the divine power of cutting principle. Oh, the countless demon souls around her that supply her power howl and begin to amplify her power like an active volcano. Surely, Though she is clearly a cultivator of the grand perfection nascent soul stage who is advancing to the heavenly being stage, her power reaches a level comparable to a mid to late heavenly being stage cultivator. As expected, in a frontal clash I am certain to be defeated. Even if I possess the strength to leap over realms. Even that is only to a certain extent. Mokli Chion Sa2 is someone who ascended from the head realm, a veteran powerhouse of 100 battles. Moreover, she is a woman of terrifying talent who, wandering as one of the mountain and rivers, reached the nascent soul stage. The opportunities she obtained are not just one or two, and the experience she accumulated is not to be taken lightly. Then there is only one thing I can do. Keying. When the divine power of cutting principle is prepared to its peak. At last, my eyes gleam as I call forth my highest fighting power. Come forth, General Seo. Below, the wooden box that Hong Fan kept on standby opens, and from there a gigantic shadow appears and begins to suck in the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the area. As for the power source, I had neither time nor connections to procure one. Even so, it is a work that allows to manifest the power of a 4-axis stage cultivator for an instant. Click, 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 click. General Seo opens its mouth and prepares a 4-axis level beam cannon. Mokli Chion Sa, perhaps recognizing that, has her eyes go wide. Grinding her teeth, she begins to draw up every power, whether she has it or not. I feel her draw upon true essence, and even consume her lifespan in 10-year chunks. But in the end, it is useless. Flash. General Seo S. beam cannon envelopes Mokli Chion Sa, who is facing the heavenly tribulation, and I seize that moment to unleash the divine power of cutting principle. The line of cutting principle pierces the heavenly tribulation and reaches Mokli Chion Sa, boring through the power deep within her spirit. Only now that I can see the net, do I understand how a connection is composed and in what manner it can be cut. Even if I cannot know the true principle completely, I become able to internalize the knack of how a person's heart cuts and attaches connections. Chwak. The faint affection, trust, hatred, sense of betrayal, and such that Mokli Chion Sa holds toward me are cleanly cut away. Because she is facing the heavenly tribulation, I do not suppress her spirit. I only cut the connection and halt. General Seo S. attack. Of course, even with that brief beam cannon, nearly 8/10 of the spirit stones I embed in General Seo are exhausted, so there is hardly any power left anyway. KKF. Just from that brief attack, Mokli Chion Sa becomes a hideous sight with not only her defensive Dharma treasure and the treasure garment she wears stripped away, but even her skin peeled. Even in that state, she still withstands the heavenly tribulation. Looking at her, nearly having lost her reason, I offer a bow of the head toward her from midair. Thank you for everything up to now. Knowing what I have done, I cannot bring myself to utter the word master any longer, and of course I cannot call her fellow Taoist either. I simply offer a brief greeting. Cultivator Mokli. The connection with Mokli Chion Sa is cut as well. Even while having lost reason, Mokli Chion Sa is expending her true origin as she blocks the heavenly tribulation, reaching the heavenly being stage. From her spirit eye, the great sea eyes, a powerful force surges up, and a blue protective barrier like a wave-crashing great sea supports her. I do not know how she obtained such a postnatal spirit eye, but judging by the ability of the spirit eye she displays, it does not seem to lose to something like the heavenly golden thunder body or the ghostly Een transformation immortal root. I turn around. From behind comes the sound of her heavenly tribulation nearing its end. Listening to that heavenly tribulation, for some reason, I feel that the power of Indra's net, that the power of connection resembles heavenly tribulation far too much. To sever connections, is it to sever heavenly tribulation? If so, is this star-extinguishing true chapter treating connection the same as heavenly tribulation? Or is the heavenly tribulation itself merely another manifestation of connection? But, if connection is heavenly tribulation and suffering, why does the severing of connection bring a pain stronger than the pain of undergoing heavenly tribulation? Is connection itself heavenly tribulation? Or is the severing of connection heavenly tribulation? Amid those peculiar topics, sensing the pain given by the loss of connection, I perceive the net that composes this world. That is, as I feel my eyes that see the world's law of causality becoming a little clearer, I begin preparations to leave Red Moon Island. Present. Flash. 2100 first cycle. I perceive once again that I have settled into a new time point. But before there is any chance to settle into the new time point, Hong Fan grasps the void. Shiver. All of us realize within that. Grasping. Act what he has grasped. Immortal cultivation is not a stage where one learns immortal art. Immortal cultivation itself is someone's immortal art. Master once said such a thing. Yes, immortal cultivation is someone's immortal art. And according to what we have investigated until now, that someone is none other than the first radiant supreme deity. That's right. The being before our eyes is the owner of immortal cultivation. Kun. The spiritual power, the heaven and earth spiritual energy, the authorities, the divine powers we have accumulated. In an instant, all of it briefly stops. However, at that very moment, Pachajijijijic. Red lightning surges, and the lightning engulfs us and weaves some kind of net. I, in the name of the owner of heavenly punishment, command. Pajik, Pachajijijic. Jean Myung-hoon, whose hope was directly broken by Hong Fan and whose face is dyed with terror, even while his body trembles in fear, stretches his hand into the void. The law of causality shall judge the owner of heaven defiance. Red lightning, heavenly tribulation. Indra's net. Quarrurum. The surrounding space transforms into a world of nets made of heavenly lightning. At the same time, the law of causality, which until now has obediently been sucked only into Hong Fan's darkness world, starts to rampage madly and resist. While facing Dugon, I received an enlightenment regarding the root of heavenly punishment. Pachajic. Lightning flows in his eyes. The essence of lightning is an instant. Our lives are also an instant. Within that instant, what yin and yang tie together is precisely connection. Therefore, the essence of heavenly tribulation is connection. He is clearly trembling. Yet even so, he is clearly uttering what he has to say toward Hong Fan. And connection acting as tribulation is immortal cultivation. Thus, O owner of immortal cultivation, Yurururung. From his throat, a powerful divine power begins to burst out. Is your immortal cultivation resistance against connection? Thunderous voice rebukes the non-human, Leisungchur Feirun. The peal of thunder scolds the extreme of the non-human heretical path, Feirun Wai Dao, existing before our eyes. Just how in the world can you think that the connections that link person to person are wrong? Kururum. The power of Indra's net becomes the clapping of thunder and lightning and engulfs Hong Fan. However, after a short while, that power of thunder and lightning is, in an instant, drawn into the darkness that unfolds centered on Hong Fan. It is sucked into the darkness world. If so, are connections right? A voice echoes from within the darkness. Immortal cultivation is the highest mantra created by taking and developing the enlightenment of severing connection from the darkness world. Deep within the darkness, he floats the origin essence of light above his left hand. That figure seems as if he is the sole God shining alone within the darkness. If one seeks to stand purely alone and become complete, is that wrong? What? O child who wields heavenly punishment, I ask you, do you, when you reach that realm, truly need connections? Of course, connections are something you can make when needed. Even without connections, you are already whole in and of yourselves. Truly, do you need connections? At those words of the owner of immortal cultivation, who holds light in his hand and looks down on us with emotionless eyes, I slowly let out a single sentence. O God of the heavens, do you regard connections as suffering? An answer returns as silence. It means affirmation. And, through that affirmation, I at last become able to glimpse a part of the final objective of the future king. O future king, do you seek to create a world where connections do not exist? A world without connection, without emotion, without miracles, and at the same time, a world without any pain. Yes, a heaven where only hope alone fills all. Kugagugagugu. The audience chamber begins to twist. At the same time, the darkness shrouding the vicinity of the audience chamber begins to lift. The origin essence of light held in Hong Fan's hand sweeps away the darkness and begins to illuminate the surroundings of the audience chamber. A world in which one advances toward what one hopes for, not with a painful heart, but with cool-headed reason alone. Gradually the below of the audience chamber is revealed. It is chaos. It is the outer sea that we know well. Inside that outer sea, something in the shape of an inverted cone is visible. It is Mount Sumeru. And inside that Mount Sumeru, something is seen. An existence being born by the overlapping of countless timelines. The gigantic baby and from the sea of chaos that covers that, baby, and the boundary of Kakravada that covers that sea, I see the boundary of nothingness. The audience chamber is a world that sits in the middle of that boundary of nothingness. And I realize that from the audience chamber, I can observe, outside, the boundary of Kakravada, the appearance of this world of Mount Sumeru as seen from the audience chamber. It feels like a single egg. This world is the cradle of chaos, the egg where the creator God is born, the conception palace of omnipotence, land not yet created, a gestation world where no possibility is yet fixed. Kugagagugagu. In this infinite and empty world of possibilities, opening true creation. In the new world, applying new laws to eliminate what is called the heart. That is my first objective. I come to know the true purpose of the immortal cultivation system that until now has seemed to erase humanity, to erase the heart of people and sublimate every being in this world into an existence saturated only with the desire called hope. That is one of the purposes of the Black King, who is possessed by the desire to cover the world with hope. A twisted desire. You have no right to judge. Emptiness sword. Linked profundity. The black power that, when I used it, was nothing more than teeth and claws. That power flows out in a state of perfect restraint, taking on a soft shape as if ink diffusing into water. The first form and the second form are linked. The origin essence of light passes through the light of the radiance mantra, suppresses space-time again, and seals off auspicious soul, filling the heavens. Immediately after, the ink begins to fly toward us. O heaven-defying one, if you have nothing more to show, then now, as prophesied, close your eyes. Devil King. The gentle ink surges in the form of a vertical stroke, splits the audience chamber, splits Mount Sumeru, splits the outer sea, and then at the boundary of Kakravada. It cleaves this colossal egg itself that is called the cradle of chaos into halves. Single strike. With a single cut, the heaven beyond heavens is split in half. Chapter 789, Protagonist, Jurungung. 4. In a far-off past. In the days when I was nothing more than an ordinary mortal being, I once saw a Buddhist nun. That Buddhist nun went around helping people with good deeds even though it brought no benefit. At times with a shaven head, and at times with grown hair because there was no chance to cut it. She wandered the world and continued her good deeds. Why was it? That sight of her endlessly helping people. It also looked as if she craved something. I asked her what she was seeking, and she answered, Tao? I walk the world to obtain the true Tao. Such a her looked so beautiful to me. She said that until she attained enlightenment, she would share affection with no one. And yet, why was it? Such a thing did not matter. I, whose blood always boiled and embraced regardless of man or woman, felt that with her, I must not recklessly apply such a measure. I did everything I could to draw closer to her. I cut desire out of myself and created everything imaginable. However, I, to the very end, could not know what the Tao she wanted was. I could not make what she wanted. Perhaps, even if I devoted my whole life, it felt like it may be my fate to never satisfy her heart. But even so, it did not matter. Even if I devoted my life and achieved nothing, it did not matter. Just once, if only once, I succeeded in opening the path before her. A mere life in which I do not even know what the Tao is. I could throw it all away. 16th cycle. Riding on the back of General Seo, I feel a powerful being tailing us as I leave Red Moon Island. Kugagugagu. It is the owner of the gaze that always watches Red Moon Island. Stop. The great inspector who oversees and monitors the entire human race territory. The integration stage grand cultivator, Y. Ryong Xian. The being who scatters countless clones to watch all the Sky Island areas begins to send his will toward me. After the half-step heavenly being stage, is it immediately the integration stage? I give a bitter smile, and without even looking back, I immediately spur the 4-axis stage. General Seo, to accelerate even harder. Quagwagwang. Only 2/10 of power remain, so attacking is impossible, but moving at the speed of a 4-axis stage cultivator is possible. And from far away, a clone of Y. Ryong Xian flies toward me. A clone of heavenly being stage cultivation. Just one clone is a heavenly being. That is an integration stage grand cultivator. It is a fearsome realm. Moreover, the heavenly being stage clone should carry the enlightenment and battle experience of the integration stage, so its strength would not fall behind the 4-axis stage. Devilish cultivator Seo Un-hyun of Red Moon Island. Hear this. Because you used the techniques of the Heart Tribe, You must hereby be detained on suspicion of being a Heart Tribe spy. Submit peacefully to the bindings of the Human Race Grand Alliance. At the stern cry of Wai Xian, I only drive. General Co. Faster. It seems that as I pierced the heavenly tribulation and used cutting principle, the formless sword briefly revealed itself. Kugugugugu. In the far distance, the edge of the Sky Island zone comes into view. I will go straight to the flying Immortal platform like this. The cultivation of cutting principle proceeds in this way. At first, one whose ties are shallow. Next, one whose ties are slightly deep. Thus gradually cutting ties with those whose ties are deep, and in the end cutting ties with the world itself. Wawoom. While riding General Co and fleeing, I also send several strikes of cutting principle toward Wai Xian, who chases me. However, perhaps because even if inferior, it is the split soul of an integration stage grand cultivator. I feel that no matter how many times I throw them, the effect of cutting principle is small. It doesn't matter, since in any case I do not plan to stay in the bright cold realm in this life. If I drop away from the bright cold realm itself and cut my ties with the bright cold realm, my ties with Wai Xian will naturally fall away as well. Of course, for now rather than cutting ties, it is only to the extent of cutting attention, so it will not make him forget me completely. Even so, before long it will be to the extent that he clears me completely from his mind. Kugugugugu. Continuing to send cutting principle toward Wai Xian, who keeps chasing me. I continue my cutting principle cultivation as we wage a chase for several days and nights. And at last, the Heaven-Earth Palace with the flying Immortal platform comes into view. Kugugugu. I sense the presence of powerful cultivators at the 4-axis stage and above from Heaven-Earth Palace, but I ignore it and execute a forced breakthrough. This is star-extinguishing true chapter. Perhaps because Wai Xian sent word to seize the suspicious being that is me, several 4-axis stage inspectors appear from Heaven-Earth Palace and start to exert attraction force to capture me. I won't get caught. Anyway, being near Heaven-Earth Palace is enough. I see innumerable nets of connection and causality. I still cannot touch those nets. However, if it is only to pry through the gaps and slip out of the world. Suat. The formless sword wedges through the plane and cuts space. And beyond the slit of space, I observe the vulnerability of the bright cold realm's dimension that is revealed in Indra's net and move toward that gap. Chwak. Pong. You. A shout from behind by Wai Xian reaches me, but I simply turn my back and put my palms together. In the deepest part of the Master's Tao heart, connect the divine power of cutting principle. Just as when Master reached the realm of treading heavens beyond the path, you connected the inner core and the formless sword. If Master connects cutting principle to Master's soul itself, knowledge about cutting principle that Hong Fan advised gets quickly digested, and I look upon the immeasurably vast connection that links the bright cold realm and me. The breaths I inhaled in the bright cold realm. Spiritual energy, rays of light. The earth I tread there, all the wonders I saw there. All of that is the connection that links me and the bright cold realm. Cut. Kiriririk. Toward the principle of the connection that lies between my own spirit and the bright cold realm, I use the divine power of cutting principle and slice it. Of course, I still do not slice the principle itself. However, I manage to make the apparition of the principle a little blurry, and it seems that much is enough. Flash. Outside the bright cold realm, I fall past the interdimensional void and, together with Hong Fan, head toward a place where a familiar attraction force is felt. As I see it, the best way to slow the curse of the true immortal of heavenly punishment is to go to a place where the true immortal of heavenly punishment's perception of Master is most delayed. If it is a place that where the perception is most delayed, a place where the traces of another true immortal are. The head realm. Kugugugu. Beyond the interdimensional void, I grasp what the attraction force that drags us is. It is a familiar attraction force. Back when I was in the head realm, it was also energy I felt so utterly sick and tired of. In the far distance, something that resembles a hard-to-recognize head seems to come into view, and the moment I perceive it, before I know it, Hong Fan and I find ourselves in a familiar sky. Chwak. Kihiak, Kiak. Yuam. Wadongtang. Tearing in from the interdimensional void into some space inside the head realm, we are flung into one spot inside that space. This place is... I squint and look around, and I soon know where this is. Serving Command Palace? Yes, the topmost floor of the head realm's Serving Command Palace. It is where the Serving Command seal exists. It seems the attraction force of that serving command seal pulled us in. Originally, they say that returning to the decaying corpse realm you originally came from at the nascent soul stage is like picking stars from the sky, but seeing that we returned this easily, it is probably due to this. Oh, I see. I realize how the serving command seal helped us. From the beginning, Hong Fan is a being designated by the serving command seal. The serving command seal summoned heavenly fortune. Hong Fan also descended from the heavens under the influence of that heavenly fortune as the one expected to be the most necessary to me. Since the one the heavens send through the serving command seal is Hong Fan, the serving command seal may have strongly pulled in the existence called Hong Fan. Thanks to that, it seems we arrived in the head realm more easily than expected. General CO was almost unnecessary. We are quite lucky. Normally, we would have had to avoid the vestiges of the interdimensional void and descend over several days while fighting with a 4-axis stage puppet, but we descended to the head realm in an instant without consuming much of General CO's durability. It feels like heavenly fortune is following. The heavens that always drove me into extreme environments seem, this time, to take my side a little. I smile as I look at the serving command seal before my eyes. Immortal treasure, serving command seal. Why is it? I strongly feel that this thing called an immortal treasure is alive and deliberately helped us. Thank you for designating the connection that is Hong Fan, and again helping us with heavenly fortune. As I offer that brief thanks, I examine the curse within my body. Indeed, the speed at which the curse of lightning transformation progresses has decreased. At this level, on the assumption that I live only in the head realm, it seems I can endure 500 years. 500 years in the head realm. If I continue progressing in the divine power of cutting principle, surely there may be a possibility. If it were another method, I would not speak like this. But this method called the Star Extinguishing True Chapter suits me better than any other method. If it were an ordinary method, it would be nothing more than me setting a target value. But the Star Extinguishing True Chapter is different. It truly feels like there is a possibility. Master, it seems you have now reached the realm where the net is visible. That's right. The shape of the net is visible. As I attempt to exit the serving command palace, I converse with Hong Fan about the progress of the Star Extinguishing True Chapter. In that case, rather than earnestly cutting connections, how about Master makes it his goal to cut the law itself? Cut the law? I ask again in disbelief, but Hong Fan nods with a serious tone. I'm not speaking of something like the principles of the world, just trying to cut a few simple principles that apply to Master. Conveniently, as the serving command palace is helping, it will probably go well, no? The serving command palace? All right. The serving command palace with the serving command seal is also called Liberation Palace, and it is said to possess the ability to release prohibitions nearby. The very law called liberation exists in the serving command palace. If so, while leaving serving command palace, I cultivate by using cutting principle to cut the restrictions that bind me in serving command palace. That is correct. As the power of liberation and the cultivation of cutting principle interlock, Master will be able to advance the progress of the cutting principle cultivation even faster. Indeed, excellent, Hong Fan. I did not think to use the power of liberation itself from the serving command palace. My creativity did not reach it. Hong Fan filled in the parts one lack and helped me choose better options. Thank you. Truly. From that day, I practice cutting the laws of prohibitions laid in the serving command palace, where I personally unfold a formation and lay prohibitions. Then, borrowing the law of liberation, practice cutting the fundamental law of the prohibition itself. The cutting principle cultivation of the Star Extinguishing True Chapter. Its progress rises very rapidly, and I gradually become accustomed to touching the fundamental law. And one day, I finally succeed in perfectly using the law of liberation itself. Shukigak. As the power of liberation is added for an instant to the line of cutting principle, I ignore all prohibitions laid inside the Liberation Palace and move outside Liberation Palace in a flash. Huff. A truly immense marvel. A transcendent method that touches fundamental laws. That is precisely the Star Extinguishing True Chapter. At the same time, I realize something. The moment I cut the law of prohibition by the power of liberation, I felt something. It was like the attention of the faint connections I severed countless times when I was in the bright cold realm. In the law of liberation, there is the heart. At this strange sensation I feel for the first time, I look back at the Liberation Palace. The Liberation Palace drifting through the void space of the head realm. At the center of that Liberation Palace, the seal called the Serving Command Seal contains a powerful law of liberation. At the same time, from that law of liberation, I seem to feel a certain heart. Is this also a coincidence? Or is it someone's intention? On the first day, I apply the law of liberation to cutting principle. I shudder as I feel the intense heart felt from Liberation Palace. What in the world is this heart? Who on earth is the maker of the Liberation Palace? Just who are they, that they breathed such a powerful heart into a liberation seal that is no more than an object? And, for what reason, do they harbor such a desperate heart? The wave of heart I feel from Liberation Palace is something like an obsession close to madness, similar to the heart with which I once prayed in desperation to kill Yuan Li. For a long time, without knowing whether it is coincidence or guidance. Until that wave of heart I came to feel by chance can no longer be felt, I look endlessly at the Liberation Palace. And I only think about the Maker who created Liberation Palace. Present. Heaven and earth divide into two. I am not simply speaking of the sky and ground. The world itself that all of us have known until now is split apart. A divine technique that surpasses by thousands of times the strike with which I barely surpassed the Great Mountain Supreme Deity in the Great Mountain Battle and scratched the boundary of Kakravada. By that divine technique, the entire boundary of Kakravada is torn away, and the scenery of outside enters the eyes of all governing immortals, including me. Some glittering presences with a feeling far too remote exist beyond the dense void. And in between, a wind called Virambo wind, Filan Feng, which appears when a heavenly domain is generated, blows in. Wawoom. Before I know it, a golden silhouette that escapes from the impermanence sword looks towards somewhere beyond the Virambo wind, far across the void. In that far-off place, a ray of shining light enters his eyes, enters all our eyes. From the scenery of outside, beyond the domain of Kakravada, a familiar nostalgia is reflected. It is the nostalgia of Earth. I can tell instinctively. The dimension where the Earth we lived in. It exists beyond those glittering worlds. Suat. Seeing that, we all firm our sentiments. Hong Fan, seeing us like that, lifts the sword. As if asking, do you think you can go back? No answer is needed. The single strike just now is something we barely evaded by combining golden great thousand world and auspicious soul filling the heavens, plus heavenly escape, and Oh Hyunsuk's primal chaos world. Kim Young-hoon speaks. It is as he says. Only by combining each of our martial pinnacles, and even adding heavenly escape, and Oh Hyunsuk's authority, could we barely let that radiant strike pass through. However, Hong Fan is a monster who evolves with each single move. The evasion method we just used will no longer work. We can't keep dodging. We have to face it. Do you have a combination in mind? For that, I ask you, Hyungnim. I will compose the breaking formula. In the end, to defeat Hong Fan, we have to join forces. I begin to pour my all into analyzing the martial arts of the emptiness sword, reinterpreting them, and devising a breaking formula, while Kim Young-hoon begins to pour his all into composing combinations that, through the combination of his martial arts and mine, can deflect or counter Hong Fan's attacks. Immediately after, Hong Fan moves the Emptiness Sword. Emptiness Sword's sixth form. Future. Pyo Byung. Including me, Kim Young-hoon, and our comrades are annihilated in a single blow. But as we pass into the 2102nd, I can at last discern the essence of future. Acceleration, is it? The base speed being speed of undying. That is future King Fate Supreme Deity, Hong Fan Guju, and accelerating one step more from the state of undying. That is the essence of the true martial art Emptiness Sword's sixth form, future. Only after dying several times do I roughly grasp the composition of the Emptiness Sword. The basic composition that I grasp is as follows. First form, 0. A killing technique that maximizes scraping, extending even to cutting, tearing, and ripping. Second form, King. A killing technique that maximizes downward slash, displaying great force by using the power of attraction force itself. Third form, Light. A killing technique that maximizes coiling force, Chansujing, digging into, rotation, of force itself. Fourth form, Heaven. A killing technique that maximizes upward slash, attaining a property that transcends space-time through repulsive force by inverting attraction force. Fifth form, Upper. A killing technique that maximizes Force emission, Fajin, expanding the concept even to throwing techniques that shoot out force. Sixth form, Future. It appears to be a technique that maximizes acceleration, becoming even faster than a state of having reached the domain of undying. I still cannot know the detailed principle. And the final profundity of the emptiness sword, the seventh form, Hope. This is still impossible to analyze. I cannot even tell what kind of property that is. The only certain thing is that hope, despite being a mere decisive move, is alive. Possessing a living characteristic, it holds a trait that, once its first target is marked, it pursues to the end and kills. It is something that can be called a martial doctrine that transcends martial doctrines. Based on the above basic forms, it appears to use applied decisive techniques or applied profundities through using the basic forms innumerable times or drawing the power out to the extreme. And the terror of the emptiness sword is that, while linking the above forms with applied decisive techniques and profundities, it shows infinite combinations. I think like a madman on the weaknesses of the emptiness sword and breaking formulas, and on Kim Young-hoon's side, he devises combinations of decisive techniques to attack Hong Fan Guju. And, each gripping our sword and saber, we take a step forward. The gold sword and the silver sword are raised and aimed at Hong Fan Guju. In an instant, we take our step. Clang. Kong Min He constrains our ranks, and once again drags Hong Fan Guju's whole body down into the realm of the physical. And within the familiar world of the physical, our martial arts begin to encircle Hong Fan. I am defense, Kim Young-hoon is offense. We together form a Taiji formation and surround Hong Fan, unleashing attacks. Keying. Apex of movement techniques. True martial arts, Black Heaven. As the movement technique that reaches true martial arts is performed, Hyen Mu's divine method, faster than Kim Young-hoon, takes our rear. However, we also have a technique reaches a fragment of true martial arts. Heavenly escape. Keying. At the moment the rear is taken by the true martial arts Black Heaven, I hide our presence with heavenly escape and conceal the body, and Hong Fan begins to use a wide area technique with an expressionless face. Splitting heaven. Kagugugu. Pure white radiance blooms from his hand, and the entire area of the audience chamber is torn away. However, even before that absolute violence, Kim Young-hoon and I do not yield and keep pressing Hong Fan. Hong Fan mutters as he looks at Kim Young-hoon. Why has a soul still not arisen? This generation truly is full of errors. Yes, in Kim Young-hoon, something one could call a soul has still not appeared. Even though he audiences the future king, fate, supreme deity. Well again, miracles are always irrational and unequal. Woo-woo. The emptiness sword resonates. At the same time, a chilling sense throughout my whole body rings an alarm. Emptiness sword third form. Applied profundity. Woo-woo. The origin essence of light settles in the emptiness sword. The emptiness sword, merged with the origin essence itself, brightly dyes heaven, earth and the heavens above, boiling the surroundings. Light whirls around Hong Fan as the center. And immediately after, bright, meaning heaven and earth brighten, and within the surging light, without even time to fully dodge surging strikes of slashes, Kim Young-hoon and I are shredded and killed. Somehow, I feel drowsy and in a daze. However, I confirm that my consciousness still remains. Even though not only the true body but the prophecies and the heavenly domain itself are shredded, my consciousness alone remains, aiming to resurrect. At that tenacious life force, Hong Fan looks at one strand of my consciousness and mutters, "You are second only to Silver Basket in tenacity." He raises the emptiness sword. If I take his technique one more time like this, I will be completely annihilated. I can tell instinctively. However, I do not worry. Rather, through the single strand of consciousness, I slowly begin restoring the vanished body. It is not over yet, for I am not the only one on this battlefield. Flutter. A faint flapping sound is heard. It is Kim Yun. She half opens her eyes in silence and looks somewhere. The place she looks at is none other than the inside of the cage where the Western Heavenly Venerable, the Netherworld Queen Mother Bong Hwa, is confined. And at some point, Wawung, Kim Yun raises her hand. Something rises from above her hand. It flies in the shape of a small bird and begins to approach the cage. Perhaps noticing the sign, the future king's technique flies toward Kim Yun, even while it faces me and Kim Young-hoon. With each of those attacks, holes open in Kim Yun's entire body, and the bird that rose from her hand staggers, yet the bird does not fall. The splitting heaven mantra flies in, and the technique of future flies in as well. But even after taking those terrifying techniques, the bird keeps flying. Only then does Hong Fan sense something, turning his gaze to Kim Yun as his face starts to twitch. Vast cold. Are you giving aid? You prepared a method to escape my sight, but will you truly be satisfied with expending that method on that child? Having realized something, Hong Fan raises his hand toward the void and mutters quietly. But it is foolish. With the level of Bong Myong's liberation law talent, it can never become the key. Wu Wong. Darkness blooms centered on Hong Fan, and the rank that Kong Minhee constraint begins to be released again. He is again being released into a metaphysical existence. At the same time, the future king begins to use his authority. This amusement now bores me. If there are truly no more stories to be told, let us end. Wu Wong. Reality begins to shatter to pieces. At the same time, everyone present begins to feel it. The future is being rewritten. It is not merely on the level of history rewriting that the underworld and I do. Reality twists, and the scene of the next moment is engraved into everyone's mind. With no causality at all, a future in which all the heavenly kings gathered are cleanly beheaded is fixed. Just like when Oh Hyun-suk was made into an egg, a reality manipulation that needs no causality of any kind. The authority of future rewrite begins to be properly exerted. Thus, in the next moment, all of us are to have all heads cut off, and, with no way for auspicious soul filling the heavens to save us, die. But Hong Fan and I, in an instant, feel the energy of a different existence that intrudes upon our battlefield, and we look at them. That existence inhabits Oh Hyun-suk's body and sheds silver light from the eyes. Silver basket. O hollow God who has lost the qualification of creation, I do not feel the need to insult you again and again. Return to Mount Sumeru. If you are to be buried inside the cradle of chaos, I will not defile you with my own hand. O great owner of fate, you are one close to omnipotence, but you are not all-knowing. How arrogant. Your complacency grants us possibility. Do you hope for possibility? Silver basket, possessing Oh Hyun-suk's body, glares silently at Hong Fan and speaks. I too am an ender. Thus, I too can cause a miracle. O vagrant of absolute origin who has fallen into thievery, do not dare to usurp what is mine. Do I truly need to show you for you to believe? Silver basket seems bitter at Hong Fan's words. However, in an instant, flash, what Silver basket has been subtly covering, the bird sent by Kim Yun, the bird that Hong Fan called the liberation law talent, begins to shine with an enormous halo of light. In an instant, through insight nearing on omniscience, Hong Fan perceives Silver basket's stratagem and lifts the emptiness sword. True martial arts emptiness sword, final profundity. Hope. Flash. By hope. Even as Silver basket's spirit is torn to shreds, they draw out to maximum output Oh Hyun-suk's fate, the power of primal chaos world, and through the dream, they swap the position of the liberation law talent with someone else, who exists in a far different dimension. And the existence swapped with the liberation law talent, summoned by deceiving the eyes of the future king and arriving before the birdcage, is a bird, shining in all of heaven's natural colors. The liberation supreme deity Gongmyo Cheon-sik. That great heavenly craftsman descends as the main body and meets eyes with the existence inside the birdcage. Immediately after, the will of Gongmyo Cheon-sik begins to spread inside the audience chamber. My mere life that does not even know what the Tao is. The symbol of the liberation supreme deity Gongmyo Cheon-sik. The symbol of the bird trapped in a birdcage rises above him. Soon, Gongmyo Cheon-sik and his symbol overlap. The symbol starts to shine, and upon the shackles that bind Bong Hwa, imprisoned inside the cage. One point of the shackles formed of the emptiness supreme deity resonates. Inside the emptiness supreme deity, within the serving command palace, the serving command seal shines brilliantly and exerts the authority of liberation. If it is for you, I can cast away everything. Bong Hwa gently closes her eyes. Jioyeok. Hong Fan, with expressionless eyes, perceives what the liberation supreme deity Gongmyo Cheon-sik has done. What was put inside the serving command seal was not the split soul, but the origin essence of liberation. Was it your very essence itself? Astonishing. To lay a stratagem of this degree within the body of Myong One, the most distant from my gaze. I give my respect. He speaks toward Gongmyo Cheon-sik, to Bong Myong in a tone that seems slightly surprised, and he gives him time, as if to offer respect. And at last, Flash. The origin essence of liberation of the serving command palace bursts forth, and the entire body of Gongmyo Chon Sik, assimilated with the symbol of the bird trapped in a cage, explodes. At the same time, the bird cage that imprisoned Bonghua bursts open together with the true body of Gongmyo Chon Sik, and the shackle that restrained her is released. Thud. Bonghua, who was trapped in the bird cage in the form of a small doll, begins to reveal herself. Her presence grows immense, and as soon as she steps out of the cage, she becomes vast enough to place the former supreme deity Gongmyo Chon Sik on one hand and stroke him. Bonghua strokes the dying Gongmyo Chon Sik and opens her mouth. I will remember. Please attain the Tao, O Imperial Venerable. Sa. With those words, Gongmyo Chon Sik scatters into dust. The authority of the Liberation Supreme Deity Gongmyo Chon Sik, the owner of liberation, collides with the multicolored birdcage and keeps trying to liberate the something that is compressed into the form of the cage, and Hong Fan, perhaps as a gesture of respect, grants a reprieve and speaks. You have kept a loyal retainer, Huia. While I was held by the emptiness, Supreme Deity, I reread the histories that you tore away each time I came to the audience chamber. Have you read them again? I understand both your past and the beginning of the tale. I have read more history than you, so the advancement condition of the life Supreme Deity is satisfied. Do not advance, Huia. Hong Fan, with eyes full of self-loathing, looks at Bonghua and speaks. Will I not have to tear you apart with my own hands yet again? However, Bonghua only smiles faintly. Oh, pitiable one. This girl dares to report. This time will be different. You said so every time you came. As if words are unnecessary, Bonghua closes her mouth. Immediately after, she shouts. True to the name Western Heavenly Venerable, 3 shouts toward the west. Kugagugum. At the same time, her appearance begins to change. Her once tidy hair becomes disheveled. Her lower body changes to that of a leopard. Her hands and feet grow jagged and large like those of a ferocious beast, and her teeth and gaze become a vicious visage. The Western Heavenly Venerable, the Netherworld Queen Mother, properly reveals the true form of her Gandhara, and becomes death and darkness. She begins to transform into the very system of the cycle of reincarnation. And into her 2 hands, a golden aggregation of information is drawn. The origin essence of history, omniscience. The compendium of all knowledge and history gradually begins to become one with her. Seeing this, Hong Fan Guju once again merely raises the emptiness sword. Emptiness sword, final profundity. Hope. Rays of light surge like waves and sweep over Bonghua. Hong Fan stares at her expressionlessly. Once again, she is to be torn apart, as has happened many times before. But in the next moment, as if something else is caught in Hong Fan's insight, his eyes twitch. You are being a nuisance. Silver Basket. Wu Wong. Centered on Oh Hyun Suk's body, the spirit of Silver Basket, which has been torn into hundreds of strands, gathers power from the outside. The gods of the other worlds are lending their power to Silver Basket. Mount Sumeru, 33rd Heaven, Audience Chamber. Before the audience of the king, the strange powers and chaotic deities that come from outside the cradle begin to intrude. Chapter 790, Protagonist, Durangong. 5. Kugagum. Divine Providence Tangles. Presences whose mere sight makes the chest tremble personally descend to this place. Suat. Borrowing the power of the myriad stars to restore the body, I at last. Finally, I can realize one of the answers I pondered for a long time. Baby. The colossal form of the baby I saw in the world beyond the timeline. Its true nature. I see. Absolute ones. Omnipotent beings. Those who take a single world line as their blood vessel. Creator gods. Divinities of infinite chaos and omnipotence. Outside Mount Sumeru. The earth we came from, Silver Basket, Obsidian, and so on. Creator gods of other worlds where the very foundational principles of the world are entirely different reveal themselves in this place. They are true undying. Perhaps because I am a governing immortal, perceiving them itself is not a problem. But, surely, if one is below great net immortal, one's very existence would shatter just by perceiving them, and even at immortal lord level one's eyes would hurt. Kung, 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 kung. However, what truly makes the chest throb is not their rank. Kung, kung, kung. So many. Each and every one is omnipotent, and there are far too many. Beings who would be omnipotent in their own worlds send incarnations to this Mount Sumeru and reveal fragments of omnipotence. And there are very many such beings. At a glance, they number in the dozens. The world is. I once had such a thought. Why do those who become supreme deities head to the audience chamber? Why, after becoming supreme deity and fully enjoying what there is to enjoy, do they not live as eternal undying rulers of the heavenly domains, but instead head outside and challenge the future king? It is this vast. Even if one lives as a supreme deity, after living for hundreds of millions, tens of billions, trillions of years and more, all feel it. Though one cannot know what lies outside this place called Mount Sumeru, surely, outside, there is a world broader than this. What the Radiance Hall says is nonsense, and outside this world there are far, far too many other worlds that are so mysterious, beautiful, strange, and full of things to discover. One instinctively realizes it. The outside of this world is a different heaven and earth. If you think about it, isn't that so? I look upon those mysterious, strange, and awe-inspiring creator gods and feel it. The beings drawn in periodically from other worlds are those called the Enders, so what supreme deity would not be curious about the outside? The incarnations of the creator gods seem to explain the very foundations of their own worlds. Even one whose entire body is made of fire. Even one made of endless chaos. Even one composed of the cosmic great desolation itself. And even one who assumes the form of an ordinary stellar system. Through the insight of a supreme deity, as I peek into the worlds of the creator gods of other worlds, I feel some emotion deep in my chest begin to throb. And, leaving such a me behind, the creator gods use power. In forms so bizarre that one cannot even guess their shapes, they block the front of Bonghua, and each disperses the power of hope. In her stead, as the authorities of a dozen or so creator gods overlay, hope slowly disperses and scatters. Seeing this, Hong Fan quietly asks Silver Basket, "To defeat me alone, how great a price have you paid? Even if they do not desire it, by the promise of gods, you must serve them. Then again, since you are the wanderer who has roamed countless dimensions, you must indeed know many entertainments to please them. O future king, do you not already know? It appears that, in order to summon those otherworld creator gods, Silver Basket, who is likewise originally a creator god of another world, took some considerable loss. To those who possess everything, what could I give to spark their interest? I am merely the pretext. They are beings who descended because they are intrigued by you and Mount Sumeru itself. They are all faces I see anew. Since I see no familiar creator gods, they are gods who are not old. Are they? You have lured in nuisances with curiosity as bait. If it is 5 or 6, you can probably keep them briefly killed through your hope. But O future king, I have called them even at the cost of consuming the causality and legacies of high divinities I obtained while traveling innumerable other worlds. So many beings have gathered to block your hope." Hong Fan sends a cold gaze towards Silver Basket, and Silver Basket, dwelling within Oh Hyunsuk's body and restoring the spirit, smiles. What could you possibly do against this many gods of other worlds? As if offering gratitude towards Silver Basket's soul, Bonghua bows her head toward the being resurrecting inside Oh Hyunsuk. Hong Fan glances at such a Bonghua, then looks again at Silver Basket, and then opens his mouth toward the beings of the cosmic great desolation, Yizhou Hong, who block them. "O great gods, I do not wish to insult you." Then Hong Fan, with empty eyes, looks up at them and speaks. "This place is the conception palace of omnipotence, the gestation world of a creator who has not yet completed creation. It is not a place for those who have already accomplished creation to come. I ask that you please leave." At a glance the tone is polite, yet at the same time proud. In response, the creator gods reveal anger. "No, that is not it. I notice that it is not anger. It seems like pity, and also like joy, and also like sorrow. It is literally true chaos itself. OGODWHOHASFALLENINTODESPAIR. WEHAVEWATCHEDOVERTHOU. RATHERTHYCURRENTDED. ISINDEFINITELYDELAYING. THEBIRTHOFACREATORGOD. DOSTTHOUTHINKWEWOULDK and OWNOT. OFTHEP are EVIOUSGENERATIONWHOLEFTTHEC are ADLEANDS LEPS HOWCOULDTHOUK and OW and OTWHYT HEYDIVIDDT HEI are SOULINTOTH and DSPL ITIT INTOFATE HIST or Y and DM IRACLE LETGOOFTHYOBSESSIONANDACCEPTIT and ATU are ALLY. EITHE are LETGOANDFOL LOWTHEWIL LOFTHEP are EVIOUSGENE are ATION. ORDEVOU are ALLTHREE. THOUACCOMPLISHINGC are EATION. ISGREATERTHANTHE are ESULTOFTHYFOOLISHOBSESSION. DOSTTHOUT are ULYNOTK and OW. Countless wills resonate in wondrous and bizarre ways and deliver to the future king. Why is it? Even though they are beings who violently invaded the world at Silver Basket's request, from them I feel a sign as if they worry about the future king. And, while receiving the sympathy of innumerable Absolute Ones, he grips the emptiness sword. O young Absolute Ones, your opening of creation comes after my birth. Believing only in rank while invoking the former generation, what do you know that you would dare preach to me? Judging by the tone, he seems angry, yet the wave of will I feel from him is rather one of contempt. ORDEROFTIMEANDSUCH HAVENOMEANINGTOT HEOMNIPOTENT DOSTTHOUT are ULYNOTK and OW? Omniscient and omnipotent ones on your own ground. Are you truly ignorant of the result of violating my taboo and coming here? The speech, Yan, of divine beings and the physical voice of a mortal being collide in the void. And yet, why is it? Surely those beings are of a rank so high that even I, the Star Genesis Supreme Deity, cannot properly read their speech. And yet, I feel that the future king's will, spoken out as nothing but an ordinary voice, is all the more chilling and baleful. O young creators, are you truly ignorant of why the ancient creator gods do not violate my taboo and, even at Silver Basket's request, do not descend? Thud, breath, begins to be caught. Even to me, who fully restored the true body of the Star Genesis Supreme Deity, can tell that something I cannot perceive is beginning to bloom from the true body of the future king, the Fate's Supreme Deity, Hong Fan Guju. Just then, Silver Basket, who barely stitched the spirit together by borrowing the energy of the origin essence of life through Bonghua, begins to let out a lamentation unbefitting a creator god of another world. Lament, and lament, and lament again. O future king, do you truly not know why, despite making such a sacrifice, I am in this place? The future king ignores that cry and starts to reach out his hand. Woo-woo, those far distant other worlds. The other creator gods who do not descend into this gestational world called Mount Sumru all at once wail in grief and numb heaviness and begin to move their own worlds. Many of the lights that shine beyond the void and the Virambo wind begin to flee, as if they do not want to be caught up in it. Here, the creator gods of other worlds who descended through Silver Basket begin to exert the power of their omniscient and omnipotent Chang might, pressuring Hong Fan Guju. The endless chaos and omnipotent power that originate from them cover him. Silver Basket begins to wail. For the sake of what you call hope, how long do you intend to carry on this painful story? Hope that pushes every being of a world that has not yet been born, including yourself, into hell. What meaning does it have? Why do they wail? Because they fear Hong Fan? No, that is not it. That is pity. Do you not know how deeply those who watch over you pity you? They pity the future king and feels endless compassion for him. True martial arts, emptiness sword. Linked profundity. Throwing technique. An upward cleave that uses repulsion force. Accelerating technique. A downward cleave that uses attraction force. The ultimate techniques of the emptiness sword combine in an instant and are born as a baleful killing art. Upper Heaven Future King. Within the authorities of creator gods, Hong Fan Guju, who takes the stance of throwing, begins to throw something. It is not the emptiness sword. It is, just how long do you intend to continue that horrific divine art? It is a transcendent, something that I cannot even begin to perceive. The power of transcendence that is called great mantra, or also called divine arts, that is cast through the combination formula of the emptiness sword, pierces the incarnate bodies of the creator gods, leaps beyond the void, and flies out to cause the collapse of a single world beyond the void in a single strike. At the same time, one creator god in the vicinity disappears. The cause and effect are unknown, but through insight it is possible to infer. At that very moment, a creator god, world and all, was skewered and killed by the future king's divine art. That is the beginning. Tukwang, Tukwang, Tukwang. The future king fate supreme deity, tearing the authorities of the creator gods apart with mere movement, begins to throw something. Each time that unperceivable thing called divine art is thrown, one world is pierced and meets annihilation. And the chief divinity at the center of that world, the ruler who governs the single world, the absolute one, the omnipotent one, the creator god, is torn and killed. He brings collapse to worlds. He brings annihilation to worlds. He brings the end to worlds. He brings ruination to worlds. He brings massacre to absolute beings. He executes them. He exterminates them. What on earth could one call it? In that ghastly and hideous revel of killing, feeling inexpressible terror and pain, we can only watch as countless worlds and creator gods turn to powder before they can even react. The creator gods are being massacred. Before that appalling killing power, everyone except Bong Hua only stares blankly at the scene. Even Silver Basket and I, for a brief moment, lose even the will to resist that appalling absolute authority and can only stand with mouths agape. Woo! The creator gods wail. 3. The wails of beings who create and annihilate worlds with a single word. Their cry brings pain even to us who have nothing to do with them. Our chests ache, and a bitterness of having lost a world invades the mind and delivers suffering. They grant, by sound alone, emotions so fierce and terrifying even to governing immortals. That is the wail of the creator gods. And that terrifying wail at a glance also seems to be a wail from the pain of their worlds perishing and their very beings being torn to shreds. Yet, I can tell, they do not simply wail for that. They are pitying the future king. Whisper, 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 whisper. As the absolute ones fade, they whisper, even as they themselves go to their deaths, as if such a thing does not concern them at all. Wholly pitying and blessing the future king. Please do not take the long road back but find the answer. Pitiful poor Hong Fan Gujuishid tersit the pain you suffered. Ijavama blissing thoughty of finthian saram pray thoughty of fin salivation. Someday escapian befreed from the dreadful and foolish brid belief pinion se through upon us. Eisenkerlai pray thoughty we ourself are liberated. Empathy. They, even as they die by Hong Fan Guju, who destroys their own worlds and tears their true bodies apart, feel pity and sorrow for him, and sincerely empathize with him. It is a strangeness that I cannot possibly understand. Sensing the bizarre and incomprehensible vested interests of the truly born absolute ones, I feel the song of their wailing subside. He, who destroyed the creator gods and tore apart dozens of worlds to powder, sits upon the jade throne of the audience chamber. At the same time, for the first time I can feel emotion from him, hearing the horrible and agonizing screams and wails of the creator gods, and hearing the blessings and empathy imbued in them. Does he feel some stirring of emotion? The emotion he shows for the first time. It is fatigue. Now, and Kim Young-hoon, who discerns him, shouts, if it is now, at least in speed, we can surpass him. What is obtained by emptying everything into emptiness is the apex of movement techniques of Hong Fan Guju, true martial arts black heaven, the principle of void speed. However, in this moment when fatigue and wavering nest inside that heart, he has, for an instant, stepped out from perfect emptiness. At least for now, he cannot use void speed. And he also cannot use the ultimate technique that accelerates once more from void speed. Future. If it is now, through golden great thousand world, we can seize superiority in speed. With Kim Young-hoon's shout, a familiar authority begins to bloom from one corner of the audience chamber. This is the origin essence of liberation inside the liberation seal of the Liberation Palace left by Bong Myong, freed Bong Hua. And what he left behind does not end there. Pseudo-Ender. Liberation law talent. What is called a pseudo-Ender is no different from a pseudo-absolute fragment. Yes, he was truly a craftsman of the heavens. For it is he who, with his own hands, weaved principle, fate, and causality to create a pseudo-absolute. Clang, clang. The pseudo-absolute fragment flashes, becoming a shining key that releases something. The next moment, Quang, light bursts forth, and from the cage that has until now imprisoned the heavenly venerable of the underworld Bong Hua, seven-colored light sweeps the whole world. At the same time, inside that cluster of seven-colored light, the things that have been compressed into the form of a cage start to be liberated. This is because it fell a bit short to liberate Bong Hua. The origin essence of liberation was detonated directly, yet it is a key sufficient to liberate something else. That key resonates with some being's immortal art and mixes with a silver cluster of light within primordial chaos. It is purple soul filling the heavens. Purple is the most suitable color to hide in the darkness. Carry on life in the darkness where light can never reach. By continuing the inherited life, we shall all finally reach liberation. The formula that Silver Basket created, as it touches the will of the Liberation Supreme Deity, reverses from that of an authority which is specialized in seizing another's body. It becomes not one that seizes another's flesh and oneself evolves, but one that sacrifices oneself and revives the soul of the one whose self was stolen. The will of sacrifice of the Liberation Supreme Deity meshes with the will of Silver Basket and explodes the pseudo-absolute liberation law talent, with purple soul filling the heavens. Those who are compressed into the form of a cage and confined begin to be liberated. Kung, Kung, Kung. On the face of Bong Hua, who is truly advancing, a warm smile settles. Perhaps it is because there are several faces familiar to her. A gigantic silver body begins to recover, sucking in the spirits of Silver Basket that were torn away. A heavenly king of far-off primordial antiquity. The one who was called the Silver Basket Heavenly King descends to this place. Next, a being that exudes a presence second only to Silver Basket's ferocity opens their eyes. They are also of antiquity, known as the God of Gods. The one who was called the Obsidian Devil Heavenly King descends to this place. The last presence I feel is a being far too familiar. The moment Kim Yun offers the true body she prepared in offering, they settle into that flesh and, compared to the others, awakens without any loss of power. The one who was called the Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King descends to this place. Led by those three beings, countless existences appear in this place. Red Pearl Yang Sujin, Agate Seo Wu Jin, Lapis Lazuli Zhong Shin, Obsidian Vinaya, Tridacna Shin, Gold Gugalana. Beginning from existences so very familiar to those whose names, authorities, and natal dharma treasures were seen in the past, and the agate hatred heavenly king of the previous generation who has connections with us. From the heinous beings who provided the causality that gave birth to Seo Huiol, to enders of the past generations at the level of mere mortal beings with no presence at all, even to enders at the trivial mortal level who, upon arriving at the head realm, fell at once and died with their heads split on stone. All enders of all eras come back to life in this place and awaken in the audience chamber. Coon. At the same time, Silver Basket stamps a foot and injects wisdom. That explains the current situation to them all. Enders at the level of mere mortal beings, who are not even qualified to respond to that wisdom, all explode and die at once. However, perhaps judging that enders of that level will not even be of help, Silver Basket pays it no mind and points at me and declares, "All of you listen. Now, except for now, there is absolutely no chance in the future. Only now, when the first error that ripped apart the devil's fate with his hands is here in this place. Yee. For among the 5 desires chain who were clearly torn to death by the splitting heaven mantra come back to life at a single touch of the obsidian devil heavenly king, and without any time to grasp the situation, they join again and become a gigantic swallowing heaven. This is the only time when I can foresee the highest win rate, called 4 A soft pink radiance bursts out, and a gigantic light pink colossus begins to lift something up behind their back. longevity, wealth, health, love of virtue, acceptance at fate's end. The symbols of the 5 blessings radiate brilliantly in splendor and extend hands to the system of immortal cultivation that belongs to Hong Fan Guju. Bring forth a miracle. O fragments of miracle. At Silver Basket's declaration, they all raise their momentum without words. Of course, the ones who regain rationality are at least enders of immortal lord rank. Enders of great net immortal and below, even though they receive wisdom and grasp the situation, for some reason only stand there with dazed eyes. Even so, empowered by Silver Basket's command, they begin to move and unfold their respective authorities. No one speaks, so that is how it is. Those who uttered their fate, all who let their tongues slip, lost the right to speak. Only Silver Basket, whose rank does not fall behind the future king, can utter words. Even so, their wills are clearly conveyed. Drawing out the morale of no retreat before battle, they all at once begin to walk toward the owner of fate seated on the jade throne. And Hong Fan lets out a sigh. I am tired. Wuduk. A mere sigh. With that alone, a repulsion force that is enough to briefly halt the movements of all enders of all eras arises and binds them. And, as I perceive the truths contained in that repulsion force, I realize one thing. It was not that his strength was worn down while facing the Creator gods. Only, the wails and shrieks of the Creator's gods. The blessing and sympathy within them shook his heart, and only dug a little deeper into the crack that already exists in that heart. Therefore, only the stray thought that he is tired briefly revealed itself. Of course, with just that stray thought, one of his ultimate techniques that is a movement technique is sealed. But a stray thought is a stray thought. I should close my eyes for a moment. If he calms his heart just a little, it is something that will be tidied away at any time. He shuts his eyes and raises his hand. Attend to my hand. Storage scroll, emptiness, supreme deity. The shackle that briefly sealed the heavenly venerable of the underworld, the netherworld Queen Mother Bonghua. The gatekeeper who tested us, and the door that leads to the audience chamber. At the same time, the head realm, which has been harboring the Akashic records all this time, appears upon his hand and begins to open its mouth. That's right. To him, even an existence at the level of a supreme deity is merely something at the level of a storage scroll that stores things like the Akashic records. And what is stored in the storage scroll is not only the Akashic records. Chwerarak. The emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon opens its mouth and begins to pour something out. Kung, 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 kung. Whoa. Unlike the true body of Hong Fan Guju, from which nothing is felt, as those begin to descend, a baleful and terrifying aura begins to fill all heaven and earth. Ominous. Ominousness beyond ominousness. What appears before the numerous heavenly kings and enders of all eras is dozens of governing immortals. In other words, the supreme deities who have been devoured by the emptiness supreme deity until now. Dozens of supreme deities descend here and block the way before the enders of all eras. They have no reason, and only glare at us with black pupils and obey the command of the owner of fate. That is not the end. Koru. Gangsphere. Kim Young-hoon mutters. Above the hand of Hong Fan Guju, something rotating appears. It looks like a 3 great ultimates formed by the gathering of countless thread-like things. And I once saw something that looked exactly the same as that in the past. Its name is Hyen Mu's Gandhara. It is the symbol of blackened 3 great ultimates, and the very existence of that being itself. Perhaps because he is tired, the moment he floats the blackened 3 great ultimates above his hand, a wisp of wisdom leaks out and reveals its identity. Henceforth, this shall be called Gang, Gong. The power that martial artists obtain upon reaching a certain realm is Gang Chi, a name used in body protective Gang Chi, sword Gang, Gang Sphere, and so on, and the power that cultivators call pure spiritual force. Named as Gang, the name of the Northern Dipper's Star of Death, it was a power that, because it signified the loftiest attainment in the martial world, was wielded by countless martial artists and came to be known as Gang Chi. Only now can I know who first attached the name Gang, Gong, to Gang Chi, the pure death of the North Pole itself. What we have been fighting is the Northern Heavenly Venerable, the true martial great Emperor Hyen Mu. No, perhaps even the Southern Heavenly Venerable, Time, and the Eastern Heavenly Venerable, Saltree. The heinous truth that what we have been calling heavenly venerables were merely tools into which a bit of history was breathed into the gang sphere clones of the future king reveals itself before my eyes. Kururu. It is not a gang sphere clone. Unlike your gang spheres, I focused on killing, not stability and skill. He briefly spits out words, reading my thoughts. Surely, those pieces of information feel like mercy given to me who endures hope, and a kind of respect. But in the overwhelming disparity, even respect feels like mockery. I call it gang extreme. A 3 great ultimates of killing made of gang chi. That chilling vortex begins to rotate ominously and multiply. It is certainly more unstable than our gang sphere, and I feel it focuses on attack and killing. However, that is clearly an evolved form of gang chi like ours. Kugugugugu. As the 3 great ultimates of killing expands, their shapes grow distinct and solidify into forms we know. The Gandhara of the true martial great emperor Hien Mu. Yes, the Fate Supreme Deity's gang sphere clone. 50 heavenly venerables appear and begin to converge. For the rest of the story, if you are still standing when I open my eyes, I shall listen. With that, Hong Fan Guju reclines on the jade throne and closes his eyes, entering meditation to settle his heart. An overwhelming gap that feels utterly unbreachable. However, despite that gap, I set my foot down. Come. The true body of the star Genesis Supreme Deity takes a step toward that jade throne. Then, a silver giant takes another step at my side. Do not give up. Come. Beginning with Silver Basket. The Enders, awakened across eons, face the heavenly venerables and supreme deities. And beyond them, they begin to step toward the colossal jade throne. Kururur. Numerous black, 3 great ultimates. One of the vortices of killing stands foremost and changes its appearance. It is a familiar figure. A girl in black martial attire. Thinking about it now, if wrinkles are drawn on that girl's face, it is the same face as Hong Fan's. With eyes filled entirely with self-loathing, that being opens her mouth. Give up. If I, who am merely a shard of a dream, am permitted this level of power against you, I have no way to lose. She slowly brings her hand to the ponytail that has been tied until now. For the first time, Hien Mu tears off the something that has been tying her ponytail. Twerarak. At the same time, Hien Mu's hair flows down like a waterfall. Just tearing off what has been tying the ponytail that had always seemed short makes it pour down wildly, making the sight look rather uncanny, yet at the same time sacred. Chua. Black hair covers the surroundings and forms a sea of darkness. It is a world of nothing, the interdimensional void. At the same time, the heart essence world of the owner of Immortal Cultivation, where all middle realms reside. As the distinction between martial robes and hair grows faint in the darkness, that being raises the black something she has used as a weapon all this time. Only now that I am a supreme deity, only now that I truly stand upon martial pinnacle, can I know what Hien Mu has been using as a weapon. It is a leopard pattern hair ornament, a form quite similar to what Bong Hua has been using. Amorphous darkness spews from it, becoming swords, spears, whips, arrows, and countless other forms of killing weapons with which she has been facing us with. I am merely playing with you as a gesture of respect for having come this far. Hope is even now evolving, and since there is no particular restriction, I could have unleashed indiscriminate barges as much as I like. At those grim words, Silver Basket seems to recall something unpleasant and flinches, and I smile faintly. I know. I have not properly used the power of fate, nor have I summoned a proper immortal treasure. I have also not used the first light, which is called forth through the gathering of all the summoned supreme deities here around the Radiance Supreme Deity. Great mantra. What you call divine art has also had its conditions long met, yet was used only to face the creator gods. The dead enforcement that once used can annihilate all of you at once has also not properly been used. I know that as well. The time when I reached the ultimate of martial arts was the time before Nayuda. Across an unfathomable span of time, the one who has polished and evolved martial pinnacle is I. With the power of martial arts alone, I can butcher you all. With the use of proper immortal cultivation and mantras, authority, and immortal treasures, just what chance of victory do you have? Only now can I perceive in more detail what reflects in those black pupils. Hien Mu is Hong Fan's shame. Only today, upon facing her, do I understand why Hien Mu insists on taking the form of a girl. You are the compassion that remains in Hong Fan. You are his softest part, and his last remaining humaneness. Only a defective product. No matter what form the heart takes, there is no such thing as defective. I smile brightly as I look at her and raise the impermanence sword. The power of the turning wheel mantra, the power of the origin essence of myriad stars, infuses into the impermanence sword, and the impermanence sword begins to shine with starlight. It feels as if a galaxy rests in my hand. You are merely the soft and gentle part. Nothing but the anguish that calls forth pain. So you are the anguish of the heavens. Hong Fan calls Hien Mu a defective product, and Hien Mu fears Hong Fan. He says making a world without the heart is his first goal. He says resisting the heart, resisting connection, is immortal cultivation. If one truly has a strong heart, then is it not the heart to accept without needing to resist? Hien Mu's pupils tremble. TSTSTSTS. The impermanence sword loses the form of a sword and becomes starlight that circles me. I take a step toward her. Hien Mu clenches her hand tightly. The hair ornament in her hand trembles. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Countless exchanges pass between her and me, but nothing can truly bar my way. The void speed she boasts of is sealed thanks to the main body whose heart wavers, and the killing arts that unfold from Hien Mu's hand enter my sight fully thanks to my having seen of a higher level. At last, piercing through the countless unseen exchanges and moments of timing, I enter her boundary and reach my hand toward Hien Mu's chest. When the weakness is clear, where is the reason I cannot win, O heart of the heavens? With eyes filled with anguish. At the corner of Hien Mu's mouth, who has been pretending to be empty, a smile appears for the first time. It is a somewhat sad smile, and yet, her eyes are shining. Are you saying you can do it? And the answer comes from elsewhere. He can. TSTSTSTSTS. Wawoom. At this place, a certain apparition appears. The owner of that apparition is the Southern Heavenly Venerable, the true ultimate eternal life, Great Emperor Cheon Wun, the Heavenly Venerable of Time. It is the being called the owner of Calendrix. No other can do so, but he can. Hien Mu casts her gaze toward Cheon Wun. Only he can set you free. On what basis? Because I saw it. Only I, as the observer of Calendrix, remember together the 16th timeline. You. Hien Mu opens her mouth. You ran. You left. The cradle of chaos. The conception palace of omnipotence. You escaped from Mount Sumeru. Yes. I, shamefully, miserably, took advantage of the gap when the boundary of Kakravada is split in half, and am running away to find the freedom I so longed for. Cheon Wun smiles brightly. Of course, with your complete power, I can be captured. But not right now. Until the end of this battlefield, I can remain as a witness. A smile rises at the corner of Hien Mu's lips. Aha, I see. Until I capture you, the poison cannot be detoxified. That's right. So, Seo Unhyun, remember, now that all restraints are released, whatever causality there is, as long as I exist, the 16th cycle will be remembered, no matter what. My friend, thank you. The moment Hien Mu's words end, countless Gandharas swirl behind her and begin to unleash attacks toward me. You said let's dance, didn't you? Hien Mu begins to move through the lump of anguish grasped in her hand within the darkness. The supreme deities and Gandharas gradually move by Hien Mu's command and begin to exert their authority. Then prove it. Prove that your enlightenment stands ahead of hope. Wu-wong. Hien Mu's face disappears, and what remains is a swirling black, 3 great ultimates. Beyond it, something reveals itself. The future king's storage scroll. The emptiness supreme deity opens its mouth. Hien Mu, inheriting the will of the future king, declares the opening of war and summons the future king's treasure. Come forth. The first immortal treasure of the heavens. Future king, 3 heavenly treasures. By the supreme deity's insight, I can tell. The original of the downgraded version the Radiance 8 Immortals once showed. The first, the heavenly treasure corresponding to the Radiance supreme deity's purple forbidden alms bowl. Heavenly void furnace. Tuck, to-do-to-duck. From the emptiness supreme deity's mouth, a familiar ground reveals itself again. Ascension path. And, within that ascension path, the thing that had been sealed in the form of land. Bayang Sujin. Kugagugagu. All governing immortals until now have merely swung it about blindly, but the relic of the absolute now begins to exert proper authority under Hien Mu's will. 16th cycle. Kira lyric. Cutting principle unfolds from my hand. Just like a ship moving forward with the power of a fair wind, will, empowered by the heavenly fortune that the liberation seal draws in, becomes a slashing strike that cuts principle. Shuckwhack. The principle within prohibition is severed. At some point, I become able to delve more intuitively into the world of the net. How is it, Master? Is there an effect? I look at the liberation seal that Hong Fan is holding. Indeed, the effect of what is called heavenly fortune is powerful. Overall luck improves. Not simply fortune, but starting from talent fortune, even health fortune and wealth fortune feel as if they rise further. With Hong Fan carrying the liberation seal that summons heavenly fortune and following me, the cultivation speed of cutting principle soars even faster. Feeling as if the heavens favor me, I rapidly cultivate the star-extinguishing true chapter. Hong Fan as well hones cultivation at my side with me, learning the Three Spirits art. It was one of the secret arts that became the original canvas of myriad forms and connections. Suet. Hong Fan's body seems to split into three, then merges back into one. It is the divine external incarnation secret art of the Three Spirits art. It is a secret art that splits realm and cultivation to later infuse it back in, with the drawback that one's realm lowers the instant it is learned. But somehow, even though Hong Fan splits his realm, before long he reaches the grand perfection core formation level. Soon the realms will reverse. Once he passes the nascent soul stage, from then on the real reversal will begin. With a slightly stifled heart, I gaze beyond the serving command palace into the void space that is nothing but darkness. I have experienced having my realm caught up to multiple times, but honestly, it is not a pleasant feeling. Moreover, knowing that Hong Fan deliberately splits his realm with the Three Spirits art to slow the speed at which he catches up to my realm makes my mixed feelings grow even heavier. Recently, those feelings have been growing and growing a little more, spreading even into a gloomy mood. So I have also been spending a little time reining in my heart demon. Perhaps knowing my heart, Hong Fan speaks behind me while holding the serving command seal. Since Master has cultivated for long, would you like to go on an outing? An outing? It is a good idea. Ordinary cultivators, too, when their cultivation is blocked, often seek a shift in perception by wandering the world of mortals or traveling the 9 mountains and 8 seas. And in the midst of that, they also obtain fortuitous encounters. However, in the head realm, it is a little The situation before ascending to the head realm is something I still remember. From Chongmun Ryong to Buk Hyangwa, Seo Ran, and even Kim Young-hoon, the head realm is a place full of connections I painstakingly cut and left behind. What should I do if I meet precious connections while practicing the cultivation of cutting connections? If I do it wrong, the cultivation of cutting people might get all tangled. But as if reading my worry, he chuckles. Ha ha, Master. Are you perhaps worried about meeting old connections in the head realm? Yes, that is right. Then how about going to a place untouched by the hands of people? A place untouched by the hands of people. Yes. Wong. Hong Fan seems to manipulate the serving command seal, then causes the serving command palace to deviate from its original orbit. Kagugugu. Soon, the serving command seal pierces the void space and reveals itself somewhere else. This place is Kagugugu. It is a place familiar to me. A place that, despite being the lower realm, possesses a density of heaven and earth spiritual energy similar to a middle realm. It is Ascension Path. Ah, yes. With clear eyes, I jump down toward Ascension Path. It's a good idea. Certainly, if it is Ascension Path where people's hands do not readily reach, it seems good to refresh my mood under the clear sky, tidying my heart with less worry. I descend to Ascension Path. Wayu. The wind of Ascension Path greets me. And, unlike before, I discover something a little different in Ascension Path. The Sky Islands of the Sky Island Archipelago are different. If the Sky Islands of the Sky Island Archipelago are being supported by the Grand Cultivator Association's fixed floating technique, Ascension Path is different. The dragon vein of Ascension Path itself. It has the appearance of sealing something. The knowledge I accumulated from being dragged around by the Mad Lord in the Middle Realm, building experience as a governor in the True Devil Realm, and picking up various bits of information besides Seo Huiol, makes me recognize that fact even more clearly. Thinking about it, it is so. The barrier surrounding the entirety of Ascension Path also blocks ordinary people or cultivators below a certain realm from perceiving Ascension Path and from entering and exiting. The one who made Ascension Path. Yang Sujin obviously kept others from coming to Ascension Path. Ascension Path is not floating by itself. Rather, the thing that Ascension Path is, ceiling, is floating by itself, and Ascension Path is just attached there. I suddenly grow curious about what is sealed in Ascension Path. What is it for Yang Sujin to seal it? Perhaps, even inside there, Yang Sujin's lingering thought remains. If so, I may be able to meet Yang Sujin's lingering thought again and seek advice on how to resolve my current state. Since Shattered Heaven Peak is a place where traces of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect remain, I don't know how the curse of the Heavenly Punishment True Immortal will flare up if I go. A curiosity that arises suddenly, and at the same time, a strange confidence that, because I have the Liberation Seal and Heavenly Fortune itself increased, it cannot be a wrong judgment. With those overlapping, I make up my mind to try to see what is sealed inside Ascension Path in this lifetime. Chapter 791, Primordial Chaos 1. Chua. The textures and weaves of countless nets come into my eyes. I see and feel the grains of innumerable nets and think, amazing. Though I don't know how, Yang Sujin somehow weaved the net itself and applied it to the seal. He manipulated the net through heavenly tribulation. I cannot even get a sense of how. Even I can only barely hang onto the very edge of the principle that forms the net, and can do no more than faintly disturb the power of that principle. This is a true immortal. If one is a true immortal, can one just freely manipulate rules themselves like this? Marveling at Yang Sujin's immense abilities, I go around Ascension Path and pick apart the power of the seal that blankets the entirety of Ascension Path. Back when I was only at the Qi refining and Qi building levels, even looking around Ascension Path took ages. But now that I have reached the early nascent soul stage of heaven and earth dual cultivation, I can circle Ascension Path in half a day. Because I look around faster than I expect, I use the earth escape technique to peer down beneath the ground. Before, I only looked around the surface of Ascension Path, or I looked up from below Ascension Path from the heaven-treading desert. But now, I can survey the sky islands. Underside, using the earth escape technique. To-do-do-do-do-do. Moving under the soil through the earth escape technique and circling once around the lower part of Ascension Path, I come to know something about the overall structure of Ascension Path. It is something I uncover for the first time through my 16 regressions. Ascension Path is like the shape of a brazier. A three-legged brazier shape. That is Ascension Path. Is Yang Sujin's Ascension Gate the lid's handle part of the brazier? Thinking about it, that's right. The Black Castle. Yang Sujin's Black Castle was originally under the Ascension Gate and torn away by something. Only the bottom part remains with Ascension Path. The upper part fell away to the heaven-treading desert and became the Black Castle. If Ascension Path really is some kind of brazier, then the Black Castle itself is the lid's handle. After I circle Ascension Path once, and then spend about 7 days and nights observing the seals even more, I go again to the upper side of Ascension Path. I head to where the bottom portion of the Black Castle remains. The base part is in the northwest direction of Ascension Path, and farther northwest is where the Black Fortress is located in the Treading Heaven Desert. I sit on the very northwestern edge of Ascension Path and think. The ceiling art cast on Ascension Path is too high level. There is nothing I can even poke or prod with the divine power of cutting principle. I cannot undo this seal as I am now. No matter how much I cultivate cutting principle, it's the same. Rather, finding a proper method to interfere with the seal will be faster, and, with a very high probability, the method to interfere with the seal likely remains in the Black Castle. Wawoom. I unfold the flying escape technique and fly toward where the Black Castle is. In the distance, I faintly sense the familiar Black Castle and the puke-inducing smell of blood. Much of it is washed away by the desert sandstorms, and before I ascended, I entrusted the vengeful souls to Seo Ran and Song Jin. So much is diluted, but it is still a disgusting smell. Landing atop Yuan Li's Black Castle, I head instead. As expected, Seo Ran and Song Jin only took the vengeful spirits and cultivation resources, leaving things like old books or jade slips behind. If it's something in Yuan Li's fortress castle, it's either an ancient secret record or a manual of devilish arts. But Song Jin is the librarian of the Black Ghost Valley's library with hundreds of thousands of years of history. In Song Jin's eyes, they are no different from junk not worth the trouble to take, so they were left behind. In Yuan Li's library within the Black Castle, I rapidly read through the books and jade slips he left. Sure enough, there are several secret records hidden regarding Ascension Path. Star-shattering stage cultivator? While investigating the secrets about Ascension Path, Yuan Li, and the Black Castle, I read the history of a clan called the Yuan clan and come to know an unexpected fact. Yuan Li was the sole descendant of the Yuan clan that was exterminated by a great clan called the Zhou clan. Of course, I already know the Zhou clan is the lineage the Mad Lord came from, so it is not surprising. But what is even more shocking is about the being called the progenitor of the Yuan clan, one of the star-shattering stage esteemed ones from the Blood-Ean realm who descended from the upper realm, tore off the Black Castle, and, by coupling with the clan that originally managed Yang Sujin's shrine, that is the Black Castle, gave birth to the Yuan clan. Yuan Li and the Yuan clan seem to have regarded that star-shattering stage esteemed one from the Blood-Ean realm as their de facto progenitor. So, is that why he raised such chaos to return to his homeland, the Blood-Ean realm? In a way, the origin of the heaven-treading desert massacre started from that star-shattering stage esteemed one. Why on earth did an esteemed one of the upper realm descend to the head realm? What on earth exists in this head realm? Above all, if it's a star-shattering stage esteemed one, there should be some traces, but they left no trace behind, and I have never sensed their existence throughout all the regressions until now. Perhaps, somewhere in this head realm, that star-shattering esteemed one might still be alive. It is a very frightening thought. Gulping, I read the secret records about the Yuan clan, and then go further back than the Yuan clan. I read the records of the lineage that managed Yang Sujin's shrine, and suddenly, while reading the record book, I realized something. Central Spirit Holy Kingdom. A familiar word appears. I remember reading it long ago in the Royal Library of Xingzi. Long ago, the place where the Treading Heaven Desert is located was not a desert, but a very prosperous and abundant land. In that land, there existed a tremendous empire that dominated the whole continent of the head realm in that era. That country was called the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom. But after the era of Yang Sujin, that Central Spirit Holy Kingdom seemed to have gradually declined. I am able to find the reason for it in the record book of the lineage that managed the shrine, kept by the Yuan clan. Just before the progenitor ascended, that one destroyed the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom. According to the records, the progenitor called the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom a country of evil people that took as its state religion a wicked cult that believes in a snake. That person gathered all the dragon veins of the Central Spirit Holy Palace, robbed the vitality of the land where the cultists of the wicked Holy Kingdom lived, and sealed it into the land of the shrine that establishes that person's accomplishments. Thus, by that one's feats, under the Ascension Gate, the land of the golden divine heavenly thunder sect where that one shrine was built took its place in the heavens as a sky island. It is called the Flying Ascension Island, and by placing the main hall of the golden divine heavenly thunder sect here, it facilitated the taking of tolls from those who seek to ascend, allowing the golden divine heavenly thunder sect to establish itself as a top sect that remains through all ages. How is this not the grace of the progenitor? In summary, using religion as the reason, Yang Sujin plundered all the dragon veins of a perfectly thriving nation and made one island. He made it into the Ascension Path that floats in the sky. Because Yang Sujin robbed the dragon veins, the area where the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom was located turned entirely into the heaven-treading desert. Afterwards, the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom did not completely perish, and they struggled by any means to restore the dragon veins in the land that became a desert, but even that was utterly cut off and destroyed by the star-shattering stage esteemed one who descended from the upper realm 40,000 years ago. Did he have a grudge against the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom? Even so, under the pretext of believing in one religion, to wipe out an entire country. I glance at a book on Yuan Li's library shelf titled, Great Famine of a Destroyed Nation, and sigh. Skimming it with consciousness, it is a book that details how many people, after the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom's fall, suffered famine and died because the dragon veins suddenly disappeared. Truly, the more I hear of Yang Sujin's deeds, the more I doubt whether this person is really a human. Is this truly not the conduct of one who does not regard people as people? It is cruelty that could only come from regarding humans as something other than human. Clicking my tongue at Yang Sujin's outrageous conduct, I closed the books. At least I found a lead. The caretakers of the shrine only knew that Yang Sujin simply gathered the dragon veins of the central spirit holy kingdom into one and made Ascension path, but they did not know what was sealed. But what is clear is that the dragons of the central spirit holy kingdom were gathered, the nation was destroyed, and something was sealed. It's too strange to say it is merely to support the Ascension Gate. Why was it the central spirit holy kingdom of all places? Could it not have been Biokra, Shengzi, Yanghua, the great northern grasslands, or perhaps the eastern tribal states? There is something in the central spirit holy kingdom. Hong Fan, I have a favor to ask. At my words, Hong Fan appears behind me in an instant and bows his head. The gigantic centipede politely opens his mouth. Please give the command. Gather materials concerning the central spirit holy kingdom. Since his work sense is in any case better than mine, he will gather information faster than if I go around myself. In addition, if I needlessly stir up the head realm as I go around, the chances of meeting old connections will be high. At least now, while I cultivate the star-extinguishing true chapter, I do not want to meet old connections. Understood. Then, may I first advance to the nascent soul stage and then receive the command? Of course. Hong Fan cautiously asks me whether he may reach the nascent soul stage, and I nod. Over the past few days, as I went around inspecting the seal on Ascension path that Yang Sujin set up, the gloom of having my realm caught up to by Hong Fan also eased a little. Perhaps, regardless of realm, the act of exploring something mysterious itself blew away such a heart demon. To confess honestly, I was a little depressed that I can't keep up with your realm rising. I suppose it is fair to say I felt a little jealous. Is that so? No. Perhaps besides being jealous of you, I was also a little afraid. The curse of heavenly punishment upon me began from a true immortal. Even now, frankly, I have such thoughts that you might be a true immortal toying with me, and I am a little afraid. But, as I went around Ascension path and washed away stray thoughts, I could find my original intention again. I smiled toward Hong Fan. Even if you are toying with me, so what? Even if you are such a vast existence that I cannot possibly oppose you, and you are toying with my entire life, I decided to think of you as a friend. At my words, Hong Fan's eyes become something unreadable. If I truly am a wicked existence that toys with you, Master, then what are you going to do? If you are such an existence, I absolutely cannot resist. Then is it not meaningless to discuss it? I cannot understand. Like the true immortal of heavenly punishment who made Master's body like that. If I give Master an indelible wound, what are you intending to do? That is a matter for that time. Right now, you are helping me, are you not? That is true. For what intention you help me, I do not know. But right now, you claim yourself as my subordinate and stand as my comrade. In that case, I treat you as a friend. Then, if I later betray and toy with Master, what will you do? Ha ha. What use is there in talking about something that has not happened? I can think about it when the time comes. You are a little irresponsible. Hong Fan twitches his antennae, as if something about my attitude bothers him. Do you mean even when hope that comes in the future is to turn into despair, you will just let go? I am not letting go. I am being faithful to the present. Is that not ultimately an attitude that there is no tomorrow? Is there any need to abandon the friend of now for the fear of tomorrow? That is sophistry. Be prepared. What does Master know about me? That kind of complacency that does not prepare for tomorrow, that does not think of the future, is what brings misfortune. It is what dulls hope. Is it that something about my attitude is unpleasant? Hong Fan raises his antennae stiffly, seeming to show irritation. Fine. Then since it is your sincere advice, I will prepare. Do you truly understand my words? Or are you just pretending to listen to me? I am not pretending to listen to you. My friend is now earnestly offering sincere advice, so I am accepting it as well. As if something does not sit right with him. Letting out a vaguely unpleasant intent, he stares at me for a moment. But in the end, he sighs and nods. Anyway, Master is saying that from now on, you will not be seized by heart demons, and you will not care whether I raise my realm or not. Understood. As for Master's thoughts, as one lives, there is plenty of room to change. Then, starting today, I will earnestly raise my realm and assist Master. Having finished speaking, he goes out of the archives, and I, seeing such a Hong Fan, think of something. He is very negative about not thinking of the future. Considering that countless insects live only for this one day, Hong Fan is a very alien centipede. Well, since memories of his previous life are coming to mind, it is only natural. Anyway, The important part was ultimately the words. I choose to trust Hong Fan. But seeing that at the word, future, his mood was scratched and he showed an unpleasant tone. It seems he has some bad memory about not preparing for the future. Perhaps in this life, as I investigate Ascension path, I should also try to learn about Hong Fan. In this life, just the two of us, Hong Fan and I, will have to be together for hundreds of years. In the meantime, it would be good to learn about his previous life and his true intent. Thus, the next day arrives. Hong Fan immediately challenges the nascent soul stage advancement, and with the three spirits art, he raises all three bodies to the nascent soul stage. Until now, it seems he deliberately held himself back, reading the mood because his master was depressed. Clack, clack. Entering the nascent soul stage and finishing his molting, Hong Fan succeeds in transformation and comes to obtain a human body. Oh, Hong Fan, is that your transformation form? Hong Fan's first transformation form is the appearance of a robust middle-aged man. His hair is black mixed with a few gray strands, and his body is that of a middle-aged man so robust that he stands at least a head taller than me. At the same time, the black robe he condenses by exuding poison energy makes him look like an emperor. Yes, since a great many memories of my previous life returned, it seems the transformation form was determined by the appearance of my past life. In his voice, there is an overbearing aura, seeming to have a wondrous power that naturally makes the listener look up to him. Sure enough, he really was a true immortal in his previous life. If, with just a transformation form at the early nascent soul level, he carries such dignity and imposing majesty, then surely in his previous life, he was a true immortal. With such an imposing bearing that just looking makes one naturally want to bow and prostrate, I almost prostrate before him without realizing it. But before that happens, Hong Fan goes down on one knee before me and bows his head. I speak again, but my fate is to attend and assist at Master's side so that you walk the right path. Under the heavens, I pledge loyalty to thee, so please treat me as before, no matter what my realm is. Under these heavens, I swear that I will care for you with utmost sincerity and devotion. Thank you. I accept once more the vow of loyalty that Hong Fan offers and reach out my hand as I raise him up. As long as you stay by my side, I will treat you as a friend. Barring anomalies, until this life ends, I will trust you. Thank you. At my words, Hong Fan wears a faint smile and naturally takes the hand I extend for a handshake. Though I have not taught him a handshake, it seems he does it by intuition. Thus, after reaching the nascent soul stage, Hong Fan begins to move in earnest for my sake. Through the three spirits art, Hong Fan brings even the external clones all to the nascent soul stage. Then he stations 2 of the 3 clones he made with the 3 spirits art in other places, and keeps only himself, the main body, and 1 body at my side to attend me. First, I will leave 1 3 spirits art clone for the purpose Master mentioned, to travel all over the head realm and collect information. Oh, good. Of course you will handle it well on your own. But what about the rest? What do you plan to do? Would it not be better to invest the rest in information gathering as well? I will send the other clone up to the upper realm. Through the clone raised to the upper realm, I judged it better to gather the trends and information of the upper realm to find even one method to undo Master's curse, or to find a way to slow the progress of Master's curse, or to find such an elixir or artifact. Oh, good. Following Hong Fan's counsel, I did come to the head realm where the heavenly punishment curse progresses more slowly, but I am also curious about the situation of the bright cold realm, so it is welcome news. For the last clone, I will leave it by my side for now so that, should Master need it, I can trigger its cultivation to help. Is this acceptable? I see. Thank you for the consideration. Then I leave it to you. I will not disappoint Master. From that day, after I said I will not worry and will trust him, he displays his skill without reserve. The clone chosen to send up to the upper realm reaches the heavenly being stage in 3 days, and he has it ascend, and the clone to gather information in the head realm learns within 3 days a method called the Blood Insect Demon Devil Great Method, which Hong Fan says he once obtained in his past life, transforming its whole body into tens of thousands of tiny insects and departs the heaven-treading desert. Since those countless insects, once they accumulate sufficient energy, can divide as much as desired and can also parasitize the desired target, it seems to be an art optimized for information gathering. Thus, 7 days and nights after Hong Fan departs to gather information, he quickly compiles high-quality information and hands it to me. Information on the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom. It is excellent. I acquired considerable knowledge from the Royal Library of Shungzi and the Chongmen clan's archives, but Hong Fan brings countless pieces of information even I do not know of. The northern Great Grasslands and the eastern tribal states. And from the homelands where high-ranking demon races like the Sea Dragon race dwell, he brings numerous records, compiles them, and delivers to me the information I want. Since it's no different from the fast information processing I once exercised through the information search divine power of a communication magic artifact on Earth, I can sit comfortably in one place and compile myriad pieces of information. The Imperial Palace of the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom. At its center, there was a divine treasure handed down through generations in the Holy Kingdom. The Central Spirit Holy Kingdom called it by the name Heavenly Void Furnace, and it seems it was regarded as a divine object symbolizing the supreme deity who governs the heavenly country. Throb, the supreme deity who governs the heavenly country. For some reason, the moment I see that expression, the Ender's Tale I saw before comes to mind, and my head starts to ache. Is it the same being as the one that appears in the Ender's Tale? Perhaps it is not a mere myth or legend, but an actually existing true immortal. Hong Fan, what do you think about the being called the supreme deity who governs the heavenly country that appears in the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom's legend? I don't know what kind of guy it is, but I don't like it from the name alone. Is there anything that comes to mind? No, not particularly. I understand. Seeing that Hong Fan shows no reaction, perhaps it is not a true immortal that actually exists, or it could simply be a being with no acquaintance with Hong Fan. First, the Heavenly Void Furnace is a divine object that symbolizes the supreme deity who governs the heavenly country and is the precious treasure of that being. I recall the three great divine artifacts of the Head Realm. If it bears the name divine artifact, then it should at least be at a level connected to a true immortal. The immortal treasure Heavenly Lightning Banner of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect. The imitation immortal treasure Nether Crossing Ship of Black Ghost Valley. The Azure Sky Armor of the Azure Heaven Creation Sect that is said to have reached the level of an immortal treasure. With high probability, this Heavenly Void Furnace too is an item related to a true immortal. I look at the illustration about the divine artifact called the Heavenly Void Furnace that Hong Fan has investigated. What appears in the illustration is a brazier with 3 legs. My suspicion nearly turns into certainty. What is sealed in Ascension Path, with high probability, is the Heavenly Void Furnace. Why did Yang Sujin seal this Heavenly Void Furnace? I read through the materials Hong Fan has researched and learned the Heavenly Void Furnace. The uses of the divine artifact called the Heavenly Void Furnace are largely twofold. The first is for ritual use. When at times a messenger of light descends from the heavens to give an oracle, they insert incense fire into the Heavenly Void Furnace to conduct the rite and pray for prosperity for the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom. The second is for cultivation, going into the Heavenly Void Furnace for a short while to meditate, and then coming out. The Heavenly Void Furnace is apparently large enough for a person to enter, and if one goes inside and meditates for about a day, and then comes out, the cultivation blocks open up, or the cultivation of divine powers and methods whose progress has been slow advances sharply. As a side effect, there is the drawback that the consciousness is slightly damaged, but if there is a way to restore consciousness by learning a consciousness method, it is at a level where there is no problem. If I read only up to here, there seems to be no great reason to seal the Heavenly Void Furnace. Why, then, did Yang Sujin go so far as to seal the Heavenly Void Furnace? If I dig into the seal of the Heavenly Void Furnace first, I should also be able to meet Yang Sujin's lingering thought. When that time comes, I'll ask directly. Through the records of the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom, I learned that the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom virtually worshipped the Heavenly Void Furnace as almost a god, and that they did not light incense to the Heavenly Void Furnace in order to perform a rite to the heavens through the Heavenly Void Furnace. But they performed the ritual targeting the Heavenly Void Furnace itself. According to the records, because the Heavenly Void Furnace is a divine artifact with immense spiritual nature, if one performs a ritual to the Heavenly Void Furnace, a certain response comes, and one can be granted a certain fortune, almost like the Liberation Seal. However, because it is a ritual method from 120,000 years ago, it has almost fallen out of use in the present, and Hong Fan barely managed to obtain it. If I try to receive a response by conducting a ritual at such close range to a divine artifact with strong spiritual nature, the power of the seal will naturally block it. In this stabilized state of the Ascension Path seal, no matter how much I use the divine power of the star-extinguishing true chapter, breaking the seal is unreasonable. But if the sealed target responds from inside, the seal too will show a certain gap. If I drive cutting principle into that gap, then the lingering thought left by Yang Sujin will come out from the desire to not have the seal be broken. If it turns out that way, I can meet Yang Sujin's lingering thought, show my present state, and seek an answer. And perhaps I can borrow the power of the heavenly void furnace to cultivate the star-extinguishing true chapter, a divine artifact that, just by going in and meditating a little, allows breakthroughs in cultivation. To someone like me with no talent, it is nothing short of an immense treasure. Since I have already learned the wonderfully mysterious heart canon, even the side effect is at a level of no problem. In a day or two, I can recover something like a slight damage to consciousness with the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon. Hong Fan, through the ritual that appears here, I will try to connect to the thing called the heavenly void furnace. Prepare the rite. Yes, master. Through Hong Fan, I obtain the items used for the ritual, seize the auspicious timing, and begin offering the ritual to the heavenly void furnace. As Hong Fan and I wave flags and carry out the ritual, the celestial energy gradually surges, and Ascension Path begins to respond. For the celestial energy to surge just from performing a ritual, is it truly an immense divine artifact? Wawung. And after a while, I feel the net of the seal ripple from deep within. The heavenly void furnace responds, and it seems as if Yang Sujin's seal strives to block that response. However, I aim for that gap and use divine power toward the seal deep within. Cutting principle. Shikagak. The consciousness domain narrows, turns into a solid line, and flies out as a slashing strike. The slashing strike of consciousness becomes a blade that cuts principle, slicing away a portion of the seal formula's principle. And at that moment, Suat, as I thought, the lingering intent of Yang Sujin, which I anticipated to also exist in the seal of the heavenly void furnace, begins to connect to my mind that is conducting the rite. Kururum. The whole world is thunder and lightning. But it is a little different from the lingering thought that is at Shattered Heaven Peak. It is a world of thunder and lightning, yet beyond that world, Ascension Path faintly shows through. It looks as if the world of thunder and lightning is faintly overlaid upon Ascension Path. Quadragigic. Within the lightning, a familiar will take form. A human figure formed of red lightning. Golden divine Yang Sujin. O later generation. Surely that my lingering thought has responded means that you are an ender after me. As expected, his lingering intent appears, and I answer with courtesy. Yes, Golden Divine. Because there is something I wish to ask you. I touch the seal you set under the name Ascension Path. You have received a powerful gift, later generation. State what you wish to ask me. That is, At the words, later generation, I suddenly feel the presence of someone, and I hurriedly turn around. Hong Fan has entered the space of Yang Sujin together with me. It is a different place from the space at Shattered Heaven Peak, but I am a little flustered because I thought it is a space that only an ender can enter. How? Just, since Master's spirit was being dragged in, I came in together. I suddenly remember that Hong Fan is a true immortal. Can a being at the level of true immortality also enter a place like this easily? I will stay quiet so as not to disturb you, Master. Please, carry on with your matter. Understood. With a slightly forced expression, I take my gaze off Hong Fan and look again at Yang Sujin's lingering thought. At that moment, I feel a strange sense of incongruity. What is this something is? It seems entranced. I don't know the reason, but the senses that have become extremely keen while cultivating the star-extinguishing true chapter inform me of some intuition through the net. Yang Sujin's lingering thought, right now, is entranced by something. Is it Hong Fan? No. Yang Sujin is a being who reached the peak of true immortality. He is a being who overcame even heavenly tribulation. But Hong Fan still has an aspect that receives a strong influence from heavenly tribulation. Therefore, no matter how strong a true immortal Hong Fan is, I expect he ranks below Yang Sujin. And more than anything, even if Hong Fan is a powerhouse on par with Yang Sujin, the current Hong Fan is a being who has lost most of his memory and power, with a maximum that is only at the heavenly being stage. Though it is only a lingering thought, Yang Sujin's will that affects fate should be stronger. Above all, that is just something like an image that Yang Sujin left behind. It is only that he was a true immortal that some will remain even in an image. How could something left as a record be bewitched? I must be overly sensitive. I shake my head and shake off the thoughts that rise in my mind. For some reason, it looked as if a taiji passed before my eyes, but it must be because I entered Yang Sujin's subspace. O golden divine, I received a curse that a true immortal of heavenly punishment laid upon my spirit. I wish to ask how I should perform curse unbinding to remove this curse. At my question, Yang Sujin's lingering thought opens its mouth. For some reason, it is stiffer than the lingering thought at Shattered Heaven Peak, and it answers while giving off a strangely puppet-like feeling. Use the Heavenly Sky Furnace, Tan Kong Lu. Heavenly Sky, Tan Kong. It seems Yang Sujin refers to it as Heavenly Sky Furnace, Tan Kong Lu, not Heavenly Void Furnace, Tan Gong Lu. No, perhaps the name attached by the humans of the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom and the name perceived by Yang Sujin, who is true immortal rank being different, is only natural. O golden divine, whether you thought the Heavenly Sky Furnace was dangerous or had some reason to seal it. Is there not a reason you sealed it? Then is it acceptable for me to use it? The reason I sealed the Heavenly Sky Furnace is only to minimize light from interfering with the head realm. It is not completely sealed. If the fourth seat of the 8 immortals properly performs the ritual, even my seal is useless. 3. When I receive information about the existences called 8 immortals, I feel as if my head is about to burst. It seems to be some group of true immortals that oppose Yang Sujin. Therefore, O later generation, through the Heavenly Sky Furnace, increase your cultivation and strengthen your divine powers and authority. If you do so, surely your problem shall also be resolved. TSTSTSTSTSS. As with the afterimage at Shattered Heaven Peak, the afterimage in Ascension Path also begins to grow faint, as if its time has come. I grant you the authority to ignore my seal and access the Heavenly Sky Furnace. Suat. Before Yang Sujin's afterimage finally vanishes, it reaches its hand toward me and bestows some blessing. Receiving its blessing, I return to reality, and I think about the sense of incongruity I felt throughout my conversation with Yang Sujin. Why? That is surely Yang Sujin's afterimage. But why is it? I felt as if I was not conversing with Yang Sujin, but a puppet. As if someone wore Yang Sujin's shell instead of Yang Sujin himself and gave me the answers, an unsettling feeling. Hong Fan, did you perhaps feel something from the afterimage of the golden, divine Yang Sujin? As I still have not recovered my realm, I do not know well. As Master knows, my innate true method, Darkness World, is characterized by weak stability and senses. It seems my realm is too low to feel delicate senses like Master. Hong Fan's words are also right. Is it just a needless worry? I try thinking it over, but in the end, I arrive at the conclusion that there is nothing I can know by worrying right now. If it is hard to reach a conclusion, how about first trying as the Golden Divine suggested? If it seems like a trap, I will enter the Heavenly Void Furnace first and try meditating once. If there is no problem for me, there will be none for Master either. Hong Fan. I feel moved by Hong Fan's attitude to sacrifice himself for me, but I soon shake my head. No, I cannot put you up as a sacrifice. However, enough. It is what I decided. Do not make me repeat my words. Leaving behind Hong Fan, who shows his concern, I use the Earth Escape technique and immediately begin to burrow toward the center of Ascension Path. Woo-woo. The seals that Yang Sujin made through dragon veins and principles seem as though they will block me, but the power Yang Sujin directly granted cancels those seals, and I am able to break through them in an instant. And after a while, deep in the center of Ascension Path, I arrive at a certain cave that is on the inside. This place is. It is a cave that seems to have formed naturally, but I can tell its form was thoroughly made to seal something at the cave's center. I walk toward the center of the cave, and at last, I can see what is sealed in the middle. This is the divine artifact that Yang Sujin called the Heavenly Sky Furnace. The true nature of the buoyant force that keeps the entirety of Ascension Path floating in the sky. Woo-woo. I slowly approach that mysterious three-legged brazier floating in the void. The legs of the brazier are rusted, so it is hard to see in detail, but one is black. One is yellow. One is a color close to white mixed with all of heaven's natural colors. Woo-woo. As I look at the strange engraved embossed patterns on the surface of the brazier, I feel a certain wisdom enter my mind. When the three powers become one, that is the very origin of omnipotence. Divide omnipotence to become 3, and that is the very absolute of the 3 kings. Those patterns are some kind of ancient script, and it seems that even if one does not know how to read this ancient script, it conveys its implied meaning directly to the reader in the form of wisdom. Origin of omnipotence. What is that supposed to mean? It does feel like a wisdom that looks impressive, but perhaps it is too high in level. Or perhaps it only sounds impressive. I do not receive the kind of shock I do when I face true immortals. Well, it is probably nothing that great. Even if it really is great, I have the canvas of myriad forms and connections, so if I record it there, I won't forget it and can look into it later. Leaving behind the formula that gives a strange sense of déjà vu as if I have seen it somewhere, I examine the heavenly void furnace closely. A brazier large enough for a person to enter. Do I just go in and meditate for a day? I carefully probe the inside of the heavenly void furnace with my consciousness, and the moment I realize there is nothing inside, I carefully step in. After meditating for a day, blocked cultivation or divine powers will become a little stronger, is it? It certainly is a brazier with powerful spiritual nature, but that spiritual nature is firmly fixed to the heavenly void furnace and does not seem likely to flow into me in particular. Hongfan, are you out there? I call Hongfan, and Hongfan answers from outside the heavenly void furnace. Yes, master. I followed and am outside. If anything suspicious appears, wake me immediately. Yes, understood. As much as it is called a divine artifact, if anything strange happens, I will pull master out immediately. How reassuring you are. Smiling faintly, I close my eyes and sit in a lotus position, passing the time. I do not know how long I spend clearing my consciousness and calming my heart. I start to feel a little bored, and I also feel tired. Nothing happens, and I am so bored that I even doze off now and then. Thus, a day passes. Hongfan, are you there? Yes, master. Was there anything unusual outside? No. I come out of the heavenly void furnace and approach Hongfan, who is standing guard as my law protector outside. Let us go out for now. To check whether there is anything strange or not, I come out with Hongfan to the surface of Ascension path. And when I read the celestial energy of the sky to check the time, a day truly has passed without anything happening. Time is not particularly twisted, there is no earth-shaking change, and the spiritual nature of the heavenly void furnace has not flowed in. Rather, I observe a corner of my consciousness. A portion of my consciousness was torn away, to the point that it must be restored. It was torn away by quite a large margin. The degree of damage to my consciousness is more severe than I expected, to the point it seems I must operate the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon and recuperate for at least a month. My cultivation doesn't seem to have increased in particular either. Did my consciousness just get torn, and that's it? What on earth is this? Just when I am clicking my tongue inwardly at the heavenly void furnace and am about to operate the formula of the star-extinguishing true chapter to observe the net. Only then do I feel a change. Master, is there some change? Shiver. Goosebumps start to rise. What on earth is this? I went into the heavenly void furnace and meditated for a day. After coming out, I immediately try using the divine power of cutting principle and realize something. The cultivation divine power of the star-extinguishing true chapter's first layer, cutting principle. A divine power that cuts principle. The cultivation progress of cutting principle has advanced as much as if I cultivated for a year. Only then do I realize how terrifying a divine artifact the heavenly void furnace is. Regardless of the rank of the method, if I simply go inside and meditate for a day, in exchange for consuming consciousness, it simply advances a year's worth of cultivation. The common cultivation methods, or the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation sold in the marketplace. Even the immortal arts of a true immortal. As long as I spend about a day, this divine artifact pierces through a year's worth of cultivation progress equally for everything. That is the ability of the artifact called the heavenly void furnace. The moment I realize that, I feel my chest swell with hope. If it is this divine artifact, it is possible. Within this lifetime, it is possible to sever the very connection with the true immortal of heavenly punishment and completely escape the curse of lightning transformation. Present. Kagugugu. I look at the heavenly void furnace, which, by Hyenmu's command, is gradually regaining its size and exerting its authority, and I let out a bitter smile. As I view the memories of the 16th cycle, only now do I understand that devilish monster's curse. At the time I didn't understand immediately, but only now, having ascended to true immortality and risen to become a governing immortal. Just by reviewing the memories, I come to understand all the truths that were hidden. The true ability of the heavenly void furnace is distortion of time and deletion of memory. It invites the target who enters the heavenly void furnace into its inner world of primordial chaos and makes them spend 100 million years. Then, after erasing the memories of those 100 million years, returns their existence to reality and throws them a pitiful amount of cultivation progress as the price for 100 million years of ascetic suffering. That is this devilish monster's power. In the 16th cycle, in reality, I lived around 500 years and died. But I, who was sucked into the heavenly void furnace, suffered for an unimaginably eternal span of time. Vividly recalling the nightmare of the 16th cycle, I begin to devise a dispelling formula to break the authority of the heavenly void furnace.